and learn more about the different locations, we will be inviting our friends to join the party and tell the story of the journey along with us. But before we jump into that and into the game, why don't we meet our players and who they'll be playing in this first session, starting with Eladan.
I am Randy, and I'll be playing Elodin, the ranger.
What class what race are you? Or ancestry?
He is
race?
a satyr, and he is a Fey Wanderer.
How about you, Marin? Or however you say Mayron.
I am Richard, and I'll be playing Mayron, the Eladrin Alchemist Artificer.
Awesome.
Hi, I'm Jordan, and I'll be playing Ren, who's a Paladin Oath of Glory, and he's Dragonborn.
And finally, our guest for the session, our good friend Bree. Yay!
Hi, I'm Bree. I'm going to be playing Delilah, who is a human variant human cleric, life domain.
Hey there, Delilah.
Wow.
Back in New York City.
Let's jump in. You find yourself with Bran Ingrid, Sergeant at Arms of the Knights of Solaria. Bran stands up from behind his desk and walks around to the front. You have my thanks, and the thanks for the entire order, for the service you've provided through the years. It would be a shame to see you all go. And as you're having this conversation with Bran, a tall woman with platinum blonde hair and striking blue eyes enters Bran's large circular office. She appears to be approximately 30 summers old, wearing functional leather armor, a russet cloak, and a longsword belted at her side. Bran straightens up and greets the woman. Lady Speaker, he says formally with a bow before turning back to you, where he continues. I was hoping you'd do the order one last service, as I understand you're traveling back to Anthus. The lady, in a frank manner, clears her throat. Bran turns back to her. Yes, forgive me, Speaker Sava. She smiles at Bran and says, Speaker no more, Bran. Before turning to your assembled group, she takes in your party with her crystal blue eyes. Bran tells me you're heading to Anthus, and that you're no longer affiliated with the Order, so he can't ask you to do anything you're not willing to agree to on your own. I have a proposition for you. I'm willing to provide each of you 300 gold pieces to escort me and the cargo I carry safely to Anthus. Half paid immediately, and the other half when the job is complete. She continues coolly. The job includes passage on the ship I have chartered for the journey, as well as not needing to perform any manual tasks, typical of sailors. Of course, unless that is your prerogative. Bran waits patiently, looking at your group. So at this point, what would you like to do, ask, or say?
That's 300 gold each?
That is correct, 300 gold each. 150 now, and 150 when we arrive. I have chartered the boat that the voyage will take us approximately 7 days over the water.
Looking in my coin pouch and seeing 5 gold, 300 sounds good.
Very good. And the rest of you, as she looks to Ren next, good Dragonborn, what say you?
Coin is good, but is there great need for your travel, or is this simply leisure?
I carry something of importance to me, of course. Let's say it is important to the Order.
Coin will pay for potions, and the glory will carry me forward. So, I'm in.
And you, Maron?
I mean, 300 gold is 300 gold, so you can count me in.
Very good. And you, Miss Delilah, it is. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You know this person, Delilah. She was the former speaker, sun speaker, they call it. She's also a priestess, but a priestess of Sarenrae, high up in the Order. In fact, she is the daughter of both Lord General Marius and the Lady Ava. She was a speaker, and you know the speaker to be the person who is in charge of communicating to both Marius and Ava as they sit on their stasis throne.
Always happy to be of assistance to you.
Very well. The ship is waiting if you want to leave now, or I can ask them to wait a few hours for you to collect your things. When you are ready, meet me at the docks. It was good to see you.
Pardon, Lady Speaker.
Speaker no more, please. You can call me Sava.
Sorry, Lady Sava, old habits die hard, but I might have mentioned half of that payment up front.
Of course.
The view pans over and Rin's just standing there with his hand forward like, I've got potions to buy.
Well, somebody come with me to the ship. I can give you half payment now, 150 gold pieces each, and you can be on your way to buy your potions, and I will let the good captain know we will have to wait for you. Will that suffice?
And Mayron will hold out his arm to escort her.
And she looks at your arm, looks back at you and smiles, and then turns on her heel and walks out the door.
Tough room. All right.
Let's go get supplies for the journey.
And you head back down through the thoroughfare. At once, when you first arrive in the city of Stadfestior, also known as the City of Swords in the Old Norse language, there was a lot of presence of other soldiers and military. And over the years, as more people have found their way to the world, fewer people have made their way into the Order of the Knights of Solaria. It used to be pristine. You think of it in Athens or ancient Greece. Everything was made of marble, cut by the world's best sculptors. But lately, the marble flooring has been chipped, and grass and weeds grow here and there as you make your way across the plaza and down to the docks, where you find a nice caravel. Probably holds about 7 or 8 guests. The crew is between 15 and 20 people. Heads up the gangplank with you and your party in tow, and she makes her way to the quarters and quickly opens her door, steps in, and asks you, please wait here. And she asks you to wait in the antechamber to her room. She opens the door, comes back out with a large sack, and all split in equal amounts, and she hands each one of you 150 gold pieces. Hope this should suffice. I will let the captain know we were to wait for you. Make haste. I want to get on the sea before sundown.
Of course, my lady.
Very good, ma'am.
Mayron's going to turn to Eladrin and Eladin, sorry. Going to be a thing. I mean, can you believe this? 300 gold. I mean, and we get free passage to Anthus, where I was planning on going anyway.
Right. Where we were going anyway.
I mean, after years of working for the Knights, not getting paid for our services, this is quite the nice treat.
Awfully convenient.
Yeah, there's a part. I got that tingle that says we're gonna earn it.
There was a catch.
We'll burn that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, the bigger the smile, the sharper the knife.
And then Mayron's going to go to the armor.
You make your way to the familiar quartermaster. As you arrive there are 4 piles of equipment. He smiles to you. Hate to see you go, but I think you'll do well in the world. Sergeant Brand had these set aside for you. Wanted to make sure that you weren't unprepared as you head out into the wilds. Some say he's not a very generous man, but at least it's a going away present. He wouldn't give it to you himself, so he asked me to pass it along. And you guys can choose any 5 things out of the equipment list, including regular healing potions.
Master Quartermaster, that's quite generous of you and the Sergeant. And while I hate to leave as well, there's so much of this plane I have yet to see and paint. I mean, this old leather's a bit worn out. You wouldn't happen to have any scale mail there, would you?
He gives the side eye to Eladan. Back to, we have chainmail. I mean, I give you the chainmail that you here at the Order. I don't think anybody wants it after you've been using it. And he smiles.
It's either scale mail or studded leather.
Yep, he doesn't have any of those.
All right, I'm keeping my leathers then.
They fit you. They fit you well.
I suppose I'll have to see what I can pick up in Anthus then.
Quartermaster Colborne, you know him to be. But this is probably, unless you come back for certain reasons, the last time you'll see him.
Well, I got the essentials. Climber's kit, crowbar, holy water, and 2 potions of healing.
He smiles and reaches out to you to give you the Beastmaster handshake. Ren, you'll be missed. Thank you for your service to the Order. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. And live a long, glorious life.
By Heimdall's bridge, guide your steps.
May the one-eyed raven put glory before you.
Eladan, you have everything you need.
Yeah, I'm looking.
All right. And Mayron?
I'll take that rope over there, hempen rope. 2 of those potions of healing. Let's see. Ooh, I'll take that vial of perfume.
He looks at you and then looks back to Delilah. Looks back to you. Okay. It's in the back. Let me grab it. And You hear him rustling around with stuff and things are clinking around. And he drags this large suit of scale mail out and hands it to you. I forgot one of the guys dropped it off earlier. One of the guys that had left. It might smell a little bit like perfume. I'm not really sure where he got the perfume from, but here you are. Good luck. And you'll find the perfume in one of the small compartments in the scale mail.
I might have an odd request. Besides these items, just two simple things I'm willing to pay for. Do you have any sort of glasses or goggles or anything that you were willing to part with? I need a pair of them.
Apart from your going away gifts, the rest of the equipment's reserved for members of the order. He laughs. Yeah, I'll get him. Hold on. And he goes in the back and he grabs you 2 pair of goggles. Just kidding, Marin. He's just sitting to look in your face.
Well, I am gonna miss you.
And you, good Miss Delilah. You have everything you need.
I do believe that we would gratefully benefit from 2 healers kits, 2 healing potions, and she looks around a bit shifty-eyed, and a flask of alchemist fire.
Of course, we have all of that. Let me gather it for you. So he takes you the few minutes to get all the equipment requested. Here you are. You'll be sorely missed around here. You're one of the bright faces we've seen. Good luck.
Oh, I will miss you as well.
Good luck with these lot too.
I appreciate it.
And Mayron, struggling to move, is going to put the hempen rope back on the table and take another potion of healing.
He laughs.
I can carry something if you need.
That's all right. I think. We won't need rope. We're going to the city.
Eladan, you good to go?
Yeah, I think I'm good to go.
All right. Good luck, everybody. Having a nice life, I guess. I'll be here if you're ever back in town. Please come say hello.
We will.
Probably not. Have a nice life.
He turns back and starts organizing his wares and all the equipment that you were familiar to come grab each time you had a new task or a new duty to perform. You head back towards the docks. You make your way down the stairs to the ship. You see Sava there with her platinum blonde hair, long, braided in the back with a thick braid. Another gentleman standing there, dark features, light skin. His eyes are almost golden. He says to you, the group, as you come up the gangplank, she walks towards you slowly as what you assume is the captain behind her as you board. And she greets each one of you. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. All right. Welcome aboard, everybody. My name's Arvid, captain of this ship here. Get you where they need to get to, fast as they need to get to. Welcome aboard the Listful Hangman. It's only a moniker, so it doesn't really list. We'll get there. She says, "You need anything, please let me know, and I'll be sure to have the captain provide anything for you. But unless you're ready, I'll show you to your chambers, and we will have the captain and his men take to the sea. Is that agreeable?"
Sounds good.
All right, please, right this way. Captain, make your ship ready. We are nearly ready to go. In her thick Norwegian accent. "Men," he whistles loudly, "let us be on our way. Right this way, please. I will show you to your cabin." You make your way down to the quarters where she was. She obviously has the large quarter area. And then there's 4 separate rooms for each of you that flank each side of the main door. She looks to you, Delilah, and says, "I requested a ship that had separate cabins for each member of the party. I hope that is sufficient for you."
Delilah bows. Very much appreciated, ma'am.
All right. I need to get to my journal, and we'll be underway. If you need anything, just knock. I'll be here. She opens the door to her quarters, steps in, and closes it briskly behind her.
I'm probably going to find some sailor who's not doing their job and play cards with him, try and get some money from him.
Mayron will take his brand new scale mail, set it out, and take out his alchemist supplies and paints, and start making some cosmetic changes to more suit his nature.
You're painting the ship?
His armor.
Yeah, I don't have anything particular. I'm just gonna stand there, look at the ocean.
Let him paint his armor. It makes him a brighter target.
What can I say? Everybody loves me, my enemies and my friends.
I would like to explore the ship and try to find any hidey holes.
First roll of the campaign. Give me a perception check or investigation, either one.
Hidey hole check.
Better. Not that great.
You've been on ships before, particularly when you had to move up and down the coast as part of the services that you performed on behalf of the order. you were asked to come to Anthus when the volcano of Mount Antera exploded and destroyed half the city. You helped a lot of people who had been hurt during the event and helped ferry them back up and tend their wounds. So definitely hiding places. Nothing super secret, no super secret doors or anything like that. But as you walk through, the sailors nod to you as you make your way from deck to deck. It's 3 decks, no cargo. It looks like it's more of a passenger ship. And there are just the essentials: extra sails, extra rope, some extra lumber, vegetables. You figure you've been on these ship trips before. You won't be out of sight of land for some time. The listful hangman shift under your feet as you hear the small cheers of the men who prefer to be on the open sea and the crack of the sails as the ship slowly pulls away from the wharf. And within minutes, you're under full sail out into the sea on your way from Stadvestior to Anthus. Before long, they call everybody to dinner, ring the bell. All the sailors fall in line. One of the sailors, Wilmette, welcome aboard the Listful Hangman. It doesn't really list, but follow me. I'll take you to where they get the food. It's not that good, but, we make do. And you follow them down to the second deck towards the aft, and there's a convoy of men and women as they head in through one door, grab their pewter plates and mugs and get some soup, some bread, and make their way out the opposite door and sit wherever they can in the makeshift galley just outside the cook's area. Each of you come forward, and the cook, welcome aboard. Need anything? Please let me know.
Will do.
Gives you some bread, some cheeses, and some what looks like beef stew, beef broth with sauteed oranges and fresh vegetables. And each of you make your way plateful. You're going to eat with the crew or head back up to your...
Mayron will take the bread and cheese, but he'll pass on the beef stew and say, I'm sorry, I don't need meat.
Ren is prepared and grabs his bowl before he can give it back.
Very well. And he's, okay. Well, there you are. There's plenty for everybody. I mean, you don't sail much, do you? I'm sorry. Did I catch your name? And he's looking and asking you, Marin.
Mayron. And, no, I can't say that I sail very often.
The name is Calder. When you say you don't like beef, we don't usually have beef. We have fish. Do you eat fish?
I've never tried it.
If you're ever going to voyage to the open sea, you might want to get used to it.
Noted. Thank you. Caldor, is it?
Calder. That is correct. Calder, the cook. I know.
Calder the cook cooks in his cauldron.
He blinks at you and next. And he calls each one of you through. During dinner, some of the sailors, they throw it back as fast as they can, knowing they have a limited amount of time to eat. And a few of them grab a box with some smaller boxes and set up. And it looks like 3 of them are beginning to have a game of either dice or cards. Ren.
Oh, yeah. I will bring both of my bowls. I eat the bread and cheese quickly, and then just sit down with my bowls. All right, what's the buy-in? And then I take a bowl, and I just put my head back and open up my jaws and just dump the entire thing into my mouth and then wipe my face.
They look towards you. It is mostly just 1 gold piece payable at the end of our journey. Simply because, we don't get paid until the end of our journey.
Nice. Let's play then.
All right. We're going to play. Are you familiar with poker?
Yeah, that's why I have this set of cards. I hold up my deck, but we'll use yours. I put them back in my pouch.
Very good. And 2 of them nervously look at each other like, what do we get ourselves into? So the way we'll simulate this game is we'll have a D20 roll.
Oh, yay.
And you can add your proficiency if you are proficient in playing cards.
I am.
And then we'll just have 3 rolls for the people you are facing and 1 roll for you. We'll do it 3 times until they get either they take all your money or you take all their money. So go ahead and roll me a D20.
You said plus proficiency?
Yes.
Fantasy gambling. Oof.
That's about right.
Yep.
That's how it is.
Oof.
Well.
And so you go back and forth, and one of the guys like, hey, 3 of a kind, kings. And he looks to his friend. We'll be on the road for 7 days. Please, come join us anytime you want. We get off when the sun goes down. Probably have a few drinks and a few games this evening if you'd prefer it. And they smile and, have a laugh at your expense.
No. I play for the fun. I've got plenty to lose. So let's try again tomorrow.
We just started. If you want to go again, we can go again.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know. I thought you guys had to get back to work. Yeah, we can go one more round or however many. You said 3?
Yeah, 3. We probably, with an extra person, we could probably get through 3 before we have to head back up, or at least before first mate comes pulling on our ears.
Sounds good to me.
All right, then he quickly and deftly puts out the cards. Go ahead and give me a d20 roll. Or would you like, that's a natural 20. That's a 14. And that's 8. And one of the guys, and you were just giving him grief, Einar. Now he has 3 aces. And everybody, okay. So, and they're keeping a tally of who owes who what.
Yeah. I love the game. One more?
If you have the gold now, we'll take it now. I mean,
No. We can keep track.
Okay.
I'll keep my own tally.
Very good. And they're marking on this box that looks like it has several marks before and then rubbed off with chalk over the years that they've been using this as their pseudo card table. Go ahead and roll a d20, or you can wait for everybody else to roll if you want to do that.
Yeah, I'll see what they roll.
All right. 13, 16, 19.
Ooh.
He looks back. Yeah, I think I hear the first mate calling. Okay, well,
Oh, yes.
good playing with you. Einar here typically sets up the game, so if you want to get to him, if you want to continue playing or join us later, see Einar.
Yeah.
Anyways, it was good playing with you. Thanks. Bye. In total, they owe you, what, 6 gold?
Well, I lost the first time, so it would be 5, right? So I'd lose the gold the first game, and then I won back. So it would equal out to 5.
They owe you 5 gold.
Yep. So Ren will watch them go up, and then you'll just see a big, sharp-toothed grin, and then he takes the second bowl and he downs it, and he goes, "Ah, glorious."
And in the corner, Mayron was kind of sitting there watching them and pulled out a scroll and was doing kind of a quick ink kind of silhouette drawing of them playing cards.
You guys make your way back up from having dinner to your quarters, or at least the quarters. Night has come. The lanterns are out on the 3-masted ship. And unless there is anything you guys want to achieve, whether it's talking to the Sava some more or talking to the captain or anything like that, we'll fast forward to day 2 of the 7-day journey.
I'm going to go around and do persuasion checks with all of the crew and try and initiate a mutiny. I'm just kidding. I'm going to go to sleep.
As the night draws to a close, the shifts of men, some sleeping earlier in the day on the cots in the lower areas, the second level with all the gear stored at the bottom level. The night goes by without issue, and the next morning comes. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be rolling for random encounters here, and we'll see what happens. Unless you guys specifically want to do something or interact with anybody.
Well, Mayron only needs about 4 hours of meditation for rest, and then usually wakes up early, and I'm going to infuse those 2 goggles that I have. I'm going to be mixing my alchemist supplies most of the early morning until I get it just right. Pour a bit of it into one of the glass pots that I have, take my calligraphy brush, and then I will deftly draw some sigils on each of the lenses of the goggles, and it glows for a moment, and then the sigils disappear, and I have created 2 goggles of night. And then also I will be mixing some more of my alchemical supplies, creating an experimental elixir, which is a potion of swiftness in my empty flask right now. So I now have a potion of swiftness as well, which I will be giving out. And that's my morning.
Anybody else want to achieve anything on the second day of your journey?
Ren is going to want to play cards again, but he doesn't want to hurt these poor sailors' livelihood.
We'll do that. Roll me percentile. I'm just going to use the percentile as hey, are you going to gamble every day? Nice. So you win almost 80% of your games. And I'd say you guys have at least 10 games before they stop playing with you.
Gentlemen.
There's at least 3 people in there, so in each game.
You just let me know how much more gold I get.
Yep, I'll do the math here in just a second.
There's much good one in cards.
Making myself a note. So about halfway through the 3rd day, you see the door open and Sava pokes her head out and she walks over to Delilah's door and knocks softly on the door.
Can I help you, miss?
You have a few moments to
Of course.
have a conversation. Please come with me to my chambers. There's a table we can have a conversation without prying ears.
Lila looks mildly nervous.
She goes, if you need the door, I can keep the door open. I mean, you and your companions shouldn't be an issue, but otherwise we can take a journey on the decks of the ship.
Oh, no, of course, ma'am. Whatever you prefer.
Okay, I prefer in my quarters, so right this way, please. And she's a large woman. She's probably stands in 6'2". While she is a priestess, she definitely takes after the other soldiers of the area, the other soldiers in the region. Very broad shoulders and thick-chested, strong legs, but a bright smile, though she doesn't smile often. And she says, please come in here and have a seat. And she sits down and she pulls out what looks like a homemade jug of whiskey and says, would you care for a drink?
Be more than happy to share a drink with you.
All right. The clinking of 2 short cups as she lifts them off the area, the shelf, that each shelf has a little lip so things don't fall off as the ship lists to and fro. She puts them down and she pours a little bit in each, takes a sip. She goes, I'm curious, Delilah. What made you want to leave the order? You were always considered one of the most compassionate people of the clergy, one of the more compassionate people. Was it something going on within, or was it time for you just to spread your wings, as they say?
Delilah looks nervous, but she's trying really hard to hide it. I just believe that it was time for me to move on.
Understood. I understand. It is time for me to move on. I was speaker, and I am son speaker no more. And while my heart aches that I leave those who made me, Mom and Pop, they'll be in good hands with the new speaker. Ormir will be just fine. He will do well, but I'm nervous about this journey. I carry something of extreme value. Perhaps you know it, the scepter of Anthus. And you do know it. It's considered one of the relics of the Knights of Solaria. And she's telling you this because you guys have at least worked together in the past, and she trusts you with it. And you know that this relic is sought after by our enemies and our friends alike. I have been tasked by both Marius and Nava to take this to Anthus, and they said the dreams will lead me to the end. I'm not really sure what that means. I was hoping you might be able to provide some guidance on that.
Would I know if the scepter contains any religious importance?
It does. It does. It hasn't been moved since you've been part of the clergy.
Perhaps the gods have willed it, and they have burdened you with glorious purpose to fulfill their wants.
Perhaps. Then they have also burdened you and your companions with this glory, let us hope, for Serenre's sake.
Yes, of course. You are worried that anyone on the ship would attempt to steal it.
I haven't told anybody that I carry the scepter, nor have that any of the knights been told. Only those in the inner circle of Marius's council knows, but many people have been leaving the order over the last several months, going about their own ways or trying to fulfill their own destinies, and they know what we hold within the inner sanctums. And I wanted to impart the seriousness of our voyage upon you. We cannot lose this artifact. It is integral to the teachings of at least my gods and those that bestowed us with its great power.
Well, by Lathander's name, I will make sure that your artifact and yourself will remain protected. And after we embark upon Anthus.
And she reaches out and puts her hand in her thick, strong hand, and it's not soft by any means. It's calloused, and most of the clergy, at least those who are part of the order, have been required to learn swordplay as part of their training. She squeezes it, almost reassuring herself with it, and she throws back her drink and says, "I'll be here if you need anything. I must get back to my journal. Thank you for your time."
Of course, milady.
And she walks you to the door and opens it and closes it curtly behind you. And as night settles in, if there's not anything you guys want to achieve, any questions you want to ask, we'll fast forward. Port of Anthus.
How many days would that take?
It's going to take 7 days.
Okay, I'm just going to roll one more time then on the experimental elixir because it's every long rest.
Understand.
It disappears, so I'll just do it one more time. Let's see what I get that last day.
I'm going to say you get 70 gold from probably about 15 different people. Ren?
Lovely.
Your experimental elixir produces what?
Transformation. So the drinker's body is transformed as if by the altar self spell. The drinker determines the transformation cause, so it's pretty much they get to use altar self.
Gotcha.
Well, Ren, you're the gambling man. Why don't you roll me a D3?
All right.
See who I give it to. Eladin, why don't you take this? If you're familiar with the altar self, then you get to use that spell.
Aren't you the helpful one?
As you guys are turning in 5 days into the journey, you're restful, getting ready to take a sleep for the night. Hear the bells from above start to ring. The door opens quickly from Stava's room, and she looks as you guys all open your doors and look to see, and she's like, "What could that be?" And then you feel a crash into the ship as you become unbalanced as the deck beneath your feet roils at some kind of impact. You come quarters, and it's fog all around. People are with their rapiers and their cutlasses, and some holding rope wrapped around their fists, and they're peering into the night towards the port side of the ship. And out of the gloom, Ship of Nightmares emerges.
And don't forget Delilah and Aladdin, you both have goggles, so.
Thank you.
Out of the vision of the lights of the ship, for those who can't see in the dark, a ship green and covered with crustaceans slams into the ship one more time. These barnacle-covered planks, they slam across the ship as what looks like starfish in the shapes of grappling hooks fly from seaweed ropes, and they latch onto the side of the ship as they pull themselves. Ship pulls itself together. And we'll go ahead and roll some initiative once I bring it up.
Well, that's something you don't see every day.
Oh my, that is quite a few skeletons.
The ships bang back and forth against each other, and these skeletons, for those of you who can see across the ships, unleash their short bows and start to knock arrows. You hear the clittering and clattering of beings from the port or ship. These creatures with sinew and bone visible and barnacles grown across their skin climb over the rails, and he will move into position. He's going to attack Marrow with his cut, and he will roll a 9 to attack. I'll reveal it.
A 9 unfortunately misses.
He will take his second attack. That is a 20.
A 20 hits.
There's 3 bludgeoning, but it's a cutlass. 3 either way.
Yep. I'm actually resistant to whatever kind of damage it actually is, so.
Psychic damage. Okay, then that's his turn. The next zombie will climb over the rail, and he will move as it shambles forward. The others are attacking with it, but it doesn't seem like any of their attacks have any effect on it as it shambles towards you with purpose. And it will move 20 more feet. Delilah, your companion, Maron, was just hit with a cutlass by one of these brine zombies while skeletons take aim from across the ship. What would you like to do?
Very quietly, only so Mayron can hear it. She kind of mutters to herself, "It's never this easy, is it?" And she is going to cast Toll the Dead on Guy, and he has to give me a wisdom save.
That is a 9.
He will take
Nice.
8 necrotic.
And it looks like it's barely injured. It is your go.
Okay, I will just scramble up these steps. Bonus action as Hunter's Mark on the one attacking Meron. I will take a shot at him with my longbow.
That's going to hit his 13 armor class.
Nice.
-9. What? Give me another D6 on that for Hunter's Mark.
And on top of that,
Ooh.
I will make this a dreadful strike, which is another
D4.
D4.
So in quick succession, you see Peladan climb up this onto the, I guess it would be forecastle. That's how they say it. As he leaps over the railing, quickly pulls his arrow and fires at the zombie next to Meron. One damage, and then you see it almost as it hits him, it looks like it impacts him 3 different times. And the creature is now badly injured. The skeleton, as it's taking aim, it fires its short bow at Ren. Let me target you, Ren. 19.
Miss.
As the what looks like barnacle on one end and dried seaweed, it fires, slams into your shield as the shellfish crumbles against your hard exterior. That's his go. The next guy he'll also take a shot at you, Ren. That is a 20 to hit.
It's good.
Hits me exactly.
That's 4 piercing damage. The next creature will roll me a D4, Ren. He's going to try to hit you, Eladan, but he has a 2 penalty because Delilah's in the way. Target.
Eledin is the satyr. Meron is.
Excuse me, Mayron. My apologies. New names, new campaign. Who dis?
From now on, you're a potion guy. Horns.
Yep.
That's going to be a 10 to hit.
That misses.
The next one will take an attack against Mayron as well. The whole targeting thing.
14 misses, luckily, with that fine scale mail I'm wearing.
The next skeleton, he's going to... How far is that? He has to move up. His movement is 30 feet. 6. We'll go here. Delilah, aim and let an arrow fly.
Ooh.
Natural
That hurt.
20 or 8 piercing. Ren, he's going to take a shot at you.
All right. I preferred one that she got.
19, that misses again as it slams off your shield. This last one moves up, leans on the rail. It is your turn.
All right. Rin looks around, looks across at the other ship at how closely they're being attacked behind, and says, anyone who can make it, get down on the stairs there so that way they can't fire at you from across the ship. And then moves right there, cutting off access to his companions, and is going to make a single attack against the already damaged fellow. And misses.
That's an 8, misses. Any more movement or bonus action?
Level 3, y'all.
Level 3. Level 3. Zombie right next to you. Badly injured. What do you want to do?
Well, I'm an artist, not a fighter. Sorry, and I'm going to disengage. But as I do, I'm going to go here, and then probably that was 5. Go here, and you see him take out his calligraphy brush, pull out a blank scroll, quickly do a rune of protection, and is going to throw the scroll, and it goes flying and attaches itself against Ren's back, and I'm going to use a bonus action to cast Sanctuary. That's my turn.
Brian Zombie, seeing a willing target stand between him and its foe, he's going to attempt to attack you.
Wisdom saving throw.
It will make a wisdom save because it is so smart.
Ooh, but then Delilah's there. Didn't think of that. Sorry.
That is an 8. Can't do it.
Yes, it can choose a new target or lose the attack.
So it moves up to Delilah, and he'll make his attack at Delilah. Hey there, the Delilah. I'm going to attack you with my cutlass.
Boo.
That's 10. That misses.
Yay.
Second attack. That is a 20 for 6 piercing damage.
Wrong person.
I thought she went before them.
Do you want to? I read a feature on your character, Jordan, or on Ren. Do you have a reaction that makes an attack, or is that if he makes it against you, you got to do something?
It has to be against me.
Gotcha.
Good to know.
The next zombie will move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And he just gonna, because they're so slow, it's going to attempt. The injured zombie is going to attempt to hit Ren, and has to roll a wisdom save. Wisdom. That's a 9.
I kind of wanted to succeed.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it fails.
Yep.
As it moves up and takes a cutlass attack against Delilah. 15.
Misses.
All right, and a cutlass.
Thank goodness.
That's a 21
Effective.
or 8.
Pretty hurt right now.
But that's its turn, Delilah.
Lila sighs. Always something. Always something every single time. And she's gonna cast Cure Wounds on herself.
Roll that wounds, that healing damage. Healing.
12.
12. Wow, very good.
Herself.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not gonna risk 2 opportunity attacks. So I'm just gonna hope that Ren will be able to take some.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Eladan.
Lieutenant Dan.
Move up.
Ice cream.
Yeah. I will shoot him again. Yeah.
14 will hit
Nice.
Okay.
for 4 damage.
Plus Hunter's Mark.
Give me another D6 on that.
And another dreadful strike.
Or another 4 damage as it has 4 hit points and it drops
Well done.
dead as it clatters to the ground. Whatever dark forces holding it together, you see shellfish and one of those sponges break from its body and it clatters to the ground and washes overboard. You move back and it is now the skeleton's turn. I don't see either one of you guys.
I was trying to be behind the mast there.
Yeah. Since it's up, I don't think they can. Well, they are up too.
Yeah, if there's the same size ship, then they're
Yeah,
level.
exactly.
No, but you know how the mast is there with the sail? I was trying to be
Well,
next.
well, in that case, I drop to the ground.
Lay flat.
Yep.
Prone on Eladan. Yeah, you'll get some cover of that, but you didn't hide, right?
No, yeah. I was just trying to get some cover. That's it.
So I roll a d4 and see who he goes after. Oh, top to bottom. He will attempt to shoot at Marin. Or 19 minus 2, 7.
That still hits.
You take 6 points of piercing damage. That's his turn. The next guy's lower, and he will attempt just to hit Delilah. Short bow. Normal roll. Regular roll. 16?
Misses.
Nice. That's his go. Gonna take aim at Ren and attempt to shoot at you. Does he need to make a wisdom saving throw? Or is it just...
Yes. Any attack
Gotcha.
or harmful spell.
So he's gonna fail and now shoot at Delilah.
Yep. Delilah's got partial cover. But that's another nat 20.
Oh, Jesus.
Or 18.
You know, I've never seen PvP before, but I guess I am now.
Subtle PvP.
I looks very annoyed at Ren.
Hey, I didn't do this to myself.
Is it concentration?
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's just a
Yeah.
spell until I take a hostile action. It's just on me.
Wow. Really?
Um,
If they meet the save DC, then they're no longer affected by it.
Delilah, next against you.
I thought you were going to get out of there.
20 or 5 piercing. Ooh, okay. The next skeleton. Are you guys within 80? Yeah, he's going to attempt to shoot at either Ren or shooting at Ren, making a wisdom save.
Save.
They're going to save one time. 15, 14.
Yes, he can attack.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
All right, he's going to shoot at you, Ren.
And he no longer has to make a wisdom save when shooting at me. He's through it.
All right.
No. It's per attack.
Oh, it's every time?
Yeah.
He misses.
17 clangs against your armor. Trying to avoid shooting his companions. Probably not. They're mindless. Misses.
Yep.
The next guy. The next skeleton will take aim at one of the two of you. And it will be Ren.
Wisdom save.
Note to self.
All right.
Delilah. Short bow attack. That's 23 damage.
I'm
That's
down to
not
1
missing.
HP, just so everyone knows.
Yeah, yeah. Wow. It's good to know where Marin sits when it comes to Delilah.
I thought you were gonna get out of there.
She was under half HP with 2 attacks of opportunity.
Wisdom save. They've got to make it, right? Nope.
Jesus.
Nope.
Delilah,
I do have healing word.
that is a
Hey, I'll
natural
take
one.
that.
Jeez.
Okay. Ren.
Delilah, do you want me to heal you or do you want me to fight?
I'm going to disengage from the situation. I'm leaving you.
You're what? I'm not very smart.
What are you doing?
Wait,
Running away.
I'm running.
You don't go before they do, right?
No. It's up to you. I'm probably going to go down this round.
Ah, Jesus. All right. 15 points. Nope, 10 points of lay on hands on Delilah.
Much appreciated. Even if you're unable to get hits.
Okay,
Yeah, 'cause
I'm gonna fix that right now.
I'm not making a hostile action, so the sanctuary's still on me.
I'm gonna fix that right now. I forgot about the hostile action part.
Yeah, there's literally no do to make sanctuary go away unless I attack. So,
All right, my turn's coming next. I can fix this.
all right. So, yep, 10 HP back to you, and then let me see if I have a bonus action. I do not. I'm level 3. All right, that's my turn. I'll get it.
Okay.
Movement. That was
Push her down the stairs.
yeah, 20 feet.
Sorry.
Item interaction. Get out a potion. Healing. Action. Feed it to Delilah there.
Would you not just cast Sanctuary? Anyways. Okay. Roll your healing
Yeah,
die.
just cast Sanctuary on her.
Sanctuary is a bonus action. It's coming. Don't worry.
Oh, nice. Nice.
There you go.
I'm feeding her a potion first.
Mhm.
Open up. It's good for you. It's good for you. Don't worry. So should I roll that or should she?
You.
All right.
Yeah,
Let
you're
me
administering
Let
it.
me minus that.
Open.
9 points of healing,
Hey.
Very nice.
and then I will move 10 feet back, and once again pull out a fresh scroll. Kind of throws it in the air and quickly does the drawing of the calligraphy of a rune of protection and cast Sanctuary on Delilah.
Do they both have it now?
They both have it. So
Yeah,
the
'cause it's
scroll.
not concentration.
So the scroll. Once I'm finished doing my calligraphy, the scroll goes flying and it attaches it to your back, Delilah. Glows for a second and then disintegrates into magical energy.
Very interesting.
That's my turn.
I would say lay down, but now these things are probably going to come after you.
He's right there between the two of you. Gonna make an attack at Delilah with a wisdom save now. 16.
Now
course
they
they make
succeed.
Of course they make it.
Cutlass attack. 17 to hit.
Hey, that misses.
Second attack. So it attacks.
It tries to attack Ren, but it has to make another wisdom save.
Please, it was just an infinite bounce before it hit somebody.
It would just lose it. It saves.
Kill Marin. Got it. Next creature will attempt to attack Ren with a wisdom save.
All right. Yep. That succeeds.
All right. It is going to target Ren and attack. Attack!
Right. Note to self: only use Sanctuary on the cleric because the hostile
please.
action part. I forgot about the
please.
hostile action part.
New character. Who it is? Second attack. He has to make a save again. Jesus. I'm going to say it's only once per attack action, just so we can not be stuck here for 5 hours. But that saves.
All right.
Normal
Yep.
attack, and that misses.
I have cinnamon toast crunch cookies coming. Yeah, that's very excited.
Oh, nice. That one's Delilah. It is your turn.
Okay. Delilah is very fed up, and she is going to cast Inflict 2 Wounds on
Oh no.
fellow right
No, but
here.
that's gonna
You'll
end
lose-
Sanctuary.
you'll
Oh,
lose
that's true. That's
Sanctuary.
true. But is
those
going to
idiots.
back away, take the attack of opportunity, and hope that it doesn't hit.
The Sanctuary works.
You're going to move away? All right. This is funny. Attempt to make a wisdom save. You walk away, it's going to make it.
Oh, of course.
Oh no.
Of course. Miss.
Yeah,
Hey.
misses.
Yay.
How badly hurt is Marin?
I'm all right for now. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm still more than half. So, no, I'm a little less than half.
So
No,
instead,
more than half.
he's going to cast Bless on everyone.
Math is
Nice. Yeah, math is hard.
Bless. You guys are all blessed.
All right.
hard. Ooh.
Can you give yourself
I'm-
bless? Or you? Yep.
I'm sanctuaried and blessed.
Yep, you can give yourself bless.
Just 3 of them. Oh, that's not really attacking.
Yeah, I got you, Randy. Blessed. All right, cool. Eladin, half your movement to get up.
I will stand up.
Yep.
And then I will move 5, 10, 15. Bonus action, I move my hunter's mark to this guy. And I will put an arrow in his face.
Yeah, 15 will hit.
If that hits even without the bless.
Eladin is on fire. Creature is now injured or bloodied, as it were.
And I'll go prone again.
Skeleton
This is really funny.
is going to attempt to shoot Marin,
Oh, Marin's got a little bit of cover though.
and that will miss.
That misses.
The ones on the lower decks can only, right?
Correct.
That's really funny.
And you haven't attacked yet, so you still have sanctuary.
So of sanctuary, just down here, sanctuaried and blessed.
And you're at the end of everyone's turn, right? So
Yep, at the very end.
16
kind of worked it.
for
See,
sanctuary.
So why don't you walk
16
over to one of those cannons
hits.
and try to fire it then, you know? As long as you're just strolling around down there.
Yeah, just walk around.
16 hits, yes.
That's a natural 1.
Shooting. I thought you were
Yeah.
firing it.
Is it hostile action if I just give them a hug and then chuck them off the ship?
Maybe they have a action like that.
We're just having fun.
Stranger danger. Stranger danger.
Shoot you with his short bow. Next one, is he in range of you? Yep, still in range.
Still's got to make a wisdom save.
Jeez.
So funny.
Nope.
Richard woke up today and chose violence. But instead of like actual violence, it's just making the DM roll wisdom saves for days.
It's going to move.
Is that same concentration?
That's a good point. All right. This guy does not have sanctuary anymore. So he's going to shoot at Rin. Does not need to save against sanctuary anymore, is what I mean to say. Because he already did. And then he won. Okay.
Oh, and he kills his companion. That's
Yep.
Yeah, man, I thought you guys were homies.
Nope.
It's cause he pulled a Rin and just got like sold off of these fools. So he's like everybody.
Yep.
Gonna step in here. Make a wisdom 18.
That makes it.
He's no longer affected either. I'm gonna mark him with
Good for
something.
him.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Ren's gonna attack on his turn. So
Yep. All of this will be done unless they start trying to hit Delilah.
Oh, that's true.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin that for you.
because it would just refresh anyway, right?
That misses. Ren, it is your turn.
Oh, thank goodness.
Brine zombies. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna try and attack the injured one. Cause this is bullshit.
For glory.
Yeah, Rin just takes his sword, holds it up to the sky, and says, "Let me actually hit something."
The blessing of Lathander upon you.
There we go.
Thank goodness. And then I'm gonna do level 1 divine smite,
Undead, do you get a bonus dice?
Nice.
3d8.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Let's go. Paladins for the win.
All right, 3d8.
Ooh.
That looks about right. 5
That's correct.
radiant, but I'm gonna use my channel divinity as I hit him with holy energy, and Rin opens his jaws and just rolls out into the sky, and as he does, you hear ravens caw, and there's like a shark of thunder, even though I don't even think there is a storm, right? It's just yep, but there's a thunder strike, and that enacts his inspiring smite channel divinity.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna roll 2d8 plus 3. Please roll better. It's all right. So he's gonna take those 11 temporary hit points and give 6 to Delilah and 5 to Marin.
Okay.
So I get to choose who gets it, and I can't see.
Eladin is laying down.
Yeah. So I just look back and you both feel like invigorated. You've been you feel some of my holy energy give you a little bit more constitution. And that is my turn.
Marin will step back a bit. Actually, no. First, you see him with a flick of a wrist, a smaller paper talisman that he's already written on appears between his fingers, and he throws it out. And as it's flying out, it burns up and turns into a streak of fire. And I'm gonna cast Firebolt at this guy, the guy injured. Oh, plus a D4, right?
Need a 4.
Oh, that's a 12.
Does not hit as it streaks by him, or I would say it lands in his encrusted carapace and fizzles out from the seawater clinging to his body.
All right. You got this, Ren. That was quite inspiring. And then I'm going to move back and lay down.
All right. No more checks. Just straight up.
Yep.
Unless you're attacking Delilah.
Shooting your at. No, he's not gonna attack Rin.
Wow, dude, that sanctuary spell really works. Did you hear the DM? Just no attacks going to Delilah now.
Yep. It's super effective.
7 misses. Second attack. That's a natural 20
Oof.
or 11
Beautiful.
damage total.
Now am I gonna do my my ability, which is Vengeful Assault. I take a hit against me, and as a reaction, I strike back against them.
Sweet. I can see this Dragonborn just standing up like.
All right, now take an attack.
That hits.
Beautiful. 6 points of damage and another Divine Smite into this fool.
Okay.
If he's still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive. Yeah, you have to declare when you hit. Sheesh.
There we go.
Now
there
I
we go.
feel good.
Now he's dead. Definitely dead. Yep, his body washes over.
All right.
The next one will attempt to attack you. Well, it will attack you. Just see what it gets. Target you real quick. Oh, I've got Ren selected.
I just realized if I'm right after you in initiative, Jordan, I could cast Sanctuary on you right after your turn.
That's messed up.
15 to
miss.
hit. First attack will miss. And 15 also misses. He'll target you and make an attack. And a second attack.
The Rin's just down there, like roaring in their faces, just moving his shield and blocking all these cutlass attacks.
Yep. Delilah, your turn.
Oh, uncivilized. So much I can do if I have Sanctuary, because I don't want to make it go away.
Right.
Actually, I can make it. Okay. Delilah's going to move down a little bit and hit. Actually, no. She's going to pull out her healer's kit and use an action to use it. And
Nice.
with her healer's feet.
Nice.
And then go back up.
30 feet. Any bonus actions?
Nah.
Go ahead and roll that healing. D6 plus 4, right?
Nice.
8 plus additional hit points equal to the previous maximum number of hit dice.
So how many hit dice do you have, Ren? So
11 total.
11 points. Nice. A good feat.
Yeah, I like it.
Eladan,
I will stand.
stand up 15 feet.
Oh,
Move
did I
forward.
get some healing?
11.
Yeah, you got 11. 11.
Wow. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was getting cookies.
Priorities. I hear you.
That was
Uh,
exactly the hit I took. That's amazing. Thank you, Delilah.
Always happy
Yeah.
to help.
Hunter's mark.
Bonus action. Yeah, move Hunter's Mark. And then pop him again. Plus a D4.
13 will hit. 17 will definitely hit. Plus a D6. And then you doing your D4 thing? Yeah. -1, -5 total. All right. He is barely injured now.
And go prone again.
All right, cool. Skeleton. He sees everybody. Just whether he's going to shoot. He's going to shoot at Ren. I think everybody's good with that too. Ren, short bow. 13. Wish it wouldn't pan.
Oof.
Natural 20 for 10 piercing damage.
Wow.
A 2 misses as it flies into the ocean. 19 to hit. And ricochets off your shield with your 20 armor class.
Yeah, I don't imagine their zombies are giving me any cover because they don't care.
You'll get a half cover bonus, whatever that is, +2. But they're just, they're not moving to get into. They're just shoot him. Yeah, and that also misses as the arrows fly by, ricocheting off your armor and your shield as you bring it to bear as these zombies are trying to use their cutlasses and slash against you, and these arrows are ricocheting not only off you but off their crustacean armor. And that is their turn. Ren, it is your go.
I'm going to attack the hurt one.
Yep.
Stop me if you've heard this before.
I haven't heard it, so I'm not stopping you. 24 is going to hit.
10 damage. And I only have one more spell slot left, so I'm going to save it.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't know if there's going to be something bigger coming up, so.
That is my turn. Let me button.
All right. I stand up using half my movement. You can leave it on there because I'm going back prone after.
15 feet more of movement.
I will move 15 feet here.
Mm-hmm.
I will once again, with a flick of my wrist, pull out another talisman that I've already made, prepped ahead of time, throw it out there, and it turns into a firebolt. I don't have to roll bless for that one. And then I go back prone. That's my turn. Awesome.
Attack the Dragonborn. That one misses. 17 also misses.
This.
Delilah, it is your turn.
Ren, what's your HP looking like?
If I had to quantify it, I'd say 22 out of 6.
All right. Delilah's gonna scurry back down and do a healer's kit thing on you.
He's immune to it until short rest or long rest. Yeah.
Your wounds. Your wounds always helps, right?
A life cleric, that does.
12 healing.
Thank you.
Nice.
Goes all the way back up.
Yes.
Thank you.
I feel bad for your throat, Jordan, at the end of this campaign.
Oh, I'm not even making it as bad as I could.
He's busy eating some cookies.
They're
Like the
not
elixir of
fresh,
life.
But they're still.
Eladan, your go.
What, my turn again? Already?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Flying through it.
Okay. Stand up again. Shoot the guy again.
14 hits.
Nice.
7 damage plus 2 damage. So 9 plus 4
Oof.
minus 13. Barely hanging on there.
Down I go.
So I just want to say that with my object interaction every turn, I'm making sure I'm picking up the arrows as those zombies like disintegrate, so that way I can give it back to him at the end of combat.
Going to try to shoot at the person not lying on the ground.
She still has sanctuary.
Yes, he does. Attack me, you coward.
Going to attack Eladan lying on the ground.
That's not a coward.
For a 9 to hit. All right, that's his turn. All right, here we go. I wish there was a persistent targeting. Guess I'm going to target you, Ren.
How did I know?
I don't know.
Oh, jeez.
Man,
14.
I'm really proud of you for all your natural 20s tonight.
Yeah. Good thing you got healed up.
Yeah, no shit.
Sheesh. That's his go.
That's 14 points of damage.
Yeah, 14 points of piercing damage. That'll miss.
That one hurt a little bit.
Yeah.
Another natural 20
Jesus.
for 5.
All right.
I mean,
At
it's 5.
least it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. But you're on fire tonight, Rick.
Is Rick the only person who's rolled a nat 20?
There's like 15 guys, right? It'll happen.
You also natural 20s.
Oops.
Like, don't.
That's a
just
17 to
do
hit. That misses.
That also hits me.
No, that was I accidentally rolled an advantage, so it's a 17. So that misses. My bad.
Yeah. Pretty sure you like knocked me out with like 3 natural 20s. So
Yeah, I remember that. That was wild.
not knocked me out, you killed
18
me.
to hit. Misses as it bounces off your.
They have a bard over there. Be careful.
21 to hit for 8 piercing.
Oof.
Ow.
And it's Ren's turn.
That hurts. I'm going to take a potion.
Are we doing
Yeah, we'll just continue to do it as a bonus action. That's fine. I like that better than just a regular action. Lets you do things.
So just roll it.
Yep, just roll it if you want section. 7 healing.
Now I have double that in hit points.
It's all right. I got 1 spell slot left. So
How does the guy look?
Near death.
All right, let's do 2 birds with 1 stone. I need a dex save DC 12. Both of them.
Dex save DC 12. Okay. Save dexterity.
fire breath or dragon breath.
Dragon breath.
12.
All right, so one of them saves for half damage.
13 and a 14. Both get half.
Whoops, didn't mean to hit twice. So I think it's that first one. So they
Yeah,
each take 4.
I think it is that first one because I don't want it to be the second one.
Oh, I definitely didn't want it to be the other one, but it is first on the list. So I will
Yep.
thank my lucky stars and say that they each take 4 points of acid damage as
Yep.
this line of acidic energy just shoots out of his maw at an angle to the southeast or southwest. And then Ren wipes his lips and goes, "Sorry, all this hitting upsets my stomach."
Yep. As the acid washes over him, and instead of them crumbling to the ground, they just melt onto the deck and float away as the water splashes from side to side.
I got the arrows too. Sorry.
Movement? Nope. Marin, your go.
Staying there and taking damage.
Mayron looks at his calligraphy brush and I've got enough ink for about one more scroll. How you doing there, Ren?
This sucks.
All right, say no more. I get up. First of all, I will try once again and produce the paper talisman and shoot out firebolt at the zombie. Let's see if I can actually hit something.
Yay!
Very
Plus, it hits. All right.
It hits.
So that's 4 points of fire damage. And then with another flick of my wrist, my calligraphy brush appears in the air. And with the last bit of alchemical ink left on it, I quickly scroll out the symbol for Sanctuary and throw it on Ren.
That's I guess
You have it. I mean, you're at the bottom of initiative, so
That's
all
true.
those attacks.
we'll
You'll-
have. Yep.
Yeah, that's my last spell slot. So Ren has Sanctuary until pretty much his turn when he takes a hostile action.
I think we can rename that spell to expand.
And then I drop back prone. That ends my turn.
Okay. This guy will attempt to make a wisdom saving throw. Dave makes it, so he's good. Attack Rin for 19 as you
Yes.
bring your shield to bear. The clang of the cutlass and the barnacles sticking to it bounces off your shield. But that one is going to hit for 5 damage. As it looks like he feints one side and commits to that. You bring your shield up and then he swings back the other way and it cleaves across your hardened dragon scale skin for 5 points of damage.
I don't understand how they're using advanced combat tactics like fainting. He's a zombie.
Delilah, it is your turn.
Muscle memory.
Ren, how badly are you hurt?
I think if I were a doctor of some sort, I would call it almost dead.
Very well.
Doctor, almost dead.
Cure wound, second level.
Damn.
Hey.
I am now almost
That's a good
full.
roll.
It is clear you were sent by the gods.
Eladan,
And those blessings are upon you.
you're going to hunter's mark that guy? I assume. I can't hear you, so I'm going to assume you said you're going to.
Oh, yeah. Hunters mark that guy.
13 is going to hit. Let's see if you can finish him off. 4. Good. 7 is better.
No, didn't actually do my bow damage, did I?
Nope,
Nope.
not yet.
That's really funny.
I'm just doing all bonus damage.
How is he doing damage? He didn't even shoot his bow.
I'm just glaring at them really hard.
And he had 4 hit points left.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I may have overshot them. I was just trying to kill him.
And he is dead.
And drop again.
As he crumbles, Ben will grab the arrows and be like, I got him.
So as the zombies fall to the ground, feel the ship start to pull away. And as it does, the skeletons release one last shot at Ren.
Wisdom
Swear to
save.
me.
Swear to me.
Swear to me.
Makes it.
Good for them.
See,
Oh,
but it gets out his higher rolls in the first roll, so the second roll is
Yeah.
lower.
at that arrow, I just bat away with my.
Makes it.
Good for him.
See? See?
But like they're pulling away, they're shooting these arrows, and I'm just slowly walking to that edge of the deck as they pulled away, and just like batting an arrow away here.
Does not make it.
Shoots at Eladan with a 16 to hit,
That hits.
or 4 piercing damage.
I mean, that's what happens. You lay on the ground, but your butt's still up in the air, so hit an arrow in the butt.
Wisdom saving throw. Nope.
Nope.
Shoots at Eladan again.
See if there's another arrow next to that one.
Nope.
11. All right, Ren.
3 more volleys.
Delilah.
She has sanctuary still.
Another sanctuary roll.
Marin.
All right. I probably deserve to get hit at this point. Misses.
The new spell, right?
Makes it.
10.
Yes.
Eladan. That's a 10. That also misses.
Cannons. Use the cannons.
Yeah, well, I'll go over and light one of the cannons on fire.
Okay. Roll a d20.
Here's my way of saying goodbye. Do I get to add bless? I'm still blessed.
Yeah. Are you shooting a dude or are you shooting the ship?
I'm gonna shoot the ship.
Okay.
Oh, damn. I'm definitely not a sailor.
Yep. As you fire it away, it flies over the bow of the ship as if it's a warning shot, but it wasn't.
They need to set these things up better.
Bonus action.
As a bonus action, I'm going to touch my holy symbol, this amulet I have on my chest, and I look up to the sky and utter a prayer to the All-Father, and I regain one of my spell slots as I harness divine power.
Unfortunately, you do not have sanctuary anymore because you fired the cannon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Marin.
Like, how far away are they at this point? Are they still right next to us, or are they pulling away?
They've moved away. It's just
Okay. I'm going to say, ooh, that looks like fun, and I'll stand up.
Yep.
I will
Oh, the ship moved, but the skeletons did not.
use my
I
15
fell off the
feet of
ground.
movement over there, and then I will
Make sure you aim it first. They don't put it in a good spot. They went right over the ship.
am I able to use this cannon right here?
yeah. Roll a d20.
It looked
You
like
are
fun,
blessed.
so why not?
That's what I'm talking about.
That'll hit the ship.
Yeah, I'll be like, ooh.
40d8.
I don't know what that damage is, but it's not going to kill it. As the kaboom cannon goes off, blasts against the side of the ship, and barnacles and crustaceans fly from its organic exterior, and it disappears into the fog. And we'll go ahead and drop out of combat.
Ren, did you see that? I used the cannon.
Yeah, I'm proud of you. That was very nicely done.
I can't hear you. I'm not sure what you're saying, but I used the
Oh, yeah.
cannon.
You're supposed to cover your. You know what? I probably should have told you beforehand.
I have no idea what you're saying. It's fabulous.
Ren sheathes his sword and gives you a thumbs up.
And at the end of the combat, as the ship moves away and you find Sava, after hearing no more combat for a while, poke her head out of her room and gesture a somatic symbol in the air, and then moves out and looks to the group and says, "Everything okay?" Or she doesn't say it like that. She says, "Everything okay?" in her.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. We got boarded some sea zombies or something, and skeletons shooting arrows. It really sucked, to tell the truth, but there was much glory to be gained as we pushed back the invasion, the boarding.
Shot a cannon.
Oh yeah, he shot a cannon. It
And
was
you say it
wild.
really loud because you still can't hear.
Yep.
She kind of squints and turns her head away a little bit and says, "Well, that is a good thing that you were hired for this mission. Saren Ray approves and she appreciates it. Does anybody here require any kind of healing?"
Oh, I think we all do a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll yank the arrow out of my butt. I'm like, yeah, a bit.
She'll go ahead and cast, what's the
Mass healing word.
Prayer of healing.
prayer of healing?
Yeah, if it's the short rest one, it's prayer of healing.
She'll cast the prayer of healing and heal everybody up. Party work for the next day and a half from their battle at sea with the skeletons and these crustacean-like brine zombies. Towards the end of the 7th day of your voyage, the lookout cries, "Anthus ho!" and your destination gradually draws into view. First, you see the tall towers of Cancel Anthar, half covered with ash and half gleaming in the fading light. Towers sweep down the bluff toward a crescent-shaped dock that moves from a well-built area in the south to a ramshackled area in the north. Even at this distance, you can make out the forest of scaffolding that encompasses many of the buildings in the southwest quarter of the city. New Anthus, they call it. New Anthus is a city being repaired even as you watch. Ship moves in, sails lowered, lines thrown, and within moments, the crew will have the ship latched to the dock and a gangplank put in place. Then you can set foot on New Anthus and officially complete your last mission for the Order, and even get paid for it this time.
This time. What does that mean, voice in the sky?
Knights of Solaria don't get paid. They're indentured.
Oh, that does explain the last, 3 years?
Mm-hmm.
You kept wondering where your paycheck was?
Well, they fed me, so I didn't complain too much.
They fed you and put you in the field to fight, and you're like, yeah, this is perfect.
Glory.
You made it up in cards, right?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Brant seems visibly relieved that the journey is over. As you guys all group up on the deck, he looks to each of you and says, I am grateful that you accompanied me, and also that your services held up to the test. Let us embark so that we can settle up our payment. Then, before anybody can take a step, the ship begins to lurch. The murky water roils around you as more green and bloated corpses climb out of the bay, scaling the sides of the ship. Zombies, again nearly stripped bare of flesh, clatter up the sides of the ship and around you. Crew members and other bystanders dive into the water to get away or back away from the edge of the docks, prepared to take off running if the undead creatures come ashore. However, again, the monsters appear to have no interest in anyone but you and your ward. And I can read the journal note I have. As you prepare yourself and these zombies crawl over the sides of the ship, abruptly Sava cries out and reels from an attack, and you see 2 arrows protruding from her side, and she collapses. Everybody make me a perception check. Delilah, you see a blurry shape whisk up to Sava as she lies on the ground, apparates from nothing, leans over, and then just as quickly as it appears, disappears. And then you hear a startled shout from the crowd that's on the dock area. It slowly parts, and you hear people cry out from the dock.
Someone's invisible and moving away.
Things might be very difficult, be very, very bad.
You're not gonna get paid. Look, she's on the ground.
Is anyone good at investigation, perhaps?
We attend to the
Yeah.
lady speaker.
Yeah, I lay on hands her for 5 HP. Bring her conscious if she's unconscious. Yeah, is anyone good at investigation? Because it's not me.
I guess that would be me.
Sava,
Anything's taken from Lady Sava.
she slowly comes awake as you lean over her, Ren, and then her eyes go wide and she grasps your arm quickly, and she panics, realizing that she no longer has the coffer. And she's blinks again. It's just, I've been robbed. What has happened?
Oh, you've been robbed? I just saw you get hit by arrows.
We were attacked again.
Where have they gone?
They were the crowd.
And she thinks and says, and you guys know this too. You must follow and retrieve the coffer.
No,
You're good?
lady. Perhaps coffer contain the item.
She looks at you and solemnly nods slightly.
Item? What?
Yeah,
item?
Rin sees this interaction and says, you know, in the future, carry the coffer, but put the item like in your boot or something. That way people steal the coffer and there's nothing in it.
And within moments, you hear whistles blowing as it sounds like the guard is clearing out and trying to find what has happened here in the last several minutes. And she sits up and says, oh, now we have to deal with the guard. Don't give them any trouble. And try to find out if they've saw anybody making off with my coffer. And she almost, like, she swoons a little bit and she sits back down on the deck as if what had ailed her is not merely just wounds.
Oh, let's get after them.
She says, that robe can mean only one thing. Wizards of the Hallowed Pack knew of my arrival and what I carried. Go after them. Reclaim the coffer. I will follow as soon as I can. And she loses consciousness momentarily. And please don't delay.
Guys,
Are you sure you have proper medical care?
And she's like, I should be fine. I won't die, but...
Oh, come on. They're getting away. Let's go.
So we're going to do something that I normally don't do. And we're going to do a pursuit skill challenge.
Oh, great.
Primary skills are going to be Arcana, Athletics, Perception, Persuasion, and Religion.
I have persuasion and athletics.
Arcana.
Perception and persuasion.
Perception, and everything else is kind of garbage.
All right. So you tell me, we'll start in alphabetical order with Delilah on what kind of skill you want to use. And I'll describe however your successes. You need 4 successes before 3 failures.
I'm really good at perception, so I will do perception.
And as she's looking, right before she's going to look out, I produce another talisman in my hand and stick it on her and cast guidance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's your guidance for this skill challenge. No.
This is D4.
D4.
Yep. All right. That is 1 success. So as the crowd parts, Delilah's like, he's gone this way. And she points and you guys start to make your way in that direction. So 1 success, 3 more versus 3 failures. Elidan, what would you like to use?
I'll try to use persuasion. Is there anybody on the street who might have seen which way they went or saw anything?
There's definitely a large crowd here that was like, what the hell's going on? And more people arrived to see what was going on as this attack was happening on the dock. So absolutely, there's soldiers and there are other bystanders.
Yeah, so I'll grab a likely looking person and ask them if they saw what they saw, which direction they thought they went.
Okay, give me a persuasion check. DC 12.
Nice.
23, that's a success. You grab a person, they look at you and you ask them which way they went. They ran through that gate, but they didn't continue running. They made a quick left. He was wearing some kind of reddish, darkish robe. He had tattoos on him. And you now have 2 successes. So you need 2 more successes before 3 failures. Marin, what do you want to do?
I'm going to be looking out for any signs of arcane magics.
All right.
Residual energies or anything like that might help us.
Give me an Arcana check. DC is 19. Wow. The spore of death lingers like a scent to those who know how to sense it. And the heroes can follow it like a trail if someone succeeds on a check with Arcana. 3 successes, 1 more.
So what's happening at this point? We have the way. We just need to...
You need 1
get
more
there?
success.
All right, then.
So you can use, there's intimidation you can use if you have that.
I think I'm going to use athletics to try and just quickly pursue. May I use a bonus action as part of this? Okay, then I'm going to channel divinity for the day.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of inspiring smite, I do peerless athlete, which makes it so I get advantage on strength athletics checks.
Sweet.
10 minutes.
All right. Give me an athletics check. DC is 12. 13.
Wow.
So
Skin in your teeth.
the heroes know exactly where to go. The new Anthus graveyard. And start hustling in that direction. You know the ins and outs from either your time here or the stories they've told you. Definitely dodge, and you see Delilah point as the crowd parts, and you see people point to Elidan over there, and then all the while, Marin's kind of bringing up the rear, just sensing this dark magical energy, and you make your way to the graveyard.
Oh man. Ooh, getting real GoldenEye vibes with these statues.
You hear us pass the gates of the new Anthus graveyard. You can feel the looming presence of the graveyard even before you see it. It's as if though the city itself gives this graveyard a wide berth, probably because of the cataclysm that happened with the volcano and the number of people that were killed during it. Closest buildings are no closer than 50 paces away on either side of the wide expanse. As dusty cobblestones turns to dirt that surrounds the thick wall around this graveyard. Corpses are heaped on either side of the gates that you can see before you. Apparently no one is willing to venture inside to bury them. The gates stand open, offering an ominous welcome. Inside the gates, you see a veritable city of cracked tombstones, chipped statues, and withered trees. The graveyard is overgrown with gray, weedy grass, and it looks as if it has not been maintained in decades. In the distance, you see a thin human in a dark red robe, a bone-hilted dagger at his belt. He stares down his hands in which he holds a jeweled scepter. Eyes go wide, almost as if he didn't expect you as soon. He raises one hand to the sky, and a strangled howl fills the air as lanky warhounds bound out from behind the gravestones. Beyond you, 3 of the blackened corpses rise from where they had fallen in the graveyard amongst these piles, ash swirling as they move. The black gates of the New Memphis graveyard grind closed behind them, trapping you amongst the dead. The scepter is not meant for you. At his words, the strangled howl fills the air as 2 of these hounds appear at his side. Let's roll some initiative.
Let's go. Hey, that's a little better.
Not bad. Still
There we
last.
go.
We're all bunched up together.
It's either really
Teamwork,
good
teamwork.
or really bad.
Necromancer. Damn necromancers.
Everybody on there? Oh, that's a pretty good initiative for y'all. Let me roll for these guys.
Those are some big dudes behind us. I don't see any hounds on the field.
Shh. You had to say
Maybe
something,
he'll
didn't you?
forget.
If the hounds don't show up in 3 rounds, that means they're legally allowed to leave.
Like if we're gonna TPK, I want it to be in a blaze of glory. All right.
All right, not all of us are Oath of Glory paladins, all right?
Witness me.
Yeah, you always think it's a good day to die.
As the necromancer finishes some kind of incantation over the scepter, he hands it to the hound next to him, and it bounds away with his partner, disappearing into the ether. Did I bid again? No, it didn't. There you go. That's his turn. Marin, it is your go.
Oh, those.
Okay. There we go. Not liking this at all.
On my turn, I'm definitely gonna use Divine Sense as an action to see if there's any undead in the area.
Yeah, it's probably a good use. Feet. I go there. Yep. Ah, still out of range. Then I'm just going to produce a talisman and throw it at this grotesque zombie here and cast Firebolt.
You deftly move your way through the graveyard to the broken statue of the goddess Hel, goddess of the underworld. Make your attack.
Don't forget you have that potion, friend.
All right.
Yep.
Armor class 11. A 9 will not do it.
No, it will not. Amazing. But that's my turn.
Eladan.
I think I am just gonna book it. I don't like the look of these things. That's it. Just run and dash.
Okay, Goliath, your go.
I was gonna bless Eladan, but I guess
Yourself.
just bless the 3 of us that are still around.
Just the 3 of us.
You're like, where was he? Where?
All 3 of us over here are blessed.
Great, I'll add it to you guys.
Move over with next to the statue.
And I think Bless would still stack with my elixir.
Yep. So with my bonus action, I'm going to drink the boldness elixir, which gives me another D4 on top of
For
attacks
any attacks and saving throws.
and saving throws. And then I'm going to move back next to my 2. Right there. Yeah. I'm going to dodge my action. Kind of stand, hopefully block any attacks that are coming my way or coming my companion's way. That's my turn.
You hear the howls echo through the night. The hounds bound into the air.
Into the air. That's what I thought you said. Okay, good to know.
Yep.
We've got flying hounds, people.
Well, I was going to climb the statue, but...
Oh, jeez.
Oh, they're fast.
They dashed.
oh, dear, don't you know. Oh,
Okay, good.
That's like 40 feet, damn.
I was like, oh, man.
Creature will move. The necromancer guy will move 30 feet, and you see him cast a spell.
I like that.
And that's his turn.
Not liking this very much. I'm going to
What's there to dislike?
move back 30 feet. Yeah, I'm just going to target this big zombie creature again with another firebolt. Damn it! Terrible attack roll.
Yes, terrible attack roll.
That's my turn.
The heck? I am going to cast Fog Cloud around myself. Yeah, which control lets me create the
How big is the fog cloud?
20 feet radius.
20 feet radius,
And everything inside it is heavily obscured.
including yourself.
Yep.
Okay.
Does that stay on that location, or does it follow you when you move?
No, it stays there.
Yeah, it does stay there. Not on him. Good call out.
Yep. I didn't want you to just put it on his token and then he moves.
Yeah. Hey, it's gone away.
Yeah, then I cast, like gust of wind so it moves around with me.
It's a 20-foot radius or
20-foot radius sphere of fog, yeah.
Yeah, so 40 feet wide. Yeah, it's big.
I'm gonna say that's about good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. Yeah, okay.
Now I'm kind of hidden, so that's my turn.
Moving back and targeting this guy that Marin tried to target with guiding bolt.
Nice.
Oh, I forgot I have blessed, but it wouldn't have mattered.
That's going to hit for 14 damage.
Nice.
I totally
Damn.
forgot I'm blessed.
It is badly injured.
Just by the light of Sarenrae. All right, now I get to bet on whether or not these things have reach. Do I get attacked?
Doesn't look like it.
So I'm gonna make an argument that I can't do that actually. No, never mind. I was gonna say I drew a javelin, but I've got my sword in one hand and my shield in the other one, and I can't make an argument to be like, I'm not holding my sword. Like, no, we were chasing after people who stole from us. I'd have a weapon out. So
You can drop it.
yeah, but then if I get attacked, I want to be able to attack with it. So I don't want to drop it. Yeah, so that's my turn. Dodge again, because I think I will be getting attacked next turn. So
Okay. Dodge.
you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
All right. Let's see what happens here. The flying hound belts out another note, this time more chilling than before. I need everybody within 60 feet to make a DC 12 wisdom saving throw.
Is this considered a magical effect?
I would say yes.
Wisdom saving throw plus bless, right?
Yep.
What was the DC? All right, I'm not even gonna roll bless then.
Look at all y'all as it howls, and it's going to move there, but that's his turn. The next one will attempt to howl. So same wisdom save.
It's not something that we're like immune to for the rest of the day.
Nope.
All right, plus a D4 is more than enough. So
Wow, I failed.
What was the DC?
Well,
So what happens to me?
you just made it.
Ren, you are frightened until the start of its next turn. Excuse me, until the end of its next turn. And this one is going to move into position next to Delilah. And I'm going to roll a d4 to see if it attacks Delilah or Ren. It's going to attack Delilah with its blood-chilling bite.
All right. What is it with you and not 20?
Jesus. Oh my God.
Oh
That's a lot
god.
of damage. And I'm pretty sure Bless is gone unless you can beat a 22.
Ugh.
Well, it's
It's
half.
only an 11, yeah.
Oh, it's only 11.
Here we go.
Nice. That's a lot of damage. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down to 8 hit points.
Second attack.
Excuse me. Oh yes, I'm down.
And there goes Bless.
Jesus.
I think these guys are a little strong, Rick.
I mean, a natural 20 and 18.
With natural 20, even goblins are tough.
Yep. That's all their turns. The necromancer's turn. He's going to move 30 more feet and cast a spell. Roll 1d2. It's going to be Ren. He's going to cast Toll the Dead on you. What is his save? Oops, sorry. Wisdom saving throw. DC 12. Saves. Save or suck. All right, he sucks. Marin, your turn.
I was right here. I'm going to grab the unconscious Delilah and drag her with me,
Drag her into the fog cloud.
and then I will bonus action healing word her
You
as
can't see her. So you want to do that the other way around?
I would do that. Yes, the other way around then. I didn't realize you couldn't see even person next to me. So yeah, I would have quickly taken out a scroll, placed it on her unconscious body, and quickly did some calligraphy of the rune for heal, and you get 5
healing.
healing.
Nice.
Nice. Thank you.
And then I would drag her back into the.
You come awake, thick mist surrounds you. You're not sure if you're dead or alive. Kidding.
And that's gonna be my. Would you consider my action have been grabbing her?
Yeah, you have to grapple her. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my turn.
I will move outside of the fog, and I will attempt to put an arrow in the necromancer.
Nice.
Assume a 20 is good enough to hit him.
A 20 will hit him. Yeah, he doesn't have anything to block it. Or 5.
I will do dreadful on top of that, and I will mark him as my favored foe, which is another d4.
Nice. 2 favorite foe minus 3 more. Sweet. I'm gonna just use hex to mark him. So I can make a favorite foe.
Yeah, it's like Hex or
Yeah.
Hunter's Mark.
Movement.
Yeah. And then I will hide back inside the cloud.
You're lying prone on the ground. Thick fog surrounds you. What would you like to do?
15 feet of movement to stand up, and cure wounds at 2nd level.
All right. Whoa, 17.
That's it.
It is your turn.
All right. I am grounded.
You're also right.
Frightened. Yeah.
Yeah, that I would maybe just disengage and get out of there.
Yeah. I guess I'm just disengaging and going into the fog cloud.
All right.
Bonus action. I don't have anything. All right, that's my turn. It was wild.
Okay. He can't howl anymore. What else did they get?
Nothing. Once they howl, they die the next round.
Yeah, they're like a bee. You know, the stingers. It's gone.
It worked, guys. They're off the map.
I'm confused.
We just can't see them anymore.
Oh, that's messed up.
We feel getting closer to us.
In the case of the hounds, you don't. But the stomping of these creatures, boom, 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 you do. These fat things.
Maybe they're flying above the cloud.
I'm going to. They're still going to try to attack. One of you guys aren't hiding. You're just in the cloud. So it bumbles into them and kind of bumps into somebody and it's going to reach out and try to hit Marin.
Disadvantage.
Yep.
So are we in Google Drive or?
That is a 8.
8 misses.
Do they have multi-attack? They don't. Creature moves.
Okay.
Get off of her.
I'm a respectable woman.
Yeah, she's just right on top of her like that. Rick,
My bad. My bad. It had the dash.
he is grotesque, so I understand.
He is. Let me see what he can. Okay, this guy's gonna continue to move. Can't see him.
At least buy me dinner first.
All right, fog cloud for the Marin.
Okay. I've felt them move into this place, right? At least the zombies.
Yes.
I know probably most of my friends are there with me. I'm gonna yell, "Everyone get out of the fog cloud as soon as you can." And I'm going to use my bonus action face step.
Ooh.
Does it require a sight?
No, it's Misty Step.
I understand, but this step requires sight.
Let me see.
Unfortunately, it does.
It does? Okay. I am going to just move then. I'm probably not going to move forward. I'm going to move, 30 feet that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to yell out, "Everyone move back further out of the cloud," and like towards my voice as I'm running, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to pull out a scroll, pull out my calligraphy brush, and then draw the sigil for Fire of the Fae, and hold Fairy Fire until all of my allies are out of the fog cloud.
Okay.
Wait, let me double check. Oh
Are
yeah,
you sure that's
just says
gonna
within
work?
range. Each object within a 20-foot cube within range. Does not say sight.
I understand.
So if it doesn't work, oh well, but that's what I'm going with. And I've painted the sigil, and it's glowing with the alchemical paint and ink, and I'm just holding it, waiting to throw it over the area.
Yep. So
That's my turn.
Eladin.
Okay, let's see. There. Since the fog is not working out the way I thought it would, I guess I will drop the fog.
Or no,
Wow.
you can. Can you wait until you're out of it?
Sure, I can.
I mean,
It doesn't
we're
take
gonna-
it. It doesn't take an action to do, so I don't know how.
Yeah,
that
you can
would
just
work.
do. You can drop concentration at any time.
We're also going to be out of. We're all bunched together, so
That's
Well,
true.
Well, if he leaves it up, then you and I can get out of there, and then
that's
Possibly not have to take a disengage.
Or attack of opportunity. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, then I'll just wait till they get out.
Okay. What kind of action do you want to take?
I'm gonna go around the corner and hide then.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
oh, that's actually pretty smart, because then they won't know where you are when you drop the flog.
Yep, pretty hidden. Marin's pointing at you, but you're pretty hidden.
yeah, he's pointing. Great job hiding.
Yeah,
Over there behind the thing.
Perfect, pointing right at you. Great job.
that's totally what happens too. You were actually well hidden until I started pointing you out.
Delilah.
Ash.
All right, Dash. Wow. Sweet.
I'm no longer frightened, right?
You were no longer frightened. I'll take that off for you.
Well, that's as far as I can move
Unless you dash.
without dashing. But I don't want to leave you here by yourself.
I can see you, so that
Right, but it'll go down, then they'll get their turn, and you'll be the closest one to them.
yeah,
And
I know.
Rin's not going to do that.
All right, so you can drop the fog now, I guess.
Hey, you over there behind the wall. Drop concentration. Do you drop it? Drop it. All right. Concentrating no longer.
Was he a dog with a toy you shouldn't have?
As it drops, fairy fire range 60 feet, concentration 20-foot cube.
Yep.
Basically, all those dudes.
Would this get mostly all of them?
Oh, I see. I would say yeah, that hits everything, at least half of them.
Okay. So I throw my talisman scroll over the area, and as it reaches the spot where I want, it starts to disintegrate into this orangish kind of glitter pixie dust and just puffs out into a cloud over the area and drops down. Saves.
Oh.
Boo.
You can't target the dogs.
Okay. Oh, they're still invisible even without the cloud.
If they get hit with fairy fire and they fail, they become visible.
But if they're not in the plane, if they're in like the ethereal.
Oh, if they're
Yeah.
not
So
in the
the
plane.
first one, so I'll that roll will be for the guy here at the top. And so we're gonna use this guy here at the bottom left.
Wow.
Fails.
I was hoping to get the dogs too. Oh well, I didn't know. I thought they were just in the cloud.
11.
Fails.
Oh.
So they
nice.
all fail.
All three fail.
These guys. So you guys would have.
Advantage. I really wanted the nets on there though. Oh well. 3 out of 4 ain't bad.
I'm gonna take the action dodge
Okay.
as I stand next to my companion. I don't
Okay.
have sanctuary, so if they target me, they shouldn't target my friend.
Mm-hmm.
It's my...
If those dogs were there, that would have been good too. Oh well.
You know what? Fuck that guy. I'm not gonna dodge. He needs to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 12.
The necromancer.
He's probably gonna make it, but why not? You're rolling rocks tonight.
That's fine. Save. What is it?
He fails.
No.
Is he holding anything?
Although the picture shows him holding a staff, he's not holding anything. He actually he is. He has a longsword in his hands.
I tell him to throw
He throws it.
on his turn because it takes
It's
his
his action.
Gotcha.
On his
Remind
turn.
me, please.
Yep.
I will
will.
forget.
And then here comes the pain.
Yep, here it comes.
Make sure that it's not something.
Oh shit, there's a dog.
Oh shit, concentration.
You're concentrating on it, right?
Yep.
Whoops. Whoopsie.
I don't like that. Oh, I don't like whatever that was.
Rob Zombie will move up.
And kill the dog. That's messed up. That's
Yeah.
so messed
Man,
up.
that's messed up. But the dog was on its way out anyway.
Slam attack on Marin. 22
That hits.
for
Oh.
10 bludgeoning.
All right. And then on check. Even with bless, it won't make it. That
There goes that. There is no
Wow.
bless. She was,
Oh, no,
she was
bless was dropped.
unconscious.
That's right. Wow. Cool.
Yeah, that drops. That's his turn. This thing's gonna move. Actually, it'll go up one for his 40 feet of movement. And this guy will move here and attack Ren.
Hit me.
Hit me, baby, one more time. Slam attack.
Not the feeling I was going for, but it
Oh,
works.
my bad. 8.
That's a miss.
Where's that roll against me?
He throws his sword onto the ground.
Yep.
And ends his turn. Do I get a D8 and then a strength roll to see how far it goes in which direction?
Roll me a d8.
So 1 would be due north and then just going around in a circle.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, he might hit the zombie.
He throws it there. He doesn't look like he throws it very far.
Oh, not so strong. And then that's his turn.
The dog is 15 feet up in the air.
That's fine. I'm getting the hell out of here. I didn't use my face step before, so now I am using it.
Oh.
Let's see, where's 30 feet? Oh. Believe there's 30 feet.
Oh, that's an interesting direction to go.
With my Autumn Eladrin ancestry, when I use my face step, 2 creatures of your choice that you can see within 10 feet of you must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you for 1 minute until you or your companions deal any damage to it. So I am choosing the Necromancer. No. It's where I teleport to.
Well, you teleport to? Okay.
Yeah. So it'd only be the Necromancer. That's within 10 feet of me.
And what's the save?
Wisdom saving throw.
Right.
Doesn't.
Should have just told him to fail, and then he just fails his next saving throw.
Fail. Okay, I fail. 10.
Oh, he just makes it. It's a DC 10. It's not a very big DC.
Oh no.
Didn't really work out how I wanted it to. 20. Sorry, so I was here. So 530. That's 20. I guess I would have gone there. And that's my turn. No, sorry, still have an action. That was bonus action. I'm going to firebolt the Necromancer.
Okay.
One day it'll hit.
Yep. Misses as it's absorbed by his necrotic shroud.
Rick took all the natural 20s. He took all the good rolls.
Yeah. It's a rough night. All right, that's my turn.
So, am I hidden?
You're not hidden to. You're hidden to the zombies, not hidden to the dogs or the necromancer.
Okay. Can I see the necromancer? Necromancer. from where
You
I
can
am?
see him through the legs of the large grotesque zombies. They'll have 3/4 cover.
I will shoot him from there.
Definitely can see him from there. Any bonus action?
No bonus action.
24 will hit. 24 definitely hits. Is that an 8? Nice.
Damn, son.
And 4.
And a 4.
Grace got in somehow.
Only 15 points of damage.
Nice. Barely injured. Delilah.
I have a question. A phantom hound in front of me in the air, or is it like right in front of me?
20 feet up in the air.
All right. I can manage that. Okay.
We're running.
This guy needs to give me a dex save because I'm casting. Delilah's casting Sacred Flame.
Sweet. Any effects, features? Dex save, you say?
Yes, sir.
11.
Save. So
DC is
it's
13,
taking
right?
7 radiant damage,
Sweet.
and I am booking it.
Are we booking it? What are we doing?
We're not frontline fighters like you are.
This is true. All right, Ren's gonna walk around the grotesque zombie to his north.
Mhm.
Looks like I've got to give up one of those guys. Well, there's a way to rotate it, but I can't because I don't have a mouse. I'm trying to get all of them, but it looks like I'll miss the necromancer.
Template, right? You said?
Yeah, I'll miss the necromancer even with that angle. So I'll just do that and get all 3 of the zombies. They all have to make dex saving throws.
Okay.
I mean, It's in partial. It has to be half.
Half.
Yeah,
Yeah, at least half.
or they're big guys, or the big guys, right? Half the square.
So this top one here makes a dex save.
Man, I'd love to roll better. So 2 points of damage to the top guy.
How many
Can't
is that
believe-
now, Rick?
I can't believe I rolled. Yeah,
Yeah.
can't believe I rolled a 5 on 2d6.
This guy here.
Better than 2. Fails.
5 points of acid damage.
The last one is what we need. We need to kill
Yeah,
some of
take out that last one.
10.
Cool. So 5 points of acid damage to that last guy.
Near death. Near death. Bonus actions?
No, I'm level 3, so that's it.
Did it reach all of you? Yes. Roll me a d4.
I'm not doing it.
All right.
Just go from top to bottom. Is it down? It's in range and it will make an attack against Eladan. Blood chilling bite. Normal roll. 20
That hits.
for 9 necrotic.
Jeez, 3d6 is like almost 3/4 of. Wow.
Second attack. That's a 6.
Nope.
All right. Somebody else roll me a d4.
All right, I'll roll it again.
As it bites out towards you.
Miss.
7. Second attack. 21.
Yep.
For 16 damage.
16?
Yep.
Ow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Two good hits just takes anybody except for me out.
Roll me a d4. Delilah. Eladan.
I'm so sorry.
That's why I'm not rolling. I don't want to be responsible for taking somebody out.
First attack is a 9.
Second one's gonna be a natural 20. No one else has got natural 20s tonight except for you.
22
Oh.
to hit
Oh.
or 13 necrotic. Zombies. I think they're just going to try to move around themselves. They can't go through themselves.
Oh, wait a second. I need to make a couple of cons. That passes. That does not. So
Over.
favored foes gone.
Favorite vote
Oh,
goes
no.
away. Okay. I'd say, for being so honest, you can give me that roll an advantage if you want, or you can take inspiration.
All the good it did.
All right. What is this guy going to do? I'm gonna go around his fat friends. Ren, my friend. I'm going to attack you with his slam. For an 11. Misses. And next slam. 14 misses. Okay. Somebody roll me a percentile at the top of the round.
Did one of the zombies not go?
He moved because he had to move around people. But that's as far as he could get because they have to go around them. The necromancer.
He really should just go, because like his dudes are just gonna take care of this. Like I don't even know why he's here.
He's just enjoying the show.
Mhm.
Oh, he's gonna raise us all when we're dead. So the next party will be fighting against our former characters.
Oh,
He moves, picks up his sword because he didn't throw it very far.
oh come on!
Sorry. And he
He
moves.
could have gotten a natural 20 on a strength check. You never know.
He moves.
You're
up.
rolling natural 20s all night.
Will attempt to hit you with his sword.
It's a miss.
He has multi-attack. That is 8 slashing damage or 8 necrotic damage. Excuse me, and your max hit points are reduced by 8.
I don't have a con save.
You do have a con save. Let me put it. Oh, I'm sorry. I clicked the wrong thing. Nope. It's just 8 necrotic damage, and that's it. He can either take his longsword attack or 1 life drain attack, and that's it. Oh, but your maximum hit points are not reduced.
All right, I'm going to disengage,
Mm-hmm.
move 30 feet, and bonus action, take a healing potion.
All right, do it. Pretty good.
8 points. So I was at 1 hit point. All right, that's my turn.
Illidan.
Bonus action disengage, and I will action disengage, and bonus action I will also drink a healing potion.
Good rolls.
Want people's opinions. Do you think I should use my last spell slot to cast Spirit?
I think I would save it.
Yeah, that's what I was leaning toward.
I mean,
You can also use healer's kits to heal you all.
One time.
One.
is that an action or both? It's an action, though.
Yeah, healer's kits in action.
Save the spell slot until we.
Oh,
We're
wait
really
a second.
bad.
Yeah.
Some of these are zombies. Can't you?
Undead?
Don't you have like a channel divinity to
Turn
Undead.
turn undead?
Let's see what the radius for that is.
I mean, you're surrounded right now.
But I
Sure.
think either way, yeah, saving the spell slot for something else would be better.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all within range.
All right. With my action, Lila pulls out her little amulet and says, "By the power of Lathander, please go away."
So polite. I mean, we always say about Delilah, she's just such good manners.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wisdom saving throw.
Oh shoot!
16,
We got the scholar zombies, unfortunately.
19.
Wow.
Oh my God.
God,
Most-
you are.
Just
Most
the wisest.
wise. Oh, there we
Oh
go.
my God!
He got one dullard in the pack.
Is he feared? Does he take any damage? Depending on what
No,
his-
he has to
No,
run.
this one has to run.
unless he's under a certain, or is that because when you're higher level? I think it's when you're 6th level, right? He just gets
Yeah.
destroyed.
Yeah, when you get higher, they get destroyed if they're
Gotcha.
low enough.
Oh, that's
And oh, nice.
Oh, is he
Yeah.
undead?
Undead
Hmm.
necromancer. That's pretty cool.
When he
As-
dies, he just raises himself.
As you see Delilah raise her holy symbol and the light of Lathander flashes amongst him, the phantom hounds dissipate into nothing, and you see the form of the necromancer burn with radiant energy, and the other zombies, all but one, seem to continue.
That wasn't really that easy. That was
that's
impressive, by the
amazing,
way.
Delilah. I'm. Did you suddenly just get this power?
No,
Well, better late than never.
I suppose.
Damn it, you're just out of range. All right, I'm gonna try and kill the necromancer.
All right, do it.
Do it.
Please work.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
Let's
Let's
go.
go.
What is that?
Smite his ass.
What is that? What is that? 6d8? Because he's
Yeah,
undead.
that'd be 68.
So I've got 17
Just to be sure.
plus 28,
Let's go.
45.
No, you're right. 45.
As you cleave through his dark maroon robe, you slash through it, and divine energy alights the area. You see the blown bones and the skin clatter to the ground and turn to ash as the creature is. And since it's approaching 10, it's not gonna take you guys long to get rid of the super slow zombies.
Oh man.
As soon as he's last fall, the ground trembles and fresh undead horrors start to rise up from the grave sites. The stark black gates mark your only obvious escape from the growing horde, but unfortunately they're still closed. So we're going to move into a skill challenge called Escape.
Exciting.
6 successes before 3 failures. You can use Arcana, Athletics, Survival, Religion. Special options, Attack, and Turn Undead. And we'll start with Marin, since he's at the top of the initiative, as more and more undead rise from the graves.
Well, seeing as how my rolls have been, can I use guidance on myself for this
Sure.
roll? All right. I take out the talisman and this time place it on myself, and I'm going to use Arcana.
All right, go ahead and roll.
So plus a d4.
DC is 13, and the black gates screech as they're trying to be closed from some unseen force, but you succeed and they open a fraction. I'm going to remove everything else from the combat tracker.
So the gates are open.
They're not open. They're partially open.
And
So what you need is 6
Partially open.
successes before 3 failures to successfully open the gates.
In survival? Are you good in survival?
I'm good at survival. I just don't know how survival is useful at all in this challenge.
I mean, it's part of it, so you could just say you're using survival, right?
Yep,
Oh, I don't have to give a how
Yeah.
I'm using it?
correct.
Oh, sure. I'll use survival then.
All right, roll a survival check. DC is 10. 8. You see him try to put the crowbar in an area to leverage it, but he cranks it back, and it doesn't seem to. The gate doesn't seem to move. So you have 1 success, 1 failure.
Wait, is he using my crowbar?
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm just using it for narrative purposes. All right, that's 1 success and 1 failure. Delilah, what would you like to use?
Oh, I think I'll use religion. See if Lathander will bless me again.
All right, DC is 16.
Oh God. I'm gonna cast guidance for myself too.
Okay, that's your 1 guidance for the skill challenge.
Oh, yeah, that's 6. That's a failure.
Yep.
All right. I do possess a crowbar. It is something that I got at the beginning of this mission. Would I be able to, like, put my sword on the ground and then get my crowbar out and use it to try and open the door with athletics? Will it? I think in crowbar, if you're using that, it gives you advantage on your athletics check in the description of a crowbar.
Advantage to strength checks where the crowbar's leverage can be applied. Yes.
All right. I'm using the crowbar with athletics.
Success.
Ugh.
Gates creaks open slowly. It's 2 and 2, 1 more failure, and see what happens.
Of course, it's going to be me. Can I use Arcana again?
Yep. DC is 13.
17.
Oh,
Hey.
my God.
You draw a symbol in the air, push it against the gate, and the gate opens slowly.
So we can reuse skills then.
Yep.
And I will give survival another shot.
All right, DC is 10. I think they're out of guidances.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not per
Each go-
target, but
Yeah, per.
Or skill challenge.
All right.
There we go.
Creeps open further. Delilah. Arcana, DC 13. Athletics, DC 13. Survival, DC 10. Religion, DC 16.
I will do survival.
Special options, attack,
Return undead.
turn undead, automatic success.
I already burned my turn on 10.
Yep. She only gets 1.
So survival, if that's an option.
DC
you
10.
can just do a performance, wave your holy symbol around, scare them.
There it is.
Amazing. Does that mean we're at 5-2 or 4-2?
5-2.
Yeah,
Because-
I think we're a little behind on the count.
Because, yep.
All right, so it's on me. I mean, if the crowbar worked last time, I'm just gonna do the crowbar
Yep,
again.
you
It gives me
reposition
advantage.
it. You scream into the air. What do you say?
Odin, give me strength.
Witness me. Witness me.
Witness us.
17. The black gates creak open, and you escape the graveyard as soldiers arrive. As the undead horde pours up across the gates, you're able to push the gates closed. Congratulations. You've successfully defeated the necromancer, although he has somehow taken the scepter,
Yeah, it's gone.
and we'll just do a quick house cleaning.
Survived.
Well, that was after all. I'm going back to the Feywild now.
I don't think we get the 150 gold.
I'm all right with the 150 gold I have. Goodbye.
As the battle draws to a close, Tava runs up to you. Thank goodness. I got here as quick as I could. Is my scepter safe? And she looks to you, Delilah.
Unfortunately, he made off with it.
We did kill him though. Undead hound took it.
Makes a symbol. That's unfortunate. I need to speak with my parents. And she turns and moves back into the crowd and disappears through it. But as you make your way out of the graveyard, and the guard deals with the remaining zombies, securing the gates, the party is approached by a young woman in green robes, with a red-bound falcon bobbing upon her shoulders. She approaches you, Delilah, and says, excuse me, miss, as the young woman addresses Delilah. We could use your skills if you would be so kind. Many were hurt in the incursion of this undead. If you would follow me to the lady's sanctuary, you could be of great service.
Of course, a moment. Will I confer with my...
Waits beside you, waiting for your group, and another person approaches. Moments later, a large man cautiously moves forward, confirming that the recent threat has been eliminated, and greets the party. Greetings, I am an envoy Halvar. Based on your recent heroics, I have been sent to ask you if you're available to meet with Seneschal Xanthos. He has dire need for those with your particular talents.
Welcome back to Elren. So let's recap our last and first episode of Knights of Solaria, the voyage to Anthus. As the party bid farewell to the Knights of Solaria, the weight of leaving behind their former lives and embarking on a new adventure hung heavy in the air. Some had heard tales of Anthus in their youth and were eager to explore its secrets, while others were simply looking for a change of scenery. Just as they were about to depart, a mysterious figure approached them. It was former Sunspeaker from the Order, who had learned of their destination from Bran Ingrid, a mutual acquaintance and sergeant in the knighthood. Sunspeaker, named Sava, had a proposition for the party. She needed a group of skilled individuals to escort her to Anthus, and she was willing to pay each member 300 gold pieces for their services. She'd already chartered a ship for the journey, the Listful Hangman, and all they had to do was provide their expertise and protection. Without hesitation, the party accepted the offer. They knew that traveling with the Sunspeaker would afford them certain privileges and protections, and the promise of a hefty reward didn't hurt either. Their journey was not without its challenges, however. During one fateful night, a ghost ship emerged from the mist, threatening to swallow them whole. But the party worked together, using their skills and strength to fend off the spectral attackers and continue on their way. Finally, after several long days at sea, they arrived at the bustling port of Anthus. The city was unlike anything they had ever seen. Towering buildings and bustling marketplaces, newly coming to life. After assisting the local guard in turning away undead from a graveyard incursion, the promise of adventure and discovery hung in the air. The party knew that they were about to embark on a journey that could potentially change their lives forever. And so, we rejoin the party in the living world of Elren as the Knights of Solaria continue. Let me set the scene for you. As you and your party make your way out of the graveyard, you can feel the weight of exhaustion and relief settling in. The sound of the guard dispatching the last of the undead echoes in your ears as you catch your breath. You turn to see a large, imposing figure slowly approaching, taking care to check that the area is clear of any lingering dangers before addressing you. The man introduces himself as Envoy Halvar, his deep voice resonating with a hint of authority. You can't help but feel a sense of admiration for his cautious approach and attention to detail. Based on your recent heroics, he says, I've been sent to ask if you're available to meet with Seneschal Xanthos. He has a dire need for those with your particular talents. If you'd oblige, please follow me. And he turns and heads towards an area of the city that has been built out a bit more than the others. I assume the party follows?
Let's go.
Are we allowed to double book?
I'm not going to turn away work.
Coin is coin.
Envoy Halvar leads you through the winding streets of the town. Scent of baked goods and spices wafting from open windows and market stalls as you make your way towards a tavern known as the Wandering Lamp. A small pit stop in one of the marketplaces, or you hear some music playing. Envoy Halvar says, please give me 1 minute. And he walks over to a man wearing long gold and white robes, his hair kind of cropped close, ears pointed. Jason, describe your character.
Yeah, you guys see a close cropped haired, looks a bit sure of himself. He wears long robes. You can see that he comes from a bit of money, but lately he's probably starting to run out. You see that he happens to have a couple weapons on his belt, but they don't seem like they've seen that much use, and he's entertaining himself by fingering his flute.
There's a short conversation, and the two of them shake hands. Halvar comes back to the group, trailed by this individual. And looking back at Brel, what do they see? And we'll start with, what does Brel see, Eladan?
Yeah, he sees a satyr with a long gray beard, bow, etc.
Looking from the satyr, you see what looks like a facsimile of a dog made out of paper, and standing next to the dog, what does Brel see, Marin?
You would see a ostentatiously dressed, what almost appears to be an elf, but the ears are a little bit longer. The eyes are currently solid, like a blood orange, and same with the color of his robes. They're all blood red and hues of orange, and along with his hair. And he's currently pondering a blank scroll and he's twirling what appears to be a large calligraphy brush.
Thanks, Marin. And standing behind both Mayron and Eladan is probably a large figure, larger and standing out more than any other person that you've seen relatively in this place. Brel is a dragonborn. Jordan, what does Brel see?
So the majority of Ren's body is covered with this imposing plate mail, longsword at his side, shield strapped to his hip, and a pack on his back. And you notice that there's no tail coming from behind the Dragonborn, and even though he has a helm on, you see what is, not like a full-on dragon snout, but kind of a half snout, just jutting out a little bit, and you see copperish scales and gleaming white teeth. Yeah, Ren is just this big, imposing figure who happens to be a paladin.
Fall into place behind Halvar and approach the tavern. You notice the flickering light of covered lanterns illuminating an outdoor patio, giving it a mystical quality that's hard to resist. Across the street sits the new Anthis Council House, an impressive structure with well-manicured gardens and a large ornate entrance. The sound of lively chatter and clinking glasses drifts towards you as you approach the tavern's patio. Merchants and New Anthus leadership sit enjoying their dinner, discussing business and politics as they eat. You can feel their eyes on you and your party as Envoy Halvar leads you to the patio. Seneschal Xanthos, a heavy-set man with an imposing presence, gestures dismissively as the gathered merchants and councilmen quickly gather their plates and steins before moving to the interior of their wandering lamp. Halvar unlatches the nearby gate and leads you into the patio, which is decorated with intricate carvings and lush greenery hanging all around. As you approach, the seneschal stands up and acknowledges you with a respectful nod. You can't help but feel a sense of unease as you make eye contact with him, this large, imposing figure, both large, being tall and round, his calculating gaze seemingly taking in every detail about you. Meanwhile, Halvar approaches the attendant, a tall, balding man wearing a fine, albeit slightly worn tunic and trousers. He speaks softly to them, requesting the evening's house special and accompanying beverage for you and your party. The attendant nods, disappearing into the tavern's interior, leaving you with the seneschal and Envoy Halvar. The seneschal gestures to the newly vacated spaces around this large table on the patio for you to sit.
Yes, we're sitting.
As you take a seat at the grand table, the seneschal's presence looms over you like a great mythical beast. His voice, deep and resonant, reverberates through the room as he speaks. Thank you for accepting my invitation on such short notice. Word has reached me that you possess skills of legendary proportions, and I am in urgent need of your aid. As if by magic, the seneschal's stein fills with a shimmering liquid that glows with an otherworldly aura. He takes a long draught of his drink before gesturing for the attendant to bring forth your feast. A sumptuous display of exotic seafood and rare delicacies is placed before you, accompanied by sweet tea infused with enchanted herbs that likely dance upon your tongue. He gestures around to the city. Behold the progress we've made, proclaims. We work tirelessly to restore the great coastal city to its former glory. But there is one task that remains unfinished. He continues, his piercing gaze locking onto you. The tower at Antera Point, once a mighty beacon that overlooked the city, harbor, and valleys inland, has fallen into darkness. Lord Amunet has commissioned the young mage Iva Agni, also known as Iva the White, to restore its signal boxes with their potent spellcasting abilities. However, something has gone awry. Iva and her party, including the fierce elf ranger Perelia Summerbrook and the brilliant mountain dwarf engineer Franco Firth, have not returned from their journey to the tower. The situation took a dire turn when a white crow, Iva's familiar, arrived with a desperate message scrawled in charcoal. Undead in tower. Help. The seneschal face contorts with concern as he continues. I fear for the safety of the tower and the well-being of our people. It's the clear threat to the progress we've made in New Anthus. My job is on the line, but I have faith in our ability to come to an accord and your legendary abilities to save the day and, well, save my job. He smiles and his large belly shakes. As a reward for your heroic efforts, the city is prepared to offer you a hefty sum of 2,000 gold pieces for the successful recapture of the tower. And if you manage to rescue any member of Iva's party alive, I will personally throw in an additional 100 gold pieces for each who return. Of course, any loot you recover from the undead is yours to keep, excluding the hostages and their belongings. He pauses, his eyes scanning the room, as if seeking some kind of divine intervention. I've inquired for the aid of the local clerics, but they're currently seeing those who were injured during the battle with the horde of undead in the graveyard. However, they have agreed to provide you with 4 precious potions of healing. Though they come at a premium, I've already paid for these potions. He leans closer. And one more thing, the mountains have been blanketed by a thick fog for the past few days, perhaps providing cover to sneak up to the tower undetected. But beware, we've heard the undead within are powerful and relentless. The seneschal leans back in his seat and his gaze looking to each of you. Will you accept this quest and become the hero this city needs? I guess you would say heroes.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
I haven't had a good peach since leaving home, so.
What's the likelihood that we'd survive?
I do not know. We just heard word from the city in the graveyard that a ship with legendary heroes and individuals had arrived from the City of Swords and helped turn the incursion of undead in the graveyard. And, well, once I heard that, I sent my good man here, Alvar, to witness your heroics. And I know not what is at the tower, but if you can prove yourself here with that undead incursion, I'm assuming you could probably do the same, particularly you, my good dragonborn, as he takes in your plate armor and your very regal bearing.
I only ask because no deed is worth doing unless knowledge of you doing it rings out across the world.
Well, as you know, we're rebuilding this great city from the dust and ash that the volcano spewed forth, and we've done a relatively good job. There's people here from all over Elaren who have come to ply their trade and sell their wares and help us rebuild the city. Lord Amunet is very excited to get this very strategic trading port here at the south end of this isle back underway so we can start trading to the Far East Isles out to the west. I'm sure if you prove yourself here, those stories will carry themselves, not only throughout the city, but to its newfound community. At some point in time, I'm sure, will either make their home here or head back to where they were, legendary tales upon their lips.
I understand. My companions may want the gold, but if there's any magical items you can provide, anything to help us in our goals, it would be helpful, other than the healing potions, of course. Otherwise, the gold will be useful in purchasing better weapons to bring us further glory.
Ren, give me an insight check.
13.
13.
And yeah, what was his last name?
Seneschal Xanthos was introduced as. You get the sense, Ren, that he puts up with the local young lords that he might indeed call yokels. You seem to feel that he probably was called out of retirement from the Crystal City, or the city of Crystal Coves, or at least the City of Knowledge, called out of retirement by his lord to come help rebuild this place. And there's a good chance where he has to come here every night instead of going home to his family and debate with the young lords and the merchants who are obviously all here for some kind of greed to also make a name for himself. But you get the sense he would probably rather be back home, but he has high esteem for his lord. He is a capable leader, or at least he feels himself as a capable leader. I don't think he wants to be here entertaining these people every evening simply because it's across the street from the council house. Well, unfortunately, most of our resources and money have gone to the stonemen, the engineers, the woodworkers, carpenters, to rebuild the city. when that volcano erupted, it unleashed all kinds of beasts here, and we had to bring some of our personal guard here, as well as hire some of the younger folk who could wield a sword. It's not that difficult, seeing as how City of Swords is up north, but it gets expensive, and would love to be able to provide you with any kind of weaponry or otherwise. We have no idea what's up there. Perhaps if we give you money to buy weapons, you guys will just disappear, and we can provide you potions, provide you incentive to bring people back alive, and I would say a hefty sum for a few days' work bringing these people back.
You don't know us, and I understand. We thank you for the potions. We look forward to accepting the gold when we are successful.
Well, that's great. That's really good to hear. And you see a sense of relief come over this gentleman. He's probably had to deal with mercenaries and deal with people who really weren't prepared to take up some of the leadership here, and a lot of the responsibility has fallen to him. But he says, please enjoy your meal. I'm going to check in inside, and I'm going to head back home for the evening. Lord Halvar here will be available for any questions you have, and if you want to ask about the people who have gone up there besides Iva and some of the information, feel free to gather some information from the townsfolk before you head up. It's been a few days. Typically they would be back by now. Take your time in gathering some information should you choose. And as he stands up, you see his meal. He's pinched at it, but it's virtually untouched. His heavy bulk is somewhat sunken and sallow. He was at some point over the last several months losing weight relatively quickly as he deals with all the concerns around rebuilding a populous area or city that has significant history, such as Antis. So as you sit around with your newfound friends, some of you serving together with the knights for years and others relatively new to the party, you take in your evening meal. What happens?
Mayron immediately walks up to Brill, just grabs their chin with their two fingers, turns the face. Yes, you've got quite the jawline. I'll have to draw your portrait someday. And then just lets him go and falls back dramatically into his chair.
This one's friendly.
Yeah. Who wants a potion before I eat my food and his food that he left?
How many do we have?
I think he gave us 4.
One each.
I suppose that makes sense.
So, Brill, was it? How are you?
But you can call me whatever you like.
Very well. Whatever you like. How did you get mixed up in all this?
Honestly, I'm just trying to write something that will leave a legacy. I was told that being a musician would never lead me anywhere. So I'm here to prove them wrong. Maybe I'll write a song about your, Sir Ren? Was that it?
Yeah. And you see now he just took all of that dude's food and just poured it onto his plate. Like, he knows he's at a fancy restaurant. He doesn't give a shit. He's now just piled food onto a plate and has just started eating it. And he's crunching. If there's any like bones, like say there's like a chicken leg or something, he's just crunching through all of it with his dragon-like teeth.
Mayron kind of leans forward a bit. You're an artist. Wonderful, wonderful. I was waiting for another artist. And you see him kind of them bristling with energy, and their eyes start to turn a hue of green, and all the colors in their robes and hair start to turn this like green as well.
You will obviously be a font of inspiration. I think fortune favors me for running into your group.
Now, how to best capture the last battle that we were in, to memorialize it onto page and paint, to grasp the feeling of undeath, that emptiness. Yes, emptiness. And you see just all the color drain from them. They're just grays and maybe very pale blues, and their smile fades. Yes, that scene means emptiness. And they turn away from the group and just start painting.
I should say that art is good and all, but the only reason I put up with him doing it is because he also participates when the fighting starts. There's no point in writing or singing about glory or painting it even if you can't participate in earning that glory, are you going to be able to hold your own, Brill?
Well, I've survived so far.
You look pretty well off. That could just be you hiring mercenaries to keep your flute clean.
You were fingering it quite vigorously.
Well, I guess I'll have to show you.
All right.
But it does help if you can keep the skeletons off of me. Can I trust you to be a wall, at the very least?
Well, if I'm doing my job, you should be rarely attacked unless you put yourself in a disadvantageous position. But I plan on killing anything that might seek us harm.
I like your style, Sir Knight.
Eladin, you'll agree with me. Glory is nothing if not fuel for the arts.
I wouldn't call that last battle too glorious. We almost died.
Yes, the anguish was quite delicious. And we cast small talk.
Well, no. I'm not great at talking to people, just the way the paladin's made. I don't know what your charisma is like, Jason, but I am totally down to help out or to participate in any asking questions, see if there's any information here. Because he said there are some people who know of other people trying to go up there, or who have gone up there and returned, or there are people who've gone up there and haven't returned. So any information we can garner here while we're eating will really help us out before we make our trek up there.
Sure, yeah. Above board, my charisma is probably a bit higher than yours. But we can go ahead and talk to people if that's what you...
I think it's the best thing we can do. So yeah, did he like point people out in particular we could go talk to, or is it just anybody around the area? DM.
So, Envoy Halvar has information that he can provide about the party that was sent up there. It's been a few days, and one of the senses you got that's probably weighing heavy on him is the gossip that happens throughout the city. So you can learn about the party that went up there from Halvar, and then you can gather information about amongst rumors, whether it's here in the marketplace, seedier parts of town, the higher end places. Up to you.
Yeah, select to have our first Harvar, whatever his name is.
Perelia is a ranger in the Company of Resistance. It's called, for short, the Corps. It's a brotherhood of rangers who was formed and sworn to watch the trails between the tower lighthouses, keep them open, and generally guard the peace. Naturally, with the volcanic eruption, destroyed the tower at Intera Point, and we rebuilt it. We hired her to take the rest of the crew up there. It said that these Guardian of Rangers, the Company of Resistance, are busy in the north taking care of another uprising, and the local fighters for hire clearly needed a new Anthus as he gestures around to guard the city and its workers. She took them up there as a favor, and she rode a light warhorse with chain barding, and the animal was well known to everyone here, and it was all black except for a white face, and half of its left ear was once cut off in a fight. Well armed, long sword, long bow, throwing dagger. A dark-haired woman, years of experience in wilderness survival. It's somewhat troubling that they have not returned. Engineer Franco Firth, last seen wearing a ring mail with a shield, carrying short sword and a light crossbow. This mountain dwarf spoke with some townsfolk in the local taverns before going up the mountain. Originally trained in masonry and carpentry with a good education for engineering, Franco Firth sought a more adventurous life by becoming a fighter, and he had enjoyed some successes at it. Naturally, when Iva looked for a group to come, being both an engineer, familiar with rebuilding the roads, and looking for adventure, he was one of the first ones to sign up. But boy, he has quite the temper and quite the tongue. Iva the White, wore a plain dagger and a belt sheath, and she used no staves or wands. Aside from a little cooking and her magic, she seemed to have no other skills. A silver ring, possibly magical, was worn on her left ring finger, and she mentioned that her spells were kept in a traveling spell book, which was, well, always kept on her person. The Antaran Point is built upon an unspoiled wilderness before the eruption, and the mountains are prowled by dangerous foes It has been known for small caravans disappearing in the forests. As far as the rest of the party, there's a dwarven warrior and several men-at-arms that came into town with her. No one really found them to be of any interest, and the 5 mercenaries somewhat kept to themselves, as was the custom of their brotherhood, and spoke little to local people. And the mercenaries were armed with long swords, long bows, and wearing leather armor and using large shields. All 7 of his party were mounted on mules, with 4 more mules carrying supplies, totaling 11 animals in their tack. And he gestures around. New Antis is surrounded now by several miles of farmland, and the lower slopes of the mountain were rich grazing lands, and cattle and goats begun tilling the soil in places less affected by the eruption, just to generate some crops for people we've hired on here. Little mining is done in this area, but an encounter with a lone prospector is not unusual. I've asked members of clerics to help with some assistance, and they're busy under hoarding the graveyard and such. And Seneschal Xanthos helped provide something for you, but there's a premium for other priestly, how should I say, wards, opportunities, who knows. He looks back at you, somewhat providing most of the information available that he knows that he was able to depart to you.
That's a big group.
And none of which made it back.
Well, not yet, at least.
Yeah, please let us know who else we can talk to about this, and thank you for this meal.
City's always bustling both day and night, as the work seems to never stop, and people working around the clock. And while it's a little sparse late into the morning hours, there's always work to be done. For me, I'm gonna grab something to go and turn in for the evening, and hope to see you again. With that, he leaves out the small gate as he leaves the patio of the Wandering Lamp and heads out into the night air, relatively brisk this time of year. And you find yourself on the patio inside several younger lords and or merchants, their noses practically sticking against the glass as they look out at your party having dinner in their preferred spot on the patio. What happens now?
Should we go get more information after we enjoy this meal?
Oh, we can do our best. It seems that there is no first-hand information to be had, but there's things you can glean from rumor. Whether they be helpful or not is yet to be seen.
As you continue with your meal coming to an end, some of the merchants and younger lords have left for the evening. The traffic on the new streets, or at least the newly cobbled streets of New Anthis, dies down somewhat, but you can hear in the distance the call from people at the marketplaces and others moving towards the Temple District for help, or it's up to you where you would like to go.
Well, he gave us a list, right? Let's go talk to some people, see if we can get any more useful information, and then let's get up there, I guess.
Are the 4 of us traveling together?
Do you want to travel separately for some reason?
Cover more ground. No offense, but I don't know how much information you would get from areas that are known for more underhanded work on your own.
Oh no, I am blunt, and I am to the point. My father says I need to work on that. Maybe I can come and just keep my mouth shut. Yeah, if you want to split up, we can cover more ground. I'm sure it's safe here in the city.
Either way, let's start with the temple. They seem to be or the merchants. The merchants are the most well-traveled. Oh, wow. How'd I forget your name?
I can hear the sounds of NPCs being rolled.
Yes.
So you're going to the temples first? Is that fair to say?
Let's go to the temples first, yeah.
As you head to the Temple District, temple area very similar to those in Steadfestia Horror, revering the northern gods, or the Norse gods, as they call them here on this isle. Northwest Anazera, temples to Odin, and such dot the street. Each temple built in more grandiose fashion than likely had occurred before, and much busier than they likely had been before your group weighed anchor in the port, as even on the steps you see those victims of the undead horde that escaped the graveyard. There are a few what look like acolytes helping an elderly lady who is carrying her elderly husband, or at least leaning against, having that husband lean against her, as they tend to acolytes in front of the Temple of Freya. That is the first group you come upon.
I will be nearby making my prayers if you want to start talking to these nice folk.
Sure. Are any of the injured looking stable, or are the fathers are the priests kind of just keeping them comfortable at this point? Do they look like they'll make it?
Looks like they'll make it. Most of those people who were caught unawares by the undead horde were quickly those elder folk who have remained here, maybe farmers. Most of the people here are relatively young and strapping, but looks like at least this couple of elderly folks they'll make it, as the acolytes tend to. The grandfather.
All right. Well, Bro will walk up, address the elderly lady. Grandmother, my party, and I will gesture to the praying Ren. We're tasked with seeking vengeance for those of you that were hurt. Is anything, if you could tell me anything that you saw, anything that you heard, it may be helpful.
Well, I heard these devils, these fiendish skeletons, they came from the old city in the graveyard, but I think it's those people at the tower. You say you're going to take vengeance, injured my dear. Is that what you say?
That's what we're here to do.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Let's see if my die hate me or not. I forgot to press advantage. Roll again. That's not great. 18?
She leans in close and whispers to you. From what I understand, there's a battalion of orcs in the tower that are causing these undead to run down this mountain here.
Battalion of orcs, huh? And this tower is somewhere, above the table. Do I know where this tower is?
Yeah, you know the tower. It's a newly built tower where the volcano blew out. It blew out to the west, and it completely destroyed the last tower that was there. But they have since rebuilt the cobbled road, about a 10-foot wide path that leads up to this first tower. Road is supposed to continue, although not newly cobbled. Everything here in the city has been built, sparing no expense, to be a grand port city.
Holy shit, John Hammond's here?
The the tower has been built at the edge of the cliff face where the volcano erupted, and the tower sits up there, and she points kind of into the evening, and you see through the partly cloudy skies the moon as it's coming up over the volcano, and a large tower in the distance. Lord Emunet of the Isle of Crystal Coves was the person responsible for the rebuilding of the city, and Lord Xanthos is his loyal subject in charge of overseeing the reconstruction.
Well, ma'am, that information will probably help secure our victory. We'll be back in a few days, and we'll bring tidings of our efforts. And I will probably go back to someone who's not praying.
You have Eladan and Maron.
Did you guys know there were orcs in the area?
First time hearing of it.
Maron doesn't give you any attention at all, and they're just furiously with broad strokes putting ink to parchment.
Slightly heartbroken, but understood. Well, I will kneel respectfully by Ren and wait for his prayers to end.
Yeah, so you hear Ren saying, May the All-Father give me the pride and strength of Thor, the wisdom of the All-Father himself, and the kindness and compassion of the witch Freya. May her magic keep me and my companions safe as we go to the tower to end this threat to the city and gain even more glory upon our names. And then he looks to you. He says, I don't have an animal to slaughter at this temple, but hopefully my prayers will be enough. What knowledge have you gained?
Seems the locals believe that these undead are being riled up by orcs in the tower.
You just watch as this toothy, spiked tooth grin spreads across his face underneath his helm as he says, I was hoping I'd be able to taste the blood of our enemies. Skeleton has very little left on it. It's good to know. Good to prepare for. Well done.
Mental note, that's also good to know. Bro, we'll try not to try not to bleed too close to you, just in case you get hungry.
You're not an enemy, unless you make yourself one.
Oh, only enemy blood tastes good. I see.
Uh-huh. How else do you get strong if not off the blood of your enemies?
Well, I like to do some cardio in the mornings, but to each their own. Well,
DM, was that all there was in this area? There was one other place, wasn't there?
There are several places you can go to. There are the marketplaces, there are the seedier parts of town, naturally the taverns by the docks, more well-kept places that are up the mountain, somewhat separated from the rest of the group, is probably where Lord Xanthos and the other people meet, but there naturally are going to be higher-end shops. And of course, there's workers and guards that are working and toiling away, rebuilding the city 24/7.
Let's speak to all we can before we make our way up the tower.
sure. This time of night, who's probably the taverns are the most efficient at this point? Because after dinner, correct?
It is after dinner. It's not late evening, but let's call it between 9 and, which would be 9:30, I guess I could have said.
We'd like to try to hit one of the merchant areas before they close shop for the night. We might be able to catch them and then end the night by the taverns, if you're done with your prayers.
As I said, I have no sacrifices to make. Forgot to bring a goat. We should move on.
And Brell, as you make your way back towards where you first met Envoy Halvar, you typically find yourself outside the marketplace trying to apply for a few coin, fingering your flute. The marketplaces are relatively busy because for the amount of people that are here, people have to have food. They have to get tools if they can't fix their tools when they break. They have to come here and get new tools, and there are constantly items being made from the carpenters, swords and shields being fixed at the blacksmith shops. You make your way back across towards what is known as the New Anthus Market, or as many people call it, an acronym for everything. They call it the NAM, or the name.
All right. Not having the most resources at his disposal at the moment, he'll probably try to find like a guard or something to like a wealthier like weapons shop or like potion shop or something where adventurers should go through and people that are traveling should go through, but he's not going to try to talk to the shop owner. He wants to talk to someone who works there.
As you make your way in, you hear the clanging of hammers on anvil, the constant clang, clang, clang. And with the undead incursion that just happened, you imagine that there are several guards here getting their wares fixed on the dime of Seneschal Xanthos, or being guards. You make your way in past some of the markets. It's quiet, but they're still open and there are still people here. But there's a particularly larger presence around the blacksmith shops. Just like every other stall in the marketplace, the open air sits and the yellow reddish coals glow brighter as the bellows push forth and the blacksmiths ply their trade, as the guards, who have had some of their weapons and or shields dented or broken, wait for them to be fixed.
Sure. Then I probably would have dropped a gold just to get a flask of something to pass around. And if you don't mind, yeah.
Of course.
A flagon or
You
something.
can drink whatever you want.
Sure. Something nice, but not something that's not going to cost me more than a gold.
Yep.
He'll just go and lean up to where they seem to be waiting. It's been rough out there lately, huh? And he'll take a swig from the flagon.
Glances over towards you and he looks longingly at your small flagon or flask, and he's got some obvious blood on his chainmail, or at least the tabard that covers it, and hair is somewhat unkempt, and he's a little bit dirty. A streak of some dirty claw has scraped him on his left cheek and down the sides of his neck, and he smacks at the flies, or at least the insects that may be looking for a quick meal off his blood. And indeed, I've never seen anything like it. That was crazy. Thank goodness for those few that arrived from the ports, or we would have never been able to turn them back.
Yeah, and seeing the glance, he'll silently offer the flask and say, "Few that arrived from the ports, huh?"
Yeah, there was, looked like a dragon, except for in gleaming plate armor, standing heads and shoulders above, weighed in to these hordes coming out, while there was another he looked like he was made of fire. And he goes on to describe the rest of your newly found party, of how they...
You mean the group's standing awkwardly over there in the corner, not talking to anyone? That group?
And he looks and he takes a swig of your thing, and he looks the way you look towards that group, and he raises your flask to your party and takes a brief drink before he hands the flask back to you. If they hadn't arrived in time, we would have never made it. I don't think we would have ever made it.
Well, I've teamed up with this group of heroes of yours, and we're thinking about going back out there, see if we can find the root of this problem. We're looking for any information.
Back out where?
Towards the graveyard, right? That's the issue? It's a graveyard?
The graveyard was taken care of. Now that it's more about what's happening at Antaran Point.
Yeah. Up towards the point. Do you have any intel of what's going on?
Some of the men in my company speak of persuasion check with advantage.
Ooh, advantage again.
Giving the guy some booze after a crazy graveyard fight.
Wow.
Pretty good.
Dirty 20.
He leans in close. I saw your comrades fight, but I don't think they can take the tower back. Some of the men in the company said they've seen a black-clad figure riding a dragon that circles the mountain peaks when the moon shines brightest.
It seems we should keep an eye on the sky then. Anything besides a dragon that we need to slay. And Bro will take a larger swig himself at this point, now that he's hearing that there's a dragon in the skies.
What's worse than that? If you feel confident you can slay whatever this warlock is and his pet dragon, and your names will be known far and wide. Hell, when I visit my family back home, you come back and clear that tower out. No, your names will be on the lips of everybody in the Eastern Kingdoms. I'll tell you that.
I know a certain dragon-like knight who would be glad to hear it. Well, thank you, friend. And I will leave him the rest of it's probably not that much, but I will leave him the rest of the flask and move on to my party and let them know that there is now a dragon riding warlock that we have to watch out for. Guys, this is 100 gold apiece is starting to sound not like a good deal.
It was 500 gold apiece.
It was 500 gold apiece.
Yeah, the 100 was a bonus.
We will.
All right, I'm in.
We will earn much renown by sending one of my cousins home, crying.
I believe it was 100 peaches.
You get the peaches, I get the gold.
Now please, I'm almost finished.
That's what she said. Where are we going next?
I believe the last place was the taverns.
Good, I need a drink.
Yeah, we could probably all use one of those.
And as the party leaves the marketplace, Eladan and Mayron, retracing your steps from earlier in the day, although this time you're walking much slower than the run you used on the way to the graveyard. You find yourself on the docks. Several different places stand out. You come upon one called the Empty River. You probably know that many of the flagons and steins in this establishment probably don't stay empty for long. As you approach this empty river, the noise and raucous nature greet you well before you reach the door of the empty river. It is clearly not empty.
The more people there are, the more likely someone will have an answer, right? Have you guys attempted to leverage your newfound fame? It seems like you guys are pretty famous around here.
Only the weak leverage their glory for personal gain. I will, however, use it for more glory.
Yes, for more glory. And more peaches?
Fame from battle, how insignificant.
Yes, just think of the fruit. And I will usher them to the bar.
And as you make your way in, the shorter members of the party heading in before Ren coming in last, as everybody turns and looks and hey, grows quiet suddenly as new people come in. And there are people from every walk of life here, ancestry, heritage. The place is packed. The smells of the ocean. And as your party comes in, followed by Ren at the end, everybody, hey, and the music continues to play. One of your rivals here, a lute playing person, beautiful halfling woman by the name of Robbie Brushgather. She wears a nice pale green tunic, almost of the ocean. She always plays here on the docks, and she's playing, and people are dancing in front. And as people look your way, and as your party walks by, as you make your way up to the bar, people somewhat get out of the way for these new heroes of New Anthus, and there's some pats on the shoulders and clearly inebriated and getting too close and offering to buy drinks on behalf of saving the city or because they're hammered. Your party makes its way to the bar, and you find 4 open spots. And there is a half-orc male. He's wearing like a deep blue and gray tunic and a blue circlet sitting on their head, a little bit crooked, wiping down some of the empty mugs on the bar or behind the bar. What can I get for you?
Your worst ale.
Oh, you came to the right place. Everything here is terrible. Hang on.
Yes.
And as he turns around, he takes these large flagons, clearly more water than booze, fills them up and sloshes them in front of you. Somebody sitting at the bar leans forward. Morg, I'll pick those up for these heroes. The gnome female, wearing a black vest and breeches, nods and smiles and tips her cup back. Give me another one, Morg. The good stuff this time. Her voice really hoarse and deep. She wears earrings on both ears that look like waves that crust over from forward to back, and at the tips that look like there's what look like emeralds that have been carved and set to the ends to look like a almost ocean wave as it crests and crashes over. She turns to her left and starts talking to another individual there, what looks like half-orc male, and she starts, Derek, your wife's, oh, she's fantastic. And their conversation gets lost in the arousal of the crowd as they sing, dance, and have their own discussion. You guys have been to port cities before, but this is an absolute middle of the week here at the docks. And you get the sense that, or has been like this all the time as ships come and go day and night constantly as the rebuilding of the city continues. Morg returns, drops the mugs in front of you. Boom, 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 boom. Tannis gonna take care of it. So you were the ones that everybody's talking about. He points to Ren and Elodan, and I'm sure everybody appreciates what you've done. Why are you down here at the docks? I mean, of course, heroes will always come to the best place on the docks, the empty river, but it hasn't been empty lately, and let's make sure those drinks don't get empty, even if, and he nods his head in Tana's direction, even if Tana has to pay for it, and he gives you a bit of a wink.
The people are the most important part of any society, any city, any town, any kingdom, and we're going up to the point to try and stop what happened before from happening again. And what better place to prepare than in the company of the people that we're trying to help. We thank your generosity, and I gotta say, for being the worst ale, you sure damn taste like the best.
He smiles. That's great to hear. Everybody, Everybody. Inn quiets down a little bit. Our friends here, and he starts pointing to each of the group. They're going up to the point to find out what's going on. They're heading up to the tower. After all they've done for us today, they're going to go up to the tower. Can you believe that? And there are hushed whispers around the tavern as fearful faces look back towards your own, who haven't been drinking as much, cast a cautious glance in your direction, and others who have been obviously drinking heavily. Huzzah! Huzzah! You turn back to Morg and would you like something to eat? It's on the house for what you're doing for the people here.
Ren just looks down at this person, his massive bulk inside plate armor, and says, "I could always eat more. I won't eat you out of tavern though. So whatever you have to spare, we appreciate. Is there anyone here that might have some information about the point? Anything that might help us as we go up there and see if we can stop this madness?"
Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Give the bard a little bit of a break.
Appreciate you, sir.
Man, at least I'm consistent. That's a 2 and a 3, by the way.
Morg leans into you and he says, I hear there's a pack of flesh-eating ghouls lurks in the tower. One of the boys came by through leaving out a few days back, said one of his friends or one of his mates decided not to go back on the ship and took up a little bit of service with some witch, went up there and got halfway up the mountain, said there were some undeads eating flesh, and quickly came back and decided to get back on that boat. You know, who knows what that truth is? I'm sure you guys can take care of it.
Something to look out for. Appreciate it.
Right, so some undead flesh-eating orcs, huh? This keeps better and better.
I mean, yeah, we could have just gotten a straight up rumor. But you take the good with the bad. Ren doesn't know that I rolled a natural 2 and a natural 3.
Yep, neither does Morg.
Well, let's enjoy this hospitality, and then we going up tonight or we going in the morning?
I mean, I would assume that orcs and dragons are better than us at night. It might be easier for us to sneak up during the day, but it's up to you guys. How far of a travel is it, DM?
Yes, it is going to be several hours. And Terra Point is the back half of this volcano. And the altitude is 6,200 feet at the signal tower's base. It's not the largest mountain here, but that's quite a hike to go back through the city and follow the switchbacks. And then as it corkscrews up towards the top, there's no real corkscrew anymore, but more switchbacks on the backside of this volcano. It'll take you a good way, probably couple days, day and a half to get to the top. Xanthos said it would be about 3 days from Anthus to the tower back to Anthus. That's why they expected Iva the White and her party back, and they haven't returned yet.
Seems like quite a climb. Maybe one last good night's of rest will have us better prepared.
Should we use any of this gold? I mean, we got paid for the last job, didn't we? Shouldn't we, maybe get some mounts or something? Well, I don't know. The switchbacks might be too precarious for some animals. Although, they took about 20 to 30 horses, didn't they?
I remember them taking exactly 11 donkeys.
And the Ranger Paralia had her very distinguished or distinct horse that she also took.
Okay, so animals can make it up. I don't know if it's going to be worth it, though. This game system is famous for travel time being the same whether you have animals or not.
Can you believe it?
Not until you can become clouds and fly across the globe does travel time change.
Now that'll make a great ballad.
Goddamn right. Well, where do we sleep?
Morg says, we got rooms in the back. I mean, they're not the greatest rooms for heroes like you, but I threw the last few people out because they didn't pay their bill. Got 2 rooms on the house or on Tana's tab.
Rooms on the house sound excellent.
Yeah, so did we get paid any money?
The lady paid you, Sava paid you. How much was it, Randy?
Must not be much because my character has not much money.
Yeah, I've got 200.
I have 150.
I got
Yeah,
230.
I got 155, so I'm gonna guess around 100 each, maybe.
I mean, I have 24, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think it was like 400 gold.
I I paid in
Yeah.
exotic seafood and rare delicacies.
Yeah, divided amongst the bonus.
Yep, exactly.
So that makes sense. I'm gonna hand 5 gold over the proprietor and say, adventurers make more than the common folk, and I'm not gonna let that man celebrate himself out of whatever wealth he may have. We can pay our way, and we appreciate the hospitality, and I just need somewhere to lay my head. It doesn't need to be special.
All right. Gives you 2 keys, long wrought iron keys. Hikes his thumb over his shoulder and says, back through the kitchen. The only door to the back leads to the rooms. You can't miss them because they're the only 2 rooms with locks on the doors. And as the night winds down, your party have a drink in your fill, however you wanted to do that. Given some nice soft buttered bread from Morg for the services rendered earlier in the day to the citizenry here at New Anthis, and you guys head back to the rooms. There are 2 rooms with 2 very old mats, semi-stuffed with straw, pillows stuffed with straw as well. Place is very dank and smells wet and of the sea.
Eladan, they're just gonna talk all night. You wanna bunk with me so we can just hit the hay?
That sounds good. Yeah, it'll just be all drawing and posing and artsy fartsy stuff.
And Mayron's color changes back to orange and burnt reds. And there's a gruesome, black, almost penned looking battle scene with a haiku in Sylvan.
Nice.
What does it say?
Barren winter time, before timely undeath, at the cold battle.
Warms your shoulders without a harsh sting, and a gentle lapping of water fades into the steady rhythm of booted feet marching above and to your left. As the marching recedes, a familiar voice bearing the distinct accent of the northern traders sounds close by. Welcome home to Steadfast Yor, the city of Svards. You feel the solid weathered wood of a gangplank beneath your feet as you're guided forward. The wood gives way to smooth, solid stone, and you walk onward for what feels like an eternity. Fatigue sets in. Your legs begin to tremble until finally you are seated in a thickly padded chair. Soft, cool breeze brushes your face, replacing the stale air of your journey with fresh sense of the city. You catch a whiff of yourself and realize the journey has left you smelling less than pleasant. Moments later, the enticing aroma of freshly cooked meats and vegetables fills the air, momentarily masking other scents. A familiar voice speaks again. Eat slowly. Your strength will return with time. The spoon just gently presses against your lips, offering a warm, spiced broth. Its heat trickles over your tongue and down your throat, followed by the rich flavor of spices and spiced wine. You savor each bite, the warm, juicy food, easing the ache of your hunger until you are full. And you waken suddenly, now dressed in simple, clean clothes. There is an unmistakable feeling of cleanliness and freshness, though you remain uncertain of your location. The voice startles you, and you glance up to see a figure standing in the doorway. Their hair is striking golden blonde, almost platinum, tied neatly atop their head, and piercing sky blue eyes flecked with gold, which study you intently. They turn to leave, and you return to your dreams. After years of rigorous training and a life bound by routine and discipline, you are finally free to embark on the next chapter of your journey. A month later, you find yourself arriving in New Anthis, a city once hailed as a sparkling jewel of the north, but left in ruins by a cataclysm. Years ago, Mountain Terror erupted, unleashing fire and ash upon the city, tearing it apart with a violent earthquake. Most of the city's population perished, including the ruling house of Vidar, while the survivors fled, leaving only a few desperate souls to eke out a living amongst the ruins. More recently, Lord Amunet has invested resources into restoring the city, focusing on the Merchants District in the southwest quarter. Now installed as the city's Lord Protector, he has brought a semblance of order to the area. However, rumor persists, whispers of a true heir of Vidar who may yet live, someone with the right to reclaim the city and challenge Amunet's rule. But such a task would be anything but simple. Amidst the tension, progress, and hidden rivalries, your adventure begins. And as you step off the ship onto the dock, exhaustion and relief weigh heavily upon you. The weariness of sea travel leaves you swaying,
As you reacquaint yourself with solid ground, you are quickly approached by a man who introduces himself. Good day, I am Envoy Halvar, he says, his voice deep and resonating with a hint of authority. And there's something admirable in his cautious approach and attention to detail. I have been sent to ask if you would meet with Seneschal Xanthos. He has dire need for those with your particular talents. If you would follow me, I can take you to him. He turns and waits for you to fall in line, and he leads you through the winding streets of town. The scent of baked goods and spices waft from open windows and market stalls as you make your way to the wandering lamp. The flickering light of covered lanterns illuminates the outdoor patio, lending a mystical allure. Across the street, the new Anthus Council House stands, with a well-manicured gardens and a large ornate entrance. The Seneschal, Xanthos, commands the scene with a mere gesture, a heavy-set, dark-skinned man, radiating authority and an amused happiness. His silent queue, assembled merchants and council members quickly gather their plates and steins, retreating into the warmth of the wandering lamp's interior, leaving the Seneschal alone amid the flickering torchlight. Envoy Halvar unlashes the gate with practiced motion, granting entry to the patio, where carvings of mythic sea creatures adorn the stone balustrades and ivy weaves through the wooden trellises. As you approach, the Seneschal rises, offering a respectful nod. The nearby Halvar approaches a tall attendant whose fine tunic and trousers bear signs of careful mending and faded elegance. In hushed tones, Halvar requests the house's evening special and a suitable drink for you and your companions. The attendant dips his head in acknowledgement and disappears through the tavern's doorway, leaving you with the Seneschal and Halvar beneath a canopy of stars and intrigue. Xanthos turns to you and smiles and says, "Please, my friends, and let us acquaint ourselves," as he gestures to the open table before you. As you settle into the high-backed chair at the grand table, the Seneschal's presence envelops the space like a living legend come to life. His shadow seems to stretch and flicker with the torchlight, while his voice, deep and commanding, fills the patio. "Thank you for heeding my summons on such short notice," he begins, his words resonating like a low rolling drum. "Rumors of your legendary prowess have reached my ears, and I'm in dire need of such skill." And as if responding to his very will, the Seneschal's stein fills with a luminous liquid, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow, and he takes a deliberate sip, his eyes never leaving yours, before signaling for the feast to commence. And through the doors, a spread of rare and exotic seafood is arranged before you, the scent of the sea mingling with that of spiced meats and delicate pastries. An attendant offers you sweet tea, its herbal essence humming with enchantment, each sip a dance, flavors on your tongue. Should you partake? "Behold what we have accomplished," Seneschal declares, sweeping his arm towards the bustling coastal city. "We labored tirelessly to restore New Anthus to its former splendor, to make it a beacon of strength and hope once more." An obvious strain upon his brow, but critical tasks remain. The tower at Intera Point, a proud bastion overlooking the city harbor, it has fallen into shadow. Lord Amunet entrusted the young mage, Ava Agni, known far and wide as Eva the White, to revitalize its ancient signal boxes with her arcane mastery. He pauses for a moment, but something has gone terribly wrong. Eva and her companions, Irelia Summerbrook, a formidable elf ranger, and Franco Firth, a brilliant mountain dwarf engineer, have vanished. We have feared the worst when Eva's familiar, a white crow, arrived bearing a note with a frantic plea scrawled in charcoal. "Undead in tower. Help." Lines of worry crease his face. "The crisis threatens everything we have built. The safety of our city, our very progress. It all hangs by a thread. I'm placing my faith in you and your storied skills to turn the tide if you are up to the task." His eyes questioningly take in each one of you. "The city will reward you handsomely. 2,000 gold pieces for reclaiming the tower. And should you manage to rescue any of Eva's party alive, I will personally add 100 gold pieces per survivor. Naturally, whatever treasures you find amongst the undead, save for the captives and their possessions, are yours to keep." His gaze sweeps across the room. "Our clerics are stretched thin, tending to the wounded from a recent clash with undead in the graveyard. Yet they have spared 4 precious potions of healing for your use. Should you accept? They come at a steep cost, but they may be the difference between victory and death." He lowers his voice to a whisper. "There is one last advantage. Thick fog has shrouded the mountains these past days. It may grant cover as you approach the tower." Settling back into his seat, fixes you with a stare of concern and hope. "Will you accept this quest and become the champions the city so desperately needs?" And he looks to his left where Ade sits.
It is Ade Tonkumpo, but he goes by Ade to those that have traveled with him for a long time. and you'll see a man of medium height. His long white twisted braids belay an older man, but he it's hard to place how old. He's definitely still seems fairly youthful. He walks around with a bunch of shells around his neck with jewelry, bracelets, and a quarterstaff. Just enough wrappings to stay modest, but you could tell he prefers his time on the sands and by the beach when possible. But yes, Ade.
He nods in your direction before he looks to your left, where sits Eladan. Who and what do we see?
You see a satyr of probably for a satyr, a middle-aged satyr with gray hair, long gray beard. Yeah, not much to otherwise. And it is Eladan, not Aladdin, as the last group tried to call me. He looks around and dares you to call him Aladdin.
and Xanthos laughs. Eladan it is then. Looking to Eladan's left, he looks towards Ivar. Ivar, who and what do we see?
You see a pretty massive Goliath, a big man with a bald head, grayish skin. He has a breastplate on, but furs around it. You can tell he's maybe used to warmer or colder climates, actually. And he's got a great axe strapped across his back. And basically, as soon as food showed up, he just started eating. So, like, as the camera pans to him, he is just, elbows deep into whatever's on the table, not really paying attention to what this man is saying. He's just eating. The seneschal looks in his direction. He'll just smile and nod, but he really wasn't paying attention to what was being said.
Being a relatively large man himself, Xanthos smiles warmly towards you, as he too is filling his mouth as he looks from you to the left and from your eyebrows and elbows playing quickly and a massive plate of food quickly disappearing. He looks to your left and he sees Thalgar. So Thalgar, who and what do we see?
See Thalgar Stonebrook. He is also a massive Goliath. His very scarred appearance across his face. He has long white hair that is currently pulled back into a ponytail, and his beard has a ponytail at the tip of it. He kind of has a stoic appearance, but a little bit mysterious. And as he's sitting there, he looks over at Ivar, slaps him on the back, and he says, "Slow down, buddy. Save some for the rest of us."
Well, you need to eat faster if you want to have some.
He reaches over and grabs a giant leg of whatever is on the table and just starts devouring it.
And as Xanthos takes in each one of you, he says, "Well, what will it be? A fine reward for a heroic task? Are you up for the challenge?"
We can certainly use the money to keep these two fed.
I can see that. And you? And he looks towards Eladan, not Aladdin.
Since I'm currently poor and you were exactly what I'm looking for, I accept.
And if you can pause for a moment, Mr. Ivar, how about you?
Yes, if you have food like this and you give the amount of coin you say you will give, then I don't see no reason why I cannot split some undead in half this X.
Excellent. And certainly you can have your fill tonight and plenty of food when you return with the quest complete.
Oh yes, I will need more food after, definitely.
My other extremely large friend, and you, will you also accept this quest?
Thalgar looks over, does not stop chewing his food. He's still eating, and he says, "Why so many undead?"
It is something that has just been plaguing our town. We're not sure why. Before you arrived, we had an incident in the graveyard where some undead, or at least people's ancestors, were rising and digging out from the grave. The guard put them down, but it's been a little odd here over the last few days. We sent a search party up to the tower, and only one scout returned and said there were ghouls and skeletons and zombies. And he couldn't make his way to the tower, but he came back. We're not really sure what is to happen, but can't send our guard here. We have, the town to keep orderly and make sure that we get the merchants comfortable and safe. so we continue to expand.
He wipes his mouth and he says, count me in. Got to keep Ivar fed here.
Well, excellent news. Now please sit, fill your bellies, and ask me anything else you may wish to know. And I will do my best to inform you or direct you where you might be able to find that knowledge and information.
So the sum total was just help, no other information.
Go to the tower, he said? Like the undead are coming from the tower currently?
Yeah, he said the undead were coming from the tower, or he sent Iva the White to the tower with her group. Her familiar, a dark crow, who came back with a scrawled message on a piece of paper, and he'll say, I was sleeping with my window open in the night air. Being summertime, it was very comfortable, and this bird came in and gave me, and he pulls into his pouch and hands Elidan the note, and you can see it says Undead in Tower Help scrawled in some kind of charcoal. It looked like it was as if somebody had taken coals from a burnt fire and quickly scrawled across this piece of paper. That is all I know. And when the scouts went, only one returned. Said there were undead on the roads to tower. He could not proceed any further, so we assume that they're somehow connected.
Wait, why are there clerics in graveyard fighting undead? Why are undead in graveyard too? Is it a problem across whole city or just from tower?
Leans in, kind of lowering his voice and looking around to make sure that there aren't any eavesdroppers. And you see Halvar, the attendant, sitting off to the side, kind of shifts his gaze in another direction as if not trying not to overhear. And he says, we're not really sure. It could just be a coincidence or something else that's happening here. But the city is just finally starting to get some momentum, and people have started arriving. Laborers, builders, mercenaries, guards. The Temple District is starting to come alive. They're southwest of the Merchant District. Of course, the Mercantile District is the most important part of this city. And I won't even ask you to roll. You can tell he's like purely a businessman and maybe even a corporate shill, but he's got a very warm personality and sense of humor. There's almost a twinkle in his eye. You're not sure if that twinkle matches the goal he wants or if he's really being authentic and genuine, but he feels like he's a pretty genuine person around, concerned for the people in the city. But of course, they're trying to rebuild the city from nothing.
Yeah, and if you don't have any citizens, there's no one to rebuild the city. All right, so you have quarantine then. You have areas blocked off because I did not see undead coming up to here, right? So it's all blocked off, and now you handle graveyard, and we go to tower. This is your intention?
That is correct. The guards have put down whatever was literally rising out of the graves in the graveyard just before you arrived, and the Antaran Wilds are pretty fierce. We've only been here a year to 18 months trying to rebuild the city. We've done really well, and he gestures, and you can tell that they spent a lot of time in the Merchants District to make it look nice, to make it appear nice. All the lawns are very curated and well maintained, and particularly the new council house, which is directly across the street, has a new style of architecture, but it has obviously just been recently built.
Okay, I have one last question, and then I will finish my food. Is it zombies? Is it ghouls? Is it skeletons? Because skeletons no good for an axe. I need the big hammer.
The scout did mention skeletons and zombies and ghouls. So yes, and yes.
I need hammer then. Do you have big hammer?
I'm sure we can find a big hammer. We're building the city, and we need big hammers to drive in the...
Okay, then that is my only extra request. Please, Dalgar and not Aladdin. Everyone else, please also give special requests so that way Ivar is not extra special. Thank you. And then he goes back to eating.
I was about to ask if you could provide any additional assistance in terms of equipment and whatnot beyond the potions.
What did you have in mind? And perhaps we can work out some kind of deal based on what your fee might be. But, we have plenty of laborers here building the city. So if there are any things that you might need from a general store standpoint, we can probably provide that. Naturally, nothing in magical means that's quite out of our reach from a monetary standpoint, other than the healing potions from the temples.
Well, I've been carting around this scale mail forever, it seems like. I'd like something a little bit lighter. Breastplate, If you had one lying around, it'd be very nice.
Alvar is feverishly taking notes. Okay, large hammer. He's thinking sledgehammer. that
Maul
drives his bike.
is called Maul here. I don't know a lot of common, but I remember it's called Maul. Maul with strange
Maul.
word. Strange word.
Okay. Breastplate. He looks towards Thalgar. Anything for you?
Breastplate sounds nice.
2 gigantic breastplates. No, 1 gigantic breastplate, 1
Yes.
gigantic hammer, and
Yeah.
then a regular breastplate.
Ivar hits his chest. I already have breastplate. Do not need one.
Do we need holy water? Maybe
Oh.
cleanse?
Oh, you're very smart. Thou gotta request holy water for whole party.
Holy water, whole party. Okay. Xanthos is nodding and how he's saying that should not be a problem. Okay. And he looks towards you, my friend, my brother.
I am
Whoa.
fine with my staff. This is all I need.
Takes it, hands it to Halvard, takes it and hands it to Xanthos. Xanthos produces what looks like almost a quill, and then puts his name on it, holds it in a couple times, and then Halvar leans forward and puts a what looks like a piece of almost clay, and then Xanthos takes one of the lanterns, holds it over it, and presses his signet ring into it, and gives it back to Halvar, and Halvar takes it and says, "I shall return momentarily, sir," and heads it back out to the same patio gate you guys entered in. And Xanthos says, "We should be able to get that to you tonight. Is there anything else, any other information you require, or how can I be of more assistance other than providing a sumptuous meal for the group here?"
So the tower, not far?
He points back across the city, and the city sits at the base of this gigantic mountain, Mountain Terra. But what you can see from this mountain is face that faces the sea almost has a very concave look to it. And clearly this, explosion was known for years, and it took out half the tower. But at the very top of this mountain, you can barely see, almost if you're here looking out towards it, and you see the very small tower kind of blinking, and you can see that up there. And he says, a little over a mile up, it probably will take you a couple of days to traverse the path, but you can follow the path on the eastern side of the city and it'll take you up. We've rebuilt it more recently to allow some of the farmers, as they start tilling the land outside of the city, to bring in their wares and kind of make some money as they feed the people rebuilding the city. Of course, it's, funded in part by generosity of Lord Amunet. But we've built the road back up towards the tower, but it winds around the backside of the mountain. So it'll take you a little while to get there, but it should be easy going from a traversal standpoint.
Illidan, please request that we have more food. Thalgar, what do they call it in common? The bag of doggy bags of food for multiple day trip to tower, because I thought it was short trip, but if it's multiple days, we need more food than just tonight.
Doggy bag? You're gonna eat dog?
No, this what maybe they don't call that here, but other places when you take food with you.
To go food?
Sure, yes, whatever.
We just call it food.
Food. All right, then I'm saying we need more food than just this if it's going to be multiple days to tower.
Pocket bacon.
Yeah, bacon is good. I like bacon.
Dog bacon. Never had it.
No dog bacon. No, dogs are not for eating, Thalgar. I thought you would know this. You are more worldly than I. I come from tribe and mountains. That's why I barely know common.
I'm from mountains too.
Yes, well, I must have been deeper in.
We had no dogs.
Please, food for multiple days.
I believe it is technically impossible to have dog bacon.
Yes, there's no. They have different. Pigs are more like people, so they have more fat.
So it's okay to eat the one more like people, but not the one less like people?
Yes. Why do you think it's so tasty?
Pigs have good milk. Pig milk. You've never had pig milk?
No.
It's good.
I guess I'm done eating now. I didn't think so.
Does it taste like bacon?
Ugh. I'm a little grossed out.
A little.
But yes, Seneschal, please, food for multiple days. I did not know it would take that long.
The Seneschal calls over one of the attendants and he leans in and says, all right, make sure we get all the cured meats and bread that you currently have and bring
water
that for this group.
We need water. Are there horses here or are there camels? Because I did not know there'd be multiple days.
Unfortunately, all the horses here are more horses that pull plows and
Right, needed for work. Work horses,
Yes.
they call them. Yes.
work horses.
I guess it's okay. I can carry a lot.
Perhaps you can check at the merchant district or the market square. Perhaps one of the merchants are heading out on a caravan going back to the farmland.
Oh,
But that's about as good as I can get you.
no, that sounds good. I mean, I did have one friend that carried just an entire metal chest in his pack for multiple months in game. So carrying one big, thing of water, I can do it.
And so the attendant returns shortly, and it looks like he has. He comes back in a burlap sack, and inside there's a bunch of cured meat, some cheeses, and some hard tack, or at least hard bread. It looks like it might be a couple of days old, but I'm not really sure Ivar would, care as long as he can eat it. I think it's fine. And then he has his handful. He has like a large decanter that's sealed. This is the only water we have, and it's clearly like boss water. Will this do, Seneschal? And the Seneschal kind of covered, like wipes his brow, almost covering his eyeballs. You see a smile peek out from under his large hand. Yes, that will be fine. I'll see if Halvar can provide some water skins and whatever the case might be. This is clearly not very convenient for travel. You get my drift.
Sounds good. All right, well, I am happy to receive money for rescuing people and killing undead. What does everyone else think? Any more questions?
Still thinking about pig's milk.
I don't know. Stop it. Stop bringing it up. I don't want to
Oh,
think
you're
about
interested in the pig's milk.
No. It just seems like pigs would be really hard to milk.
it. It's why we don't do it where I come from. We have better things to do.
We should respect our cultures. We should all try it before we take off.
No, I disagree, Ade. Ade, I respect you in all things but this.
I would holler out to the barkeep. You have pig's milk?
Please say no. Please say no.
Roll me a D20.
Oh no, it's the worst. What'd you say? Do what?
A D20. Fortunately, they do not have any pig's milk, and so he comes
Oh,
back.
it's such a shame. Oh no.
No pig's milk, but we have Voss water. And he holds up his decanter again.
Oh, so shame. Well, time to sleep. Let's go. To sleep. Or leave? What do we do?
No, I think leaving in the morning is the best bet.
Oh yes, because we need I need big hammer and we need everything picked up. It makes sense. Well,
And so shortly after, as you continue to have the conversation with Xanthos, and Halvar will arrive, struggling under the weight of the mighty hammer and the breastplates. He is certainly a page than he is a powerful warrior, and so he's struggling a little bit under the weight, particularly of the large breastplate that would fit somebody like somebody with Valgar's countenance. But he piles it on the table next.
did they take the door off of a furnace in order to get one for Thalgar?
Yeah, exactly what it looks like. And you hear him coming before you see him coming, because he's walking, and the balance that's of the maul or the sledgehammer, because it clearly looks like a sledgehammer, it would fall and hit, and he'll have to set everything down and pick it back up and try to pile it together. But he eventually makes his way into the patio, and most of the people have gone for the night, gone home. You get the sense that it's a weeknight. There's not a lot of running throughout town who aren't either working or on their way from work from one place to another. And so he'll provide everything you asked for, and he'll run across the street to the council house, and he will get water skins for everybody to bring out. So you can give yourselves 5 rations each. We're not going to track rations, but we're, for the sake of the story, you got 5 rations each. You have a sledgehammer, breastplate, and a larger breastplate. And if there's anything else that you wanted to get, then he would provide that within reason.
All right. That was good meal. So let's sleep. Do we have safe place to sleep, or do we have to worry about the undead showing up?
Xanthos looks to you and says, well, probably don't sleep near the graveyard, maybe on the northwest side of town. There's a common area towards the west side of the market where a lot of the labor is just being summer. They have a bedroll and they keep a fire going, and most of them just sleep out under the stars.
Sounds good to me.
All right. I have 2-person tent, but I am big man, so it will just fit me. Hope everyone else is okay under the stars.
For you, it's like a sheet.
Yes, exactly. My head sticks out one side.
Halvar, please show the gentleman to the common area where the skilled laborers are bedding down for the night. And Halvar nods to the seneschal, and he walks back through, and he's quiet for a little while as you guys make your way across town. Every once in a while, he's making a little small talk as he looks back over his shoulder and says, things like beautiful night tonight, isn't it? He opens up a little bit and then he'll tell you how much, he really appreciates you guys taking this task. They've sent several parties in the past and not really anybody has ever come back except for the one scout. So he warns you to be careful. And
we should
he
have
will
done that.
also...
I would have negotiated for more if I'd known
Yeah,
the first.
well, this is like hazard pay at least.
Yeah, that sounds like critical information. Gotta keep remembering to ask.
How long has this been happening?
A couple of months, maybe? Okay, 8 months.
Holy shit.
I mean, 8 months, they probably didn't send their best people, right? They send who's available.
Be available to go who aren't working on the city, yes. That is typically what has happened.
I have to say, the whole, 100 gold per person you rescue thing is kind of seem like bullshit now, because the problem is 8 months, there's not going to be many survivors, except for the most recent.
Oh, wait. Suppose they're undead. Does that still count if we bring them back?
Yeah, they're technically surviving. Technically.
You would have to negotiate with the Seneschal, but if they're already dead, I'm not sure that they've survived. Maybe they survived not moving. But...
I mean, look, if you want to be technical about it, Halvar, they're not dead, right? They're undead. That's different.
He shrugs. Not my deal to make, but look, here we are. And he gestures. You're still a little ways away, but he is well out of his league on negotiations for anything for the city. And he's, yes, come with me. We'll be there momentarily. And he'll take you. You see a large bonfire in the middle of, or to the west side of the market district. All the market tents have closed down. And so this area has a fountain in the middle. And to the left of it, there's a large bonfire. And people looks like they're, have small campfires. They're cooking some fish more than likely. And then you see just a number of tents and people who are bedding down and kind of get their feet up on their belongings and their head on their, what's the word I'm looking for? Bedroll. Head on their bedroll, just kind of staring up the stars. You get the sense that the people here work really hard and they keep long hours, but they seem to be, just by the looks of them, they have good working clothing, so they likely get paid a good wage for the work that they're doing. And you find yourself a open area and Alvar asks if there's anything else that he can provide for the group. He takes his leave and heads back to his family. I bid you good luck and good night. And he will head back towards the way he came. He likely lives in... yes, Ivar.
Which direction is Tower from here?
He points. Head out the east gates and follow the great path. You can't miss it. It's really well manicured, at least closer to the city.
Are the east gates manned? Is the city protected in case undead come downhill, or is it something we need to watch out for?
He says, no, there shouldn't be any issues. The only issue we've had here in town is the graveyard that happened earlier today, but otherwise everything has been pretty quiet. The Antaran Wilds, and he kind of gestures past the wall, have been known to have, prowled by dangerous beasts.
Oh, no. You do not need to worry. Beasts are my friend. But now point to graveyard. Where's graveyard?
He points to the south of the city. We have guards stationed there now, manned. They put down the uprising, and he chuckles at his own joke. So,
oh, yes, you're very funny. Okay, good night.
He waves and heads back, and he fades away, disappearing away from the light of the fire. And you guys are left to your own devices here amongst probably a good 50 to 60 other people who have set up tents and small camps of their own.
I feel like we got screwed over on the hazard pay.
Well, we learned a valuable lesson about negotiating.
Yeah, that sucks.
From now on, I'm going to ask, where are we the first? Always ask that.
That is good. I will remember. All right, who's taking first watch? I don't trust all of these 50 other people to be enough of a cushion in case we get attacked.
Oh, I do.
Should we ask them to make space in middle so that way we have human shields? Or, well, he looks around. Is there other ancestries here? Dwarves or elves or other people's shields?
I figure if undead show up, there'll be a lot of screaming and whatnot. It'll be pretty obvious.
That is good.
How far would the cemetery be from us?
It's like on the other side of the city, right? How big is the city?
Yeah, the city's massive. They've only started rebuilding the Southwest Merchants Quarter. That's pretty much done, and they're now expanding it. They built some areas in the Temple District, but you're quite a ways away from it, so they have a long way to go to get to you from where the city cemetery was. It's on the south side of town. You guys are on the west side of town. And this town in its heyday, as you come into port, you can see that the ruins sprawl across the side of this mountain. So this was at one point probably a massive city that would have housed anywhere from 30 to 50,000 people.
Okay, good to know.
If you feel like we need a watch, I can keep the first.
It's up to y'all. I can let's look at my stats. He says in world. I'm okay. It's keeping watch. Not good, if I'm being honest. Whatever y'all want to do.
We should probably have a watch. I don't trust that the undead just rose in this city. Didn't he say that happened yesterday?
Yeah, in graveyard. Graveyard's far away, but just in case. We don't...
It is good practice for when we're out of city.
That is true. We might as well get in practice now, because we will not have 50 peoples around us to be shields. I can take first watch. No, wait. You said you would. So I'll take last watch. Who take middle?
I can do middle. I gotta fix my boot anyway.
All right. Sounds good.
And so, Ade, as your companions turn in for the night, from the darkness of the city, you see first it looks like a simple red tunic. And then as the figure approaches, you see a half-orc male. He's got working clothes like the rest of the people here. And it looks like he's, got a large hammer himself. And on the head of the hammer, it looks like there's tied a knapsack that has tools and stuff. And as he walks by, kind of nods to you and says to you, welcome to the city. He's trying to talk in hushed tones just to not wake anybody up who are nearby. He sees your companions and he's like, nods to you and then moves off a little bit to the side and sits down and opens his knapsack and takes out his bedroll and kind of lays it down and looks around a little bit. And then he'll look back to you and say, you're to work as well? To rebuild the city?
No, we are actually here to look into the undead scorch. We're going to put down the undead.
You're going to the tower?
Is that surprising?
Roll me a d10.
3.
What I know, or what I've been told, there is a lone black figure riding a dragon that has been circling around the mountain peaks. And that's why people have been disappearing.
I'm sorry, dragon? Is this a zombie dragon? This is a real dragon?
Dragon, gigantic, wings that blot out the moon. Right? You can make an insight check.
Okay, let's do that. That's real bad. A 12?
Still good enough to see he's kind of embellishing or exaggerating the story.
A small dragon is still a problem. Dragon. We will keep an eye out for it. We're strong. I'm pretty sure my friend over there drinks dragon milk, so we'll be okay.
All right. Well, good luck. We'll be thinking of you. And he puts his head back and kind of kicks his feet up. And before you know it, he's fast asleep because he's probably worked an 18-hour shift. And as your watch goes by, the rest of the night also goes by without incident. And you guys find yourself waking in the morning to a long rest. If you've used any assets you might need to recover, you can go ahead and do so. But the morning sun comes early. It's brisk here in the morning. You being so far north on LRN that it's summertime still, but it's, you're still right off the coast. You can hear the gulls calling from the breakers out towards the sea. A lot of the people who have been here have already gone up and gone off to work, and the day is yours. What would you like to do?
All right, let's begin travel. Let's go kill zombies and skeletons.
And possibly a dragon.
What?
Well, dragon.
It should be fine. I think it only comes out at night, at least according to that guy.
Okay, so now we have to watch Sky as well. Very nice. We definitely got screwed on hazard pay, but we go.
As you make your way across the city towards the east gates, the east gates are manned, but the gates are open. There are 2 guards on either side on the ground and then up on the lookout towers. there's 2 guards, and then there are people manning the walls. There's a large wall here that has been built against what they call the Antaran Wilds, which is kind of the badlands of the rocky volcanic explosion, along with the forest that has started to regrow in the lush soil that was left after the explosion. It's been several years since that had happened, and so nothing else has occurred since, but people are starting to make their way. You see farms in the outlands as you make your way across the path, or on the path, the Antaran path towards the Antaran Tower. You make your way onto the path, and the road is 20 feet wide, cobblestone, very well manicured. But as you leave further around the city and you make your way circling around to your left, the mountain you can see just standing 6,000 feet. The summit 6,000 some odd feet up. You figure you're going to have to at least do a 1.5, 2 corkscrews to make your way to the top. You pass other travelers, you pass other people coming into the city, wagons full of what looks like tarps covering, obvious fresh vegetables, wheat. It seems like that whatever they're farming out here has been growing really well and seem to be making a good living. Most of the livestock, or at least the horses and or mules that pull the caravans, well fed. In other times in your life, you've probably seen others where they haven't been as well fed and they're a little scraggly. Everybody seems to be in at least for what they do, well paid and well fed.
Yeah, I know we're not this isn't exactly like end game, but after a volcanic explosion, the soil becomes super rich. So it would make sense that their farming would be really good.
One thing you do see as you glance up towards the summit and you make your way opposite the sun is diffused, what looks like almost a constant fog that hangs near the summit of the mountain. It's just like a cloud that almost just sits there. You figure during this time of year it should burn off by now, but it hasn't. And so the Seneschal did mention that there was, a fog cover that hangs around the tower that should cover your approach, but looking at it, you think it probably should have been burnt off by now. But as you make your way through the morning and throughout the day, it'll eventually burn off. It's almost like the marine layer we experience down here, where some days it just does never go away. Other days it burns off really late in the day. And so you make your way, you travel 20 miles up the road, twisting along a wide arc as you make your way towards Antaran Tower. The road not as well manicured as it was before. It looks like they hadn't got at least to this part of the road to replace what was there before, but there's still a strong road and an obvious path to make your way along the mountains. And so night begins to fall after the first day of travel. Is there anything you would like to do, or would you want to continue pushing forward?
We should probably make a camp. I don't know, especially if there is what you say, dragon comes out at night.
They said dragon with the dark rider, yes.
Oh wait, you said rider. Thing on, like someone's riding the dragon. Okay, that sucks.
I don't think we get paid more for going faster. Unless you think there's actually going to be people alive.
Eladin, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. We're not paid for going faster and not really holding out for survivors at this point.
Cousin Thalgar, do you agree? I tend to agree.
I don't like traveling at night, especially with a dragon.
Yeah, that seems bad, right? So let's make camp.
How far away would the tower be? Like another day's travel?
At this point, you probably think you can get there. You can either arrive there after dark tomorrow, just by the progress you've made. If you push it tonight, you can probably arrive there before the sun sets tomorrow. And if you just take your time, you're likely to be able to get there at some point in the middle of the night on the second night and be prepared for the morning if you want to go in the morning or at night. It's up to you, but probably another day and a half-ish. If you want to push it, you can get there in another 3/4 of a day.
I'd rather get there, and I don't know if I want to go into the fog or reach the tower in the middle of the night with all of these fog if it's still there. That might be pretty bad. Well, let's see. Well, did the fog layer burn off by this point, like as the sun is setting, or is it still there?
Yeah, it had burnt off late in the afternoon, but
okay,
it's almost to the point where you're like, it's probably going to burn off and then reform here,
Yeah, as soon as the
a
sun
few
sets.
hours after dark. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I know the Seneschal did mention utilizing the fog as cover.
Right. That's true.
But it is up to you. I know how you guys like to hit things with your big weapons.
Well, that just means that the morning would be perfect, right? Because that's when the cover would be the thickest. So maybe we time it so we get there in the morning. So that means we should definitely camp tonight. Yeah, anyone see a good spot?
Do I see a good spot, DM?
Y'all can make me a survival check if you want. If you're trained, you can give each other advantage.
I will give whoever is good at it advantage. I am trained, but my bonus is pretty terrible.
I have a 6.
I have a 5.
I'm proficient in survival.
Let's just all roll normal then.
Well, why don't we give the people who've got good bonus? So, Eladan, why don't you roll at advantage, and then our druid, please roll at advantage as well. So you each have a Goliath, like helping
roll
you
a
look.
second time.
Yeah,
We
Just
each
up
have
on
the
our
Goliath
shoulders.
lift us up.
yeah, exactly.
Dirty 20. The dirtiest.
Very nice. And you guys find a way. What looks like an area just off the road where it looks like it's been cleared. It looks like there was a small fire because you see a pile of rocks and some charred wood there. There's obviously plenty of charred wood here in this semi-forested area. And you guys find yourself a nice secluded place on the backside of the mountain where the wind blows off the sea. You don't have to worry about much wind in the area you're at, but you can also cover your backs from the Antaran wilds on the side of a large rock if you want to stay in this spot.
Yes. This rock over here seems as good as any.
Looks good to me. Do you want me to lower you back to ground now, or do you want to? Maybe I can leave you up on my shoulders.
I actually do quite like it up here, so maybe I stay here for a while.
Okay. Until we make a camp, you can stay on my shoulders.
And as you guys make camp for the night, it's quiet. Just before the sun had gone down, you see another 2 carts filled with covered wagons as they give you a slight wave, and they head on down the road. A little bit later in the evening, before you guys bed down, you see what look like are 2 mounted personnel. They wear greenish brown dark leathers. And the hair's pulled up. One's of obvious elven descent. The other one is human. It's a male and a female. And they give a slight nod as they bypass your camp. The night is yours to do as you wish. So if you just want to set up a camp, let me know if you're going to post a watch.
Yeah, probably. I mean, we keep it the same orders, or are we switching it up?
I feel like one person should take a break each night. So, of us 3, who wants to take break?
I can take a break.
All right. Then I will take first watch, and then it's up to Eladin and my cousin Thalgar, who wants to go next.
I'll go next.
All right. Then the Goliaths hold each edge of watch, making sure we are safe. I will admit, as you all go to sleep, I say to myself, I'm pretty shitty at perception, but we'll see how this goes.
And speaking of perception, give me a perception check.
I will do. Oh, it's not too bad. 12, right in the middle.
Pretty good. You hear birds, which is a good sign to you.
Right.
There's obvious wildlife here. In the middle of the night, you see a rabbit kind of looking towards the campfire, its eyes reflecting the firelight back towards you, and it moves on its way. And before long, your watch is over, and the next person can give me a perception check. Who's next on watch? Eladan and
Yes.
not Aladdin.
Got sleep in my eyes.
9.
You're here in the wilds and being a fae spirit. You enjoy being out here in the nature, close to civilization, but it's really quiet. You kind of get yourself lost in your thoughts of where you've come from and how long you've come from when you first started your journey on this material plane known as Elran. And so it's quiet, lost in your thoughts, and your watch goes by without incident. And so Thalgar, if you want to give me a perception check.
It was a 17.
Yeah, I can see it. It's 17.
Okay.
Nice. Good roll.
It's a weird sensation, right? You haven't been back to this place, this part of town, this part of the world in quite a long time. You kind of think about your brother, how you guys used to run in the wilds out here whenever you came out of where you guys typically live. And so you spot familiar things like the trees and how they grow and how they kind of lean away from Mount Terra, away from the sunlight. And you would stay and build campfires, and the scent of the wood burning here is very familiar to you. But again, like the others, your watch goes by without incident, and you guys take a long rest and continue your journey. You're about a day and a half away from the summit of Mount Terra.
Let us continue. Anyone see dragon at night? I did not. I saw little bunny, but it was smart enough to stay away from us predators.
No dragon.
You did not catch it for breakfast?
No, we have food. I only hunt if it is required. I have respect for the animals. If we need food, I will hunt, but otherwise we have food. That's why we carry all this stuff.
If the gods did not want us to eat them, they would not have made them so tasty.
I tend not to eat things that I can talk to, It's a little weird. I mean, you should understand. Druid?
I just try not to talk to anything I intend on eating.
That is a good... I guess I go by same rule. Yeah.
Sometimes talking to them makes it easier, though.
Oh, I don't even want to.
Some animals are dicks, so... Turkeys. All turkeys are dicks.
I did not know this. I have not had turkey. It's good to know. Good to know. Let us continue. Let us go towards Foggy Tower.
Yep. And the fog is particularly heavy this morning as you look over towards the summit and you continue on the road. The road here now is there's no sign of any new road. Cobblestone's cracked and broken and worn at some point in time. Shifted and moved. This path likely existed well before the eruption of the volcano.
Oh, quick question. How long ago was the eruption?
Roll me a D100.
I will do that. 26 years ago?
Yeah, let's say that's
26 years ago. Interesting. Okay, cool. So, I mean, we might still, we could, see, a weird hill that kind of, snakes down, like a valley wall, and it's, covered in dirt, but we're like, oh, no, that was for sure a path of lava. It'd be hard to see, though, after 26 years.
And as you continue up the mountain, the air gets quiet, and the birds you heard from the night before aren't anywhere to be seen.
Oh.
Can I get a survival check from the group, or you can provide advantage to your party if you're proficient?
Cousin Thalgar, what is your bonus?
Look into the sky, put up 3 fingers.
Ah, okay. I only have 2 bonus, so I will help Ade, and
It's
you want to help?
already on your shoulders.
Oh shit! Yes, you are. Well, you're not that heavy. I didn't even know this.
You slept on your shoulders.
See, that part is weird because I have tent, but I figured I would have noticed.
It is okay. Your head is sticking out of the tent.
Oh,
It makes
this
it
is
easy.
true. Makes it nice and easy. It explains why my bald head was so warm. All right, I provide advantage to Ade.
Survival.
I will assist someone else.
Oh, that's
Oh, double
that is-
threes.
That is definitely you're helping my rolls.
That is very
That's what
funny.
happened.
Oh my god. I think you have advantage, Randy.
Beat that.
Yeah, beat 9. Oh my god.
That is
Nicely
a
done.
much better roll.
24.
So as you continue up, there are obvious signs of a struggle that look like they have been almost covered. Tracks where you see people shuffling back and forth that look like they'd been covered but sloppily. There's some crushed plants and some spattered blood off the side of the road on some of the foliage.
The bodies look like they were intentionally covered up.
It looks like there's signs of a struggle, and there are some crushed plants. It looks like there was some kind of fight because you see the footprints with your survival check kind of moving around as if there was some kind of combat here. But there are no bodies. But now that you're successful with your survival check, the party can give me a perception check.
I will help. Can I help you again, Ade? Maybe because you are high up, maybe you do better with this one.
Yes, the high up is far away from ground. Hard to see the survival.
Let's see. Oh my goodness, see?
Definitely better. One of
See,
them.
I help. I can't hear anything, but you can see, so that is good thing.
With the natural 20, 26, you look around and you start seeing the plants, and being a druid, you're kind of familiar with, hey, this isn't normal, and you're looking around how the plants grow, and what looks like pushed off in the brush, the grass has been flattened as if somebody walked there, but it's very obviously somebody wasn't walked there. They were dragged there. You see bodies roughly covered with brush. They've been stripped down to their undergarments, and nothing of value has been left on them. They're two warrior-looking individuals, no marks on their bodies, and their faces are distorted with a horrified expression, as if they have died of fright. The other three bodies have many wounds. They've been dead at least 3 or 4 days.
What kind of wounds did you say they were?
2 of them had no wounds, and 3 of them had many wounds. Looked like scratch, bites, even weaponry, small, thin stab marks, as if they were some kind of dirk or dagger.
My friends, is this the work of the undead or not?
I would say yes, probably not the dragon.
But do they look like they have their belongings still, or they've been picked clean? I do not think undead take items from bodies. Usually they just...
Undead may have killed them, and then somebody else found them and picked them clean.
Interesting.
Or the undead are not alone.
Okay, well, I'm going to be safe if everyone is okay with this, and he takes out his great axe. I will dismember at least head and... Yes, at least head, right? Head
Thank
will
you for
take care.
choosing the axe instead of the maul.
Oh yeah, that would be bad. They're not skeletons yet, otherwise it would be maul. So he's going to remove the head from each body.
Okay, easy enough. They don't put
Yes.
much up. They don't put up a fight, and
Oh,
you behead them without
All right.
trouble.
just in case, right? Better be safe. Do we have any tracks? Any idea where their attackers went?
We'll roll over the survival check from Eladan of his 24 from earlier. As Ade steps towards the brush, you looked at the tracks and they seem to head up the mountain in the direction you're traveling.
Interesting.
It's convenient that they're in the direction we're going.
Yes, I do not know if I'd call it convenient, but...
Better than that, than having enemies behind.
Oh, it's true. It's true. All right. I will bow to your wisdom, and he bows, and you fall forward off of his shoulders.
I do not like the bowing.
I can hear again. Oh, it's so nice. Where did the birds go? I hear no animals.
What do the tracks look like? Is there any like big dragon footprint?
Definitely not dragon footprints. That looks like there was at least 8 individuals, but some of the tracks look like they're dragging their feet a little bit. Others look like as if they were made of bone.
I would point that out to the group.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad I got the big hammer.
And as you guys continue on up the path, can I get a perception check from the party?
I will help Ade, but I am keeping ear out for animals, so he is not on my head. But I am still pointing and helping.
I don't know if I still have advantage. I feel like.
Oh,
this
you
one.
do, you do. You're just not on my head. Oh, see? It's because
See,
you're not on my head anymore.
Correct. Good
My
job,
bed.
Papa.
14, 21. Thalgar, you hear the rustling of leaves as you come around a corner. It's probably a good, let's call it 50, 100 feet off. And you hear the low moaning.
Put up my left hand like a stop sign and unsheath my scimitar, and I kind of point in the direction of the sound to the rest of the group.
Okay, let's roll some initiative.
Yeah, buddy.
Could have been worse.
Most of my rolls today have been worse, so I'll take it.
Eladan, as Thalgar unsheaths his weapon, kind of looks in a direction, you see what look like undead beings shambling in your direction, albeit ever slowly.
See if I remember how this guy even works. Oh yeah, I can shoot at one of those guys. I will pick the target closest to me, and well, let's see. Are these trees going to get in the way?
No.
Okay. Then, matter of fact, I can even move a little bit. Yeah, nice clean shot. I will draw my longbow and I'll take aim and try to attack one.
A 15 easily hits these slow-moving creatures.
Okay. So do 9. Give me a second here. I will mark him as a favored foe, and I will also apply I will make just a dreadful strike and add a D4 on top of that.
What's the total?
11.
11. Your bow hits this creature, it being half dead or undead. You can't really tell if you've done significant damage to it as it just continues to meander. But when the arrow struck the creature, it reeled back and then settled down again and started continuing to move in your direction. Is there anything else you would like to do? Bonus action or movement?
Nope, I'm good.
Hey, following my furry friend, we shall. I think I moved backwards, but it's fine. 30. Move up some, and I will bonus action cast Shillelagh on the quarterstaff. See a little bit of a bluish green glow go across the staff, and then I will use. Can I hold an action for if somebody comes within 30 feet of me?
Yes, sir.
Yep. That'll be produce flame. Held action.
Anything else?
That's it. Bonus action, movement, action. Oh, look at this guy.
All right. Oh. Moving up 30 feet. I imagine I would take out my great axe as I move up because I see that there are skeletons there, but they're in the back. So he's just going to have his great axe ready. These guys are too far away from me really to do anything yet. So I'm going to ready an attack with my great axe if one of these guys gets within melee. And that's going to be my turn. So let me hit the button. Sorry about that. Oh, I see. There we go. No, I figured it out.
Dalgar, it is your turn.
I will have my double-bladed scimitar out already. I'm going to move forward. Full movement. I am in a stance when I roll initiative, so right now I have +5 to my range. I'm just going to ready an attack.
All right, everybody's ready to attack. The skeleton's turn to go. It has 30 feet of movement. It is going to use 30 feet, and it brings up a short bow, slowly pulls back the rotted string on the bow. Arrow looks like some kind of bone or some kind flies from him, and it will fly towards Eladan. Whoops, I forgot to roll the attack. That is a 16.
That's exactly what it needs to hit.
All right, and that will be 5 points of piercing damage. And it is moved and taken its action. It's its turn. The next skeleton will also move forward 30 feet. The next skeleton moves forward as well, and it will take aim at Ade. 12 to hit.
That'll miss.
Okay.
Oh,
Creature moves
flappable.
20 feet. Yeah, 40 feet. Eladan, is your turn.
I'll take aim at the injured one again and attempt to shoot him again. Ah, that should hit.
Yes, that definitely hits.
What's that? 9, 10.
10 total damage. All right.
Yeah.
This creature, you hit it again near the other arrow, and it falls to one knee. And so I need to roll a check. And creature drops to the ground, defeated. Anything else?
No.
All right. Gotta get some of these distances right. All right. That's not great. But I think Ade's going to move up a bit. Yes, get him right within 30 feet. It's going to go ahead and target this one with a new produce flame attack. Ooh. Let's go. Big damage. At least as big as I can do. And then I will go and cower behind the guy with the big axe. And that'll end my turn. Not sure how to.
I got you. Ivar.
Okay, that's nice. I like that. Ivar is gonna run up. While he runs up, he uses a bonus action, and he emits a roar that is deep and unsettling to anyone that hasn't already heard of it, because it sounds as if it's coming out from the furs that currently are over his shoulders, and you see that almost like a hood behind his head is the head of a white bear, and that's the roar that is just from me as he comes up with his battle axe, and he gets up to this one and he takes a swing. See how it goes. Come on. All right, that should hit. 21.
Yep, definitely hit.
All right. And then we've got, very nice, that'll be 17 damage with the rage.
DC of 5 plus your damage taken. That's 23. It cannot hit it. So
he cuts it from like just the nape of the neck, right next to the shoulder there, and then all the way down above the hip, just bisects him because he's a zombie. And that's movement, action, bonus action. That is it for my turn. Thank you. Oh, he's currently raging. I don't know if I need to.
I got you.
I
I don't think I made one.
Yeah, no, they're not on there yet. Okay.
Balgar.
move up on that side of the zombie. Take a swipe with my double-bladed scimitar.
Nice. Definitely hits.
9 slashing, and then double-bladed scimitar allows me to make a bonus attack with it if I hit.
Oh, is this like a Darth Maul blade?
Sort of, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Guessing 9 misses.
Oh, bummer.
A 9 still hits.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
They have no organs to protect themselves.
Yeah. They're just shambling.
He's unflappable.
No, this one's unfulfilled.
Oh,
Aw.
unfulfilled.
No,
Let
bummer.
him live.
There's still so much time. You could be a whole person.
3 from the bonus attack.
As you cleave its arm from its body, the arm hangs on by sinew, but it is still moving.
Very well. That'll end my turn.
All right.
Seeing this creature, you're the nearest threat. It's going to attempt to shoot you with its short bow as it takes aim. This massive creature that blots out the zombie behind it, the skeleton will fire in your direction. That is a natural 1. And this next creature will also take aim at Thalgar with its short bow, firing a 11, which also misses.
Doesn't pay to be evil.
Doesn't pay. This last creature, hanging on by a thread, will attempt to raise its hands above its head. Well, its hand, and it will attempt to slam you, Thalgar, with a 8. That also misses. Top of the round, Eladan.
I'll try to put down the one that's near death here.
13 hits, 4 damage plus 4 plus 4. That's a total of 8.
So
Is that correct?
it's 8 plus 4.
All
Longbow is 8, and the Dreadful Strike is 4.
Gotcha. 12, 17. Also falls to the ground. Bonus action movement.
No, I'll stay put.
I will unmute myself and then I will shift up to support my friends and go ahead and attempt to hit this detached one with the produce flame. Not paying enough attention. Wow. 9?
That this creature dances out of the way from your flame as it flies towards it, much more nimble than the gambling creatures you just dispatched.
You lied to me, Mr. Detached. I will end my turn.
Ivar.
All right, so Ivar is going to move past this tree here, and may he flavor hit his great axe into the tree as he walks by and then take out his hammer. Like, he drops the great axe, but I just think it's fun to leave it in the tree as he goes by. And then he pulls out his hammer, gets behind this skeleton here, and goes to attack. Come on. Oh, that's a natural 20.
Nice.
I don't know what's going on tonight, guys. Something's wrong. 19 points of damage.
In one swing, he runs by, lodges his axe with his left hand while pulling out the large hammer with his right hand, and kind of wields it over his head, swings it over his head, and grabs with both hands and pulls it down. And what was once the skeleton that was about 5'8" is now the skeleton that's about 6 inches tall as he crushes it from head to toe.
Like he's driving a spike into the ground, and he just... And that's his turn.
I rushed by, seeing what Ivar did. I said, "Oh, I should have got a hammer." And then I will swing at the skeleton with the scimitar. That's my bonus attack.
Ooh, nice.
As you swing across this creature, decapitating it, saying, "I should have got a hammer," but you see that there's very little bone and sinew between its collarbone and its skull, and targeting that area, you swing across, and there's a little, as the sinew snaps underneath your scimitar, and the creature falls, head going one way, skull going another way. We will drop out of initiative as you have dispatched some zombies and skeletons.
Hey, good job, team.
Ivar hangs the maul on his back and then goes and gets the axe out of the tree. Like, barely hurt. Barely hurt. Strong tree. It'll be okay. Are these the things that we think killed those people?
I do not think that these ones alone could have done that to those people.
You can give me a medicine check if you would like, or ask somebody else to look at the bodies.
I do not have medicine.
Yeah, I can look at the bodies.
We'd
Go ahead and roll the medicine.
found 8 sets of tracks, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so the half at least. Oh, there is 5. So
You want to give me a medicine check, Eladan? You can go ahead and do
Sure.
so.
I'm kind of like, eh.
Yeah, you can't really tell. I mean, looking at they definitely didn't have any puncture wounds from arrows. They were more puncture wounds from maybe daggers or dirks. They did have scratches, and so some of these creatures, with their nails kind of long and dirty, possibly, but not quite sure. Not carrying any kind of dagger or anything like that. Anything else you would want to do before moving on?
check for anything worth keeping. Like how is the equipment from these skeletons?
Give me a perception and/or investigation check if you would like to check all the bodies, or ask somebody to do it.
Can someone please look at these bodies? I think I need glasses.
I can tell their bodies.
No, I mean to check bodies for stuff.
Oh.
Please.
Oh, loot.
Maybe not this one. I crossed this one into paste. Oh shit, nice.
I literally kicked the body and a bunch of shit falls out.
like in Diablo. Just poof.
One of the zombies was carrying what looks like a glass jar. It's like 3 inches in diameter, and on the front there is a stamp on it, and then it looks like there's some twine around the top, as if it's and over the top of it there's what looks like leather, and so twine to keep the leather closed, and there's some kind of sigil or signet mark on the front of this.
Interesting. Oh, well, I don't know what that is. Maybe you take. I meant more like their short bows. Would their short bows be useful?
Yes.
Or are they pretty poor? Cousin Thalgar, do you have ranged weapons? I don't really. I have javelins, but they're not great for long distance.
I do. And he would kind of pull his cloak back, and you can see a crossbow.
Okay. I will take short bow and some arrows, if this is okay.
You can take short as many arrows as you can carry.
Okay. I don't imagine we will be keeping track of arrows, so I will just add them to my sheet. Thank you, sir. All right. Well, aside from funny jar with hopefully not human skin lid, I think we found everything, guys. Should we keep going?
Funny symbol remind us of anything? Does it look familiar to any of us?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
You can make a Arcana or Nature or History check.
None of that feels good. Let's go ahead and see what we can do, though. Arcana's the first one on the list.
Nice.
Hey.
You look at the thing, and then you remember being handed potions have the same or similar signet, and so you have a, however you say this word, Kyotin's ointment.
Oh, those are good. Whoa.
With 5 charges or 5 doses.
Those are super good.
The Seneschal definitely gave a zombie turning potion. We should throw them out. Turns you into zombies.
I'm pretty sure I've used that before. It does not turn you into zombies. Although
you can't even say it.
Well, it's called restorative ointment in the SRD, and I can say restorative. Okay. So screw you, buddy. My accent's all over the place tonight. Who's keeping that? Because that is actually super good.
The closer it gets to Borat, the happier I am.
Yeah. Oh, it's getting there. Don't worry. I mean, it does 2d8 plus 2 hit points. You cease to be poisoned, and you're cured of any disease. And we have 5 uses of it, so that is super useful. It takes an action to either swallow or apply it to the skin. Illustrious DM, or are we going to use the same rules that we use for healing potions? I.e., if you use it at okay, very cool, very cool. So, who wants to carry the healing ointment?
I think it was handed to Aladdin, right?
Illidan?
Who has it right now?
Well, he also has 6 healing potions, so maybe we don't keep all of the healing stuff on one character.
Yes, give it to me. I will definitely make use of it.
No. Cousin Thalgar, would you like a healing ointment that's definitely not going to turn us into zombies, or should I carry?
Maybe Adi carries it.
No.
Ade carries it is a good idea.
No, I do not give cousin Talgar. You should know this. We have trained together for multiple years. Ade does not heal unless it is the end of their life, and maybe not even then. So it is bad idea to give Ade healing things unless you don't want it to ever be used.
We use it when it is the most useful.
Ade is the type of person to beat video game and say, "Hey, why do I have 20 elixirs?"
Fair.
None of us know what that means. I will take ointment. We talk about too long. I decide. Thank you for ointment, Eladin. You are amazing that you find. This is super useful. All the look like they're coming from further up the path, the way we're going.
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I figured. All right. Well, this was good sign. Easy day, easy fight. Let's continue.
And as you continue on, the road continues to curve, but not as a wide arc as you were making earlier, lower on the mountain. And you can continue on and get there probably in the middle of the night if you would like, or you can set up camp and approach in the morning. The fog certainly hasn't lifted today, as there are other clouds in the sky and the sun isn't shining through as it was yesterday.
Well, I know we said go in the morning, but we are in their territory, and darkness plus fog plus outside with them possibly roaming the roads seems scary. I'm okay either way.
Yeah, I don't see very well in the dark.
Well, it is the dark.
If you would like to set up camp, anybody can give me a survival check to find a nice place to camp. That is also another good roll.
Wow, very nice.
Again, you find yourself just off the side of the road. Oh, it looks like some point somebody had set up a camp here, very similar to what you had seen before. Not as well used. It looked like they tried to clear some brush, but there's still brush nearby. Probably useful to light a campfire if you're going to light a campfire, but you find a nice place off the road and a little bit out of the way, so you can't be obviously seen from the road if you so choose. But you find a nice place to camp.
I think we need good watch tonight, because like you said, we are close.
I am pro fire. I don't know how you guys feel. I like the fire because I can see when there's fire.
Sure, I guess.
Non-committal fire. Okay. I will make decision. Darn it. I will make my own decision. I will start a fire.
I will take break tonight because I am terrible at seeing things.
All right.
Please wake me up if there is trouble.
So you're setting up a camp with a fire, correct?
Correct.
And who's taking first watch? And we'll just do 2 watches from this point forward.
Oh, I can take it.
Give me a perception check.
I changed my die, but it didn't change.
And whoever's taking second watch can also give me a perception check.
I'll take it.
You just go over to Eladin, and Eladin's already snoring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just staring up into the air looking for the dragon.
I'm gonna see that dragon, god damn it.
The night goes by without issue, and you wake early in the morning. Smoke of the fire is burning a little low, but not enough to cause any kind of alarm or be viewable outside of your camp area because you've set it up in such a way where it blows down the mountain. But the day is yours. You can refresh and take a long rest and continue on your journey. Let me know what you would like to do.
I'd like to assault the castles. Stealthily?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
So you continue on just a couple hours, maybe even less, and rounding the top, the curve of the mountain gets much more narrow. And as you approach, you see the towering structure. It rises with stoic grandeur, standing 45 feet tall and spanning 50 feet in diameter at its base. Perches atop an oval-shaped plateau, its northern half teetering near the edge of the sheer mountain cliff that looks over Anthus, just daring gravity to pull it from its perch. From the winding trail below, the tower seems seamless. There are no visible doors or entryways, only a single large shuttered window of weathered wood about 30 feet up on its southern face. You guys want to continue to move forward stealthily? Is that accurate?
We've got the. Are we like in the fog now, and we're just kind of seeing this at a distance?
Yes. Like pictures that as you came over the hill, you're following the path a little bit. You see the tower as it stands. As you move forward, the perspective of the angle, you see it slowly rise off the mountain, and so you're down the path a little bit, but you see the full tower and it's all its glory standing there at the edge of the cliff.
We see the entrance.
There appears to be no entrance. It seems featureless and seamless. The only thing you see is a single large shuttered window of weathered wood about 30 feet up on the southern face.
Maybe it is on other side. If not, I have climbing kit. We can climb the window, I guess. But otherwise, let's do little walk around tower. But let's be sneaky, right?
Is there any signs of creatures roaming around the outside of it?
Make me a perception check.
Nice.
Not bad.
There are two creatures meandering near the base of the tower. They hold themselves along with their arms, their squat legs, large distended mouth, much wider than any other humanoid mouth you may have seen. Their tongue flicks back and forth as if they're tasting the air.
I'd give a Navy SEAL sign with pointing at my eyes and in the direction that I see. And then I'd form a big G in the air and I'd say ghouls.
Is there some kind of I almost said recall knowledge. Is there some kind of roll we could do? I don't remember if ghouls. I think it's just the skeletons that are like resistant to get slashing.
You can make a nature or history check.
I'm bad at both, but I would love to roll it. I'll do history to just see if sometime in my past I had fought a ghoul before. That's a big old no.
Yep.
And he's back.
Yeah, I'm back, baby. I know nothing about ghouls, but I am excited to kill one, right? And just for a little bit of flavor, I will say that his speaking voice is not deep. Like it kind of oscillates when he's annoyed or angry or eating or something like that. You know, his voice gets deeper or higher depending. But it is nowhere near as deep as it is when he's raging. Then he's just all guttural and loud. But yeah, no. I've already easy excited to go kill some ghouls. Let's go. Unless we attack from range, what do you want to do?
It's clear they have not seen you. There is sparse growth of small shrubbery and trees that dot the area around the tower. It is likely you can get closer if you want to make an attempt to get closer.
Sneak up and ambush, eh?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, sounds good.
Everybody give me a stealth check, please.
Thank you for the breastplate. No longer have disadvantage.
Very nice. You got a 14, 11, 23, and 13.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
Drawing closer, you notice the walls are fashioned from dark gray stone, perfectly smooth and untouched by the passage of time. A faint, otherworldly chill seeps from the stone, brushing against your skin like a ghostly whisper. Encircling the base is a sparse gathering of short trees, scraggly bushes, and tufts of resilient grass. Jagged rock formations offer sparse cover for any stealthy approach, casting shifting shadows under the mountain's moody skies. Suddenly, there's a flicker of motion on your right as a large white crow swoops down from a nearby tree and lands gracefully beside Ade. The bird's movements are almost too fluid. Its piercing blue eyes gleaming with an uncanny light that seems to pierce your soul. The crow hops up and down its twisted head, moving back and forth as if desperate to relay a message, its presence lending a strange air of urgency to your mission.
I don't know if this is a good time, but I don't think the bird thinks this is a good idea.
Have you tried asking bird?
I have. I don't speak land bird. It's not a goal.
Hello, bird.
It looks to you with uncanny intelligence, hopping up and down a little bit.
I speak your language now. You can speak to me.
Undead, help! Save
Yeah.
Eva in the tower.
Right. Yes. No, that's why we're here. How do we get in tower?
She's sleeping.
She's sleeping.
You
That's why. Why is she sleeping?
She's sleeping up near the top. You should fly in. You can fly in.
Well, okay. I don't want to make judgment here, but we cannot fly like you. So how do we fly in?
It hops a little bit and it flies in the air before it circles around and lands on your shoulder. Fly into the top.
Okay, see, yes, but you have wing. I do not have wing. Okay, so is there a different way in? We are coming to tower now to rescue your friend, but we cannot fly. So a different way in other than, and I point towards the window, other than window.
He says, then through the door at the bottom in the middle, and you see a you see a path, a clear path, foot trodden, that leads to what looks like a blank wall, but there's certainly a weathered trail that leads right up to the edge of the tower.
Okay, I do not see door, but you say there is door.
Yes, we must hurry.
Okay, we go. And I like motion for the rest of the party to like continue the stealthy moving as I'm speaking to this bird in like a bird language. Or like whispering. Yeah, whisper little whistles. And so how did they open door? I imagined Ava did not fly in, yes? So how did door get opened?
You just push it open. He says, obviously, he seems a little frustrated and lacking patience, and you just push it open.
Yes, we're going. Okay, I'll try and push open, but I must tell you, I look at door, I see no door, so.
He says, we have to hurry. Eva's asleep. She won't wake up. She's on the second floor.
Second floor, okay. Is there many undead in between? Because we're moving. Do you want us to just abandon stealth and just run and kill as we go?
Yes, you should. You should hurry.
Okay, all right. Well, and then I switch back to common. Bird says we should just run in her owner. This is the familiar, by the way. Ava, the one who sent the message. She is on second floor. Apparently she asleep. I do not know if this means unconscious or dead. Could be a coin flip on that one. But Bird wants us to just run up to the path there and says there is door, even though I see no door. And what do you all think? Should we continue stealth and just make our way in slowly, or should we rush in and valiantly save?
You gonna listen to what a strange bird tells you?
Not usually.
I mean, if she is up top, shouldn't we go through window?
He said, well, actually, I don't know. I turned towards the bird. Are you a boy bird or girl bird?
What does that matter?
The bird kind of looks at you weird. Says, hurry up.
We are moving as we are talking. We are moving and talking. We're doing a like a little movie walk and talk. I'm asking for your proper pronouns. I don't know what to refer to you as.
The bird says, so I guess you can call me them.
Okay. They say they are on second floor, not at top, but maybe in middle. So let's just go. I mean, I don't really want to give up stealth, but Bird is very insistent that Ava is like asleep, whatever that means.
Well, Bird is not the boss of me.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
We deal with the ghouls.
Okay, so I look at the bird. We're going to kill ghouls in front of door, and then we are going to go into door. Okay? I'm sorry, but we're not just going to run in and get attacked from behind, because you have to protect yourself if you're going to help anyone else. Everybody knows this. I'm sure you know this, Bird. Your parents teach you this, just like mine did. So, one step at a time, but we are moving. We're going in, okay? If you have any more information to give, please let me know. We only have, he looks at a non-existent wristwatch on his wrist. We have like 8 more minutes of this. So if you have any more information, if you want to do some scouting, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to go kill ghouls. And then you're going to show me door. Hell yeah, let's do it.
You see, you're able to stealth up to this bush/tree. You have successfully evaded the lookout, who is at the top of the tower. And you are seeing these 2 ghouls sitting in front of this. You see this trail here that leads up and almost ends at the door where there doesn't appear to be any kind of opening, as it were.
All right, the bird says there is door here, even though we cannot see door, but let's kill ghouls. Did the lookout that we saw have like a ranged weapon?
Could not tell.
Be careful, lookout, but otherwise, let's get to business. And he unhooks his axe. Any final preparations?
Up to you. Go ahead and pop open the combat sheet and roll some initiative. Or on your picture, there's a little thing too. You can also click.
I rolled the same exact initiative as last time. Nice. Good roll.
Nice. Eladan is first to act.
I will draw my bow and attack the ghoul closest.
Will it be an advantage, DM, considering we are stealthed? I don't know how that works out.
They did not see you, so you can take your first shot with advantage.
Cool.
If you were
Very
going
cool.
to shoot at it.
I'm gonna bonus action. I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark on the creature,
nice.
and then I'm going to attack. Did we say advantage?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, better.
Let me see. We can see that indeed hit.
Oh, nice.
Okay, add a dreadful strike, and the hunter's mark is a d6. There's 9, 2, 4, so 11, 15.
15. Severely wounding the creature, leaving it near death, but it is still alive.
Very nice.
Okay.
All right. I will go ahead and creep up a bit. Feel like it knows that we're here now, so probably taking this as a straight roll. But we'll throw some fire at it. Target attack.
A 13 still hits.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
just enough.
Ooh,
6 fire damage.
nice.
And that creature is immolated.
And then just for funsies, I'll go ahead and back up. And then in my turn.
Ivor's gonna move and then ready an attack if something gets within range.
Creature quickly moves up towards you. Your attack goes off as it moves into range.
All right, let's do it. That hits for 10 points of damage.
10
And
points.
that is my reaction.
All right. The creature will attempt to reach out its fury as it comes forward. Teeth, claws from its hands and its feet. As it moves towards you, it will attack. It first will attempt to bite you.
Gross.
Oops. That's damage. Oh, there we go. That is a 10 to hit. That misses.
Oh, that's a miss. Yes, sir.
And that is also a miss. As it bites towards your face, you move back. Do you have a shield?
No, just two-handed.
And it moves back. It tries to bite your face, but you're much too tall, and you smell this just rank breath filled with decay. You probably don't want to get bitten by this creature.
I'm going to start off with moving into range. I have an extra 5 feet of range, so 15 foot of range on my scimitar. We'll just go there.
Oh, right.
And 11 just misses.
Oof.
I will bonus action double-bladed scimitar.
That a 24 certainly hits.
Nice.
4 damage.
The creature is badly injured, but still standing.
That'll end my turn.
Eladan.
Bonus action, I'll move Hunter's Mark onto the creature.
An 18 certainly hits for 9 damage. And as
Plus-
quickly as you moved into
Nice.
range, you have defeated the exterior guardians. And you find yourself outside of this tower. There is certainly a door there. It just looks really well made, and it's almost flush to the tower. You can see now that you've gotten closer, there is a seam, but the
So
bird
tight,
is just
yeah.
sitting right in front of it like, hey man, open the door.
All right, everyone ready? Anybody need to do any prep? Yeah, we can just all...
Oh no.
Okay, Ivar pushes the door open. This is definitely dwarven make, because the seam, you can barely see it. Good for keeping dust and dirt out. They make some gifts sometimes where the metal, it is cut so perfectly, when you put the two pieces together, the seams disappear. Luckily, it's not so bad here, or so good.
Start taking my journal about it.
And what you see is you push through the door. A musty odor assaults your senses, almost causing you to gag. The air is thick and oppressive, like it hasn't been refreshed in years. Cramped space is filled to the brim with animals packed so tightly, it's a wonder they can even move. The mules and horses jostle and sift, their eyes flicking back and forth in the dim light as if sensing your presence. There is a black horse with a white blaze mark on its face and a cropped ear that stands out amongst the rest. Its eyes lock onto you with a strange intensity. The sheer number of animals in this small space makes it all very hot and almost unbearable. You wonder how they're still living. At the far end of the chamber, opposite the door, you see a ramshackle chicken coop. There's one hen left inside that coop. It looks, feathers are matted and missing in places, and the ground around is littered with loose feathers, giving the impression that something violent had happened here. To the right of the chicken coop lies a round grill-covered hole in the floor. The metal grate is rusted and stained with something that looks like dried blood. The hole seems to go down deep into the earth, and a chill runs down your spine at the thought of what could be lurking in the darkness below. The oppressive atmosphere in this cramped space feels like it's closing in on you. You can't help but feel like you're being watched by something sinister. You made the bottom of the tower, first floor. For many of you, it's really dark. For the one member in the party who does have dark vision, I will read out what we see. As you push through the door, a musty odor senses, causing you to gag. The air is thick and oppressive, like it hasn't been refreshed in years. Cramped space is filled to the brim with animals, packed in so tightly that it's a wonder they can even move. The mules and horses jostle and shift, their eyes glinting in the dim light, as if sensing your presence. The black horse with a white blazed face and cropped ear stands out among the rest. Its eyes lock onto you with a strange intensity. The sheer number of animals in this small space makes it almost unbearable, and you can't help but wonder how they're all still alive. At the far end of the chamber, opposite the door, you see a ramshackle chicken coop. Only one bedraggled hen is left, its feathers matted and missing in places. The ground around it littered with loose feathers, giving the impression that something violent had happened here. To the right of the chicken coop lies a grill-covered hole in the floor. The metal grate is rusted and stained with something that looks like dried blood. The hole seems to go down deep into the earth, and the chill runs down your spine at the thought of what could be lurking in the darkness below. The oppressive atmosphere in this cramped space feels like it's closing in on you, and you can't help but feel like you're being watched by something sinister. What happens now?
Of course, I could have smelled the horses, I suppose.
As you look around, there's one sitting right next to you, kind of moving but docile in this area. Several horses are there. Two are drinking from a water trough that sits in the middle of the room. There is a ladder that leads what looks like up to the next floor.
I look over to Eladan. Cousins of yours?
What? The horses? Oh. I see what you did there. Very, very amusing.
I would like to light up a torch.
As you light up the torch, you see the different horses on the left side and then the bales of hay and feed to the right.
What a strange place for horses.
So this is like the ground level, right?
Yes, it is the ground level.
Yeah, it'd be strange if it weren't the ground level.
It's a strange place for live horses. I think they would have been eaten or something by now.
Horses generally prefer outside if possible. This seems strange.
Do the horses seem skittish at all?
No, they're relatively docile. They may have been here for some of them several days to several weeks. Probably, it smells so bad here, they've probably been pinned up here a long time. There are piles of feces near their rears. Eladan close to stepping on some of it, but it smells terrible.
I get to see the most wonderful places with you all. There's a ladder. Shall we go up it?
It seemed the only direction.
As you make your way to the ladder, I would like the party to give me a perception check.
I am too distracted by stepping over all the horse poo.
Ade, as you step towards the ladder, you can hear what sounds like wind coming up through the hole here to the right. But then you hear a low guttural moan.
I hear a rumbling, and I don't think it's the big guy's stomach. Should we check down before we check up?
Do you want to go to the basement of this place?
I mean, I don't particularly want to go to the basement, but basements don't usually moan.
Does the ladder descend and ascend?
The ladder from this point only ascends, but Ade mentions that over here to the right, where there's grating next to the chicken coop, is where he heard the sound coming from.
Well, it's at least, check out the grating.
You can hear the wind howl from below.
One of you with the cat eyes, look down it.
Now, I'll peer over the edge, see what I can see.
You peer over the edge and you see hundreds of feet down the forested treetops of the mountain you had climbed, but about 10 feet down, what looks like a dwarf. Blood is dried on his skin. He looks nearly unconscious, and it looks like his skivvies has caught a sharp point and is keeping him from falling to the forest below. He's approximately 10 feet down and his skivvies have stretched about 5 feet. Piece of metal that he is clinging to is about 5 feet down.
I lean over to Thalgar and I say, I think he's a part goat friend, not a cat.
What did you see down there? Eladon was the one that looked down, right?
Yeah, there's a dwarf down there.
A dwarf?
Yeah, there's a dwarf down there.
Does he look
Does
dead?
does he seem conscious?
He looks like he's barely clinging to life. You see the rise and fall of his chest. It sounds like he's complaining under his breath about something.
Well, I'll call out to him. Hello?
You see him move a little bit, and a voice that's choked with dirt as if he hasn't been drinking something in a while, coughs a little bit.
I think he wants us to help him. Does the grate look like it comes off?
It looks like you can pick it up and remove it. Yes.
Well, I suppose the first step is let's pick up the grate.
You easily slide the grate away from the top of the hole.
Any ideas on how we get this guy? I have some rope too.
I know. Eladan, we use you as a beast of burden and tie the rope around you.
Or we could use one of the actual beasts of burden in this room, and I make a sweeping gesture to the many horses standing nearby us.
I suppose that might be a good idea. Don't look at me. I'm not good with animals.
So we're just gonna lower this guy a rope or what? Someone going down to get him?
Yeah, he doesn't really look like he's going to be able to grab a rope, and somebody might have to go down there and...
Are you volunteering, Thalgar?
I can't fit down there.
It seems roughly human-sized.
I'm a Goliath.
It would certainly be a tight squeeze for Thalgar.
Who's our smallest person?
Well, smallest is probably myself, but I don't know about bringing him back.
Oh, you just need to fasten a rope to him and we'll pull him up.
You fastening a rope to me as well?
If you need it, unless you got spider climb.
We got 2 ropes, right?
I have one. We have 3 ropes at least.
I mean, I have a rope. I can tie myself, but who is going to fasten the other side as I go down?
We're tying it to the horse.
This definitely cannot go wrong.
Was there 4 pillars in the middle?
Yes, those are 4 pillars. They're stone, and they hold what looks like they go up and hold the foundation of the next floor.
So I'll just take my rope and I'll go around the closest pillar and then tie off one end to myself and then hand the other end whoever is going down. Or you can fashion that around yourself and I'll lower you down and then you can tie off the dwarf and we'll pull you back up and then we'll pull him up.
Sounds good.
Climbing down the chute will be an athletics check unless you have another way to tie the rope off to the dwarf.
So we're tying one rope around Ade, giving him another rope that we're then going to tie to the horse, right? So we have one rope tied to the pillar, one rope that we're going to give to Ade, then tie to the dwarf with the other end that is going to be tied to the horse, right?
That sounds like a plan.
All right.
Or the other pillar.
And I am good with horses, so I can control the horse.
The pillar's not going to move. The horse might.
As soon as Ade starts just about to climb down, I kind of lean over him and take out my paintbrush and say, "You'll do fine." And I'll paint a quick sigil on his forehead and cast guidance.
Yes, I'm sure that will be very helpful.
But in the process, you get paint in his eye and he can't see.
Try not to fall to our deaths. Hey, the paint worked.
Pretty good. You can roll with advantage and give yourself a d4. Not sure you're going to get better than that, but
Oh, there's an advantage to this. Okay.
for the help using the rope and everything.
That is definitely not better. Let's go with the first number.
Yep. So with the 20, you're able to scramble down. You are lowered. You tie the rope off to the dwarf. He looks like he's badly beaten, muttering under his breath, and he is blue with cold. He's probably got several levels of exhaustion mechanically and near death. But you're able to tie off the rope around his thick torso.
Don't worry, friend. We'll be back in no time. And I tug on my rope.
The party working together easily is able to pull you up. As Eladan speaks with the horses, horses are very docile. It looks like they're used to pulling either carts or farming equipment, and they pull you up. And you are able to also pull up the dwarf. You do recall the Seneschal had mentioned that there was an mountain dwarf by the name of Franco Firth, who was part of Eva's party. This looks like this person. He is close to death.
I'll break out one of my potions of healing and feed it to him.
All right, you hear him groan before he passes out against the wall. Looks like he probably just needs some rest. A good week to 10 days. We'll get him back to normal, but you are able to heal his wounds, though he is absolutely exhausted and blue with cold. He's probably been down there for 4 or 5 days, hanging by his skivvies.
We'll take out a ration and I'll leave it on his lap. Guess we'll have to figure out how to get this guy back.
He's muttering under his breath about skeletons and demons. Skeletons, demons, almost delirious.
Well, put the grate back into place so he doesn't fall down it.
This poor guy's probably got the worst wedgie.
Yeah, he does.
Suppose he can stay here while we go up. Doesn't look like there's any way down.
Nope, the only way down looks like through the chute. And Ade, as you were going down there, it's obviously a garbage chute because there is all kinds of crazy stuff there. Being a person of are you a ocean druid? Is that correct, or a forest druid?
Yeah, I'm a oceanish druid.
Smells bad.
Yeah.
Smells like the city.
I don't recommend going down.
So it's a bunch of horse crap on top of a midden. The smell of this place is like a weapon in and of itself.
Did the crow come in with us?
No, it did not.
Okay.
I'll gather up my rope.
Guess there's only one place to go.
I mean, there's two. We could always just leave.
Looking up the ladders, there like a latch floor, or does it just go up into a room?
There is a trap door. So yes, there is a latch with what looks like it opens up away from you.
How far up is it? Does it look locked? Does it have like an actual latch that it needs to be opened, or can I push on it with something?
No, it looks like you can push on it. There's no obvious lock on this side.
I'll give a nice push with my halberd.
Yeah, you push it and you see it gives. Looks like you can open it if you want to go to the next floor.
Oh, what do you say, guys?
Order of ladder.
Ade will go second.
I'll go third.
I'll be last. With Washi, kind of. He just jumps and then latches on to Eladan's cloak.
I guess I'm going first, torch in hand.
Push open the trapped door or the hatch to the second floor, and you hear some moaning and some rustling. And as you step onto the floor, we're going to roll some initiative.
Sound like more dwarves.
And I'm going to move Halagar over here, and you guys can come up as your turns allow. Watch is going to go on your turn, Richard.
Shares my initiative, goes right after me.
As you climb up into this room, Thalgar, you hear the approach. It smells terrible here. Quickly, you look around. You see what looks like some beds, maybe a hearth in one corner, some desks. There's a large table that sits just very close to the ladder. And as you push open the latch and you step into it, these creatures may have been hiding behind beds or desks, and they rush forward and look to attack. And we will begin combat. Ade, you are first to act as you hear Thalgar reach the second story and you hear these creatures come closer. You can climb the ladder. What do you want to do?
Did Dalgar clear the ladder?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I would like to climb the ladder.
Yep, I'm going to move you, Thalgar. And remember, you can walk through, you can travel through your...
Well, I have to pick a stance for my initiative. I'm going to go, it's aggressive stance. Okay. So it's like a reckless stance.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Oh, this doesn't look great. I think, is this BG3 rules? Did I walk up a ladder for free? How much movement
No, you
was that?
You went up 10 feet.
10 feet. Okay. Yeah, I will go ahead and activate my Shillelagh. I think it's probably a good move here. And go after. Let's go this way. Does 18 hit?
An 18 easily hits this zombie as it looks like it's crawling on the ground. It's some kind of dwarf.
Mayron was right. Like 10 bludgeoning damage.
You hurt it pretty bad with your shillelagh, but it still crawls towards you, albeit slowly. And it's going to bite your ankles here sooner rather than later.
All right, I think he would keep kind of, as he hits it, he would keep kind of sidestepping and then end his turn to make a little more room for his body.
Oh, Eladan is in front of me on the ladder, so I will just I'll just hold my action to go up the ladder once Eladan does. That is it.
We'll also do the same. Eladan.
I'll hurry up the ladder.
You hurry up the ladder. As you climb up the ladder right above, you make your way up. As you get to the second floor, you see two what looks like ghouls, and then you see some dwarf zombies, or at least zombies. They're half their body's been ripped away. They're crawling towards Ade.
Am I able to follow?
Yeah, you're able to follow. He's still just climbed out of the ladder, so we'd have to move for you to get up.
Okay, I'm gonna reach into my bag and pull out some alchemist fire and chuck it at this guy. Attack roll.
That easily hits these creatures.
And what the heck? How much movement did I expend coming up the ladder?
You expended 10 feet.
Okay, then move over there.
As you watch Eldon go up the ladder, you see him pull into his back, and he throws something, and then he rushes out of sight of the ladder. You can now move up. You and Washi both move up. It is now the ghoul's turn. This creature will move forward towards Thalgar and do a multi-attack. Makes one with its bite. It attempts to bite you, Thalgar.
It'll have advantage because I'm in my stance.
He is on fire, by the way.
He is on fire.
That ghoul is on fire.
Wow. The first attack looks to be a 9, and then he'll attempt to claw you. That's a 19. You take slashing damage, and I need a DC 10 con save.
Oh, do I have lucky? Let me check. I don't want ghoul rot. I do not. I fail.
You are paralyzed for 1 minute. You can attempt to save at the end of your next turn. But that's that creature's movement or attack turn. The next one moves close to Eladan, and it
Did he take his damage?
Yeah, it's D4, right? Takes 3 damage. The next creature will move towards Eladan and attempt to bite. That is a 10 that misses, and then the next attack that'll attempt to claw you. It's a natural 20.
Damn.
That is 5 slashing damage, and I need a DC 10 Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw.
Have any other things you can add to it?
Not unless this is a spell or a magical effect.
It is not. You were also paralyzed. Yikes.
Golly.
Well, I didn't much like this character anyway.
That ends its turn. Thalgar, you are paralyzed. You can attempt another Constitution saving throw. You succeed and are no longer paralyzed.
That'll be my turn.
This creature moves up to Eladan and attempts to slam you. It will make that attack at advantage since you were paralyzed. And if it hits the critical hit, that is a 18 to hit.
That hits.
What is it? 1d6 plus 2. So that's, you take 10 points of bludgeoning damage, but that's all it can do. The next creature attempts to slam. That's a 16 to hit.
That just hits.
Or 7 bludgeoning. That's a turn. Ade, it's your turn.
Yeah, don't like that, so we're going to go ahead and return the favor. Hopefully. Possibly. 15.
15 hits easily. This creature is barely dragging itself along the ground.
6 bludgeoning. Still here, huh? Okay.
Still here.
That's not ideal. I guess I will stay here then.
If Eladan doesn't make his save, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. First of all, I'm going to move, taking any attacks over.
Yep. It looks to slam at you. It's a natural 20. 6 bludgeoning and 6 critical bludgeoning for a total of 12.
Okay. That's fine. I am then... Oh, it's a bonus action? It's a bonus action. Could I have said that I disengage from my action? I'm going to say that. Disengage, so I'll go back. And then for my bonus action, you see him whip out a thin scroll and quickly paints some symbols on it and throws it over at Eladan, and it flies over straight and then flaps onto his back, and Eladan glows with this faint orange energy as I cast Sanctuary as my bonus action.
I'm going to put a effect on you.
Okay. And that's it for my turn. And then Washi will go next.
What does Washi do?
Washi is going to move here and then attack this this zombie dwarf guy. Wow, that's a 10.
10 hits.
So I already rolled damage. So that is 1d8 plus PB. What is PB again?
Proficiency bonus.
There we go. So 3. So that is 8 damage.
It is near death.
That's it. One attack. Yep. That's Washi's turn.
Eladan, you can make your con save again, and you are no longer paralyzed.
Okay, so that was my action.
The end of your turn. That happened at the end of your turn. Yeah. You make the save at the end of your turn. This creature will attempt to Thalgar. 8 misses and a claw for a natural 20. Not sure why it's rolling at whatchamacallit, but that is
Hey, we'll take 2 slashing.
2 slashing. And I need a DC 10 con save.
Remember, every turn he's on fire.
Ah, yes, you're right. 4 damage. You easily pass this time, but that's his turn. Thalgar, he's going to attempt to bite you.
Is that Eladan? Is that attacking Eladan?
Yes, it is. Oh, that's right. He needs a
They
wisdom save.
multi-attack, don't they?
He fails his wisdom save, so he loses that attack. He's going to try to attack Eladon again, so he needs to roll another wisdom save, and also fails, and he can't. There's nobody else nearby.
I'm going to use a maneuver. See if I can just post it, but it looks like it's going to post all of them. It's called Iron Tempest. I spend 4 points. I'm making a weapon attack against a creature until the end of the turn. Whenever you hit with a weapon attack, it deals an extra 2d6 additional damage, and you can make an additional number of attacks equal to your proficiency bonus, but each bonus attack must be against a different target. I'm going to start off attacking the one that looks almost dead, the dwarf guy. Actually, I'll attack the one next to me first. It's 10 plus another 10, so 20. If it doesn't
20
look like,
damage?
yeah, if it doesn't look like it's gonna die, I'm gonna use
Yeah, it definitely, as you slam it and it falls to the ground, your halberd almost splits it in twain.
I will move a little bit and then continue my onslaught onto the other zombie or ghoul.
Mhm.
Roll of 11 damage.
It is injured as you slam it and using your momentum, you cut the head from one ghoul and you swing the other way, jumping onto the table. And as you jump off the table, you drop the halberd and it hits it in the shoulder and it buckles under the weight, but it's still moving.
Can I pump in Strike of the Giant Seal Strike onto it as well?
Whatever that does, sure.
It's extra 2 damage, and it has to make a Strength DC 14 save or be knocked prone.
That's a 3. It is now prone.
And then my final attack will be the dwarf next to...
That easily hits it. It's half of its body's worn away and it's just crawling on the ground towards Eladan. Dwarf, zombie, hit or feeling that hit, it will look back towards you and crawl across the floor. As you jumped off the table and hit it, it goes across the floor and it'll attempt to slam you. That is an 18 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Or that is 4 points of damage. And then the next one will attempt to slam at Adi. Adi, that is a 12. I'm assuming that misses.
That does miss.
It is your turn, Adi.
Try to finish this thing off. 8 damage.
8 damage, so it's a DC
Oh no.
12, DC 13. Under fortitude, 5 more damage. DC 13 is 6, so it dies.
And we'll start moving over to support and get out of the way a little bit and end my turn.
Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Right. I'll move up and I will, my paintbrush elongates and the hit tip hardens into that.
Whoa.
Yeah, it does.
Phrasing, bro. It's a kid's show. What are you doing?
Into my infused spear, pretty much, and I'm going to attack. Let's see, target this guy. Where's all the buttons?
Is it a tiny spear or a giant paintbrush?
It's a giant paintbrush.
I see.
That hits.
That's a 19 for 9 damage.
Barely holding on.
And that is it for my turn. Washi will come up, go here, and target this guy. Spell attack.
14 hits. Both of them, actually. You're attacking the zombie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the zombie dwarf. Ooh, for 10 damage.
10 damage. All right. He needs to roll a DC 15 and he fails. And that creature drops unmoving to the ground.
And that's Washi's turn.
So we got one guy left.
One guy left. You have Sanctuary on you.
This guy's prone. Okay, then I am gonna drop my longbow and pull my short sword and attack him. hopefully one of those will hit.
Yes, that hits. Creature is near death as you drop your bow, pull out your sword shoot really quick, and a dab at its side as it's laying there trying to crawl back to its feet, and you hit what would be a death blow on any other creature, but since this creature's undead, it continues to pull on its sword as it tries to pull its way up towards you.
Bonus action, I'm going to drink a healing potion.
Or 8 healing.
And that should do it.
This creature crawls up your sword, relieving itself from a prone condition, and it will attempt to claw you first.
As it does, Washi is going to bark at it and use deflect attack. So I impose disadvantage on attack roll within 5 feet.
Nice. That is a 10. That misses. Is it for all attacks this turn or just the one?
Just that one.
The next attack is a bite, which is a 19 for 3 piercing.
But you sit on the second one.
But you don't have to make a con save to be paralyzed since it was a bite instead of a claw. That ends its turn.
I will move a little bit. Is it free action to swap weapons?
Yeah, I can swap weapons. Don't mind.
I'll switch to my double-bladed scimitar.
You're going to kill this here in a second. Anyways, 18 hits for 7 damage. Describe how the most dangerous foe you've ever had.
Seeing that this was not a job for a halberd and more of a double-bladed scimitar, I swap to that and I just do a quick slice across the back of its neck as its head just plops forward and a bunch of green blood just oozes out.
And we'll drop out of combat. So let me read to you what's in the room now that you have a moment to breathe. As you enter, your eyes are drawn to the 5 neatly made beds on the southeast side of the room, lining the walls, each with a small footlocker at its foot. Footlocker, hence. They're made of sturdy oak and appear to be locked, perhaps containing belongings of the occupant. In the center of the room, a large square table with a dark polished surface dominates the space. The table is surrounded by 5 chairs, each with cushioned seats and a high backrest. Seems like the perfect place for a group meeting or to share a meal together. The north end of the room, there's a stone fireplace, complete with a small woodpile stacked neatly beside it. A warm fire crackles and illuminates the space with a soft orange glow, providing cozy atmosphere that invites you to relax and unwind. On the west wall, you notice 5 desks and chairs, each situated in front of a small window that lets in the natural light. The desks are neat and organized with quills and ink bottles, parchment and paper arranged in orderly fashion. It appears that this is where the occupants of the room work and study. The 4 sturdy pillars hold up the ceiling have oil lamps hanging from them, casting a warm and comfortable light throughout the room. The light flickers gently, creating a calming ambience that feels safe and secure. You see 3 people lying in the room, here and here. They seem to be bound and gagged. What happens now?
Are they dead?
They look alive. Yeah.
They look to be either unconscious or sleeping, but they are alive as all 3 of them seem to be breathing. So yes, in short, yes, they look alive.
It's weird. These undead, did they tie these people up? I'll remove the gag from the one that is next to me and lift open their eyelids, see if they look like they're undead.
Definitely don't look undead. Look like they may. Well, give me a medicine check.
Perfectly average.
Perfectly average. You're not really sure. She seems kind of out of it. It's a woman, a human woman. She looks experienced, spending a lot of time out of doors. The crow's feet are kind of pronounced. What would you think of typically pale skin is tanned by spending many afternoons out in the sunlight. Her hair is dark. She seems to be out of it in some way, not in the same manner that Franco Firth was out of it, but she seems to be, a 10 would be good enough. She seems to be under the influence of some kind of intoxicating.
Quick question. This floor that we're on, does this look like the floor that the Raven came from, or was that up higher?
You remember when you came up, that somebody had speak with animals, and that person specifically said that Master is asleep on the 4th floor.
All right.
In the middle of the room, the ladder continues up, offset a little bit from the ladder you came up, and it continues up, and there's another closed.
Anyone want to check out this desk?
Sure.
I'm pretty big and clumsy. I can't really search small stuff.
So what appears to be on the desk here?
Looks like there are a few books, As you look around the desk, there's a chamber pot under the desk, but it's apparently empty. A little bit of dust. But on top of there appears to be 2 large books and 3 logbooks. They're worn and well read.
I'd be moving the bodies to the beds, ungagging them, but leaving their hands tied.
Do we think we'll be spending any time here, at least 10 minutes or so, or will we be moving on fairly quickly?
Well, I mean, we should at least see if we can get these people, or one of them, conscious, speaking maybe.
I don't see the dwarf lady we're supposed to be saving anywhere around here.
If you need 10 minutes, we can probably give you that and try and make sense of these people.
No, I mean, I was just saying, people aren't really my thing. If you're going to do that, then I would see if there's anything magical in the room. If not, then I won't bother.
Do your thing.
Mayron doesn't really have anything that could help those people, so he's just going to start ritually casting Detect Magic. And if he has time to finish before they're done, then he will. If not, then we'll just keep going.
Yeah, you spend 10 minutes and you cast Detect Magic. Does not appear to be anything magical. What's odd is the lanterns that are connected to the pillars are still lit, and the hearth is still lit, though low, and the fire is low and it's smoldering. It looks like it's been going probably for a good 12 to 14 hours now, but nothing magical.
So yeah, that would have taken 10 minutes if you all wanted to do something.
So is there anything the party wants to do in 10 minutes? There are what looks like 5 foot lockers here at the foot of each bed, and then there are 4 desks.
Casually reading whoever's library this is, whoever's diary this is, who left it out. Casually flip through that.
You open it up, and it looks like, and you've been in accounting meetings, there is somebody they're drawing flowers, they're drawing the hills, they're drawing a tower, they're drawing city, they're drawing faces. You look like circles with like pluses on them, as if this is not the job they really want, but they're making caricatures of different things here.
Got the vital information.
That's what you see at this book.
Are all the 3 people wearing like the same uniforms?
The person that you took a look at seemed to be wearing leathers, likely a person who spent a lot of time out of doors. Their inside of their thighs are clearly one of somebody who's ridden horses for a while. You recall during your time with the Seneschal that there was a ranger from the Company of Resistance. Company of Resistance, they patrol the hills between the towers that are dotted along the landscape here. This person particularly looks to be a ranger and is a female with dark hair. You remember the Seneschal telling you that there was a person by the name of Perelia who was a ranger who was assigned to escort Ava to the tower.
What about the other 2?
They look like they're wearing relatively normal or drab dark tunics with what look like to be beige pants, leather boots pulled up around their feet, dressed somewhat similar. The clothing on one looks to be older than the clothing on the other. If you'd like, you can give me your perception check. They both look relatively similar. One's probably 10 to 12 years older than the other, the oldest one being about 40 years old, but that's what you get.
Symbols on their clothes?
No symbols on their clothes, no.
I guess I would have just situated them on the bed to make them more comfortable, but I'm not sure our party trusts them yet, so I'd leave them bound.
Anything on that desk, Eladan?
Sorry?
Were you looking at the desk, or were you just over there?
Yeah, I was looking. There's some journals, books.
Looks to be 2 large books bound in leather, dark leather, and then what look like 3 smaller books that are laying open on the desk. Bunch of symbols and numbers written in the books.
So are they comprehensible, or?
You can give me let's call it investigation check in the new version study. You can study them to take a look. I know we're not playing new version, but that's about the best I can get. Yeah, 15 is pretty good, even for you. 2 of them are code books that detail about how one can signal different towers and how you manage that. And the others look to be 3 logbooks that they've logged all the signals that they've done over the last several years since New Anthus was reopened. Well, actually, likely before that. So you have 2 code books and 3 logbooks.
Interesting, but not particularly illuminating.
Yeah, this room's pretty boring.
What about the lockers? Did we peek at those? Well, I'm a born rummager. So I'll at least open them up and see what I can see.
As you open them, there are several pairs of clothing, very similar to the clothing that these two individuals that are unconscious are wearing. But other than that, there is nothing else of value in the lockers. Looks to be just clothing storage. What happens now?
Does this seem to be the level with the window that the crow was trying to get us to go to?
No, the crow said that their master was on the 4th floor. So you would consider you were on the ground floor and now you're on the 2nd floor.
Now, which continent do we think the crow is from? Because I know that some places count like the 1st floor as the ground floor, and some places count the ground floor as the ground floor, and the 2nd floor is the 1st floor.
You're on Solaria, who counts the ground floor as the 1st floor.
Heathens.
Indeed.
Well, before we move on, I'm going to take an action and drink another healing potion.
Okay, get full health from it, 10 points if it's a regular healing potion.
I would like to use my second wind, of course.
Mwah.
I will heal for 5. So, what do you guys want to do with these people? They look like they're drugged.
I suppose we leave them here while we move on.
Doesn't look like they're going to share, so might as well.
Did you find anything useful in those books?
No, they're just code books, lists of messages.
Sounds boring. Let's go smash some stuff.
Shall we go up?
Well, it's either that or back to the horses.
From this room, you can smell the manure rising from the hole. Same marching order?
Seem to have worked out well.
As you climb this floor, you notice the same 3 window slits that allow for some light and ventilation coming in on the west side of the room. In the center, an exhaust pipe for a fireplace stove / combination can be seen, or in the north part of the room, snaking its way out of the building and up the wall. As you move towards the east wall, you see a once neat food preparation area that is now in a state of disarray. Knives and the other cutlery line the wall and still hang there, but they're covered in a bit of grime and dust, suggesting that they haven't been used or cleaned in some time. The counter is cluttered with various pots and pans, some containing old scraps of food, stack of dirty dishes waiting to be cleaned. On the south wall, the pantry is in shambles. The doors hang off their hinges, revealing shelves with cans and jars that have been carelessly tossed around. Some containers have spilled their contents on the floor, adding to the mess. You can barely make out the labels on the jars and cans, but the faded colors suggest that they've been there for a while. The west wall seems undisturbed. Several large barrels are lined up against it, and they seem to be in good condition, and they appear to be sealed shut and untouched, leaving you to wonder what might be inside. What happens now?
What was the last thing you said? That there was a cupboard that was shut?
These barrels seem to be in good condition, and they are sealed and shut, seemingly untouched.
Would it have been 10 minutes since I finished casting Detect Magic, or?
There does not appear to be anything magical here.
Oh, another boring room, unless there's some wine.
I find it kind of strange that this food is all rotten, but there's people that are here. And somehow there's undead on, what'd you call it? The 1st floor? Does this room give off like a weird vibe?
It doesn't give off a weird vibe. It is clearly some kind of kitchen. There's food everywhere, old pots and pans for cooking. This stove has an old pot. Looks like somebody left the burner on, and so whatever was in there that had been cooked is now charred and dried on the inside. There's food everywhere. The only difference is that these kegs and barrels are obviously newer than anything else in the room.
Yeah, screw it. I'll pry open one of the kegs. Yeah, get them again.
As you crack open one of the kegs, it is filled with what looks like to be cooking oil or cooking fat, and one of the barrels is filled with water. And so amongst all the different barrels and kegs, you can acquire 12 days of rations. Not that we're counting food, but you do get 12 days of rations.
Oh, food. Real food. What happened to our other Goliath who liked to eat?
He was unavailable to go into the tower. He's probably eating something out in the field.
He's attempting to milk the horses.
The pigs. No, the goats. Milk the goats. Was it milk the pigs? It was milk the pigs.
It was
These
pigs. We
gross
deliberately
guys.
made sure there were no pigs, so there's
Yes.
only horses left.
I thought he said he was going to try to milk a cat.
Milking a cat.
Cat turned off your power.
Well, so the next floor is 4, right? I just start counting on my fingers, missing a couple
Sing a couple fingers.
counts. Like
Oh.
1, 3, 3, and then I start over.
Close enough, big guy.
If we're going up, I would like to go up stealthily.
Roll a stealth check. That is really good.
Oh, I'm wearing scale mail. Uh-huh.
This room does not have a latch or a door. It just goes up. It appears to be dark up there. As you make your way up, you poke your head, being quiet, to look around.
I can't see anything, guys. It's dark.
I can help you from down here.
Are these floors made of stone or wood?
It looks like stone.
Can I just throw my torch like across the room and then just kind of like pop into the room?
Let me know if you can see. Let me describe you the room. You see 8 square windows. There seems to be a loading crane sitting by one of the windows. This item looks like it can be used to raise and lower items. All around the room, you see barrels and crates. This was likely a room where they pulled items up into the tower. Additionally, there is a woman here who has dark hair, and she looks like she is unconscious. She is also bound and gagged, but wearing wizard robes and a pointy hat. You can give me a perception check if you'd like. That's a natural 20. Hidden amongst the barrels to the south of you, there is a creature that looks like it is carrying 2 slender knives made of obsidian, and it is looking at the creature here and looking towards the torch, but there is definitely something in there laying in wait to ambush you.
Can I use one of my martial abilities to teleport the creature next to me and grapple it and then drop down the ladder with it?
What is the ability, and is there a save for me?
It's called Commanding Grasp. As an action, you can spend 2 maneuver points and choose a creature of your size or smaller within 30 feet. The target must succeed a strength saving throw DC 14 or be teleported to an unoccupied space next to you and become grappled by you.
Let's see if it makes its strength save. I don't think it's going to. Let's roll a d20. It does not. And as it teleports next to you, and you see Thalgar, suddenly he's standing there and he peeks his head up, and then suddenly he's sliding down the ladder with his feet on the outside of the ladder, thunk, 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 as he makes his way down, and in his grasp is a grotesque looking creature holding knives of obsidian. Let's roll some initiative.
I brought a friend, everybody.
Yay.
What is going on with these 20s today?
Jeez.
Those ones were less beneficial than the other ones, but there sure have been a lot of them.
That everybody? Yeah, that's everybody. You see this grotesque creature that has been pulled down from this next floor from Thalgar. What would you like to do? Is he grappled? He is currently grappled. Speed is 0.
Marin takes his paintbrush spear once more and is just gonna and just stab, like grossed out by what Thalgar's brought down. Wah wah. Natural 1.
That misses.
From a natural 20 to a natural 1. And then I just step back.
It is going to attempt to. Grappled is only what?
Movement speed 0.
It's going to attempt to hit you as it slashes out with his knife.
Do you get advantage on attacks against it?
No, it's just strained. Yeah.
That is a 21 to hit Marin.
21 would still hit, I think, even with shield. So, yes, that hits.
That is 3 piercing and 6 necrotic damage, and I need a DC 13 con save.
3 piercing, 6 necrotic. On save. On the save.
You have an unknown disease. Put that in your note.
Right. Put it under effect. That's it for my turn. So now Washi's going to go.
Where's she?
And then he's going to attack. I've rolled a natural 20, a 1, and then a natural 20. So that's 2d8. Or we're doing perfect crits. All right. 2d8. 8 plus 3, 11 points of force damage. And that's all my turns.
Ade.
In a similar but slightly delayed reaction, Ade's staff will start glowing like an aquamarine with the shillelagh, and we will go ahead and swing as well. Does 16 hit it? All right. Roll a little damage. 7. And then I will mirror my buddy and take 2 steps this way. Hopefully not get stabbed like he did.
Nope, it does not hit you. Eladan.
Well, I will move. And then bonus action, I will cast Hunter's Mark on the creature. And then I will take a shot at him with my longbow.
17 hits.
And I will also, I've been forgetting to do this, add a Dreadful Strike onto that.
Creature is badly injured as you move away. You see Maron move away, and then this creature stabs it with this weird, what looks like a ritual obsidian dagger. As you skirt behind it, you draw a symbol in the air, and you see this greenish, maybe blue color wrap around its head, and you fire your bow, and it strikes true. This creature reels back, but still in Valgar's grasp.
Can I use my double-bladed scimitar to attack it? And I'll have been in reckless stance. 17 to hit.
17 will hit.
9, and then I'm going to use another Stone Giant ability. I will use Frost Strike. 3 damage, and it needs to make a con save of 14.
Con save of 14 plus 0.
So its speed is reduced to 0. I will bonus action attack with my double-bladed scimitar.
A 14 hits.
Oh no,
Creature is
it's just 2 damage from the bonus attack.
creature is badly injured. Anything else?
You know what? I'll action surge. That's probably gonna miss.
11 misses.
I'll release the grapple and I'll move back to there.
As this creature, you see Thalgar still has a grasp on its worn and weathered clothing, and it's trying to hit him with a knife, and he swings his double-bladed scimitar once, twice, 3 times, hits it a couple times, and jabs it for a 4th time, and the creature slides what looks like to the left, but the scimitar slashes into him, but clearly there are non-vitals in this undead creature as it slides through the bones, and it does not make purchase. This creature is going to, let me roll, 1, 2, 3, 4. Moves down here towards you, Marin.
Its speed is reduced to 0.
Oh, it's 0. So it'll look to attack Washi. Actually, Marin, give me a DC 12 wisdom save.
DC 12 wisdom save. Nat 20.
Nice. As this creature looks towards you, you see its eyes flash. But you, being next to your faithful companion, are unafraid of this creature. And then you hear it make a moaning grimace as it looks to stab Washi with its knife. That is a 14 to hit Washi.
14 misses.
And that's its turn.
I'm going to use the help action to assist Washi with his attack.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
The help action within 5 feet. Certainly, you can aid a friendly creature in attacking a creature within 5 feet of you.
5 feet, yeah, it does.
Yeah. You can move up since you've already been cursed.
Why not? I'll just attack it then. Of course, when it counts, I don't get
12 misses.
Yep. That's my turn. Washi will now attack. 23.
That hits.
For max damage, 11.
Creature is still hanging on, but just barely.
That's my turn.
Ade.
Seeing that we have it on the ropes, Ade will charge forward and try to finish it off with Shillelagh. And that's not gonna do it.
Nope.
Being the brave warrior that Ade is, Ade will use his bonus action to Misty Step away from stabby range, and then end his turn.
I'll move up to get a cleaner shot and shoot him with my bow.
1-2 definitely hits. How do you vanquish your greatest foe?
I will put one straight in his ear, coming out the other ear.
As it drops to the ground, you have this, whatever it was, it had what looked like 2 obsidian blades, almost ritual daggers. The creature was balding, skin was emaciated. Marin, you feel like terrible. You almost want to, you have this, your gag reflex almost makes you want to throw up, but you're too much of a proper person. What happens now?
Sorry about that, guys. I saw that thing creeping upstairs. Thought I'd just bring it down here. Did see a lady up there.
That's first-rate thinking. So let's go see the lady.
Oh,
Marion, you don't look too good.
I haven't felt this bad since the Unseeli's Solstice Festival 100 years ago.
I can give her.
Yeah, you can make a medicine check on Maron if you want to see if there's anything ailing him.
Like, yep, you are definitely feeling sick.
Yep. The
Thank
elvish
you, Aladin.
ailments.
You sure you didn't catch it too?
You absolutely should get that looked at.
There is a woman here dressed in wizard robes and a pointy hat. She is gagged and bound, and very much like the other people in this building, looks like she is unconscious. You see this wheeled, what looks like a loading crane that can pull stuff. These are shuttered windows that can be opened. You saw these from the outside that look like they can lift things from the ground floor and bring them up here. Clearly a storage area. Over in the corner, there is a what looks like spare signal mirror in case the signal mirror used on the lighthouse, or at least on the signal house, has been destroyed, is here in case that other one breaks for whatever reason. None of the boxes are exceptionally large. Dispatched the creature that was kept here to guard her.
Can we get her downstairs with the others? Yeah, maybe at least put them all in the same area.
Lady, are you okay?
Her breathing is really shallow. You can give me a medicine check if you'd like, or anybody can give me a medicine check if you want to check over the vitals of this person.
It's cocked on my screen. It was almost an 18.
Who rolled the 19?
Clearly not dead.
Clearly not dead, but she's way out of it. Compared to the other people that were downstairs, she's probably been given multiple doses of whatever substance they have been given. Person is an obvious magic user.
Do we see that raven around anywhere?
No, you do not see the raven around. Though there are windows here, and here that are shuttered, there is no sight of the raven.
This is the third floor or fourth?
Third floor or fourth floor if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, or ground 2, 3, 4, or ground 1, 2, 3. But let's call it the fourth floor.
So the ladder does not go up anymore?
It does go up one more.
Ooh.
I think Ade's gonna pop open a window just to see if the raven will come in.
Take a quick peek into the crates as well.
You can give me a perception or investigation check, Thalgar. And Ade, as you open up the shutters of these windows, the white raven flies through and lands next to this person and hopping up and down, squawking. 14.
While this is happening, I nudge Ade out the way and I throw up out the window.
Definitely, you see him throw, but it's not just a little bit. He just like leans back and it projectiles out the window. The raven swoops in, narrowly missing the orange vomit. But let's see what happened. You go through all the crates and it's just foodstuffs. It looks like one crate is full of extra blank logbooks. Some of the other barrels are made for what looks like to be oats for horses. But other than that, other than basic foodstuffs or some extra clothing, there doesn't appear to be anything extraordinary in the crate. Of other things you can do, there are 4 spare 50-foot sections of hempen rope. There are carpenter's tools, mason's tools, and jeweler's tools. If you guys want to collect those, you can.
Yeah, like any good adventurer, we will rob this place blind.
Yeah.
Actually, those daggers looked pretty good.
You have 2 obsidian ritual daggers.
I'll take the carpenter tools for the hell of it.
Sure. You can gather all that stuff if you'd like. But outside of those items that you had seen in the supply stuffs, there's nothing else of value here except for the lady. What would you like to do?
Well, we should clear this tower, yeah? And then maybe bring her down to the others? Or can you speak to the raven?
Look at Eladin.
What, when you speak to a raven? I can speak to ravens.
I think this is the person that we were looking for.
Well, I sincerely hope so, since there doesn't seem to be any other place to search.
We have another level going up. We should definitely check all the floors, make sure this place is secure.
Well, one more time.
Let me put you all together. And as you make your way up the rope, the area opens up into the open air, and you see the signal mirror here in the center. Wooden floor is constructed at a very slight slope, so as if it were to rain or any rain would get in here, it would run out and off the sides of the battlement. The center point is raised higher. Coming up into this area, there was a metal door that you had to get through. The signal crystal is covered in a tarp. It's about 2 foot in diameter, mounted with a strong metal frame. There's a number of screws, wheels, and other sliding implements to make the mirror more complicated looking. So where only trained people know how to use this. Eladan, studying the logbooks and the code books in the floor number 3, you now have proficiency in operating a signal or signal crystal or signal light from signal towers for this particular set of signal towers, if you want to add that to your character sheet. In the southwest area, you see some barrels that look like been cut in half, almost as if they were used to be stools instead of barrels that carry something else, probably similar to the barrels you saw down floor below, but they're clearly been cut in half, so you can use them as seats. But from here, the sun is burnt away a little bit, and you can see out about a quarter mile. Our sun has burnt away some of the foggy and marine area or marine layer, and you can see about a quarter mile away from this vantage point.
Were we supposed to signal anyone?
Not that you recall. You were to come here and figure out what was happening, rescue any of the party members. You would get extra gold if you had successfully rescued anybody here.
Well, let's say we gather these people up, wake them up.
I think if we give them a little time, they might, whatever they're under, might wear off on its own.
You found a logbook, right? What's it say?
It's just, it's just a log of messages they've sent.
What was the last one that was sent?
I don't know. Let's go consult the book.
All right. And as you head back down to the wherever the people were, right?
And it's second level.
Yeah, I think
We
right,
bring
second level.
Gilliman with us.
You see in the logbook that heavy fog, limited, all clear, and it was dated like 10 days ago.
Seems like this place was attacked recently.
Well, since there's no mention of anything earlier, that's a reasonable assumption.
Somebody roll me 3d4. Okay, thank you. So you've made your way back down. On the first floor, you have Franco, the dwarf. Here on the second floor, you have Perelia and 2 other people who are wearing similar clothing, plus Eva the White. And the crow is hopping from place to place, kind of doing the crow hop around Wizard, just doting on her. What would you guys like to do?
Anyone have the means to wake these people?
Other than grabbing them and shaking them and yelling at them really loud, I'm afraid I do not.
I can hit them with my stick.
Anybody can give me a medicine check, as you have time now to evaluate all of them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Maron doesn't give a fuck about these people right now.
All right. Ade, they have been drugged. They're under some kind of substance. You can either wait or neutralize poison.
I mean, it seems like they're going to wake up by themselves. I don't have a way to counteract the poison in their systems. I mean, do we put them on horses and just take them back?
Well, we could try to stand the night in the tower, make sure nothing else comes, see if they wake up, and then if not, we'll strap them to a horse.
Sounds fun.
We should probably bring that dwarf up here.
Ooh, I suppose we could take him outside and bring him up with the winch and then lower him back down.
The fun way. How does that dog climb ladders, by the way?
It hangs on to Eladin.
I'll go down and get the dwarf, bring him up.
Okay. He's eaten half of the ration, and then fell asleep into a calm slumber. Mechanically, he has 5 levels of exhaustion.
It's almost death. I'll put him next to the hearth and stoke the fire a little bit.
So what's the plan from here on out? Are you guys going to attempt to stay here throughout the afternoon and evening and take a long rest, or are you going to head out as soon as possible? Let me know what the plan is.
Yeah, I think we need to stay here and see if they recover a bit.
Yeah, I think spending one long rest here.
I would rather die than have to go through that first room right now.
We'll say these guys are going to be a lot harder to see at night, but
We can also, when we leave, we can lower you down the crane.
sure. What floor do you guys want to take our stand on? This one? The one with the beds?
Yeah, this seems like the good room.
Unless you want to move a bunch of unconscious people.
So I'd probably spend like an hour dispatching of all the undead. I'd probably throw them down the garbage chute.
Anybody else want to do anything in that hour? Valgar, roll me a d20. So as you guys hunker down, about 8 hours later, Eva starts to rouse from her slumber. It's middle of the night. Let's call it midnight. You guys have another 6 hours to go to take advantage of a long rest or anything you would like to do. Eva comes awake and you hear the crow squawking a little bit. And she feels, I assume she's still bound like the rest of the people.
Yeah, but not gagged.
Yeah. She starts, she kind of sits up, her hands are still bound, and she blinks, the light from the hearth illuminating the room. How are you? And she reaches out and kind of pets the raven's head a little bit, and its head bobs as a crow would, and then it hops around and walks, and she looks around kind of surprised and says, shush, shush, shush. She sees the group. Are you with the creatures, these foul beasts?
Do we look like we're with the creatures?
I just start laughing.
Well, I mean, there were others who looked, not like you exactly, but similar. So I'm not sure. And her eyes flare a little bit. She says a word under her breath. Let me get a wisdom saving throw from Marin. Yeah, one more time.
That was a 16.
Okay. You feel something kind of prod and poke at your mind, but you're able to resist it. And she kind of wrinkles her nose. Her pale skin with a little bit of freckles across her nose. She wrinkles it and, okay. Well, I'm not sure. So I would assume not. Where are we?
We're in the tower.
Been in the tower. What about the beasts? And she kind of holds her hands to her mouth quickly. We're in hell. What happened? What has happened since? And she looks around and sees her allies or her friends and Franco. And Franco, what about the undead creatures, the ones that with the foul stench under their nails?
Oh, we got rid of them.
Oh, thank the maker. And she breathes a bit of a sigh of relief. We have to get out of here before they return.
Well, we're amenable to leaving if everyone else, your companions don't seem in really like top flight traveling ability.
We were drugged. Some concoction that they had given us knocked us out. Some are more resistant than others. They gave me twice the amount. I'm not really sure how I lived through it. You see, we were traveling on the mountain road. We were weary but resolute, and when we were ambushed by a pack of foul beasts on the night air thick with their stench. Before we knew it, we were overpowered and tied up, helpless to resist. One of the beasts, cunning beyond measure, disguised itself as me and tricks its way into the tower where we had planned to seek refuge. We were none the wiser until it was too late. The beast had gained access to our sanctuary. To make matters worse, our comrade Franco, and she gestures to the dwarf who's laid out by the fire. A proud mountain dwarf known for his sharp tongue. Well, he has a big mouth, to be honest. Insulted one of the beasts, and enraged, they beat him mercilessly and shoved him down the drainage hole. Thought he was done for. I understand that those drainage holes just are garbage chutes and they lead out into nothing. I mean, other than him smelling worse than he normally does. We appreciate what you've done. For some time, we were left alone with our thoughts and fears, wondering what fate had befallen us. It was then that I noticed an opportunity to communicate with our trusty companion, and she leans forward and puts her head towards the raven, and he puts his head against her, and she strokes his feathers. Snuck down in his stable and drew a crude note on undead in tower. Send help. I was caught by the beast and forced to drink this concoction, as I mentioned. And after that, my memory becomes hazy. What has transpired?
Oh, we got your message. That's why we're here.
Thank the maker. And the rest of the group. You go see Franco and Perilia here, and Theo, and they work here in the tower. One of them cooks and the other one cleans. Thank goodness you were able to save them. I'm afraid many of our bodyguards, soldiers sent from the city, were ambushed on the way and killed. What are the plans?
You mentioned they drugged you all. Is there someone else besides the creature with the daggers?
There's a woman. She's some kind of spellcaster, apparently. Not really sure where she is or what she had. She's the one that took my form. And there were other tall and dark. The light almost absorbed into their bodies. Have you not seen any creatures like these?
Can't say we have.
She took your form?
I'm not sure. I mean, some call it doppelganger, but I'm not sure. She made signs in the air, drew sigils, and then became like me, kind of disguise, magic, or whatnot.
I'm gonna pull out my scimitar and put it right in her face and make an insight check to see if she seems legit.
Sure, give me a insight check and you can take advantage. She's clearly telling the truth. She's still a bit intoxicated by whatever drugs had been given to her in her system, whatever concoction she was supposed to drink that would put her to sleep. But she's telling the truth. And as you draw your scimitar, you hear the crow squawk, and it starts to almost bite or peck at your iron shod boots.
Does she seem like she's the real person, or maybe the doppelganger? Do I get the sense that
with an 18, she seems like the real person? You would probably think that they would go a long way to drug somebody to wake them up in the middle of your guys' watch. Would be a little bit outlandish, particularly for those who hang around undead. So she seems to be telling the truth.
I'll retract my weapon. I'll look at it, look at everyone else. A doppelganger? Really? This place is weird.
I'm not sure it was a doppelganger. It was, I mean, she drew symbols in the air, so perhaps disguised self or something similar. I'm going to roll a d20 for her, see if she knows exactly. She rolls a dirty 20. I'm sure it was a spell of some kind.
I would nod. I don't know, guys. This seems weird that there was just zombies here.
No, you don't understand. There are other beasts here that were commanding these creatures. That's why they didn't eat us. They went out someplace. As far as I understood it, they were giving orders to these creatures to not kill us or eat us. We must get away.
What did they want you for?
I think it was just happenstance. We were here to we were to come here and put continual flame on the, and she points upstairs on the light. That's what powers some of these lights to be able to signal. I was not just prepared to do that, and we were ambushed on our way, like I had said. But I don't want to stick around if there are these foul creatures here.
Well, I don't think we're planning on sticking around. We got to get everyone back. We just wanted everyone awake.
And as you're having this conversation, the other people start to rouse from their slumber around about the same time. You hear the dwarf, "Hey, crikey!" That's Richard's dwarfs. Skeletons and demons and whatever else would be. What's going on, Ava? What is happening here? Why am I in my skivvies? I have a real pain in the backside. What was that from? What's going on? Oh, this fire feels amazing. And he kind of gets closer to the fire. I'm so tired. There's undead. Theo starts to rouse. One of the other people in the dark tunics and light beige trousers. I received a signal. Undead in the interior, but undead, really? And, oh my God. And he kind of looks around at each one of you, firelight kind of glinting off the armor and the weapons that you carry. None undead. Okay. Oh my gosh. And he rouses the person next to him. Hey, wake up. And the person, what do you want? Do you have any food? I can make some food. We have some guests. And he pulls on his, I can't make food with my hands bound. Undead. Oh my gosh, what's happening? And as you sit there, they all start to come awake.
You all need to calm down. We were hired to come clear the tower and save everyone.
Okay.
You're saved.
But we're still in the tower. We have to leave.
That's the plan.
Well, let me unbound my wrist. Let's go. Let's go then. I can't run with my legs bound.
Which one of you is the cook?
I am. I'm the cook. I'm looking for his name. I can help you. Yeah, and I clean and.
Why is the kitchen gone to shit? Except there's some fresh barrels there.
I mean, I ordered some from Nuanthus. They sent me some fresh barrels, but I mean, we've been trapped here for a while. We've been given a little bit of food and drink over the last 10 days, 14 days. Is the kitchen, is it ruined?
It's in pretty bad shape.
Oh, you got to let me go up there and clean up.
I don't think that's safe. I think you should stay here.
And you hear the person say, Slade, you probably get eaten by the creatures that are up there. Don't you remember? He says, but it's dirty, Ralph. It's dirty. You don't have to cook, but it would be nice to be able to cook. Do you have anything to cook? It's like, well, I have no cook. I can use and they start bickering amongst themselves, as co-workers might.
So maybe we should see if that stuff is poisoned?
And Slade goes, my food is the best food out here in the point. What do you mean poison?
You were all drugged.
Oh, they fed us this foul drink. Some lady, I don't know. Her hair was red, kind of long. She fed us this foul, made us drink it. Undead held us and she poured it down our gullets. It was...
Makes sense.
I can't remember after that.
You said you got a delivery of food.
Was it the same time that?
Like cooking oil.
Is that how? Was that? So they came in with the delivery. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling too well.
No. We were just working, and suddenly they burst in, and he gestures towards the dwarf and the Eva. No, they. As a matter of fact, and the lady. There were two of them, and he points to Eva. Two of her, and they said they were here to do magic on the tower, and so we let them in. And suddenly, all these foul creatures, stinking of filth, just burst in and made a mess of the place and took us prisoners. And before we know it, they were another woman, long red hair, was administering like this foul smelling drink. She cooked it right over there, and he gestures towards the hearth.
Can we think of any reason why they'd keep them alive instead of killing them?
Good question. Does that story we just heard sound legit?
Give me an insight check. Natural 20. Yeah, he sounds very matter of fact. A little bit excited because you're not undead. Excited because he is awake for the first time in probably a 10-day. But he is very honest and matter of fact. He's afraid, clearly, but more afraid that he's like, we got to get out of here before whatever happens. But the story checks out, and as you have more conversations, him and Slade are going back and forth, kind of bickering as coworkers do, but their stories line up.
We're trying to figure out like how long they were unconscious for.
I mean, I think during the conversation, he would probably say, yeah, they've been here for probably 10 days to 2 weeks. The workers had been here for a while. Eva the White had been missing for a few days to a week. And so, yeah, probably about, I think, a week would line up from a timeline that these people had disguised themselves as this wizard to work on the tower. They let them in and they were taken prisoners. So probably.
And so we heard in this conversation that Eva the White left and then she came back with someone that looked just like her, and then they let them all in.
No, they were. Eva says, no. We were ambushed on the road. I don't know if you saw our guard. They were killed on the way here, and then we were ambushed by a lady with red hair and some of these foul creatures, dark, tall creatures. And then she disguised herself as me, and for whatever reason, they looked through and found my contract in my spell book and knew we were coming to the tower to perform some magic. And then she disguised herself as me, and they let. And she gestures to Slade and Ralph. They let them in, and Slade and Ralph shrug. Didn't know. Like, we're up here by ourselves. Had no idea. So we let them in and open the door. I mean, you can't get in without, knowing where the secret door is. Ralph's like, yeah, we had no idea. So essentially, Eva was ambushed on the road to the tower. The people who are looking to get into the tower for whatever reason found it convenient that she was going to go to the tower to perform some kind of ritual or magic on the signal crystal, which was super convenient for them. And she disguised herself as Eva to get them to let them in the tower. And when they did, they were ambushed by them and the undead.
Should we just leave this crystal unattended? Should we destroy it? I mean, what was their purpose in coming here?
Eva says, I don't know what the purpose was or why. I mean, there are towers spread out through all the mountains of Solaria. That's how they communicate across great distances. Scrambles together survivors and mount them onto the backs of available animals. They hear an ear-splitting shriek that echoes through the surrounding mountains. The hairs on the backs of their necks rise, and their hearts pound with fear as they see the horde of undead creatures and other foul beasts approaching from around the bend in the path ahead. Leading the pack was a towering undead behemoth. Its skin a sickly shade of gray, and its eyes glowing with an unholy fire. Its sharp claws glisten menacingly in the pale moonlight as it lets out another deafening screech, signaling its minions to move forward. The rest of the pack consists of skeletons wielding rusty swords, axes, grotesque ghouls gnashing their razor-sharp teeth, vile wraiths with long, wispy tendrils that lash out in all directions. And the sight is enough to make even the bravest warrior's blood run cold. but it's the small humanoid man that catches the party's attention. He's bound and gagged, being carried between two hulking undead creatures. It's clear that this man is in grave danger and needs immediate rescue. The situation is dire, and the party knows that they are facing a powerful and formidable enemy. They quickly size up their opponents, counting their weapons and strategizing a plan of attack. They must fight with all their might to protect the survivors and save the captive man from his gruesome fate. And with that, we will roll some initiative.
Another natural 20. I think like my last 5 rolls, I've had like 2 natural 20s, 2 natural 1s. Emeth coming towards us. What do I? I'm going to look towards Thalgar, kind of put my fingers out like I'm framing his face, and that is the face of a hero. I take out my paintbrush and I paint some, just some lines of his face in the air, and I cast a heroism.
Nice. Is that concentration?
It is.
Bonus action movement?
Nope.
What's your spellcasting modifier?
It is a +3.
Is anything Washi going to do?
Washi is going to hold an action to move with Thalgar.
Yeah, Ade is going to start chanting, and you'll see some of the moisture in the air start to condense as the temperature drops. It condenses into a bit of an ice spike, but he's going to hold his action to throw an ice knife as soon as something's in range.
Bonus action? Movement?
Nope, I think I'm good here.
I'm going to move, and then I'm going to take a shot at this guy.
The 17 will hit any one of them. Which one were you shooting at?
Can you see that guy?
Yep, the green man. Yes. 17 hits, certainly. For a total of 9.
No, it should be a total of 13.
11 plus 2.
I see it. There you go. The D, which was your, the D8, 7 was your roll. All right. Do you have magical bow?
I do not.
All right. The arrow flies unerringly through the air, striking this creature, but it seems like it does not do as much damage as you would hope.
Curses.
As this creature moves forward and you look at it and you're unable to really spot the creature is very blurry. And when you look directly at it, it's hard to focus on. But that was this turn. Your held actions go off.
You're the one that went. Yeah, so is there like any mechanical effect to it being blurry?
Nothing you need to worry about yet.
Yeah, he says.
Make an attack action then?
Yep.
Attack roll? Normal. Well, shit was higher than that.
A 14 is going to hit as it's a large gray blob. It's actually supposed to be bigger.
He suddenly grows into my ice knife. I love it.
Damage?
It's rolling the 2d6 as well. So the d10 was 8 damage, and then I think he needs to make a dex saving throw. D10 was 8 piercing damage, and then a dex saving throw versus the other 6 cold damage.
Got it.
Oh, that did not want to do that.
Dex save, you say?
Dex save, yeah. DC 14. That'll do it.
What was the total damage?
Total damage would have been 8 piercing plus 6 reduced to 3 cold.
So 11 total.
Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. No. I think if you've targeted each creature within 15 must succeed on the dex. Oh, no. I think if he succeeds, it's not half damage. I think so. It's just the 8 damage of 8 piercing.
Skeleton will move forward. Speed is 30. And it will make a ranged attack with his short bow at Eladan. A 15 to hit, targeting Eladan.
No, he'll miss.
Nice. The next creature will move forward 30 feet. I think it'll move forward another 30.
I'm currently in my reckless stance, so I get advantage on attack.
Yes.
With my halberd, I got 15 feet of range. I'm going to smack this thing in front of me.
Make your attacks.
Does Washi's held movement go off? He has 40 feet of movement, so can he move all the way up? So I have to take a bonus action to command him.
I'm assuming you did that last round. I see your 25 to hit, Thalgar.
All right, I just loaded into Chrome.
Nice. Max damage.
And then I'm going to pump in the Giant's Hill Strike. Needs to make a DC 14 strength save or knock prone, and it takes an extra 4 damage. Yep.
That is a 9 on its strength save.
It is knocked prone.
Unfortunately, the creature is immune to the prone condition.
It is not knocked prone.
How much did you do?
Damage was 18.
It's bloodied. You hurt it pretty bad.
Bonus action, I'm going to swap stance. I think it's called Steel Serpent Stance, which gives me advantage on Dex and Con saves. That'll end my turn.
Creature moves up 40 feet, and it'll move up again. That's a turn.
I am still concentrating. I will move up here, and as I'm walking over, you're all looking a bit blurry lately, but that thing is looking extra blurry, or is it just me? Either way, you've got this, Washi. Good boy. And I'm going to... Oh no, is guidance also concentration? It is, never mind. I'll just use the help action for Washi's attack. And then for my bonus action, command Washi to bite. And Washi will bite. A natural 20?
Yeah, that's going to hit. Oh, I almost landed at another 20.
It's shift. All right. So that's double the dice. 2d8. Oh, terrible damage. 7 damage. Force damage. And that's Washi's turn.
I'm not enjoying that these guys are coming that much closer. He's going to look up and beseech the skies for assistance. And he's going to go ahead and call down a moonbeam on same dude we've been hitting. But that should be on his turn. And Ade's going to go ahead and back away from the scary things that are coming up. And that'll be his turn.
Bonus action, I will cast Hunter's Mark on the shadowy creature. And then I'm going to shoot him.
A 13 will still hit.
Okay. Damage, Dreadful Strike, and Hunter's Mark.
18, 21, is that correct?
It's 9, yes.
You're able to dispatch this foe. Its gray matter tatters around and the ground wilts where it lands. Remember, on this creature, this skeleton will attempt to shoot you with his short bow. That is a 15.
15 misses.
Creature will move up. Another one at Marin. That's a natural 1.
I will move up to there, and this big green guy, I will take a swipe at him. 13 damage, and then I'm going to use my last strike of the giants, Frost Strike. Needs to make a DC 14 con save.
That is a 13 con save.
Speed is reduced to 0 and start until the start of my next turn, and it takes an extra 1 damage.
Total of 14. Or excuse me, what was your damage for 14?
Yeah, 14.
Creature is barely injured.
Yeah, I'll just stay put.
Creature can't move, so it is going to dodge.
Going to move here, avoid of that fallen creature.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to use the help action when Washi attacks. And then use my bonus action to command Washi to move. And then he's going to attack this skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
Straight through is a moonbeam.
Yep. Is that a con save there for Washi?
Is it?
I guess if you're still going straight through, it is.
Let me know.
DC 14. I can pick and choose. There is a moonbeam there. Yeah, I know. It doesn't look like it is, but
I must have missed that. He's just going to dash. Get up in this guy's face. That's his turn.
And he said they've taken another 15 or so. And Ade's turn.
Eladan.
Move, and then bonus action, I will move the Hunter's Mark onto that skeleton, and then I will shoot at him.
Nice. For 17, the creature crumples into bones.
And then I'll move back.
Creature skeleton will target with a 15. 15 misses.
Misses, yep.
I'm going to move a little bit, get in range of the skeleton, and then I will smack him with my halberd.
An 8 does not hit.
You know what? I'll action surge.
Action surge.
Dun, 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 dun. Try it again.
A 16 will definitely hit. Adding anything to the strike?
No.
9 flashing.
And then I will move 10 feet and end my turn.
This creature will move down towards Thalgar.
Start of his turn, he's gonna have to make a con save.
You move the moonbeam on there?
Yeah, I just can't move the template. Sorry about that. I don't know why it won't let me move it.
Makes a con save. That is a 7 or 16 radiant.
16 is correct.
This creature moves down towards Thalgar. It will attempt to slam at you. Do you have all your hit points?
I do. Plus 3 temp.
Will attempt to reach out and grab you. Whoops. I got to roll to hit. That is a 10. It misses. It has advantage since you have all your HP. So that would be a 20 to hit.
20 is going to hit.
That is, I'll take the first one. First one is 19 necrotic damage, and I need a DC 14 con save.
I'm going to use Stone Endurance as a reaction to reduce the damage.
Okay. Reduce it by half.
6. D12 plus 3.
6. Okay, so that's 13 necrotic. And give me a DC 14 con saving. That succeeds.
15.
But that's its turn.
Move here. Use my action to give the help action to Washi, and bonus action to command him to go up and attack.
Yeah, go ahead. Unless I'd stop you, just continue.
All right, that should be at advantage.
23 will hit, yes.
All right. 6 force damage. And that's our turns.
Ade's just gonna go ahead and scooch that moonbeam on over back onto the Mr. Bad Guy and his turn.
Do you want to put it right on him?
Yeah, that's as long as he's inside of it, away from my friends, I'm fine.
Eladan.
Okay, I have to move up. And I will bonus action move Hunter's Mark onto the this guy, the father. And then I will attempt to shoot him. Oh, yes.
Very good.
Hey.
That's interesting. Don't know if Dreadful Strike gets doubled too.
Yeah, any dice gets doubled.
Okay. And Hunter's Mark, which I guess would be 2d6.
What's the total?
So let's see. 8 and 2, 10, 13, and 6. So it's at 19.
Creature is badly injured. The skeleton will attempt to shoot at Maron again, or Marin, however you say it. You tell me.
That will hit this time.
For 4 piercing.
First.
Give me a constitution.
Yep.
Concentration. 21. You maintain concentration on heroism. But that's that creature's turn. It is now Thalgar.
You regain that 3 temporary hit points.
I'm going to just attack it. Actually, I'm going to swap to my double-bladed. No. Yeah, I'll swap to my double-bladed scimitar.
19 hits or 9. Adding anything to that?
No. Bonus action, I'll attack with the other edge of the scimitar.
21 hits as well.
For 1 damage.
Every point counts.
I think that'll end my turn.
This creature will attempt to hit Washi.
Con save.
Sure, he has a con save. It's 10.
I should have pressed the button first. Now let's scroll all the way back. Here we go. Normal. 16 again.
Nice.
Creature is near death. It attempts to slam Washi.
All right.
That is 21.
21 hits. Washi has all its hit points, so.
Oh, that's right. Still the same. 21 for 9 necrotic damage. And it needs a DC 14 con save.
He didn't have all his 3 down. Anyway. Con save. I will cast Mending on Washi.
Okay, give me 1 second. What school of magic is that?
Transmutation.
Okay, go ahead.
They're 2d6. So for 7. And then with my bonus action, I will command him to bite this foul creature. So I can please find somewhere to rest. I feel terrible. And he will do that. Oh, finally I rolled terribly. 7.
9 will not make it as this creature dances away from Washi's force attack.
That's it.
I'm going to move that on top of Thalgar.
Exactly.
Burns.
I actually, the father's looking pretty messed up. I trust my team. Ade's gonna move it on to the stupid guy who's shooting Marin in the back because I'm tired of him killing Marin. And that will end Ade's turn. Hopefully my trust is not misplaced.
Marin's looking around like, where the hell is everyone?
Attempt to shoot the guy with another arrow. Oh, that ought to hit.
20 hits. Wow. You're rolling just crazy damage today. Total is 12, 15, 16. How do you destroy your most dangerous foe?
The arrow just flies in a perfect arc straight through his middle.
And that creature drops to the ground and we will drop out of combat. You have defeated the enemies. The little man lays at the edge of the clearing, bound and gagged, but there appears to be no other enemies in sight. What happens now?
The hell were those things?
Very unfocused sort of creatures. I mean, literally, I had a hard time seeing that one.
The large one felt like it was draining me.
Do we have Would Meron know anything about these creatures by any chance?
You can give me a Arcana or Religion check.
Wah. That's an 8.
I don't think you've ever seen or heard of anything like these creatures in the past. The likelihood is they're probably very rare, like skeletons, zombies, ghouls, ghasts. But these creatures, no, not so much.
The bony ones, they seemed quite common, but I have no idea about the others. The fact that there's a large, unfocused creature out in the wild just terrifies me.
Agreed. How far away is this captured guy?
He was where they were first away from you, so 150 feet or so. You see him kind of just barely moving around on the ground, trying to get free, but he seems to only be perpetuating himself down the hill, or at least down the path, as it slopes gradually.
I'll start making my way toward him and say, let's grab the other people. Let's get out of here.
Yes, that sounds like an advisable plan.
As you grab the horses, they're very amenable to you, though there seems to be a little more pep in their step as they are finally out in the fresh air, and they trot along behind you. All the people still dreary and tired from whatever had caused them to sleep. You see Eva the White. She's got her crow on her left shoulder, and her posture is very bent over forward, as if she could almost fall out of the seat at some point. But as you approach the little man, it's dirty, got gray hair balding on top, kind of big ears and big bushy mustache, and around his mouth is a filthy gag, and he's bound at the wrists and at the legs.
I'll reach down and ungag him and say, what is your name?
Oh, my goodness. My name is Theo. These creatures took me when I was cutting wood for the tower. I operate the signal light. And you see the other two, Ralph and the other one, kind of pop up. Oh, we thought we were never going to see you again, Theo. Oh, everything's fine. I'll be fine. Please take me with you wherever you're going.
I believe we're heading back to Anthus.
That's as good a place as any, as long as it's far from here. I didn't sign up for this.
Well, we did.
Anybody that's been out here, I swear we've been seeing these kind of things wandering, but they've just kept their distance. And suddenly one night they arrived and were led by the lady over there. He points to the lady. His arm still, I assume he's sitting up at this point, points over towards Ava the White. Broke in and they had already captured me when I was out in the woods. Is there extra horse? Can I ride with Ralph or?
Please don't say Ralph.
There are many of horse left.
Oh, okay. You gonna untie me, or at least just put me on there and tie me to that horse?
All on time. Does he have any weapons on him?
Doesn't appear to have any weapons on him. His clothes are dingy and dirty, the same make and style that both Ralph and the other gentleman were wearing.
Did you see any more of these undead, or was it just the ones?
I mean, they were all over the land. I mean, there was more where these came from, and he gestures, points now that he's been unbound, out towards the interior of the land where he was chopping wood. You see down below, there's a little bit of a forest line on the trees that grow higher in the elevation. Just over there were some just big hulking beasts. I don't know what they're doing.
Do you know if the path down this mountain is safe?
I haven't been down the mountain in a while, but I mean, I imagine so. I mean, you defeated those two giant ones. One you couldn't even look at. I couldn't even focus on him. He was just, every time you looked at him, he would just shimmer and shake, and then he would fly through me, and I feel this bitter cold. But I mean, as long as everybody stays together, or at least stays by you, I think we should be fine.
I'll do a little stoic pose. Shall we head out, group?
I am so over this. Let's get out of here, please.
Take a quick look-see at the fallen undead to see if there's like any symbols.
Sure. You can give me a perception or investigation check. It's pretty good. You do not see any symbols, but what you do find are 6 black onyx worth 50 gold pieces each.
6 of them?
Yes.
Got some gems, boys.
At least something out of all this.
I'll just pocket them. I guess we'll split it up later.
Are you guys just heading down the mountain?
Are you coming around the
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the move.
As you start heading down the mountain, the fog seems to roll in more as the night starts to come across, as the sun dips below the mountains, and it's approaching evening time. If you would like, you can make You can look for a camp if you'd like, or continue on down the road.
I think we should push on, get off this mountain.
Yeah, I'm for pushing on.
I'm okay with that as well.
Okay, you're going to push on into the night. It'll take you probably another 2.5 days to get to Anthus.
How far away would you say is that main road from where we're at?
The main road comes and runs alongside here before it starts to wind up. You're probably an hour, maybe an hour and a half from the main road.
I'd say we at least push to the main road.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
Okay. And you continue on and find yourself on the main road about an hour later. No sign of undead beasts, no sign of any travelers either.
Anyone tired or want to keep pushing?
Maron just looks completely out of it and will just go along with anything. Do I have to roll anything?
For everybody, if they want to push on to the point of skipping, setting up camp and heading on, it's going to be a Constitution saving throw.
We do have that one guy that's pretty fucked up. We should probably rest so he just doesn't die. Yeah, I guess looking at our NPCs, we should probably camp. Paladin, you think you can find us a good place to camp?
Yeah, I'll find something. I start looking around for a place to make camp.
11, you find something. It's a little bit exposed, more than you normally would like, but you're able to find a camp on the side of the road.
Start breaking down for camp.
Anybody going to take any watches?
Yeah, do we want to do 2 people or 1?
Maron just sprawls out on the ground after like dry heaving for a bit.
Well, under the circumstances, having some kind of watch would be prudent.
Ava seems to be coming back to her senses. I can stay on watch and we can have Crow here. At least keep a lookout. He doesn't get tired and he can fly around forever. Man, I don't know what was in that stuff, but oh, my head is pounding.
I'll do second watch, I guess.
If I'm still alive, I'll be up in 4 hours.
What is wrong with you? You don't look good.
Excuse you. I look fabulous, but I feel terrible.
You've been throwing up all day.
Yes, but fabulously.
Yeah, I guess you look good throwing up.
And there will only be 2 watches. Sounds like Thalgar's going to take the second watch. Eva says, I can stay up for the first watch. Hell, I've just been sleeping all day. Unfortunately, I won't be able to relearn any of my spells. My spell book.
Someone want to stay up with her?
Yeah, I can stay up with her.
All right. We'll help with second watch.
Anybody taking a watch can give me a perception check. Let's do Eladan and Eva first. You're sitting there with Eva and she is quiet for a while. And then she looks over towards Eladan and says, I appreciate you coming out and rescuing us. By the look of your group, the eclectic crew that it is, how much did they offer to pay you?
I don't actually recall.
I was unable to to put the perpetual light on that signal crystal, so they'll have to do it the old-fashioned way, but I don't think any of those undead are going to be able to do it. So what are you doing out here in New Anthus?
Whatever anyone will pay me to do.
Here, here. She smiles and takes a drink of her water skin, sets it down, and Crow comes back and lands on her shoulder, and she kind of scritches its head a little bit, and then it takes off. It takes off back into the air. It'll be good to get back home and get a clean, dry bed. Been out in the wilds for a while. How long have you been in town?
You mean in Anthus?
Yeah. I mean, not everybody comes to Anthus for fun. It's either work or to make some extra coin while I'm here.
Yeah, that's my focus as well. Just been trying to make a living.
Well, again, I appreciate it. I would pay you, but the money I got paid to light the signal crystal was taken.
Yeah, we were already paid to check everything out at the lighthouse. So.
Oh, okay. Damn, that spellbook's going to cost me a fortune. Oh, well, we'll figure it out. I think we should wake the others. I'm going to check on Perelia and she walks over to check on the dwarf and the ranger, and the ranger's the dwarf's completely just sacked. It would be a nice quiet evening if he wasn't just absolutely sawing logs, just knocked out, just in his skivvies under the moonlight. Just he's going to be asleep for a while. Perelia wakes up and her and Eva have a bit of a conversation, probably a good 10 to 15 feet away from the camp, before you turn in Eladan. And then I assume you wake up Thalgar and Ade.
Yes.
Oh, what the hell? Time already? Slowly get up.
Eladan, how was the watch?
That was
Something
quiet.
suspicious?
Nothing to report.
No sights of any dragons?
No, but if anything's searching for us, that dwarf's snoring will lead them right to us.
Perfect. If only we had a silence spell.
Marin, are you going to also get up after you trance?
If I'm feeling any better or not.
You're certainly not feeling any better.
Well, I feel absolutely terrible. I'm not getting any more rest this evening. Let me figure out what spells I want to prepare.
Unfortunately, you didn't get any rest.
Oh, do not get a long rest then. All right, so I cannot. Can I prepare different spells still?
You have to take a long rest to prepare new spells.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I hate this place. How's your night going? As I look towards Thalgar and Ade.
Tired.
Yeah, I prefer more hours in bed, but I also prefer not getting jumped by skeletons, so
Mm-hmm. Marin's not really listening to any of your answers.
yeah. It's rare for you to get up less than perky. You want to survive?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Have you tried fixing yourself?
You know what? I didn't think of that. As I just stare blankly at Ade.
Got an old home remedy we could try.
You know what? That at this point, I'll try anything. Whatever you people from this realm do.
I'll take out my water skin and dump some of it into a cup, and then I'll just pick up some dirt and put it in and stir it around, and then I'll spit in it and I'll hand it to you. So we used to do this at home.
Looks at the cup. Looks back at Thalgar. Looks at the cup. I don't think I feel that bad yet. Thank you.
Very well.
I will cast Good Berry and see if you can keep some food down. And he'll hand you just the whole
Try
thing.
Good Berry. Does it feel like I have any restorative properties from eating the Good Berry?
It stays down for maybe 20 seconds before you violently heave it out, and you do not gain any hit points.
I offer you the cup of dirt and spit again. You sure?
Maybe if I'm on my deathbed, Thalgar, then you can give me the spit dirt. How about that?
I'll just start laughing.
Oh, why did I come to this plane?
You'll be all right. We'll get you to town and fix you up.
But the night goes by without incident, and you wake up the next day prepared to head into town. Those of you who were able to sleep got a long rest.
Do I have to make a con save?
You will have to make a con save in the middle of the day.
For exhaustion, right? So I don't have to make a con save for exhaustion then?
No.
Okay.
That's if you want to just continue traveling in through the night to the point where you were to, which would have been everybody, but you guys stopped because you would have killed Franco had you kept going. But the morning comes, the fog hangs low over the mountains, and the day is yours. What happens now?
I suppose we keep traveling.
And as you continue down the mountain, it's relatively quiet. Those people who were and/or asleep are a little bit more awake now than they were before. Ralph and Sid are having conversations. They're bickering back and forth as colleagues who are close normally do. Eva and Pirelli are in a hushed conversation, a little bit away from the group. And Theo's riding with wherever you put him. He's not really saying much, kind of just looking at the ground, disappointed. Franco seems to be coming awake a little bit more, but you hear him grumbling, under his breath, but he's still in a pretty bad way, as if he only had 4 levels of exhaustion. But the day creeps by as you guys continue down the mountain. No signs of any creatures. About middle of the day, you hear Maron have some racking coughs, and he throws up again. Maron, can you make me can you roll 3d6 for me?
That sounds ominous. Why not? 1, 2, 3.
Pretty good. Your maximum hit points were reduced by 6. But other than Maron's outburst, you guys travel throughout the day and into the evening. Night comes. You see Aurelia start not scavenging for food, but looking to find some small beasts, hares, etc. for food. She doesn't want to be imposing on the group. And so she goes forages for. Does anybody have a bow I can use? I promise I'll take really good care of it. I'll be 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Just trying to find us some food. And she looks at Eladan. Oh, she would have scavenged one of those short bows from the skeleton. Let's say that.
Oh, that's good.
I'll be back. And she trusts off, a little pep in her step, her lithe, athletic figure, carrying her quietly into the brush as if she makes no sound as she goes forward. And you see Eva kind of shake her head and then, stare at her hands as she sits on the horse. But you guys make camp. Are you going to put up another watch?
Yeah, I will. Don't know if anybody else will, but I will.
Marin, you're feeling absolutely terrible.
I
don't even say anything to anyone. I just slump off the horse and lean against whatever I can lean on. And while she comes, puts his head on my lap.
After about an hour, you see Perelia come back. She looks like she has 3 braces of hair. Does anybody mind if I cook these? And she gestures to the large rabbits.
I have no objection.
Rabbit.
And she puts together some stones and some twigs. It looks like she also foraged for some things to start a fire. And then she has what looks like some leaves. And she starts the fire and starts tending to the rabbits and cutting them down and removing their skin and fur. And she looks like she's done this 100 times before, as if she could do it in her sleep. And she wraps them in some kind of greenish brown leaf and then ties some rope around it. And she says, the rope will burn away, but the spices on the leaves will give it a good texture and taste. They should be ready here in a half hour or so. The smell of cooked meat makes your stomach growl, Marin.
Being very, very slightly worried about our friend who's still not doing too well. I'm gonna go ahead and take a page out of our fighter friends book and spit in some dirt and hit Marin with the symbol across the forehead and cast Lesser Restoration. See if that does anything.
What are you removing?
I'm trying to see if he's poisoned.
He gets better momentarily. A few moments later, as the hairs start to burn a little bit, Marin, you feel your gag reflex come up.
Wait, like I want to eat the meat or I don't want it?
Like you don't want it.
Okay.
You figure like he's just going to throw up.
I mean, Baron doesn't eat meat anyway, so I thought you were saying that I was like craving it when my stomach rumbled. I was like, that's not good.
Yeah,
but okay.
That's a whole different problem.
I just am unable to force down my gag reflex, and I just start crawling away as far as I can, while still being within the camp from the fire.
Well, he's not sick. I can't do anything about that.
How come none of us are sick? Did he eat something at that place?
Like he's just weak.
I thought one of those creatures did something.
Mechanically, yes.
Hey, did you get bit by one of those creatures?
Nothing bit me. Go away.
We definitely should keep an eye on him.
Yeah, like you would tell us if you're gonna turn into like a werewolf or something, right?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I guess we should tie him up and just start laughing.
He doesn't look like he's gonna be much of a threat in that condition.
Well, I guess I'm just waiting for the rabbit to get done.
After about a half hour, Pyrelia finishes it and diplomatically goes around the group and starts giving portions to everybody. And she looks at Thalgar and she looks back down to the portions, looks up at Thalgar again and gives him an extra portion. Maybe a portion that was meant for Marin. As you hear Marin retching in the background. He's not going to want this, is he? You can have it.
Nope, he won't. And I'll just scarf it down.
And it's very sweet, spicy flavor that she's put on the hairs. But the hairs that a little gamey, a little bit less meat on the bones, maybe this late in the summertime. But you guys have dinner. Looks like Ava's trying to take care of Franco, who's absolutely out of it, but at least not throwing up a Maron. And what are the watches going to be for this evening?
I don't mind taking first watch.
Hold on a second again.
We'll probably do the same.
I'll probably ask Eva if she has any spells in her pocket that she can use to help our friend.
And she starts crying.
She starts crying?
Yes.
I'm going to take that as a no.
Why do girls always do that when you talk to them?
Yeah, I don't know why they always cry when I talk to them. Miss, you okay?
I don't have any spells. They took my spell book. I have no money. I don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, Pyrelia says she can get us food, obviously, but what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
You got your crow.
Yeah, and if Crow gets killed or destroyed or eaten by a dragon, then I don't have anything to get him back with. And then I'll be all alone again.
Well, you're alive.
Yes. And if I had money, I would pay you.
Sure, when we get to town, you can get a new book.
But I don't have any money to buy the book. Everything in Enthus costs so much more. Everybody's there trying to turn a buck. And like me, I had stuff when I went there and I don't have anything. Probably said maybe I could borrow money from you guys and, enough to get me a new spell book and maybe I can learn some spells from. And she points to the guy thrown up over there in the bushes. Harley, do you mind taking watch? No, I don't mind. Okay. I'm going to go to sleep. Maybe this is all just a bad dream.
Don't worry, lady. We'll figure it out when we get back.
Turns away from the fire, her back towards the group. Yeah, sobs, kind of rack her shoulders. As Crow stands watch over his master, over their master, and Aurelia says, she comes in, she's taking this one pretty hard. Or we could, live off the land until we made enough money. If you guys can help, it'd be great. I don't really have anything for money. Just guard the roads here. That's about it.
Do we actually look wealthy? If we were wealthy, we wouldn't be out here.
I mean, the fancy boy over there, those robes he wears is...
He the one puking into the bushes?
Yeah, that one. What's wrong with him anyways?
I don't know. Something that's going around, I guess.
Maybe I could take a look at him. Take a look at him, right? Or you guys want to come with me? Or one of you?
Yes.
She points at the big person.
I believe in he'll let anyone look at him in his current state.
I take out a cup and I pour some water in it, and then I put some dirt in it, and I spit in it, and I say, offer him this.
Half smile comes across her lips, and like, okay. And she puts some herbs in it. Maybe it won't smell so bad.
Old Hill Giant recipe for when you're sick.
And you hear footfalls approach, Marin.
Yes, what?
I made something for you to drink. It's dirt, spit, and some leaves. The big guy over there says it's a Hill Giant recipe, and well, we are in the hills after all.
Am I feeling bad enough to try it yet?
That is completely up to you.
Let me see. Fine. I don't care. Anything to make this go away.
It tastes like some leaves and something else terrible.
Leftover rabbit.
It probably takes about half a second for me just to spew it everywhere.
But she's going to do a medicine check on you. Have you been out in the woods, the hills, or the mountains very much? Your clothing says no.
Have I been in these hills, these mountains, these woods? No. Where I come from, things are a bit more different. Let's just say I can't think straight to explain it to your sensibilities right now.
I can't see anything wrong with you, but clearly you're not well. Maybe we should see a cleric when you get back to town.
The clergy. This is just my week.
Well, there's some rabbit over there. If you want some, good luck. If you keep crawling, you're going to eventually crawl yourself down the hill. So maybe you should try to get some rest.
I'll try. And he just struggles to smile.
And she turns on her heel and walks back and looks at the group. You drank your thing, but it didn't take him long to throw it up again. I don't know what's wrong with him.
Well, as soon as she says that he drank it, I just start laughing.
She smiles.
I knew he would.
I don't know what's wrong with him. I mean, you guys, she waves. Does anybody besides do any magic? And she wiggles her fingers. I can do a few things, but not much. Mostly.
Not that type of magic, no.
I've done what I can. This isn't natural.
No, it's certainly not natural. Just hope he lives in long enough to get to town. Seems to be wasting away, but what do I know? I was asleep for like 5 days. And she goes and sits next to Theo, Ralph, and Sid have been relatively quiet through this whole time, kind of just huddled in a small triangle, having a conversation. But the night carries on. And anybody taking first watch can roll me a perception check. It's quiet. I mean, other than the sobs you hear from Eva every once in a while. She eventually cries herself to sleep and really kind of shakes her head, and she pokes at the fire a little bit and says, so where did you learn your craft? I saw you fighting those creatures and you were quite the marksman, I must say.
Oh, just, years of practice.
And she kind of smiles and she rubs her ear a little bit. It's clear that her ears are more elongated, but not fully pointed, and she's likely a half elf. Her long dark hair, and she's got some creases in her skin, as if she spent a lot of time here out in the wilderness. Oh, I know what it means to practice for a long time. I'm going to turn in. It's nice and quiet for the evening. Your watch goes by without incident. Who's taking second watch?
That'd be me.
Yeah, Nada.
Okay. You guys want to give me perception checks? Pretty good rolls there. The night goes by, and you see the cloud cover start to break apart a little bit, and for the first time in probably a week, you see a little bit of the sunrise, the moonlight filter through the evening as it starts to alight on some of the treetops, and some of the bushes that grow nearby begin to glow a brief luminescent, almost absorbing and or reflecting the light of the moon back to its source. Is there anything you want to do during your short rest or long rest? or watch, excuse me.
There was one thing when they woke up. Maron might feel like shit, but he still has enough energy to pay back Thalgar. So as Thalgar wakes up, Maron's just hovering like an inch above him, licking his lips, and has your neck always looked that good?
Roll an intimidation.
Got a little bit of that BG3 cutscene action, huh?
Although he is looking a bit more like a skeleton at that point.
I would have woken up and I would just like, oh my god. Really?
When I turn, I'm eating you first. And I go off.
I just start laughing. During my watch, I would probably take out the carpenter tools that we found and just start messing with them, trying to figure them out.
Oh, okay.
Just started messing with them, trying to figure them out.
You can roll a straight int check to see if you make any kind of progress. I'm assuming you're doing this downtime activity.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah, you get to, you're no stranger to the forge. A lot of the tools behave very similarly to perhaps your ancestors, or at least the things you might have learned at the City of Swords. Being one of the bigger guys, they ask you to move a lot of things. Then you're around a lot of the people who work with tools all day long, and so you get the hang of it, but you're not quite ready to become proficient in it. And your watch goes by without any incident, and you guys wake up the next morning feeling refreshed from a long rest.
Can I say that I made like a cross and then I put it on the vampire's chest?
Easy enough to do.
Actually, maybe it was just a spike.
Everybody wakes up, gets a bit of a long rest. Franco's feeling much better. I'm feeling good, but it's not quite there yet. How's everybody doing?
Yep, feeling good.
Oh, that's just great to hear. Really appreciate you rescuing me from that poop trap.
Is he walking a little weird still?
Yeah, he's still walking a little weird. He's moving a bit slow still, but the last 2 nights.
Super wedgie recovery mode.
He is. Yeah, but my backside hurts and I'm not sure why. And he looks around, accusingly pointing fingers. Ha, I'm just kidding. I'm not that handsome anyways. Ugh. How close are we to the city? Get there by the end of the day, it looks like. And Parelia's like, yes, Franco, we'll get there by the end of the day and you can get a bath. And he's like, I don't like baths that much. Her and Eva both go, yes, we know. We've been with you for 2 weeks. But the night goes by. You guys head out on the road. You can probably be able to get to town middle of the afternoon. It's feeling worse. Continues to feel worse. Marin, can you roll me 3d6? Your maximum hit points are reduced by 8.
Ouch.
But in the middle of the afternoon, you see the traffic on the road start to pick up, and you see some of the smoke from chimneys up around the bend as you guys make your way into the south gate, or the east gate of Anthus. The city bustling, as it were. When you had approached earlier, the gate guards nod as the gates are open and during the day, and it's just for dinner time. What would you like to do?
Well, maybe we should find our friend a priest.
Yeah, do we know where the local clerics area is?
Yep, there are 2 well-established districts in this new city. One is the Merchants District, and the other is the Temple District. If you recall, Xanthos procured a couple healing potions for the group early on, set it to premium, and he said many of the clergy were busy due to the undead attack from the graveyard when you guys first arrived to the group, or first arrived to the city. Thalgar, you'd heard reports that there had been an undead attack in the graveyard, and some local heroes matching the description of a couple of your friends, or your at least now companions, had put down. But you make your way through town into the Temple District, which is on the southeast side of town. Merchants District is on the south side of town. So those 2 districts have been pretty well put together. Any specific deity you want to go visit?
Maron, you have a preference? I guess the closest one, as he's mumbling.
Yeah.
Which one looks the cheapest?
They're all really each, as opposed to having multiple deities at a single location. Each temple, though many are still under construction, and they're all created from this very fine marble. Think Greek mythology, and they're all lined up on Temple Street, just one after the other, and the people are out front. preaching the word of their deities to get people to come and see.
Clerical food trucks.
Yep. Passing out pamphlets. The wonders of Pelor.
I'll pick the one that has a weapon as a symbol, if there is any.
I'm sure you'd be able to find one. The god of war. Maybe Ares or Helm.
Sounds good. Hey, we need some help. Our friend's not feeling well.
Oh, you've come to the right place. Please, come in, come in. And a gentleman who looks like he's got a bowl haircut, wearing some priestly robes, but they're not dirty at all. So either he's brand new or they've supplied their clergy here with some very good clothing, if serviceable.
This will usher Marin up to the front toward the cleric. Fix him.
Oh, what is wrong with him?
Yeah, well, yeah. He's ill and he's sick and getting sicker.
Sick and getting sicker. Gave him a potion or healed him or...
Everything we've tried so far hasn't done anything.
Bring him over here, away from the rest of the people, and they'll lead you to a side alcove that has a bed, and near the bed is what looks like some water that's been freshly steamed, and there's some towels laying around, and there are a few people helping, and okay, enough, go on. Fetch the priestess. Can you tell me where you've been and what you've been doing?
Yes, I'll give him a synopsis of our trip into the mountains and what happened.
Undead in the mountains, okay. Was he bit?
Not as far as we can tell.
He'll lean in and look at Marin.
Got hit with a sword.
Hit with a sword.
It was a sword, right?
I don't recall.
It was a dagger. The obsidian dagger.
Some sort of weapon.
Oh, yeah, I still have the daggers, actually.
What, you got hit with that thing? Why didn't you tell us?
All I have energy to do is just roll my head over and just stare blankly at Doug.
Take a seat kind of on the cot next to you and daub some water with a cloth and then wipes off the perspiration on your forehead. Healing magics, have we tried that?
I believe we have.
That we have.
So no healing magic, doesn't take effect. Restorative magic.
Also didn't work. At least not the lesser ones that I have access to.
Oh dear.
Is he going to turn into a vampire?
I don't think so. And he says 10 minutes. And he'll kneel down next to Mayron's body and he'll start ritually casting a spell.
My head starts doing a full 360. I'm just kidding.
Take out some jerky and just start eating it.
I'm afraid I don't know what's wrong with him. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. He heads out, and about 30 minutes later, he walks in with a woman. She's got short cropped dark hair, wearing priestly vestments, long. She has a black sash over her white gown. My man said he couldn't figure out what's wrong with him. Good lad, you were hit by this dagger. Somebody have this dagger?
Yeah, I have both daggers.
Sorry, we don't have any insurance.
Do you have money?
Oh, we have some money. And we can get some... Were we paid before we went, or are we getting paid after we come back?
You're getting paid after you come back.
Yeah. So we'll have more money in a bit.
Does somebody want to come with me to my chambers? I need to figure out what these daggers are. I'm not going to take them, obviously. Your man is here sick, and we need to figure him out. Figure out what's wrong with him.
Well, I'll go with you. Sure.
Come with me and keep your mouth shut. And she takes you through some large ordained doors at the very end of the throne room. Looks like the inner sanctum of whatever priestly area this temple has. And she walks to the altar and she goes about ritually preparing whatever it is she prepares there. She unfolds some cloth and she takes some water and wine and mixes them in a bowl, and then she daggers in this bowl and she starts to intone some kind of incantation. She takes them out and then she sets them on the cloth and she kneels in front of the altar for a while. After about 10 minutes, she stands back up. She takes the daggers. They've been purified now. And I think your man has got one chance. If he lives through the night, I can prepare perhaps 2 spells that can cure him of this disease, but it's going to cost a little bit.
And how much is a little bit?
I need 750 gold pieces. Much of it will be the required material components that are consumed in the spell, and then he has a chance to survive. Otherwise, he has no chance.
I see. Well, I best go tell my companions the bill.
All right. Would you
just go
like
back
me
and
to
tell
wait here?
Mayron, I'm sorry, I'm afraid you're going to die.
I'll be waiting here upon your return.
I knew I should have never come to this realm.
of America.
Yes. Healthcare's very expensive here.
Not you make it, but we can take you to Canada.
So I'll go back and tell the group what it's going to cost us. So let's figure out what we have. I have 155 gold.
What the hell is she casting for 700 gold?
I don't know, but she says it will cure him.
I've heard that they usually inflate their prices to cover the costs of people that they have to treat with no money. I don't know. It's a screwed up system.
Well, shit. No one has insurance.
Have you tried to get individual insurance? Really expensive, especially in our profession.
I thought what could go wrong?
Well, maybe we could get a component list that she needs so we can do some shopping.
She just said gold.
I just weakly put my hand into my bag and pull out my coin purse with 150 gold. That's all I have.
All right, so that's 300. Come on. What else has everybody else got?
Well, I got those onyx. There's 6 of them. That's like 300 gold if we haggle well.
Okay, so that gets us to 600. And we're also owed pay, so we can go collect that.
Yeah, but if you recall, they said they will pay you 2,000 gold, clear out the tower, and then he would personally provide 100 gold for each survivor. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 survivors.
There goes our reward.
We'll just go collect our reward and we're in.
Maybe that guy can call on a favor.
And this will guarantee to cure me, yes?
She said no, right?
You said there was be a chance.
Better some chance than no chance.
Well, you stay here. We'll go cash in our reward. Try and save you.
Are you guys just going to head over to the Wandering Lantern Tavern, or going to let the lady know that she should prepare the spells, or how's this going to shake out?
Yeah, let her know she should prepare. We have to go collect the money.
I will be here. If he lives through the night, I will prepare the spells first thing in the morning. And should you have the gold ready, then we will administer services. And if he has the will to shake off the disease, or the curse, as it were, then it should be golden. See you soon.
Did you just say curse?
Mummy rot. He must have been playing with undead, and those daggers of ill repute carried some kind of curse. And if he wasn't bit, or he wasn't touched by a mummy or a mummy lord, but sure enough, he's got some kind of rot and it's eating him from the inside out.
Gross.
If I don't make it, will I become...
No, we'll burn you first.
All right, well, I guess we'll go take care of our business. What time will you be performing this ritual?
First thing in the morning. If he lives through the night.
Yes. We've got the whole if he lives through the night. I think you've made that very clear. Well, no, that's an interesting. What if he doesn't live through the night? Could you just resurrect him? Wouldn't that cure his illness too?
Unfortunately, one succumbs to this kind of curse. It is doomed to live in Lair of the Nine Hells for eternity.
Ah.
If he has any family or kin, perhaps you should also let them know that he is sick and may not survive.
No one locally, no.
Very well. I must prepare. We'll wait upon your return.
All right, to the tavern. I guess we're taking all the people with us that we saved.
Yeah, they seem to be following you around.
We will need them for proof.
And as you make your way just down the street from the district, you make your way into the merchant's quarters. It was, or is, very crowded, but you make your way and you find Seneschal Xanthos seated once again in a familiar spot upon patio in his large, seemingly personal chair. A man of his size and girth, probably, other than Thalgar, not many people would fit in the chair. You could probably sit 2 or 3 people there. But he sees you and nods and waves you in as you go through the gate of the patio. And he smiles, stands, and walks forward and greets each one of you. Well met. I see you've at least returned with some of our people. Everything go well? She kind of looks down meekly. I wasn't able to place the enchantment. We were beset by undead. He looks, undead? That's terrible. And the tower now? I think it's cleared out. At least that's what Eladan says. Is it? And he looks to you. Well, Eladan?
We cleared all the invaders we could find.
I want to express my gratitude to you for all your help. And he gestures to the party. I'm new to this region, and I don't have much understanding of the area's history. Apart from the eruption that took place here, You've been a great help to me, and I appreciate all the knowledge and guidance you've provided me with. And he gestures to his man, Halvar. Halvar. Yes, my lord. And he heads across the street to the council house. He returns shortly. Token of my appreciation. Here's a reward for all your assistance. And he counts out each person. Okay, 6. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a stack of platinum coins. Couldn't have done this without you. I want you to know that your contribution has been instrumental in our success. Just thank you once again, and may you have a wonderful journey ahead. My understanding is history is quite limited, save for the fact that it's experienced major volcanic eruptions, and the remnants of ash and debris that lay scattered throughout the landscape are constant reminders of the calamity that struck this place. I'm in awe of the sheer power of nature. Despite my limited knowledge, I cannot help but feel drawn to mysteries that lie hidden within this land. It is said that the temples dot the countryside hold many secrets. Perhaps they can offer more insight into the events that shaped this region. I'm eager to explore these sacred places and unravel these mysteries and what they hold. Heard whispers of a time before the eruption when this land was teeming with life and vitality. The people who inhabit this region had a deep connection to the land and its natural wonders. It is said that the temple served not only a place of worship, but also centers of knowledge and learning. I journey deeper into the land. I cannot help but wonder what secrets lay hidden beneath the ashes and the ruins. Perhaps people at the temples can shed some light on the past and help me gain a deep understanding of this unique and mysterious place. For that, here is your reward. Enjoy your stay in this fair but foreboding land. And with that, he bids you a good day as he sits back down in his chair and resumes his evening meal in hushed conversation with diplomats or merchants looking to win his favor. We appreciate your service to the city, this new Anthus, as they call it. Should you need a favor, please let me know. Or if you're staying nearby and should I need a favor and you want to relieve me some of my coin, perhaps we can make an arrangement. And he gestures for Eva to have a seat, and she sits down with him, and he waves his finger, and then they bring out something to eat and drink for her and the survivors of the tower and Terran Point, and leaves you guys to figure out what happens now.
So how much money did we each walk away with here?
So you have 2,600 gold pieces to split amongst the group.
So what do we need? 700 for the spell or 800?
750.
750.
So we'll just take that off the top.
So what happens now?
While they were out, Maron has taken off his scale mail, taken off all his belongings, put the scale mail, his very expensive perfume, a potion of healing, pretty much anything of worth in like a little pile in his room, and taken some of his scrolls, and with his calligraphy brush painted a kind of black ink portrait of each of the party members and written poems kind of lauding their strengths and virtues in Sylvan for each of them. And he rolls each of them up and puts them in a case and lays them and just kind of sits cross-legged on the bed and waits to see what happens.
What was that balm that we found?
Wasn't it Kelfton's ointment or something?
Yeah, what does that do? Oh, it cures disease. Could have tried that, but I guess it's a curse, so. I'm going to make my way to the market and try and sell some stuff.
You make your way to the market. It's teeming with people. There's always stuff for sale, primarily goods that have to do with building, construction, general goods, general store goods. Nothing that is, at least not yet. There aren't anything available that it would be considered luxurious or otherwise. It looks like it's just catering to the blue collar workforce that has been staying here and rebuilding the city.
Sure. Did anyone want jeweler's tools or mason's tools?
No, not I.
I'd try pawning those.
But in the meantime, we'll switch back to Marin. You take off all your belongings, you gather some scrolls and a few things, and you sit on the edge of the bed. What's going through your mind?
So as Marin's kind of sitting there trying to focus and bring calm, his color, whatever's left of it, and his hair, his skin tone, his eyes keep changing from pale white and silver, hues of orange to green as his mood is just rapidly shifting and the seasons change within him. If you don't mind, I would like to do a wisdom save.
Go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw. So what happens on a failure?
So the color finally settles on almost like a bright red, like flames. Sweat's just pouring off of him. His eyes kind of glazed over but furrowed brow, and he gets up, and Washi picks up his head, and he says to Washi, I won't go out like this. They won't burn me. Distract them. And he's going to try to leave.
How are you going to do that? Describe to me how you do it.
He literally is going to have Washi kind of try to go out and make like the distraction and sneak away.
So I'm going to give you advantage on your stealth check, but you also have disadvantage on any ability checks.
Yep.
So you can give me a stealth check with a straight roll. As what kind of distraction is Washi making?
He's just literally going to go out and probably to like the main place of worship and just start destroying as much as he can.
Horse rending everybody?
Uh-huh. Not so much people, but like just
destroying the temple, knocking over all the statues. Roll me a d20 for how effective Washi is at distracting, which is going to set the DC for you to sneak out. Now roll me a stealth check. As you begin to head out, you see the man that was at first brought you eyeball you as Washi's jumping around from pew to pew and place to place and causing commotion and stealing towels away from people. But his heart's not in it. He just like keeps looking back to the direction that you had, but you could tell his heart's not in it. And you catch his eyes as he looks back towards you as you start to head out the front door. And as you head out the front door, your friends are heading in the front door. And you guys meet on the foyer, Temple of Helm. See Marin, ashen, perspiring, and he doesn't have his scale mail on. He has a few belongings. Looks like he'd taken some priestly vestments that he had found somewhere and is looking to head out of the temple.
In my delirious state, I try to play it off and may the gods watch you, my children.
How does the party react?
Well, I mean, stop him. Whoa there, pal. Going for a walk?
Are you going to try to grapple me?
I don't need to grapple you. As sick as you are, I can basically put my finger on your chest and stop you.
I will try to escape.
You can roll acrobatics or...
Yeah, I'll grab him then.
Okay. You can roll athletics or acrobatics to keep a hold of the man. And if Ade is going to help, one of you can take advantage or you can both roll. He literally puts his finger on your chest as you try to move past him.
Let me go. Let me go.
You're not going anywhere. I just literally turning him around so he's walking back in. And we're walking.
My lady's in need of my service.
What lady? Need to lay down. Big day tomorrow.
Dress the Queen of Midnight that in such manner.
Come back in through the door.
Just frog march him right back in.
Some of the clergy are there and they kind of look at Marin, look at you and catch eyes with you, Eladan, and go over there and then help Marin back to his room.
Changed my mind. Falgar, I'm eating you second. Eladan, you're first. Scoundrels and rogues. Let me go.
That's Mr. Scoundrel or Rogue to you.
Give me a con saving throw, Marin, with disadvantage.
All right.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. How many hit points do you have?
My max?
Oh, you have 9. And you see Marin kind of fall asleep and the clergy carries him back into his cot and lay him down for the night. And we switch back to Thalgar. Thalgar, what are you looking to get?
Gold. I'm trying to sell some extra chainmail that I have, jeweler's tools, mason tools, and if anyone's interested in the onyx.
You can get full 300 gold for the onyx gems, but to sell the equipment, you would get half price of whatever their cost would be.
All right.
Is there anything else you would like to do while you're out away from the group?
No, I think that was it. I was just trying to make some money to pay for this exorcism.
And as you make your way back into the Temple of Helm, you see the clergy acolytes cleaning up the temple. And you head to the room where Eladan and Marin and Ade had been before. You see Washi curled up at the end of the bed, or at the head of the bed, kind of keeping protection over his master. You see Marin tossing and turning in his sleep. Priest excuses himself momentarily, and 10 minutes later he comes back with the priestess. She says, well, your man and his paper dog kind of created a little bit of a mess, so hope everything goes well tomorrow. Recompense for the destruction of that expensive statue would be much appreciated.
I'm gonna look at her and say, "Are you for real, lady?"
Your man's dog knocked over that statue that cost hundreds of gold pieces. I was merely going to charge you a fraction of that.
Well, why don't we focus on today's problem, making sure he doesn't die, and we'll deal with the damages after.
Very well. Bring your man with me.
Okay, we grab him.
And she will take you back to that inner sanctum once again, and there seems to be a larger, longer altar covered in some kind of silvery sheened sheets and blankets. It's got the upright gauntleted hand of Helm. Looks like sewed in silk on the top of it. And she says, "Please place your man here. Could you bring the gold?"
Yes, we have the gold.
And she says, "Set it to the side. I've repurchased all the ingredients." And she has what looks like a pestle dish. It's a pewter dish. And inside it, you see finely ground diamond dust. And she starts washing it across Maron's forehead, down his nose, on his chin, on the open areas until she completes it. And she says, "Well, give me an hour, and should he have the fight to want to come back, he will come back. This will allow him the opportunity to come back." And she starts to intone a prayer to Helm, asking for protection on this person's journey, either to and or from where he wants to go. All right, I need you to make me a DC 13 Constitution saving throw to shrug off the effects of mummy rot after they have cast greater restoration on you. And should you pass, no, the spell will allow you to have a straight roll. Should you fail, Miran has breathed his last breath.
Does anyone have enhanced ability or guidance?
I do not.
Miran, you find yourself back on your own plane, visiting the different ruling Eladrin. Winter, summer, spring. You find yourself walking through the halls of the winter, the Queen of Winter, the blue, midnight blues, dark, and you continue down this long hallway, and it gets darker and darker and darker to where it's almost pitch black, but everything you see is shades of gray. And then you see the light, and you hear the intoning chanting of voices. What do those voices say, and what do you do?
I think as the whispers start to coalesce and you start to be able to hear them, it's just echoes of, "Your path is not finished, your journey not over. You have sights to see and deeds to do, wandering." And he looks back towards the dark winter garden outside, as much as he wants to just lay in the snow under the silver bare trees. He goes towards the light.
And as your guys watching, looks to you, looks to the group, and she kind of shakes her head, puts a sheet or begins to pull a sheet up over the eyes of Maron. But what does Maron say instead?
I think as the sheet's about to cover him, you see this color go from that pale white and silver to that flush amber and orange hues. His eyes dart open. "Not yet. Not yet."
As you watch, splutter, "Not like this," escapes his lips. At the same time, vibrations ripple through the cobblestone streets, and windows of the buildings rattle violently, suggesting a profound disturbance, an unsettling prelude to a city looking to start anew. As the party looks back to Maron, we see another profound change. What do we see?
As you look at Maron lying on the table there, saying, "Not yet, not like this," the vibrancy that you know, the kind of auburn, autumn colors that accentuate his skin, hair, eyes, tattoos, even his clothes, starts to fade to a chill, icy, pale white. His hair turning stark white at the roots to an icy blue. His eyebrows, the tattoos on his face change from reds and golds to silver and light blues. Even his clothes change color. As he opens his eyes, his head just kind of looks over, expressionless, towards Washi. The paper starts to unfold, and slowly turn to dust and fade away.
Have we seen you in winter form before?
Briefly, only in just the past 30 minutes or so, when you prevented me from trying to leave the temple, as my form was changing through the different seasons, just for flashes. I've been in that kind of autumn form pretty much the whole time you've known me.
Seeing you're changing to a pale color, I'd be like, holy shit. Are you a vampire?
I do not believe I require blood for sustenance, but I'm not opposed to testing that theory.
Just give you a strange look. Well, glad to have you back. How you feeling?
I exist.
It was a call, you were in bad shape. And now we're broke. Well, not broke, but that was expensive.
Yeah, where do you see our bill?
It's my understanding since coming to your realm that money, much like life, is fleeting.
That's what we do. We're the money makers.
Seems like the only thing that died was his personality.
Well, and the dog.
Oh, yes, and the mutt.
Yeah, what happened to Washi?
I utilize different forms of manifestation of power. He's no longer required.
Oh, it's too bad. He was starting to grow on me.
He was not a type of fungus or parasite. I do not believe that he could grow on you.
Yeah, I guess you did lose your sense of humor. I think we might have some adventure lined up. Something about some temples. Did anyone catch the details on that?
The details were from Xanthos that this place is, although new and being called New Anthus after the volcanic eruption, much about this town place he doesn't know, and whether or not these undead incursions have anything to do with what happened at the Point of Antera or even the graveyard that you had visited earlier. He said perhaps you could discuss or ask around the temple district what might have happened. And as you guys are having this conversation, you feel the earthquake again, and some dust from these newly built temples, kind of where the beams link together, float down. Paladins and priests are kind of looking up, and there's a murmur outside.
You felt like an earthquake or the building shifting?
Felt like an earthquake, and the building shifted a little bit as the ground buckled beneath the city of New Anthus.
That was strange. You guys feel that?
Hard to miss.
Well, I don't want to stand inside here. Let's get outside. Oh, Randy, did you pay that priest?
Thought we paid before. I thought the gold was necessary for the spell.
Yes, that is correct. You have paid.
So our bill is taken care of.
It is.
I guess I'd head out of the temple and see if there's a commotion or anything regarding the earthquake.
As you head out into the streets, there are different groups of people having conversations and somewhat shaking their head as they move from place to place. But after a few moments, the small clusters of people disperse and people move on about their day. And you wait a few minutes and no other aftershocks seem to happen.
The earthquake just seemed to be all around us, or did it feel like it was coming from a certain direction, or?
It felt like it came from the coast. A little bit of a buckle and a wave.
Well, I would suggest going towards what we think is the source.
That seems logical.
How far from the coast are we?
You're in the southeast section of the city. It'll probably take you 30 minutes to 45 minutes to walk there casually, or you can run there in 15 minutes if you'd like.
Are there tsunamis in this fantasy world?
Does not appear to be any worry as people go about their day.
Well, we could head over to the coast, check it out, see if we can find out anything. Does anyone need to buy anything?
At some point, I'd like to replenish my healing potion stock.
We can sell this, and I hold up the scale mail that I was wearing, unless one of you requires it.
Not I.
I did manage to get a few coins from the gems we found on the undead. Got an extra 300 gold.
Okay, so we could, I guess, look for an armorer or some general shop to sell the scale mail.
Yep, and I think early in the day, Thalgar had stopped by one of the general stores that are between both the Merchants District and the Temple District to sell some of the older equipment that he had found, or you guys had found along the way. And you make your way back to that general store. It's just called the New Anthus General Store, because really it's the only one that is selling any kind of goods of this nature. And you walk in and there's a person in there by the name of Thurlow. Oh, welcome back. What brings you here so soon? Oh, you brought friends. That's great.
My companion here needs to offload some armor.
Sure. What do you have?
I no longer require the protection this scale mail provided me, as I have other means to protect my life. And I just slam it down on the table and stare at him like with pretty much like eyes of death.
Well, okay. Let me take a look at it. Used, but probably resell it, and he will offer you half of what it is worth.
As soon as he started talking about numbers, Maron just walked away and let the party deal with it.
Well, that sounds fine to me. Not my armor.
So we have a deal. And he'll reach behind the desk and pull up a lockbox and start counting out the coin. And he will hand you, as soon as I find how much scale mail is worth.
25 gold pieces. Or it's worth 50, but he'll hand
25. You 25 gold pieces. Pile it in stacks of 5. There you are.
That's a start on him paying us back, I guess.
Let me take out that 150 gold that I gave you last time. I have 8 silver.
Is there anything else that I can do for you?
Do you know where we could find some potions?
Potions, more than likely at the Temple District. Oh, understand they've been pretty expensive. Happenings in the graveyard and all.
Understandable. I guess we'll head that way.
And you turn on your heel and head back the direction you came. You head back into the Temple District. There's several temples of gods here. The more prominent one are considered Norse gods. And so you have Freya, Thor, and many of the old Norse gods with larger temples built in a Greek fashion. And out in front, you see people kind of inspecting the workers, acolytes, priests, priestesses, paladins, inspecting the structures of each of the buildings of their specific deities to see if there are any structural damages.
I should walk up to one of the acolytes and, hey, we're looking for some potions. Do you know of any place around here?
Potions. I can ask. Give me one moment, please. And his accent is a little thick. Think Skyrim, but I can't do that accent. Sure, let me go check it out. And check inside the temple. Give me one moment, please. And he'll walk in and come back out. No, it looks like most of the potions were either given away to the guards or given away to help heal the people. I imagine we would be able to have some more here in 2 weeks' time or so.
Very well, thank you.
May Odin's name be with you. He kind of hits himself on the chest. Or your mystical transformation, let's call it.
Well, it doesn't look like we're going to get any potions. I have one left. If you need it, I can give it to you.
Oh, it's okay. I have 3. I'm very cautious.
Sounds like we're good to go. Shall we make our way to the coast, see if there's anything going on?
And
you make your way across the city, and you hear whispered murmurs of people talking about how the tide has receded further than it has in decades. And as you approach the stretch of the rocky shoreline, difficult to reconcile the tranquil scene before you with the tales of what once stood here. Cove is a mosaic of tide pools, jagged rock, and patches of sand strewn with fragments of seaweed. And the rhythmic crash of waves against the cliffs fills the air, the timeless melody that carries with it the briny tang of the sea. Gulls wheel overhead, and their crying echoes, while the receding tide reveals barnacle-encrusted stones, an occasional glint of forgotten coin or a shard of glass. The sun hangs in the sky, casting long, golden beams across the cove, illuminating the skeletal remains of what might once have been a jetty, now little more than rotting wooden posts jutting defiantly from the water. The wind carries a chill, whipping through the natural amphitheater of stone with a mournful whistle, as though the cove itself remembers the power that once dwelt here. You are standing outside the gates, and you're facing to the west. Looks like the tide has receded from a cove just to the south of where you're at. You see a lot of the seabirds. They're picking at the newly revealed shellfish, urchins, barnacles, crabs that cling to the rocks that have obviously been covered underwater for years.
Well, that looks promising. Let's go down there.
That looks weird.
And as you make your way amongst the rocks down the road disappears from being a cobblestone street to being an old dirt pathway with sand and limestone. You make your way towards this now revealed cove. Walk in, not to where the water would come up to your feet, as the tide has somewhat receded, as this little section of land kind of raised up a little bit. To your left, crab is perched atop a rock, and it suddenly scuttles sideways. Its movement, jerky and frantic, and it vanishes into a crevice as if sensing something. And then the air grows really, really still, and the waves seem to dull in volume. And then you start to feel the ground shake a little bit. And then the ground beneath the damp sand quivers violently, and you hear a low rumble, almost the same sound you heard when Marin opened his eyes the first time. And before you can react, the earth erupts with a deafening roar, sending sand and shards of rock spraying outwards. And rising from this area, a massive stone monolith pierces the sky. The structure is ancient, and its surface is scarred by centuries of salt and wind, yet unmistakably marked with intricate carvings that glow faintly with otherworldly energy cover this monolith. It towers over the cove. From where the earth has erupted, you see a small pathway where the earth kind of splits open, and there's a little bit of a grade leading down, and just below there you can see the faint outline of a door.
Is there anything on this monolith might be familiar to any of us? Any clues to what it might be or where it's from?
You can give me a history check, investigation check, religion check.
I will do history.
Well, that's pretty good. The hieroglyphics that you see on this monolith speaks of old Catalonian dialect, typically spoken in the deserts of the main continent of this small place. You've heard of, or at least read in the winter libraries, of a great desert living on one of the coasts, or living on one of the continents of Anazera, where this dialect or these hieroglyphics had been frequently used on old pyramids and places from a time long forgotten.
I've read of these markings. I've seen them in a book in the Queen's Library. They're from an empire far from here, though. I was to believe it is one of the desert.
Desert? What the hell's it doing here?
Do places not shift and move? Is that not a common occurrence in this realm?
Do I know where the closest desert is? Or is there even a desert here?
There's not a desert here, but you've heard of well, you give me a history check, and we'll see how if they taught anything like this to you when you were in healing from your wounds in the City of Swords.
I would probably just say I don't know because I'm from the hills.
You haven't heard anything like this. In fact, this is one of the first times you've likely heard of the Great Desert.
Yeah, I don't know about shifting around. I mean, I've never heard of a desert, and this is clearly an ocean.
It has piqued my interest. I think we should enter. And I cast Mage Armor on myself.
Yep.
So he doesn't want to die. That's good. We'll probably get the best treasure if we get there first.
How big is this monolith?
It stands about 25 feet tall, and its base, it probably is 3 feet wide, and it looks like it continues down into the sand.
And this is just all in this cove where the water had receded?
That is correct. It's all along this cove where when the monolith came up, it kind of broke apart the earth, and you can see this little path. You'd have to climb down there, but there is clearly an outline of a door down there.
Well, let's check it out.
So are you proceeding to climb down this small embankment or this crevice to get towards the area?
Yes.
Yeah, I would, with no fear.
You cautiously tread over the rubble and debris. You notice what was once the monolith's domain, shattered stones and twisted roots, all remnants of the earth it tore through on its journey towards the sun. And amidst the chaos, you find yourself standing before a stout wooden door, partially buried beneath the debris. The wood is weathered, its surface marred by deep cracks and patches of moss that hint at its age. Despite the time-worn appearance, the door looks like it is stuck fast, barring your way with an unnatural strength. But its presence feels out of place, as if it has survived the upheaval of the monolith, guarding whatever lies beyond with unyielding determination.
I'll go to open it.
You go to open it and you push, and there's a clear handle. Looks like one of those handles, not round, but lever. And you press on the lever, and the lever click, 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 as if it's locked.
Looks to be locked.
but the wood is old. It's been submerged for some time. With a show of strength, you could likely break it down or tear it from its hinges.
I'll give it a shoulder slam.
All right, make me an athletics check.
Not good.
With a 14, you're able to push the door in. The DC was 14, and it creaks open, and then it gives way. And as it gives way, this acrid odor and gas bursts from these long closed doors. Can you give me a Constitution saving throw?
It's a trap.
Sticking with my 14.
With 14, you're able to shrug off whatever effects this might have been. Excuse me. As you tread over the rubble and debris, you notice the shattered stones and twisted roots. As you step into the room, that musty, acrid stench assaults your senses. The heavy odor of decay and centuries-old neglect clings in the air. The scent is so overpowering that it causes you to almost gag. The sharp tang of rot fills your nose and your throat. In the dim light, you make out the remains of what was once a grand stairwell. The stairs led upward and have long since crumbled and fallen away, leaving only a few precarious steps clinging to the wall, a haunting reminder of the tower's grandeur. The jagged, broken edges of the stone hint at the passage of time and the weight of countless years, now reduced to rubble. On the walls, two doors stand silently, one with its wooden darkened with age and marred with deep scars, the other just a few steps away from where you now stand, the iron handle cold and unyielding to the touch. In this room, there is a faint glow that kind of emanates from all of the different walls, casting a dim light across the scene. You look in the doors with a small, what looks like gap at the top and bottom, and there are more lights. The doors to the north are at the bottom of what looks like a 10-foot set of steps made of stone. And to your right, on the same plane, is another door. That is the door with the wooden handle to the right or to the east.
Any preferences on where we go?
I think we should check out this immediate door to our right.
You step to the door, you rattle the handle once again, and after all these years, why would somebody keep a place like this locked? But sure enough, the door lever does not budge once again.
Seems to be locked. Anyone want to do this quietly with picks, or should I just smash it?
If I had picks, I would try it, but
Quiet isn't our expertise.
You wish to enter this door?
By all means.
Then Mayron pulls out these tools and tries the door.
Give me a sleight of hand check. The DC for this door will be 11, and any other doors will also be 11 if they're locked, unless otherwise stated.
So I am proficient in thieves' tools.
You get advantage.
Advantage, all right. Not very good.
You fish around and your thieves' tools bend and you feel it.
Sorry, that was
DC was 11, and so as you insert your thieves' tools, you bend and you feel them bending a little bit, but you hear the telltale sign of rust. And before your tools break, you're able to pull your thieves' tools back, and you're not able to make any advancement on this lock.
The passage of time has taken its toll on this door, like it will all of us.
I'll just laugh and I'll try and kick it in.
Okay, give me an athletics check. Yeah, easy enough as the door bursts open. From the age, it breaks in half, and one half falls away from the hinge as it looks like it pushes in and opens to the left, and it clatters on the floor.
Easy enough.
The chamber is shrouded in an eerie, otherworldly glow. The walls, slick with moisture and the grime of centuries, seem to glisten in the dim light that barely penetrates the gloom. Your eyes are drawn to large wooden tables that line either side, their surfaces worn and splintered by the passage of time. Upon two of these tables lie the remains of humanoids, their bodies long since succumbed to decay, flesh rotted away, leaving only brittle bones, clothed in the remnants of tattered garments, whispering of a forgotten past. The floor beneath your feet slopes slightly towards the center of the room where a brass-coated drain sit, once polished surface now dulled and tarnished. The air is thick with the scent of mold and dampness, clinging with the faint metallic tang of old blood that lingers in the shadows. Near the doorway, a few old buckets rest against the wall, and their sides cracked and worn. The room's ghostly glow, emanating from no discernible source, casts long shadows that dance across the walls. Heavy door looms, its wood darkened and swollen with moisture, while another door, slightly ajar, beckons with the promise of deeper, darker secrets hidden within the bowels of this place. So doors here and over here.
I guess before we go any deeper, does anyone need to do their little rituals?
Maron just goes and stands over the corpse here and just kind of puts his face almost a centimeter above its and just kind of examines it and looks at it silently for a while.
Would you like to give me a medicine check, or are you looking for something else?
I'm not looking. He's not looking for anything. He's actually just contemplating. After a while, I guess after a moment, he'll just say, "I wonder what thoughts, what aspirations this person had in life. What brought them to their end, to be laying here, unable to enter the cycle. Shall we go forward?"
Sure, if you're all ready. Probably make my way directly across the room to that door.
It has the similar or same handle at the doors that you've seen on the different locations that you've gone through. Lever handle that typically would push down to open a door.
Is it locked?
You check it and the lever doesn't move. It is also locked.
I'm going to kick this door down again.
All right. As you kick the door down, can I get a DC 14 dexterity saving throw? As your boot presses the door, fire from some unknown magical location kind of envelops the door quickly, but sputters out. Obviously, it was meant to be much more potent, and you take 1 point of fire damage. Give me an athletics check for kicking the door in. DC is 14. And with that, this door, for whatever reason, has been trapped in some way, resists the kick that you have had for it, and does not break like the others. So it is either reinforced physically or magically.
Ugh. This door does not like me.
I'd try again. You seem to have been so effective with the others, but
I'll step aside with my head lowered a little bit.
Would you like to pick the lock?
try to pick the lock, yeah.
Okay. DC is 11, sleight of hand. Thieves' tools give you advantage. Similar to the previous lock, these locks are probably all the same or all built by the same locksmith, and you remember the struggle you had. This one being either reinforced, does not have as much rust. It gives way easily under your thieves' tools, and it unlocks.
I just look over to Thalgar and do not wallow so much, friend. Failure is a part of life, and I'm sure you will fail again.
Maybe we just take turns. Do you want me to go first, or?
I believe that was the order in which our party had arranged themselves, but if we would like a new order, then
I will meat shield into the room.
As you push the door open, you almost gag as you have that similar reflex. Give me a Constitution saving throw. Muscle through this stench of rot and decay. You find yourself in a room. The walls silent. A shadowy chamber stretches out before you, thick with the weight of time and the faint scent of dust and stone. Your eyes drawn to large stone jars, the walls of the room, about, nearly as tall as a regular man, but likely a foot, 6 inches shorter than you, Thalgar. Surfaces are smooth, carved from some ancient weathered stone. Fluted lids that add an air of mystery. There are several of these jars lining every 2 feet around the room, the tops fitted snugly and securely, guarding some secrets within, etched with a faint or at least undecipherable hieroglyphics that you've seen on the monolith earlier. They pulse with a faint, dim light, adding to the quiet tension. The silence here is palpable, pressing in on you as you stand in the doorway, room itself almost holding its breath, save for the ghostly light that emanates from the walls. The jars stand there in their solemn vigil, contents unknown. What happens now?
this is a curious room. Is this common on your plane?
I don't think there's anything common about this place. Why are these walls glowing?
So walls glowing are strange.
Can anyone read these runes?
I mean, I would assume that they glow so that we could see. But, DM, can anybody read these runes?
Does anybody have the ability to read, comprehend language magically otherwise?
I mean, I can read. I cannot comprehend language magically.
I was elected to lead, not to read.
What language are they in? Do we know?
They're runic hieroglyphics. Likely you don't know. They're not a specific language, so you would not be able to read them. There's no ability to read them.
Yes, these are the markings of that desert empire. What the markings mean, I was never able to read about. Perhaps that's in a book I had not yet gotten to. Probably open one.
You sure? This place stinks.
does have very distinct aura of decay and death. Quite comforting.
Do all the markings match on each jar, or are they different?
Yes, they do. They are exactly the same.
Are we gonna push the red button?
There's no point in going home empty-handed, right?
All right, everyone stand back. I'll open one. And I will try and open the one on the left.
As you reach over and you open one and you start to twist the lid, all the other lids twist in time. And as you open it, you hear the faint sounds, a beehive or a hornet's nest or flesh-eating scarabs. Let's roll some initiative.
Oh yeah, waste those good rolls. Technically, Thalgar didn't roll fast enough to stop me from closing the door first, but I'm going to go ahead and let our big buddy get out of there if he wants to.
Let's start as these creatures flying out of all of these different man or humanoid jars and attempt to start swarming all over you. The first to react is Ade.
I don't have the clearest of paths here, but I will go ahead and cast Produce Flame and toss a little tiny ball of fire into the room. See if that helps. 21 to hit. I don't know.
21 will hit even if there's 3/4 cover.
Yeah, okay. And it looks like that's 7 fire damage to whatever it hit.
Produce flame, the magical flame, flies through the air. Your awareness with the elements allows you to curve your arrow around it, and you hear the popping of carapaces as the creature takes 7 fire damage.
All right. And there's not very many options, so I'm just going to... Oh, the game is paused. I'm just going to go ahead and back up a little bit, and then I will end my turn.
The flame flies through the air, lands, and some of these scarabs, as they crawl towards you, crawl through the flame, and you hear their pop, 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 pop. And now it smells like burning flesh and decay in this room.
Terrific. Would I be able to push the party back 5 feet?
If the party is willing to move back 5 feet.
Is the party willing to move back 5 feet?
I stand around. No, just kidding.
Can I shut the door?
You sure can.
Well, that room's no good. Say at my turn. Me to push the group back.
All right. Can I get up on that table?
Yes, you can easily climb up on the table. It stands about 4 feet tall.
You chose a table with the body on it?
Sure, why not? He doesn't. He's not complaining. I'll draw my bow and wait for see if anything's going to come through the door.
Does that end your turn?
Yep.
You see the scarabs start crawling through the very small and thin gaps between the tops and bottoms of the doorway, and it starts to crawl from the floor and the ceiling and surround Thalgar. Elidan, you can make a ranged attack as your held action goes off.
The longbow was 24 to hit, so I assume that hits.
Yeah, that does hit.
And the damage was 8 total.
As you aim and fire, your arrow flies and hits a few of these scarabs that are crawling all around Thalgar in this space. And as they crawl over all over you, Thalgar, they crawl into your armor and into your gauntlets and into your boots, and they will attempt to bite you. That is a natural one.
A nat one will just miss.
It just misses you. That is its turn. These creatures crawling all over Thalgar, some of them jumping in your direction.
Just going to step back, see if it attacks or not.
Yes, it will attempt to bite you. This is a 7, which misses.
Yep. My AC is 15 with mage armor, and then I cast Sorcerer's Burst. Cold damage. Want, natural 1.
Move away. The creatures jump to you, and I think you react in a way where you try to quickly make a semantic verbal gesture, and one of the scarabs flies in the air, and your spell is drawn to that creature as it moves away, and you blast it out of the air, but don't do significant damage to the swarm.
That's my turn.
Grandma always said kill him with fire, so we're going to go ahead and keep doing what we're doing. That's not great. 13.
A 13 will hit.
Hey, normal damage. 11 more fire damage.
11 more fire damage.
As long as the bugs are dying, we're fine.
Yeah, they're popping, but they're crawling all over Thalgar, and you hit it with fire, and they seem to be trying to bite or burrow into his skin.
Watch it, I'm in here.
So you want me not to kill them?
Don't kill me. And I will just start swinging frantically at the ones I can see. I'll use my double-bladed scimitar.
All right, just going to move you off of it. 15 hits, and you see Thalgar quickly pull his double-bladed scimitar out, and he starts spinning it the way he does, left, right. And in each swing of the blade, you see one of these burning the burning scarabs fly from his skin, pop, 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 as he defeats, and the party defeats whatever these creatures were.
Start putting out the flames that are on me. Jesus.
Not fond of these desert bugs coming to my oceans.
Does this mean we can inspect the jars now?
Go for it.
That it does, sir.
I open the door for you.
I mean, we're brave now. Oh, yeah, observer token.
Would you like to inspect the jars there, Marin?
I'll go peek in the one that we opened.
As you go from jar to jar to jar, you look at the one you're open. It looks like there's one, maybe one dead scarab in the bottom of. But as you go around the other ones, in one of the jars, you find a ring. Looks like a gold band, thick gold band. Has some of the same inscriptions or hieroglyphics on it. And then you also, in one of the others, find a necklace.
You people on this plane will always amaze me. They seem to have placed valuables within the jars, aggressive bugs. Is that normal?
It seems like they were protecting them. What were those things anyway? I'm not sure I've ever seen one. Strange beetle.
But other than that, there are no other items within these jars. And the whatever dewormer that was on this that kept them either alive over time seems to fade away within moments.
Shall I hold on to these, or would someone else like to keep them for now?
You found them. You can hold them.
Very well. And I just place them in my satchel.
The other door, is it leading down or up?
The steps down. Looks like it's a small, about 5 foot, and then the door's there. So it looks like it leads down 5 feet, and then the doors looks like it pushes inward, but it too has what looks like a lever handle.
Would you like to try to fail again, or shall I?
I got burnt by that last one. Maybe we should check it for traps.
Anybody who wants to check for traps can give me a perception check.
Who's good with perception? I got +4. That's pretty good.
It says who would like to check for traps. That would require me to get close to the door. So I'm going to let you go ahead and do that. Hey.
Does not appear to be any traps on this door, but it is definitely locked.
Is it safe to proceed, Eladan?
Well, yes, if we could get it open.
I got it. I'll go over and I'll kick it open.
All right, give me a DC 14 athletics check. The door bursts open and a wave of noxious gas comes from the area up the steps. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Door, it's the air.
And you again shrug off this. Maybe you've encountered it in your time in the hills, fungus that might have existed during the springtime, early springtime, but whatever it is, you seem to shrug it off with ease.
Man, this place is foul.
And as you force yet another locked door open within the tower, sharp chemical tingle assaults your nostrils. The scent, acrid and foreign, hinting at substances long left to fester in the stale air. The door creaks open, and the soft ethereal light seems to linger in this forsaken place, spills into the room, revealing the remnants of what was once an alchemical laboratory. Chaotic testament to the tower's sudden fall. Shards of broken glass litter the floor, glinting faintly in the dim light like scattered fragments, shattered dreams. Fractured vials and beakers, their contents long evaporated or spilled, lie strewn across the dusty workbenches, their once precarious mixtures staining the stone walls or staining the stone with their eerie iridescent hues. The air is thick with the ghostly traces of ancient experiments, the faded remnants of arcane concoctions still clinging to the walls and the floor. You take a cautious step inside, your eyes scanning the cluttered mess. Despite the damage, you sense that there might be something of value hidden amidst the debris. Perhaps a potion, a tome. The shelves that line the walls are sagging under the weight of dust-covered books, some of which might still hold the secrets of the long-departed alchemist. Doors offer passage, one from which you came through, another to the north and or northeast, beckoning promises of further exploration. What would you like to do? Yeah, so you seem to be in an alchemical lab. There are Many shelves in here, some lined with books, others lined with broken and or dusty beakers and vials. What happens now?
Otter, you see anything useful in here?
I mean, not quite yet. I'm assuming that means you want me to touch things? And I'll push back and start going through the equipment. See if there's anything of value.
Give me a perception check. And anybody can help if they would like, or if they're proficient, rather.
12?
I could help. I am proficient in perception.
You can either roll yourself and or let Ade roll at advantage.
I will let Ade roll at advantage.
Shall press the button again. It is better.
Much better. As you look around the room, you seem to find what looks like on the bottom of the shelf here to the south in a drawer that was stuck. You pull it open. Maybe it got stuck when the tower sank into the sea. 2 small red vials, or they're clear vials with red liquid. 2 potions of healing, since you're going to taste them anyways. And in the drawer next to it, you find a bunch of oils and unguent.
Gifts from my party members. 1. And I shall hand the potions of healing to Eladan and the things that look like they're good for preparing the dead to Mirren, because I'm sure they'll both be happy. See? I knew it would be worth coming in here.
While they're searching that room, can I look down that brass drain?
Sure, give me a perception check. You swear you see a finger bone in there.
Just keep that to myself.
It looks like it's beckoning. Come here.
I'll quickly go to the other room with the rest of the group.
But that's what you find in your perusal of this room, Ade. Oils and unguents of an unknown quantity, or not unknown quantity, unknown value. Different oils and unguents, each labeled. And 2 potions of healing. To the north is a door, and another 5-foot set of stairs. It's familiar lever handle sitting horizontal.
Is this one also trapped, do you think?
Only one way to find out. Right, big guy?
Right.
I believe we have employed 2 ways now to find out. Dalgar can just activate the trap, which has been effective for the group at least, or one of us could at least check for the trap.
Fine. I'll look for the trap.
Give me a perception check. Take advantage.
That did not help.
15 is still pretty good. Does not appear to be any kind of trap on this door.
Looks fine. As I back up and still let my trap finder open the door for me.
Marin, you want this one?
See if I will fail as well.
Give me a slide hand check. DC is 11.
That didn't roll at advantage, but I got an 18 anyway.
18, the lock easily clicks open as you remember the other locks before, seemingly getting easier and easier as you move deeper and deeper.
Simple enough. Shall we enter?
Yeah, let me go first, and I'll meat shield the door and open it.
As you open the door, Dalgar, give me a con save. DC is 12.
One of these is gonna get me.
You take 2 poison damage as you're unable to resist whatever stench, foul, or filth is in this room. But as you push the door open, it resists a little bit, and then you're able to open it. The surface of the room is almost completely obscured by a pile of debris that's been accumulated over the years. Each push and shove results in the door creaking and groaning under the weight of fallen stone, rubble. After a particular forceful heave, the door opens grudgingly, scraping loudly across the floor. Grinding sound reverberates through the room. And as the door swings open, you're greeted by a grim tableau of devastation. The chamber beyond reveals about a dozen coffins, some stacked on each other. They lie in disarray, their lids either crushed or completely ripped off, the result of heavy blows dealt by bludgeoning tools. The telltale signs of a dark handiwork evident in the chaotic scene. And the remnants of the coffins are strewn about like broken shells. The floor is strewn with fragments of wood and metal fittings. The air is thick with a stench of rotted wood and old musty earth. Leaning against the west wall further in are what look to be skeletons. They look in your direction before they burst into flame. We're going to roll initiative.
So they burst into flame?
Yes.
Oh good, our job's done.
Hey, Grandma said. So I'm guessing throwing fire at them's not going to be useful.
Aren't you supposed to fight fire with fire? Is that how it goes?
It's funny.
I knew I should have took absorb elements.
I know. It's always like, oh, it'd be really great when you need it, but then when you don't, it seems like such a waste.
No, I took stupid healing spells.
Eladan, your first act.
Okay, I am gonna bonus action cast magic weapon, and then I will attack them twice. That should be a 27 and I guess that's 7.
27 definitely hits, but looks like they're wearing some kind of battered split mail. What's the total damage?
It would be 10 for the first
10.
hit.
As you sidle over, you fire over, or maybe under Algar's left arm, because he's almost fills the entire doorway, and you see these glowing skeletons in the distance, and you slam into one of them. You as it flies and hits it, and you see the bones shatter, and they kind of land on the ground, and one of the coffins starts to smolder. Was it 10 you said?
Yes. Shoot him again? That's only 13.
As the arrow flies true, but it looks to bounce off whatever their brittle bones might be covered in this armor. Any bonus action or movement?
Nope. Bitch and burning skeleton.
Moves forward towards you. Thalgar raises its claws and looks to bring them down on you. Flame. You can feel the heat emanating from their body. That is a 10, which misses. Next one moves forward, but unable to reach you around the corner, as will this one move forward. And these guys will take the dodge action since they're so smart. Thalgar, it is your turn.
I will attack the one that the arrows went.
That is one directly in front of you.
It's 16 to hit for 11.
Oh, it is bloodied and burning.
Bonus action, hit it with the other side of the scimitar.
You have 2 attacks now since you're 5th level.
Yeah. Does a 13 hit?
13 does not hit as it bounces off its armor.
All right, and then I'll come back around and swipe at it with my second attack. 11.
For another 11 damage. So you're going to take 2 fire damage as you started your turn next to it and slam into it with your scimitar. The bones collapse to the ground, and then you see this bright emanation of fire grow and grow, and then the bones burst. So I need Thalgar, Marin, and Eladan to give me DC 13 dex saves. All right, if you succeeded, you take 2 fire damage, and if you failed, you take 4.
Maron takes a look at these creatures, thinks to his spells, and no, necrotic won't do. They are creatures of death. They appear to be employing some tactics, so let's see if they have a mind, and I will cast Mind Sliver. So it will take 3 psychic damage, and it subtracts a d4 from its next saving throw before the end of my next turn, and I will step here.
It is your go.
All right. I can sort of see into the room, not wanting to get blown up. I will go ahead and never mind. That's why you should read your material components before you start learning spells. I will go ahead and do something else. He will. I'm going to try to shoot at this guy, but it's going to be at disadvantage, and at probably cover. So I am not going to waste a spell. I'm going to go ahead and try just throwing some fire at him and seeing if fire works.
You throw fire at the fire creature.
13?
13. Roll damage. 8 damage. Kill for 8 damage. You throw your fire, and 13 flies wide, and it looks like it lands on the Thalgar. You see it land on this thing lying on the ground. It must have rolled out of one of the coffins as it starts to smolder and burn.
Oh, that one's real dead. I'll go ahead and continue to make room for my companions to continue fighting, and we'll end my turn.
Wrong target, buddy.
Eladan.
Can I actually see any targets?
You can barely see this guy right here. You can see the outline of it. He has 3/4 cover. You might be able to climb on this desk and see him better.
Okay, now I can see him a bit better.
Yeah, he'll have half cover.
21 to hit.
21 definitely hits.
That's 9 and 2.
You hurt it really badly. The creature's near double death since it's already dead. You see Eladan jump on the shelf with all the books or the table with all the books. He skirts over to shoot over Thalgar, and he fires once, and you see it kind of it's dodging. So roll me another d20 attack.
It's 17.
16 still hits. Yeah, 17 hits. And you see him fire it, and a arrow lodges in its collarbone, and it almost falls to the ground, but it's barely standing again.
Okay, second attack. 14.
14 just hits.
That's 11.
As you're able to shoot this creature, it falls to the ground once again. Thalgar, give me a dex save, DC 13. That's a 6. You take 7 points of fire damage as the bones burst into flame. It swarms around you. Any bonus action or movement, Eladan?
No, I'm good.
For a reaction, can I use? Yeah, I have another. I'll use refusal to bleed. It's one of my maneuvers. It's 1d10 plus 5 reduced damage.
Nice. So reduced by 8, which reduces the whole thing. You see it wash this burst of these bones wash over Thalgar, and there's maybe it's like a sheen of ice, or at least morning dew that covers him quickly, and then it's burnt away and no scorch marks are left. This creature will glide over and attempt to claw at Thalgar with a 10. Its claws go towards you, Thalgar, and you're able to easily dodge out of the way. Beginning of your turn, you take 4 points of fire damage.
I would like to back up 5 feet.
It's going to attempt to claw at you one more time, unless you have an ability that I don't know about.
That's fine.
Does a 19 hit you?
19 hits. First swing for 14 damage. Second for 8.
As the creature drops, the bones hit the ground and rattle once again and explode. Thalgar, I need a DC 13 dex save.
From 10 feet away?
Yeah, it's 10 feet. The only reason why it doesn't hit Eladan, because it doesn't go around corners. 13. You take half of 7, so you take 3. And we will end combat.
I'm going to use second one.
You have defeated the burning skeletons. What happens now? In the room, there are what looks to be 13 coffins. A perception check from anybody who would like. Thalgar, as you're looking around the coffins, you're like, a couple of these coffins have the same markings that were on the jars in the other room, as well as that were on the monolith. But in addition to that, you find a silver cloak pin, what looks like to be resting on one of the bodies that are in one of the coffins.
I would take out my spike that I crafted the other day, ready to kill a vampire. Cautiously move in. Put it to the chest of that body with the pin.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would grab the pin and look to see if it had any symbols or anything on it.
No symbols on it. Just a pin. Looks pretty valuable. You find what looks to be in one of the coffins, the bones now, the organic material now ash, bones there, and what looks like a tattered suit. There are a pair of cufflinks that seem to be made of gold.
Now this is what I'm looking for. Go ahead and pick those up. Check to see if there any design or anything fancy on them. Or
Nope, no design. Just design on a few of the coffins. Similar to the hieroglyphics, but a little bit different. And so anybody who wants to can give me a religion check.
Why
See-
not? I'll throw
it
it
doesn't
out
seem like
there.
we have many volunteers here.
I've got a +1.
Hey,
16 is pretty good. Eladan, while you can't read the script, this isn't really a script. It's a symbol of a deity. And that deity is the Egyptian god of knowledge, or better known as Thoth.
Cataloyan god of knowledge.
God of knowledge and wisdom on 2 of the coffins.
There are no symbols on the others?
No symbols on the other.
Well, that might indicate these coffins or the individuals inside them were special, perhaps? Do we want to engage in a little casual grave robbing?
it's never stopped us before, has it?
Yeah, sure. Let's crack one of these bad boys open. See what we can see.
As Ade is taking off the cufflinks on one of the ones that are already open. You crack it open, and there is a well-preserved body wearing wizard robes and a pointy hat. Its arms crossed across its chest, and it is holding a wand.
Nice. How well preserved?
Not as well preserved as somebody who might be in some kind of stasis, but better preserved than the bodies that you've seen thus far.
Well, I'll attempt to lift the wand then.
Easy enough. You pull the wand as the fingers crack, and you have a wand of some kind.
Can I take the mage hat?
You can take the mage hat. It probably is too small for you. Maybe it'll fit.
Now
I'll
it
put
wakes
it
up
on.
anger.
Do I look smarter? I take it off. I guess not.
Those are interesting items we were finding.
It looks like there are 2 exits from this room, one to your immediate west and one towards this statue that looks like it's holding a hammer.
Which one smells better?
Give me a perception check. I mean, you go to the door and you smell. The one to the north does not smell as bad.
Sorry, you said the one to the north?
Yes, the one to the north does not smell as bad.
The odors coming from the top door seem less familiar to me. Perhaps we try that one?
Yeah, I don't like being flanked. I say we just crack this other door open first.
Smells worse than the other one to the north. Maron, that's what you get.
This one smells more like the rooms that we've encountered already.
Does anyone have mage hand or thaumaturgy?
And Marin, from the back here, checks to see if the door is open with mage hands.
It is coincidentally locked like the rest.
This one appears to be barred as well.
Should we try picking it and then mage handing it?
We could. Do we think it might be trapped? Or shall we just proceed?
We should definitely check it for traps.
Very well. I shall look.
Anybody can give me a perception check to check for traps on this door.
When he says that, I'll peek around him.
Can assist you if you like, if you need advantage.
I think I gave it enough of a peek.
The door to the west does not appear to be trapped, though it is locked.
I shall go up and attempt to pick the lock.
Give me a DC 11 sleight of hand check. You're doing it physically. Yeah, this is getting easier and easier for you as you deftly, within seconds, click, 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 click. Okay, here you go.
So, it is my understanding, Thalgar, that you do not wish to open the door this time, but have it open from afar?
Yeah, these rooms seem to be getting stinkier. I'm not sure if I can handle myself on this one.
Very well. Step back, and I'll go back as far as I can when I can still see the door within 30 feet, and I will use Mage Hand to open the door.
And the door swings open and almost sighs and exhale as nearly visible foul odor emanates from it. You are far enough away to where there is no effects.
I guess I will peek inside.
What you see is a meticulous array of shelves with implements of science or otherwise lined along all of them. The shelves themselves remarkably well preserved despite the passage of time. They hold an assortment of meat cutting tools alongside a selection of surgical instruments. The tools are arranged in an almost obsessive precision, gleaming blades with handles worn smooth by countless uses, steel instruments with edges so fine they shimmer in the dim light. Interspersed among the tools are bandages, their once white fabric, now yellowed with age, but neatly wrapped and stacked next to each other. Glass jars sealed with wax and others simply capped, filled with various fluids and substances, their contents obscured by layers of dust. There's other medical accoutrements, threaded needles, leather-bound manuals. They'll fill the remaining space on the shelves. It's a grim testament to the room's original purpose. And the atmosphere is heavy with the scent of old leather and antiseptic, mingled with the mustiness of long-abandoned space. Another door offers potential paths for further exploration to the west.
Anyone interested in this stuff?
I mean, we could take a look, right?
You never know what might be valuable.
It's like a couple other manuals, maybe some knowledge of this place.
Anybody who wants to look around could give me a perception check.
10, 10, 10.
Yeah. As you look around, the manuals are really how to use some of these items. They're clearly used for amputation. The floor here is broken, and there seems to be the scrape of bone on the floor, on the wooden floor here. This is the first wooden floor you've seen. But inside this room, obviously to the west, is something has either been dragged or walked with a heavy foot, as there are a lot of scrapes on the floor, but there is nothing here of value that you can piece together.
What do you guys think? The other door or this door?
What? I only see one other door.
We had the other door in the northern part of the last room,
Oh,
the less stinky room. This door looks like something's large has been moved through it.
yeah, what about this door?
Same plan? Mage hand?
Very well. I check to see if it's open.
This door is too locked.
I am sensing a pattern within the barricades in the structure. They have gone to great lengths to secure it, although no one appears to be here. I shall go and attempt to pick the lock.
DC 11, sleight of hand. Again, easy. You slip it in, close your eyes, click, click, click. The lock comes undone.
I will step back and open the door with mage hand.
All right, arrange yourselves in this room in some manner.
Probably be back as far as we could.
Yep. However you want to do it.
Yeah, probably be back one.
Let me know if that's where y'all want to be.
Yeah.
Good.
As you open this door, it creaks and a cloud of century-old dust billows from within, carried on the faint breeze and stagnant gloom of the room beyond. There is thick with a musty odor of decay mingled with acrid tang of long-vanished chemicals, creating a heady mix that clings to your nostrils and stings your eyes. The room is a grotesque tableau of necromantic horror, ceiling adorned with a series of large rusted meat hooks that dangle ominously from the rafters. The hooks sway slightly as if stirred by an unseen hand, casting long, airy shadows that dance across the walls. On the edges of the room's 5 skeletons stand upright, and their bones meticulously assembled and polished to a gleaming finish, poised in a macabre semblance of life, their empty sockets staring with lifeless intent. It's suspended from the hooks. A dozen more skeletons hang in various stages of disassembly and reassembly, some fully intact, but partially dismembered, while others only partially constructed, their bones held together by crude bindings and strips of cloth. The sight is both fascinating and repulsive, a grim reminder of the necromancer's twisted craftsmanship. Back corner of the room, large tables cluttered with a grim assortment of bones, stacked femurs, ulnae, and other remains. The bones arranged in haphazard fashion, ready to be affixed to half-finished creations that dangle above, but as you watch, rouse from their slumber and burst into flame. Let's roll initiative.
Nice. The ones.
Get it out your system. There we go.
I really roll the highest.
It looks like it. This creature moves forward, bursting into flame as it comes, and it attempts to strike out at Thalgar. Its burning claws, familiar to the creatures you've seen in the past. 6 obviously misses you. It sidles up. It was on the edge. Yeah, it looked like a 20. The next one reaches again towards you, Thalgar. 12 as its claws scrape across your armor. This next creature moves into the room. That's its turn. Mayron, what would you like to do?
I'll have disadvantage on range attacks for things in melee. I remember that right. All right. I will cast Mind Slip.
This one here at the top. Int save. That is a 17.
Saves.
Save or suck.
Save or suck.
Bonus action movement.
No, I don't really got anything right now. I'll do it next turn.
Eladan, give me a... Nope. You just take 4 points of fire damage as these creatures' embers burn into your skin.
Okay. Has it been less than an hour since our last combat?
It has not been more than an hour. It has been less. Yes.
Okay. So magic weapon is still up. Okay. I'm going to bonus action Misty Step, and I will attack the one here. Does 15 hit?
A 15 hits, yes.
So it's 13 and 2, so 15.
Very nice. It is badly injured. As you disappear, the mist or the drops from your Misty Step burn away, and you fire 2 arrows. Bang, bang. Second one will also hit. That's good damage.
So 12 damage.
That creature drops to the ground dead. I need a DC 13 dex save from the party.
That's a natural one.
Anybody who failed takes 6 points of damage, and anybody who saved takes 3 points of damage. As the bones drop to the ground, you see them start to radiate an intense white fire, and they burst and they fly through the air, striking those within 10.
I'll use a reaction for Stone's Embrace or Endurance.
Another beam covers over Thalgar as the flames dissipate around his form, only to wash over Ade. It is your turn.
You know what? Ade is going to go ahead and, now that he actually has a bit of a range, he's going to drop Fairy Fire on just those two, hopefully missing his friend Thalgar.
Okay.
Looks like that's a DC 15 deck save.
Deck save. I'll do the one left to right.
Oh, that's enough. Hey, at least they're not hitting us with those.
Double 16s.
Seeing how dexterous these flaming skeletons are, I think he's just gonna go ahead and scooch slowly past his friend.
Yep.
Like, excuse me, pardon me, and end up back here, because I didn't like that. And that will end my turn.
Thalgar, familiar opponents lined before you. What would you like to do?
Oh, let's see. Is there any way to push past these skeletons, or is it too tight?
No, you can't push past them. Yeah, you can't shove them back.
I guess I will swing at the one in front of me, and I'll use my scimitar.
That hits for 10. At the beginning of your turn, you take a damage from starting close to them. You take 6 points of fire damage. And as you swing your blade, chopping the bones in pieces, splintered from age as they drop to the ground, I need a DC 13 deck save from Thalgar and from Meron.
Question. Will you let me retcon to a bonus action first to switch stances?
Sure. I don't mind. You can switch stances and then make your attacks.
I'll switch stance to what's it called? Weightless Mithril, which gives me advantage on dex saving throws.
For anybody who failed, that's 7 points of damage. Anybody succeeded, that's 3 points of fire damage as this creature explodes with a death burst as fire careens through the room.
I will move up and then end my turn.
This creature will attempt to claw at you as it cannot get past you. That is a 12, which misses.
All right. I will cast Sorcerous Burst. This guy. Try something else. Using cold damage. Yeah, let's use cold damage.
Come on, doubles.
Jeez. Rolling terrible. 9.
A 9 does not hit this creature as the Sorcerous Burst flies through the air. I think maybe Thalgar is just too large of a figure as he stands in the doorway guarding his party.
I don't want to use it. All right, that's it.
Elladan.
I'll move into the room and try to shoot that skeleton.
An 18 will hit.
14.
14. As an arrow flies, you easily shoot, like I think maybe around Thalgar's right arm, and it narrowly misses him as it slams into this creature, and it reels back a little bit. It is badly injured, but still standing.
Okay, second attack.
Even more.
So another 10 points of damage.
Thalgar, give me a DC 13 deck save. You save, you take half of 9, so you take 4 points of fire damage. And we drop out of combat. But you have defeated your foes in this room. The air smells acrid as the fire that has bursted mixed with the chemical smell you smelled before. The room is indeed stacked with both half and fully formed skeletons. What would you like to do?
I start putting out the flames that are smoldering on my armor, and I'm going to drink a potion of healing.
If you use an action, we have a house rule. If you use an action, you can get full healing. So if that is a regular potion of healing, you get 10 points back.
I will use an action to drink a potion.
Okay. You chug it down without missing a drop and are able to receive 10 healing.
We'll peek into the room.
You peek into the room. You see the half skeletons hanging. There are other items in this room, a couple of tables that have some writing, looks like some rolled up parchment. Other skeletons are hanging from the meat hooks that dangle, although no meat hangs from the hooks any longer as the bones just hang there, connected by sinew and ligament.
Seems like a long shot, but I'll take a look around for anything of value.
Sure, give me a perception check. Anybody can give me a perception check if they'd like.
I'll assist Ade.
Assistance is appreciated.
All right, you start looking around. You look at some of the papers, not pictured on the map, but definitely on the table, and you see two that are in pristine condition that look to be sandwiched between some of the old paper that has been worn away. The writing on these two specifically are quite hard to read.
These seem to have stood the test of time. I can't read them, but maybe we can get them valued when we get out. Does one of you guys want to take a crack at it?
If anybody wants to look at them, they can make an Arcana check. Maron, they're scrolls. One is a clerical scroll and the other is a arcane scroll, or a divine scroll and an arcane scroll.
These are scrolls that use magics that I employ, those of the arcane, and this one is more of a divine essence, powers from the gods, which are not as common on my plane.
I mean, they're plenty common here. We just don't tend to listen so good.
Do you know what they do?
Gods or the scrolls?
Would I have any inkling on what they do? They cast magic.
Classic scrolls. I like it. How many skeletons are hanging in this room?
A dozen or more. Think of it like as if you were walking through a slaughterhouse where they hang sides of beef. They're just hanging down around you and you kind of have to move between one and the next.
Should we dispatch of these skeletons?
They're not bothering me, but if think it'll be fun or something.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think they're quite beautiful there.
Probably make too much noise.
And as Marin's looking at the skeletons, you see just a single frozen teardrop fall from his eye.
So, Marin, you're like a full magician now, huh?
I have always employed magics. Ode.
I mean, Thalkar found a magician's hat. You want to be a full magician now? Maybe that'll help you.
I'll hand it to you.
Do all magicians on this plane wear such hats?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
They do, yeah. 100%.
I shall give it thought. And I put it in my bag.
In this room, there appears to be one door to the south.
Yeah, we might as well open it.
We'll get just close enough to put my eyes on it.
Give me a perception check to check for traps. Does not appear to be trapped. The wood
All right.
somehow familiar.
Well, boys, your turn.
I use Mage Hand to see if the door is unlocked.
It is locked.
I will attempt to pick it.
Give me a sleight of hand check. 12 is enough as the door opens and you find the steps that you had seen before available to you.
They seemed a bit bigger from the outside.
There is another door we have not tried. One to the north with less smell of death and decay.
Sounds pleasant. What do you guys think? Should we check the last door? Or do you feel good enough to go home?
I still got some meat on my bones. Let's check the next door.
My time in your plane has not yet concluded. I shall not be returning home.
You go home.
A profound question, friend.
Let's save the deep thinking for after the door.
And as I'm walking, I cast Mage Hand to see if it's open.
It is locked.
Are we still being cautious? Do we think this is perhaps trapped as well?
I mean, you just tried it and didn't do anything. I can take a peek if you want.
I am just following our previous encounters.
It doesn't look trapped to me.
Very well. I will attempt to pick it.
Go ahead and roll a DC 11 sleight of hand check. Yeah, like old hat. Lock, click, click. It is unlocked.
Step back, as usual, and I will open the door with Mage Hand.
You pop the door open. Green marble flooring. You can see from your angle of approximately 30 feet away.
Empty room.
The door swings open with ease, hinges creaking softly, but otherwise giving way smoothly. As it opens, space is dark and desolate. The room is empty, vast expanse devoid of any furnishings or items that might hint at its former use. The walls are bare and unadorned and rise up to meet a high, dusty ceiling, their surfaces marked only by the faintest traces of time's passage. The floor is a plain expanse of aged green stone, surface worn smooth by countless years, of footfalls now long forgotten. Evident that this chamber was once a bustling storeroom or functional workspace, maybe stocked with supplies or various tools, but now stands abandoned and neglected. The silence feels as if the room holds its breath, waiting for a purpose that will never come. 2 doors line the walls, ones you just entered, and one on the west side and inviting further exploration.
I test the door with Mage Hand. I will go up and try to pick the lock.
All right, give me a sleight of hand check, DC 11. You unlock the door.
Step back, the other door,
Yep.
and open with Mage Hand.
As you push the door, the ethereal light seems to trail with you, moving from room to room as it's aware of your presence, lingering in the wake of your intrusion. The door swings open to reveal a cluttered chamber. Stark contrast to the room you're in now. It's filled with assortment of items. In one corner, old caravan crates are piled up haphazardly, wooden sides marked with a faded emblem of the Gilded Griffin. Their dusty and worn, presence once proud, now diminished by age and neglect. Scattered across the other part of the room is a heap of clothing, tattered remnants of some servants. Garments are draped in a discordant pile, their vibrant colors dulled with years of disuse. The fabric, threadbare and moth-eaten. Centrally, on the east side of the room, cluttered with dried fruits and vegetables, or once dried fruit and vegetables, as these items are now little more than shriveled husks, their skin taut and hollowed by time. The room has 2 exits, one you came through and one on the west side. What happens now?
Did we want to check this room or just continue forward?
I will take a quick look.
Anybody can give me a perception check.
Just Ode once more.
You look around the room. There doesn't appear to be anything of use in this room. Old clothes tattered with age. The crates, what look like to be foodstuffs, rotted with time.
Nothing worth anything around here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks like
Push forward.
next door.
Oh, it looks fine.
Door does not look trapped.
Looks fine.
I'm just going to go ahead and pick the lock without even trying Mage Hand first.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand check. This lock seems more difficult, but not difficult enough as you were able to unlock it.
Have everyone step back and open the door with Mage Hand.
You open the door. You see a stairwell that plunges deeper into the heart of the crumbling tower. Steps worn smooth by the countless feet that have traversed. A noticeable chill creeps over you, and the temperature drops with each step. The walls of the stairwell, once solid and unyielding, are now cloaked in a thick layer of moss that thrives in this deep, damp, oppressive gloom. The moss, a vibrant green against gray stone, clings stubbornly to the walls, creating a living tapestry that pulses faintly with moisture. In some places, the dampness has become so pervasive that small, stagnant pools of water have gathered at the base of the steps, their surfaces rippling with every step you take, emitting a faint, unpleasant odor of decay. And the stairwell stretches onward, a descent seemingly endless, spiraling down to the depths of this tower. At the end of the steps, a door stands slightly ajar, its weathered frame tarnished, handle hinting at secrets and dark passages that may lie beyond. The landing, dimly lit by a flickering light that barely penetrates the gloom, seems to offer a brief respite from the relentless descent. Unbeknownst to any but the divine deity, the whirlwind and the plains beyond teeter on the brink of celestial war. The Knights of Solaria, holy order of radiant celestials, blessed with a divine purpose, stand as the last bastion of light against the encroaching darkness. For centuries, their celestial blades have struck down fiends, heretics, liches, and forces that threaten the balance of good and evil. But now, shadows creep far and long, and even into the sacred halls of their own order. Prophecies speak of an ancient evil stirring beneath the surface of the world, a darkness that not even the Solarian light can banish alone. Unknown to our heroes, the High Council of Solaria, led by their High Magistrate Marius, are looking to their acolytes, warriors, mages, and seekers of the truth, to join their campaign and uncover the source of this growing corruption. And so, we continue with episode 9 of the Knights of Solaria and the Celestial Concordance. Let's rejoin our heroes as they continue their descent deep into the recently uncovered ruins of a tower near the cove south of the rebuilding city of New Anthus. And so, as a recap, the stairwell plunges deeper into the heart of this crumbling tower, its steps worn smooth by the countless feet that have traversed them over the ages. As you descend, a noticeable chill creeps over you, and the temperature dropping with each step, intensifying the sense of isolation. or the sense of isolation that pervades the air. The walls of the stairwell, once solid and yielding, are now cloaked in a thick layer of moss that thrives in the damp, oppressive gloom. The moss, a vibrant green against the gray stone, clings stubbornly to the walls, creating a living tapestry that pulses faintly with moisture. In some places, the dampness has become so pervasive that small, stagnant pools of water have gathered at the base of the steps, their surface rippling with every step you take, emitting a faintly unpleasant odor of decay. The stairwell stretches onward, its descent seemingly endless, spiraling down to the depths of the tower. The door at the end stands closed, its weathered frame and tarnished handle hinting at the secrets and dark passages that may lie beyond. The landing, dimly lit by the flickering light of the walls, barely penetrates the gloom and seems to offer a brief respite from the relentless descent, presenting an opportunity to explore the depths of the enigmatic tower. Heroes, what happens now? That is correct. Funneling as you've descended from the first level to the second level. And there is a door here to the right, and as you've seen the other doors in this place, most have been locked, or at least the doors themselves swollen and shut, requiring some effort to open. Go ahead and roll a Thieves' Tools check. You can give me a perception check. Yeah, it does appear to be trapped. As you look around, giving it a once-over, seeing the previous traps of the prior level, the fire traps specifically, there doesn't appear to be that kind of mechanism here. You don't get any aura of a trap that might be magical. 20. You were able to pick the lock. Give me 1 second while I fix the audio. Go ahead and open the door. So this door effortlessly yields to your touch, swinging open with a soft, resigned creak, and echoes faintly in this room. As you open the door, you see a little bit of haze come out of the room, but since you're not next to the door now, you aren't succumbed to the gas that's been trapped here for hundreds of years. As you look in, the fire pit stands to the right. Central feature, its stone hearth and chimney blackened by years of soot and neglect, coated with a thick layer of grime that hints at its former function of providing warmth and cooking heat, though it's long since been extinguished and left to gather dust. Dominating center room is a large wooden table, its surface swollen, warped from the relentless dampness that seeped into the wood over the years. The table now appears misshapen, legs uneven, and its top marred by cracks and stains. From the ceiling hangs a few empty meat hooks, rusted iron gleaming faintly in the dim light. They sway gently with the slightest disturbance. 2 doors offer exits, one you're standing in front and the other to the left. What happens now?
Do we have the same strange lighting as the area above?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, obviously, we enter the room. Doesn't seem like there's much going on here. Check this door.
Does the door appear to be locked?
Are you going to check the door handle? It appears to be locked.
I will once again check to see if there are any sort of dangers around the door.
Go ahead and make me a perception check.
9.
The door does not appear to be trapped.
All right, I'm going to go at it with my Thieves' Tools.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
That's a 7 this time.
7, as you deftly move your Thieves' Tools, they get hung up on the rust and grime that's been here. And as you're toying with it, you see a needle that was once probably quick to engage and sting you with its venom or poison that may have existed on its sharpened tip, barely creaks, moving slowly, and stops. The poison long since evaporated or vanished, but the door stands fast.
I guess I got this one. And I'll move forward and try and bash the door open.
Careful, as there were dangers attached to this door, but they seem to have not survived the test of time.
That will be good.
You can give me an athletics check. 24, you easily kick the door in. It splinters from in between, but as you do, there's a rush of gaseous air long since held in this room that stinks of you only know what may have existed in here. Give me a Constitution saving throw. That is a natural 20. As you kick it open and this air rushes forward, you take a brief whiff of it, almost as if you're holding your breath and you can feel it at the back of your tongue, but you're able to resist whatever this gaseous odor that has been trapped here over the years, and you don't take any damage from your natural 20.
Man, I never learn.
But what I need you to do is to roll initiative. I will pull your tokens, and you guys set up in this room however you feel you need to be. As you kick the door open, a chilling sight unfolds before you, transforming the air into a cold, oppressive silence. The room beyond is a grotesque tableau of a macabre experimentation. Preserved humanoid bodies are mounted against the walls like morbid trophies, their skins stripped away and flayed open with brutal precision. The pitons driven into their flesh serve as grim markers, holding their dismembered forms in place, revealing the raw, exposed viscera beneath. Each body is accompanied by a meticulous note written in chalk, scrawled directly onto the walls and the floors. These annotations meticulously outline the positions of various vital organs, paired with detailed scientific observations and arcane notations. Below them stand their skeleton counterparts, and as the door bursts forward, the skeletons magically connect, sinew snapping into place, and they rise forward. Let's begin. Dalgar, you are first to act.
And to see if I can see these creatures.
Their bodies burning with an ember glow you've seen before.
I am going to attack the one on the right. I'll use my, let's see, halberd. Actually, I'll just hit the one on the left since it's already in range.
14 damage as you slash through the bones, a few of them tattered to the ground, hollowly landing on this floor that's somewhat grimy of years of neglect, but it is still standing, but badly injured.
Swing at it again. Dirty 20.
Easily hits this creature as your halberd unwieldy in this tight space, but you cleave through the remaining bones, and as it drops to the ground, the bones start to shake and rattle and then emit a burst of fire. But being more than 5 feet away, you aren't uninjured by the creature. The skeleton standing behind it seems unfazed by the fire. Bonus action movement.
I'll just call out to the group. We got more fire skeletons. And I'll just hold my ground.
You know you're blocking the doorway, right?
All right, I'll move up to the other skeleton, and my turn.
I am gonna take aim at the skeleton down here on this end of the room.
17 flies true from your bow. You know that these creatures, decrepit with age, are very unwieldy when they move, but they will explode when they are killed. And 17 will hit this creature.
Okay. I'm going to assume it's been less than an hour since I cast Magic Weapon.
That is correct.
Okay, so this should be 1+, so 8. And I will make that a Dreadful Strike.
Total of 12.
So 12 for my first attack.
You arrow flies true, but it is still standing.
Second shot.
And that easily hits the creature as well.
6 points.
6 points as your arrow finds its mark. This creature stumbles forward, going down to one knee before it stands back up, its glowing eyes glaring in your direction. This creature, seeing you move back, actually it'll continue on. If you want to take an opportunity attack, you can.
Opportunity attack with a bow?
Punch it or hit it or draw a melee weapon and attack it.
Oh, I guess I could do a ram attack. I'll try to headbutt him as he goes by.
19 hits this creature as it drags its feet. Headbutt it as it moves across. It looks to your left as you headbutt it, doing 3 points of damage. As it continues on and looks to attack Thalgar as it's pinned you between itself and another creature. It is going to attempt to claw you, Thalgar. That is a 6 as you deftly and quickly move beyond its reach. The next creature's turn, the one that is deathly injured, will move up towards Eladan and attempt to claw at you. And he claws at you, a 6. As you jump up on the table, the claws streak underneath your legs as you quickly hop over them. The next creature will move forward. You hear the scrape of bone on stone, but it can't do anything but dodge. This creature that you killed its compatriot, Thalgar, will attempt to strike you with its claws. As it strikes across you, your hardened hide and toughened skin deflect its attack, and the last creature will move and dodge as well. Mayron, it is your turn.
Now, this might not be effective, but it may be educational in the future, so why not? I will attempt to... Mayron reaches out and just gently caresses the skeleton next to him.
Nice.
And Eladan and I cast Chill Touch.
A 19 hits as you caress the polished bones that must have existed for years. It looks like any skin, sinew was meticulously removed from these bones, but they are brittle, and 3 necrotic damage, which, believe it or not, seems to affect this creature. And its bones, as it clatters to the ground, they start to shake and embers start to rise up from them, and it bursts. And I need a DC 13 dexterity saving throw.
I had forgotten about that.
I had not. Thanks, Mayron. Dex save, huh?
Look, you can't hang out in the back all the time, all right?
You can. You very much can.
Everybody saves.
Yeah, we all got a 17. Exactly.
Exactly. Oh, God.
That's 10 points of fire damage, so 5 points of fire damage if you were successful.
It appears, contrary to my initial inclination, that these creatures of undead are susceptible to the powers of decay and death itself.
And I see where Thalgar has run off to.
You saw him go in as he kicks the door open, and he kind of put his hand to his mouth, and he leaned back and shook his head a little bit, and he rushed in and turned left.
There's so many bad guys that way. I still do not see him, and now I'm in range of double nonsense. 15. This is very stupid. I am going to come in here and splash some water on my homies, and we're gonna go ahead and cast a 3rd level aid, so they should each gain 10 hit points. And you know what? Oh yeah, and their hit point maximum increases as well by 10.
Everybody gains 10 temp HP, and your hit points maximum increases by 10. It's for the duration of the temp HP. Is that correct?
Are we playing with the new one or the old one?
The old one, the new one, whichever one is at the top of your mind.
The old one is just a duration of 8 hours.
Okay,
So
8 hours.
It's regular. It's actually like real hit points. It's not really temp, because it's really increasing their maximum by 10.
Okay, we'll do that.
Whatever's easier to mark. And then I'm gonna do something real stupid. And oops, wrong screen. 5, 10, 15.
You move
Your
away.
turn.
The creatures
I
will
do.
attempt to claw at you. The one on
Yeah,
the
I
left,
did.
as you move back through the door,
I accept my poor decision.
is an 11. You bat its hand away with your staff. The next one is a 15.
Just misses.
Just misses as you definitely duck out of the way and move out of range.
I glare at Mayron as I continue to stay in the back.
But while you're there, Thalgar, as these bones begin to burn brighter, give me a Constitution saving throw at the start of your turn.
12.
A 12 is enough, and you're able to resist the fiery aura that seems to grow around these creatures. But it is your turn.
I am going to swap to my double-bladed scimitar and attack the one on the right of me.
Quick question. Eladan, is your headbutt bludgeoning, I assume?
Yes.
When you slammed it, you felt the bones crunch under your blow a little bit more than normal. A 10, the creature's hardened bones deflect your attack. Second one lands true. As you swipe it once, twice, it's able to duck. The second one, it hits your scimitar with its claw. The claw cleaves off some of its fingers, or the bones of its fingers that are left, but it appears to do no damage.
Frustrated, I will try and use my bonus action to get a little backhanded hit on the same one.
Your rage kind of boils to the forefront. You are able to backhand the creature. You're aiming at the one against the wall in the corner. Is that correct?
No, the one to the right of me.
To the right of you?
That was just 3 damage.
3 damage. The creature's bones crumble beneath it, and they start to shake and glow. Give me a DC 13 dex save, please.
And I am in a stance that gives me advantage on dex saves.
You nimbly dodge with your 17 and take no damage from this creature. Anything else?
Could I attempt to intimidate maybe the other skeleton to come toward me instead of my friends?
Sure, you can give me an intimidation check. As you glower it, do you say anything or do anything or flex maybe?
I think I just like bang my scimitar on my chest, trying to make loud sounds.
And it looks towards the door and then looks towards you quickly. Elden, it is your turn.
I'll move in. Bonus action, I will Misty Step around him.
Nice.
And then I'm going to shoot him a couple of times.
17. It is dodging. Roll, give me another attack roll, please. Natural 1. As you fire your bow, it ducks and dodges out of the way, and its arrow flies over its shoulder and towards Thalgar, and Thalgar also ducks.
Okay, second attack. So this is at disadvantage?
Correct, is dodging. But a 16 hits this time as you retrain your aim and you fire your bow. It strikes the creature right in the chest for a total of 13.
Yes.
Strikes true, and it kind of reels back under the force of your arrow, but it is still standing, and it reorients itself, getting ready to charge forward.
Okay.
It is no longer dodging. After being assaulted by your blow, it moves forward towards you, attempting to hit you with the claw. It strikes, and again, you're too fast for the creature, as it's very slow and uncoordinated, it seems, and it groans, but you're too quick, and it misses. This creature will attempt to claw. Also, Thalgar, you seem to be much more nimble. You and your party, you see Eldon and dodge. You use the same maneuver and dodge out of the way. The creature is unable to find purchase on your body. The next creature moves forward, attempts to claw at Eldon once more. That is a 23 to hit.
That will do it.
You take 3 piercing damage as the sharpened claws dig into your skin. The glowing bones of its bodies sear the wounds as they come out, and you also take 3 fire damage for a total of 6. But that's its turns, their turns, rather.
Not see any enemies. So I will 5 and oh, there they are. And I will cast Sorcerer's Burst as I reach out my hand, and this ice blue energy coalesces and shoots forth and bursts at or attempts to burst at the skeleton. That's a natural 20.
He doubled the chance to explode. Hey, one of them exploded. Or 2 of them did.
It's doing cold damage this time, so 24 points of cold damage.
As your Sorcerer's Burst flies out, it coats around the creature, but as the cold aura of this burst gets closer to the creature, it seems that their fire bursts a little bit or glows a little brighter, and the cold does not cling to their bones. And unfortunately, this creature appears to be immune to cold.
I think they do take fire damage. So.
We shall test that out. 5, 10, 15. Target. Action. Produce flame. Throw flame?
Flame flies from your hand. You're hitting the one next to Elidan. Is that accurate?
Unfortunately, yes. I was trying to aim for an unharmed one, but I did not read before I threw.
The fire seems to penetrate its fire aura, but it doesn't do as much damage as you thought it would.
Fires lurk slightly better, Mayron.
It is near death, but still standing.
Okay. Well, I will go ahead and hit that Missy Elliott. 5, 10, 15.
Thalgar, give me a Constitution saving throw as the embers in the bones burn even brighter.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. But being the type of creature or specimen species that you are, you're able to shrug off the effects of this fire. You're not sure for how much longer. What is your action or bonus action?
I am going to attack him with my double-bladed scimitar.
A 15 connects solidly with the bones for 9 slashing damage. Creature is injured, reels underneath your blow.
I'll swing at it again.
An 11 from the last time. You connect solidly with the bones, and it sees you reverse your grip and take a swing the other way, and it dodges out of the way. Bonus action or movement?
Yeah, I'll bonus action hit it with the backside of the scimitar. Oh boy, what a crit.
At least the crit did damage.
See, these guys are immune to frost.
Yeah, they seem to be immune to cold. Sorry about the crit. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was just a 1d4 bonus attack. So,
any movement?
I think I'm going to use the strike of the hill giant for an extra 1d6.
So that's also a total of 4, correct? Since you double your dice on a crit?
Yeah. And then it has to make a strength save of DC 15 or get knocked prone.
That is a 2, and that creature is knocked down as you strike with your scimitar, connecting against its bones. It anticipates your next attack, but it doesn't anticipate the follow-up, and you hit it square where his nose would be, and any living creature would fall underneath that blow, but instead of killing it outright, you're able to knock it backwards, and it bangs against the wall before it clatters to the floor, but it's still, the bones are still connected, and it looks to try to stand up next. Is that in your turn?
I'm going to actually move away now.
It will attempt to make a clawing attack at you, disadvantage. That is double natural 20s.
That just hits.
Oh, those actually cancel each other out. Sorry.
Mhm.
It looks to be total of 6 damage. That is 4 piercing and 2 fire. So hit for tat, it does not do very much damage. It rolls also 3 1s on its damage dice, but it has used its reaction.
6 total.
Correct.
The aid gave me 10 to my current hit points as well.
Yes. Any more movement?
Yeah, I think I'll move a little bit more. That'll do it.
Okay, I'm going to drop my longbow and draw a short sword. Then bonus action, I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on the skeleton to the left of me. Then I'm going to stab at him with the short sword.
15 hits.
Dreadful and Hunter's Mark adds a 6.
Total is 14.
12. The short sword doesn't have magic weapon on it, so it'd only be 13.
13. As this creature gets approached on the bottom side of Thalgar, it glances over your shoulder just as you're able to quickly draw your short sword and slice it at once very quickly. You cleave a vital part of the sinew that has reconnected it, and the creature drops to the floor. Again, the bones start to heat and rattle. I need a DC 13 dexterity saving throw from both Thalgar and Eladan. If you succeeded, you take 4 points. If you failed, you take 8 points of fire damage as the creature's bones burst into the air.
Okay, second attack, I'll attack the other skeleton.
A 10 unfortunately misses as this creature dodges to the side as you attempt to pierce it from the front and quickly moves its hips. Likely would have sliced into a creature that is not undead or had skin, but this one misses. This creature will lumber towards Thalgar, its claws striking through the air. That is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
You take 4 points of piercing damage and 1 point of fire damage as the claws rip across your skin.
I'm going to use reaction stone endurance.
You reduce it by
11.
Nice. It had to stand up, so it was still able to get to you. Okay. This next skeleton will attempt to attack Eladan. That is a 23 to hit for 5 piercing and 3 fire. You're able to maintain concentration on Hunter's Mark, but that ends its turn. Marin.
I will take a look at this creature in the doorway, and I will cock my head. And I'm going to do Sorcerer's Burst again, but this time the blue energy kind of crackles, and instead of coalescing into like a cold shard, it just sparks and continues and then shoots out towards the skeleton as I make it lightning damage. And then I roll terrible, of course. 16.
16 still hits. Knowing that this creature is immune to the cold energy you produce, your eyes flash a little bit blue, and
Nope, nothing for bonus actions, so that is the end of my turn.
Produce flamethrower flame.
a 26 easily hits this creature.
That looks like 11 potential fire damage. I don't know how much actual fire damage. Probably 5.
5 damage. The creature drops to the ground. Its bones start to shimmy and shake. I need a dex save from Thalgar as the creature's bones burst, and you are able to again push off the effects of this fire.
All right, I will swap to my halberd. As a bonus action, I'm going to change stance to my aggressive stance so I have advantage on my attacks.
Okay.
It's like a reckless stance. 15.
15 hits this creature.
10 for the first.
Creature is injured as it feels the force of your blow. 25 also hits.
Another 10.
Another 10. This one seemingly a little better put together than the others. Is badly injured, but still standing.
And then I'm going to move a little bit.
Eladan, at the start of your turn, give me a Constitution saving throw. That is a 3 or 5 total. That's a failure. You take 6 points of fire damage as the bones on this creature, the aura continues to grow and grow and grow. But it is your turn.
Well, okay. Well, I guess I need another con save to maintain concentration.
Unfortunately, your hunter's mark drops.
Okay, then I will draw another short sword in my offhand, and I will attempt to stick him.
A 21 to hit it against the upper arm, slash into it for this creature's well put together frame, takes several blows from Thalgar, and you're able to flash where the previous attacks have hit it, and the creature's bones drop to the floor. But before they do, they begin to shake and rattle on the floor, and you hear them muted in this grime that's on the wooden floor, and the body bursts. The bones burst. Give me a DC 13 dex save. That is a 19, making it a 26. You are able to quickly dodge out of the way of any damage from this creature, and that will end combat. As we head back into this room, this grisly scene of these creatures seemingly have been de-skinned and pinned to the wall, but the skeletons that have risen from below them and next to them have been defeated by you and the party. What happens now?
I'm not going to lie, that kind of hurt. Are we moving on or are we resting?
Do you think this is a safe, suitable space?
Well, the room we came through might be. It's,
How much rest do you require?
well, an hour or so. I mean, unless you're in a rush to push on and die and meet your doom.
Our doom will come, whether we rush to it or not.
That's the attitude.
Okay with you taking a moment to restore your...
Is that the plan from the party, to take a short rest in this room, or are you guys going to be in separate rooms as Maron looks around this area, or did you want to do something particular?
Let's check and see if these doors are locked.
I want to rest in this closet.
As mentioned previously, in this room with the wooden floor, there are these creatures that appear to be elven, halfling, dwarven, and human. They're different, what look like pictures and sketches of charcoal and paper, depicting different organs and their placements within the body are pinned against the wall above where their skeletons were. The parchment is a bit tinged from the fiery rebirth of whatever these skeletons are. But if you'd like to check to see if the doors are locked, you can check the doors.
Yeah, I think I would probably just take a quick check to see if they're locked before we start a short rest. I don't want no surprises.
And I think I'm going to rest in this room.
You check the door here to the right or to the left to see if you're staring back towards your friends in the same room. And that door appears to be locked like all the other doors that have been in this tower. And also the door to the south here also appears to be locked, or at least stuck. I mean, the areas feel that it's cold. The moist air is pervasive throughout this entire place. And the door is either locked or the doors have been sealed shut as they expanded in the hundreds of years that this tower has been sunken.
Seems safe enough for a short rest.
Is there anything you would like to do during your short rest?
I would just tend to my wounds.
Mayron, Eladan, and Ade, anything you would like to do?
Yeah, the same. Just binding up where I'm singed.
Yeah, he's gonna pull out Ade's gonna pull out a little seashell and kind of listen to the ocean-like sounds that come out of it, and kind of refocus on nature and his natural powers to get some natural recovery.
And so for those of you who have spent at least an hour or more within this room with a wooden floor, you are tending to your wounds and, looking at the notes posted on the wall, looking at the different creatures that are here. The three of you can gain a +1 to medicine. So Dalgar, Eladan, and Maron, you get +1 to medicine permanently, as you are able to understand the anatomy and physiology of your humanoid counterparts, or brethren, as it were.
I'll
Ade,
enjoy that.
sorry, buddy.
They chose not to spend his time in the creepy skeleton room. I think I won in
Yep. But as
that
the
exchange.
hour goes by, there are no other skeletons that come to life, nor are there anything that assails you, and you are able to take a short rest.
Do we hit dice into the aid, or do we just keep the 10 temp?
You hit dice into the aid.
Yep. Let me know when everybody is done rolling hit dice.
I'm done.
Yeah, done.
All right. So in this nightmarish gallery of death, 2 doors offer escape, while 3 doors offer escape from this horrific display. In each door, a portal to further unknown horrors or burning skeletons. One here to the west, one here to the east, and the one to the south, leading to the room where Adi is taking his time. What happens now?
Well, I suppose we pick a door.
Mayron, what door is the party moving forward to? Or anybody else, for that matter?
Well, there's that room right to the south of us.
That is correct. So there are 4 exits to this room. I forgot to mention there's this door here on the south, door to the east, and a door to the west. And there's a second door to the south that Adi is presently at.
Should we open them all at the same time?
So party, what door would you like to go to?
Point me to a door, and I will attempt to.
Well, I point you at, yeah, we pointed, of course, we all pointed different doors.
Different doors. There's 4 of you and pointed 4 different doors. Adi's ready to leave the building by going through the door he was at, and everybody points to the different ones. But Mayron, you sidle up next to this door to the east.
I will check it for traps. See if there are any other ancient dangers.
Since we're doing crossover, and it probably messed you up last time, you can give me a perception or investigation check.
The door is fine. I shall attempt to pick it.
Give me a sleight of hand check. Although a bit rusted, the lock proves much easier than the one earlier that unleashed the burning skeletons upon you. And you hear the click and the clack of the lock as the tumbler spins left to right, and the door is unlocked.
I will step back as far as I can, probably to where it's still in sight, right here. I test both hallways from here, and I use my mage hand to open the door.
As you pop open the door, it lets go a bit of a sigh of relief as some gas expels from the room, being long trapped. Once again, not being next to the door prevents you from feeling any ill effects of what may have been released.
That's one opened. Do you want me to continue, or shall we move forward?
Let us push on. We can always backtrack.
Yeah, I suppose being methodical has its advantages.
So are we being methodical, or are we pushing forward?
Well, you opened it. Let's check it out.
And I just wait for someone else to go through the door first.
As you step into the room, a long pole stretches out ahead of you. The water is dark and still, reflects the dim light of the walls, the smooth surface as smooth as glass, creating an eerie mirror in the chamber's gloom. The edges of the pools are framed by stone steps, worn and weathered, but still clearly defined, leading down into the depths of the water. The air of this chamber is dark. It's a stark contrast to the stale, musty atmosphere of the rest of the tower. It is noticeably fresher, carrying a hint of crispness that is almost invigorating, a rare and welcomed respite from the oppressive dampness that has pervaded the rest of these rooms. To one side of the pool near the wall, there's rotten remnants of cloth draped beneath the stone peg. The frayed, moldy fabric hints at the pool's former purpose, likely a bathhouse or bathing area. Stone peg, coated in a layer of grime, stands as a solitary sentinel, its original function long since forgotten. 2 doors lead out of this room, framed by the dim, flickering light that penetrates the chamber, promising further exploration and the uncovering of more secrets hidden within its depths. What happens now?
So there doesn't seem to be much in this room?
Nope, there's
other than the water?
Clothing here on this table, old, dirtied, and tattered, that sits underneath what is likely a hanging peg or some kind of robes from a bathhouse that you've typically seen in a bathhouse. But other than that, there's the door leading to the north and the door that you've come through leading back to the west.
I think they're ready for you, Mayron.
You're up, Marin. We got another door.
Start poking him in the back with my stick.
Well, as I'm walking up to the door, I inspect it. Are there any dangers that have survived the decay of time?
The door does not appear to be trapped. It is locked, like many of the doors here, you check the handle. The handle are not the round doorknobs, but the hinge type that you frequently find on bay windows leading to balconies, and you tick, 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 and it rattles in its place, but it is also locked. And each door you found in this tower has been locked as you've descended its depths.
I will continue to check if they're locked, because the waste of energy can mean death and win. So pick a lock, pick a door that is not locked would be a waste. So I will, but yeah, I will just go ahead and that is a 21.
21. You're getting the feeling that there was one locksmith who crafted the doors and the door locks, crafted the door locks to all the doors within this decrepit tower, this ruined dungeon, and you're able to turn the tumblers twice to the left and once to the right, and you hear the satisfying click as you unlock the door.
I tell everyone to take a few steps back. I mage hand the door open.
The door opens, but this time there is no dinge or gas released from the other room, seemingly offset by the fresh air here in this checkered tiled bathhouse.
Smells fresher here.
Finally.
They may
I
be
will
grateful for.
move up and peek my head in.
The room is dominated by 6 skeletal figures, each posed with meticulous care upon stone pedestals. The pedestals themselves are engraved with intricate markings, their grim designs casting a haunting beauty over the grotesque displays. One skeletal figure is captured mid-pose, its bony fingers delicately positioned, as if drawing a bow across an invisible violin, an eerie semblance of musical grace frozen in time. Another stands in a dramatic riposte, its rapier held at the ready in a stance that seemed poised for an eternal duel. Nearby, a skeleton is draped in the tattered remnants of a ball gown, its skeletal face twisted in a mournful expression, as if caught in a moment of sorrowful weeping. In contrast, another skeleton, remains of a halfling captured mid-leap, its hands outstretched as if in the act of catching a large unseen ball, and another figure posed in vigilant stance, its eye socket gazing into the distance, ever watchful. The final skeleton is engaged in a frozen game of chance, its bony digits seemingly manipulating unseen dice in a perpetual moment of suspense. On the opposite side is a grim spectacle, a small austere bench arranged in a semicircle around or providing seating for anybody contemplate their creations. Benches, simple and functional, reflect the somber nature of the room, offering a place and admire the unsettling gallery.
Mayron will sit, observe for a while. Not a while, but a moment, as long as the party does not.
And you guys love to sit and hang out with all these skeletons. I don't understand.
Are these skeletons stone statues of skeletons, or are they actual skeletons?
They look like skeletons, very much the skeletons you've seen in the past. They're in various poses, doing various actions, but they don't appear to be stone.
I'm going to like that one.
It is engaged in a frozen game of chance, its bony fingers seemingly manipulating unseen dice in a perpetual moment of suspense before it throws its dice. You can give me a perception or investigation check.
Pretty bad.
A 5. Although being in these odd poses, the skeleton doesn't give you any vibes. There aren't any charred remnants on the ground here. Although it's odd to find these skeletons in these different poses for no reason, and these benches surrounding them as if staring at them for no reason, or at least an unknown reason.
What do you guys make of this?
I've been sitting and looking at them for a while. Do I notice anything?
You want to give me a perception or investigation check? Or something where you...
Yeah, perception. 10.
A 10. Other than being in odd poses, nothing stands out to you as being odd, although the poses themselves are quite odd.
I just look at them for a while, and after a while I tilt my head towards my companions and say, I can understand the creator's intention. However, this simile of life, this fake creation of what they were, deters from the beauty of their death and moment of repose.
If I touch one of them, does it react, or is it just like hung up by something?
It doesn't seem to move. It is certainly not hung by anything as if a marionette, but it doesn't move. You can likely destroy it if you wanted to, knowing your brute strength. It's delicate in some manner, but there certainly is likely some kind of magic holding it together.
Well, shall we proceed, or does anyone have anything they want to do with these? I just think it's weird.
No, I'm not in the habit of manipulating the dead. Unless they have treasures, of course.
Well, seeing that we've seen other animated skeletons, we should possibly take care of these.
I will gladly watch you, my friend.
I think if they have not arisen to meet us as we entered, I think they pose no threat. They have been manipulated enough.
By the way, let me know if you want them smashed.
Perhaps we just close the door.
But it looks like there's some other doors in this room.
Are we no longer traveling in this direction? Are we going to circle back?
Apologies, I was so enamored with the thought of these people's deaths that I failed to notice that we have more paths here. There appear to be 3. Does anyone have a preference?
You're the one picking. You pick.
Very well. And I check the door for traps, see if it's locked, and then pick the lock.
For traps, give me a perception or investigation check, please.
11.
11. The door does not appear to be trapped.
Is it locked?
It is
I
locked.
assume so, and I pick it.
Sleight of hand. A 10. I don't think that succeeds, as the door seems more secure than others. Perhaps something of value lies beyond. You just got a little lazy.
Would you like me to check if I can open one of these other options, or large friend like to try his method?
I just walk up and I attempt to bash that door.
And I start backing away as he starts walking up.
Give me an athletics check.
I jump back as quick as I can.
Give me a con save as foul air escapes from this room.
Nice.
I think you're kind of used to it now. You hold your breath, not only to reinforce your blow, but to resist whatever gas might escape the room, and the door flies from its hinges. And what you see is a private bedchamber that has long since fallen to ruin. The passage of time has been unforgiving, leaving the room in a state of dismal decay. The air is thick with the musty scent of neglect, and a faintly sour odor emanates from the room's grim conditions. Ragged sheets, once likely the bedding of an unfortunate occupant, are strewn about the floor in tatters. The remnants are so thoroughly shredded that they resemble little more than scraps of fabric, likely having served as a nest for rats that have long since abandoned the place. Once sturdy wooden furniture bears marks of relentless gnawing, its surface marred with extensive rat damage, a grim testament to the infestation that plagued the chamber previously. The floor is a morass of rank, murky water that reaches up to your ankles. The water, dark and stagnant, is pulled unevenly across the room, creating a field of sludgy terrain. Much of the floor is turned into a gooey, almost gelatinous mixture of rotten leather, splintered wood, disintegrated paper, and threadbare cloth. The accumulation of materials has created a putrid quagmire that adds to the overall sense of decay. Against the wall, a desk stands as a rare island of relative preservation amid the ruin. Despite the pervasive damage, the desk remains largely intact, its surface cluttered with remnants of old, faded papers and a thin layer of dust. The only salvageable piece of furniture in the room, offering a glimmer of utility amidst the surrounding desolation. And what happens now?
That drawer looks pretty nice. You should check it for treasure.
I'm going to keep my eyes on the skeletons while they investigate the room.
Cozy. Is there anything on the desk, or is it just bare?
It is bare. Anything that may have been on the desk appears to have been mixed with rat feces and whatever this water that reaches up to your ankles on cloth that may have existed here. But the desk does have drawers, and if anybody wants to search the desk, they can give me a DC 16 investigation and or perception check.
I'll search the drawers.
You look around, pulling them out. There doesn't seem to be anything but spreads of paper that have existed here for years and years.
Not much of a going concern, but we appear to have narrowed down one of the doors. This other door here seems to just lead back.
Oh, Marin, treasure seems to be further down. Is that a set of stairs?
There looks to be a trap door with a set of stairs leading down.
There looks to be a way down here, Marin. Do we want to check out the last door on this floor, or do we want to head straight down?
If we wish to check the other doors, we can move forward. I have no objections either way. Shall we check at least the door that is in this the other third door?
Does there seem to be a source of the water where it's coming from?
It is likely just creeped in from one of the corners, or at least from the ceiling. Remembering that this whole underground area was emerged from the water, or at least the cove, and the cove's water has receded due to the earthquake and the resettling of the shelf.
Yeah, Marin, do your thing on the other door before we go down.
Check for traps.
Roll me investigation or perception.
22.
This door is trapped. And as you look around it, Dalgar, you were looking at these skeletons that were in these various poses. And as Maron gets closer and closer, you see them imperceptibly twitch towards the door. Well, I guess they would be perceptibly twitched, but you see them ever so slightly look in Maron's direction.
This door.
These skeletons are coming alive, I think.
Interesting. I suppose you may smash them now.
I would position myself in the middle of them.
So the door is trapped. It appears to be a magical trap. Would you like to attempt to, what is the word I'm looking for? Untrap the trap? Disable the trap.
Disarm. Disable, yeah.
I like untrap the trap.
Oh, yeah.
Untrap the trap.
That's going to be the new term going forward. I would like to untrap the trap, please.
So it begins. It has begun.
Roll untrapping.
Are we going to roll for untrap before we roll to smash skeletons?
Dalgar, you said that the skeleton's movement.
I swear, I saw him twitch.
Perhaps we attempt to take care of them now, before if we accidentally.
As soon as you say take care of him now, I smash one of them.
You smash the one that was throwing dice. Its bones clatter to the ground. 5 remain standing. 1 scattered across the floor of this room.
I just start smashing them all.
You smash all the bones. They ricochet off the pedestals and benches in this room, and nothing's left but shards of bone, brittle and broken across the floor.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this place is making me go crazy. Maybe I saw it move. Maybe I didn't. I don't know.
Maron, what would you like to do?
If all of them are smashed, I will attempt to untrap the trap.
Give me an Arcana check.
Oh, yeah.
With my thieves tool? That's a 12.
You gather the weave around you. You push the mystic energy of the Feywild into this door, or this trap that you see it, and you see it shimmer and then fade away.
Leave the magics.
Is the lock gone?
The lock is not gone.
The lock was not made of magic, friend.
Well, then can you unlock the lock?
I just look at Ade and just yeah, I'm not even looking at the lock. I'm looking at him, and just my hand just goes towards the lock with my lock picks.
And you hear the click clack of the tumblers falling into place, and you have disarmed the locked door, untrapped the door, unlocked the door.
Open the door, cool guy.
The door is untrapped. The lock is unlocked. The door is undoored. And I undoor the door with my mage hand.
Hey.
Ade, why are you so far in the corner?
Marin is equally far. And also, I don't like the stinky rooms.
Get used to it.
Eladan, as you peer into this room, what you see are books on a shelf, but more importantly, the nostalgic scent of old books. Their pages yellowed and faintly musty, yet comforting. The fragrance stands in a sharp contrast to the unpleasant odors you've encountered elsewhere in this place, offering a brief respite and a hint of intellectual refuge. The room is softly illuminated by a dim, steady light that spills across a modest collection of books, shelved in neat, orderly cases that line the walls. The books appear well preserved, their leather bindings and gilt edges hinting at a bygone era of scholarly pursuit. Each shelf is meticulously arranged as if the volumes have been lovingly maintained despite the passage of time. At the center of the room, a solitary chair, designed simply yet sturdy, stands beside a small table. The table is unremarkable in itself, holds a certain presence, adding to the room's scholarly ambiance. A bronze skeleton, artfully posed, stands in quiet repose nearby, metal bones catching the faint of light, casting a subtle reflection across the room. The skeleton, with its eerie stillness, seems to embody the room's quietude, a testament to the passage of time and the scholarly nature of this space.
Like, look, it's a reading room, library.
I have heard tales, the dangers of these so-called chairs. We should leave immediately.
Does it seem to be a common theme of the books in this room, or?
These books are immense. They're 18 inches by 12 inches by 4 inches thick. There are 9 of them.
That's a lot of book.
Yes, they are a lot of book.
Do they have words on the spine?
There are words on the spine, written in a familiar yet incomprehensible language. You would like to read them, you can make an int check.
Recheck. 14?
Although familiar, still incomprehensible to you.
Either I'm very bad at reading, or these are magic books. Maybe we can sell them for some money?
Well, even if they're just books, they're valuable.
Debatable. Dalgar, you think you can carry those books, buddy? I don't know if I can even pick one up.
Oh, yeah. Is this chair big or just normal size?
You want the chair too?
It is normal sized.
I was going to say if it was huge, I was going to sit in it.
I'll casually step outside while I try to convince Dalgar to pick up the books.
Do any of these books have like pentagrams on them?
Hello, Dan, say that again?
Even if we can't decipher the books, others might be able to, so we should take them with us.
I was just inquiring if they had any hint of evil, like runic pentagrams or anything.
There aren't any symbols on it. Although the language is familiar, it's written in an old common. And for you to understand them, you would have to roll better than Ade.
I'm not too smart, fellas.
I'll roll Arcana, but I'll do it with a disadvantage.
You can roll me an int check, or they're certainly not magical or have pentagrams or anything like that. So if you want to decipher what might be written upon the books, that would just be a straight int check. The DC is 15.
Yeah, I roll with disadvantage because I'm not much of a reader.
Yeah, they're books. They're big, heavy. You could carry them, but your friends maybe not.
These are big books. I'll just start loading them into my backpack.
I will glance at them to see if I know.
They're definitely magically encoded.
You can roll me an int check.
All the same. I don't have any. I guess. Is my +1 the best out of this party? Are we that party?
Yeah, I think the rest of us are like -1.
I definitely rolled a 15 and got a 14, so I think you got it.
19.
19. You start to peruse the books. There's a book called 99 Songs of Hate and Derision. These books are written in an old common language, similar to how Elven might be a derivative of Sylvan. This language is a derivative of Common. You can, anytime I refer to written in Old Common, you can now read these letters on these books, but it is written in Old Common. There's one called 99 Songs of Hate and Derision. There was another called of The Sky Without End by Alsto Starmaster. Nonfiction details various inaccurate astronomical theories. A Simple Guide to Vampires. Another one called Fool's Gold. There's a hymn book to Apollo. It's cover slimy oak wood bound with tin wire. The pages are thin parchment scrawled writing in black, illustrating with line drawings. It is written in a foreign language, and there is a folded corner serving as a bookmark, marking an illustration. Another one called Swordsman of the Northern Sea. There's another one called Linnaeus's textbook on the Therian War. It's clean cover, tan linen cloth over mahogany wood panels enclosed in a gray wool wrappings wrapped with a glyph of warding. Pages are yellowed vellum with cramped writing and sepia. It is written in the old common tongue. The glyph of warding appears to do nothing. Another one is called Guardians Without Flaws. Another one called The Book of Shadows. And finally, Genealogy of Rubrands and the May Mound, covered in dirty cherry wood tied with blue ribbons. Pages are moldy and spidery. There's a purple ribbon bookmarking a blank page.
I'm reading all of this off as I peruse these books, and I say, is this tongue not still common in your plane? It used to be widely spoken. By the way, there will be a test on all these.
Leave him, Dalgar. He's lying. He can't read them.
This is nerd stuff.
What happens now?
You guys want to keep these?
Books are always valuable.
Anything exciting in them?
I mean, knowledge.
I will start gathering up the books and storing them in my backpack.
All right. Each book is 12 pounds. There are 10 books. I said 9, but there are 10.
Anyone have a bag of holding?
You? Is 10 books a little too much for you?
I mean, that's a lot of weight. How much can I carry at 18 strength?
You can probably carry these 120 books being a, what are your species?
Goliath.
Yeah, Goliath. I think you can carry like twice your carrying capacity or normal carrying capacity. 120 pounds is probably nothing to you.
I'll load them up.
These 10 books, 12 pounds each. They're quite large, 18 by 12 by 4. And just so we can keep bookkeeping, they're probably worth about 50 gold pieces each.
Yep, that's why we're taking them.
To the right collector.
Maybe we could put these on the stairs and grab them on our way out.
I mean, if you find a skeleton to bash, you can always put them down.
I mean, I don't think they're all going to fit in my backpack. They're pretty large.
Do we want to take the time to put them near the entrance?
May as well. It's not far off.
We'll follow your lead.
So I guess before we go down the trapdoor, we'll just grab all these books and lay them on the stairs going back up.
Okay. Marcus, someone marked down you have these 10 books and you've put them on the steps over here in section B1.
I don't think we ever investigated this room.
Yeah, Mara never opened up the closet.
That area is still closed to you, but I assume you head down stairs.
Wait, no, we wanted to check out the closet. I'm just playing. Let's go downstairs.
The stairwell beckons you deeper into the crumbling remnants of the ancient tower, its descent spiraling into the shadowy depths below as you make your way downward. The temperature perceptibly drops, growing colder and colder with each step, wrapping you in an ever thicker shroud of chill. The walls of the stairwell, once cloaked in vibrant green moss, given way to a peculiar greenish fungus that now clings to the stone in a grotesque, otherworldly pattern. The fungus exudes a faint luminescence, casting an eerie, sickly glow, dancing across the shifting shadows. The bottom of the stairwell, the descent levels off, giving way to worked earthen floors, the surface rough and uneven, a stark contrast to the worn stone of the stairs. The ground here has been carefully shaped, its rudimentary craftsmanship evident, despite the layers of dust and grime that have settled over it. The only exit is a solitary door set into the wall, the sole gateway deeper into this desolate expanse, its weathered surface hinting at the secrets and challenges that lie beyond in the shadowed corridors of the tower's deeper levels.
Hey, look, Marin, only one option for you.
Not quite as interesting. And I will go ahead and check for traps.
Give me a perception or investigation check, please.
21.
21. This door does not appear to be trapped, magical or otherwise. You hear the rattle of the door. Click, 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 click.
I look towards Falgar. Appears that you are our only hope.
Oh, stand back, everyone. I got it.
Roll me a athletics check to burst apart the door. A 14 is enough, as these doors have lain underground for centuries, and the splintered burst outwards, and the door is open, revealing a vast, imposing chamber that stretches out before you, the enormity accentuated by the shadows that play across the expanse. It is dominated by a series of pedestals, each standing about 5 foot tall. Crowning each pedestal is an exquisitely crafted stone bowl. The surface is carved with intricate designs that catch the dim light, lending to the room's air of solemn grandeur. One side of the room, a damaged statue stands in the corner, the once precise craftsmanship marred with large, jagged crack that cuts through the elaborate patterns. Statue seems to pulse faintly with a residual arcane energy, hinting at the powerful magic that once was at work here. Against one wall, remnants of what was a comprehensive collection of scrolls, which must have lined the walls in an impressive array, have long since vanished, leaving behind only faint, dusty outlines of their presence. The empty spaces on the wall form a stark reminder of the knowledge and secrets that have been lost to time. The room is flanked by 2 doors, each positioned at opposite ends of a long, expansive space. These doors, weathered and worn, stand as the only means of departure from this cavernous chamber, their presence hinting at the continued mysteries and hidden depths that lie beyond the confines of this room.
So the scrolls were on the wall?
Scrolls were hanging on the wall or lined on the wall, but they've long since gone. It's almost as if you leave a book on a shelf for a while and you never dust. But you can also search the room thoroughly or investigate it if you'd like. That goes with every room in this place.
Yeah, I'll search the room.
You can give me a perception or investigation check. You look around the room, the bowls, though empty of anything useful, are filled with puddles or pools of water that have been mixed with whatever dust has lingered here over time. Anybody else want to look or search? Study or search, I think is the new term. 2 doors flank the room to the north and to the south.
I would like to inspect the statue.
Give me an investigation check or perception check. Broken, its arm cleaved by some kind of weapon. The trident it was once holding has been broken off and lays off to the side. The head removed, although despite what it looks like on the screen, it is broken into 4 large pieces.
It's made out of stone.
That is correct. It is made out of stone. What happens now?
Well, I assume these basins have some important use, but damned if I know what it is.
There was flowing water in the room or something, I would assume. It'd be a puzzle, but as is, think it might be art?
Anybody who wants to can give me an Arcana check.
We both rolled 14. Both rolled 10s.
All right. So we have an 18 and 2 14s. Is that correct?
No, I got a 14. Elidan has a -1 Arcana.
Still good enough. These bowls at one point in time were used as scrying bowls. Near the statue, you can see that at one point in time there was a summoning circle that you could use to summon creatures of other planes into this place, but it is marred with age and time, the cracks in the floor, and it is no longer useful or usable.
Definitely seems to be a room of complicated magics, but I doubt it's of any use to us now. Come on, don't get distracted. Treasures are still deeper.
I was just going to suggest we go through the next doors.
We both stare ignorant.
Near the statue?
Sure.
And I go through the same motions.
Give me an investigation or perception.
The door is fine.
The door is fine.
The lock is extra fine. Belgar.
Got a stuck door?
It appears so.
Did you check it for traps?
Of course. It's perfectly safe.
I try and kick it open.
Give me an athletics check. Worn with age and time, although more reinforced than the other doors. It still succumbs to your brute force, and as you kick open the door, it reveals a grand, opulent temple that exudes an aura of divine reverence. The sheer scale of the room is overwhelming, its vastness adorned with the remnants of a long-forgotten splendor. The space dedicated to a deity of immense power, and its architecture reflects the grandeur, befitting some divine presence. In the middle of the temple, a large stone banquet table stands as a relic of the past. It is draped in tattered black cloth, faded to an ashen gray over time. Upon it, remnants of a once extravagant feast are scattered. A feast now lies in utter ruin. The decayed remnants of opulent dishes and tarnished silverware tell the tales that have long since turned to dust. The north side of the room commands attention with a striking bas-relief sculpture upon a sarcophagus that depicts a large, menacing fly. Its back marked with a grim skull motif. The eerie image casts shadows of death and decay across the wall, intricate details capturing the malevolent essence of the god or goddess to whom the temple is dedicated. At the center of the temple, a dramatic tableau unfolds. 3 skeletons, once locked in fierce combat, stand poised in their frozen battle stances. Their forms, preserved in the act of conflict, seem almost animated by the remnants of their former fury. And as the door swings open, and your presence disrupts the long, dormant scene, the skeletons begin to stir with a jerky mechanical motion, and the stillness of centuries is abruptly shattered as they rise from their static poses, and their hollowed eye sockets turn towards you as they prepare to engage in combat once more. Let us roll some initiative as these creatures come to life.
Put my money on Nancy.
Do I notice any flames on these skeletons?
No flames.
All right, I'm gonna start off in my reckless stance.
Marin, I believe you're first to go.
Well, sensing that my friend Thalgar is tensing for some sort of conflict, I will 5, 10, 15, 20. And I see these skeletons moving. Do I notice that are these aflame like the others?
They're not on fire like the ones before.
Do these seem more heavily armed and armored, more threatening?
They are certainly more dangerous than the skeletons that you've previously encountered.
Very well. Noticing this increase in arcane, as a bonus action, enact my innate sorcery. So pretty much manage on attack rolls, on sorcerer spells I cast, and my DC increases by 1 for 1 minute. I will target this larger one here, or not this larger one, the green one in the aura.
Yep.
And I will just try a sorcerer's burst first.
A creature carries a large pike. A dark pennant hangs from it as it's looking in the direction of this now splintered door.
All right. Sorcerer's burst. What kind of damage? You know what? Lightning's been serving Maron well this whole time, so we'll continue with the lightning. That's a natural 20.
It is not immune to lightning.
So that is 37 points of damage.
As your lightning bolt streaks across the room, it dances around Thalgar, almost emboldened by his figure as it's a conduit of your sorcerous energy, and you strike this creature that is standing with its pennant raised high in this sickly green aura, and it crackles across its body, its bones shaking and riveting in place, but although badly injured, it is still standing.
And Thalgar, as you notice, as I come up to you, and for a moment before my lightning bolt blast, you know the air kind of chills around me as the arcane energy kind of erupts and flows from me in this kind of cold, wintry, almost storm.
I turn around and look at you as a mini lightning bolt goes past me.
Bonus action, movement action. That is my turn.
So I can't really see much of anything.
Yep, you don't see anything.
For now, I think I'm just going to dodge.
Ade, it is your turn.
Oh yeah.
Companions are obviously taking stances to get ready for some kind of impending attack. What would you like to do?
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh. I shall dash to get across the room.
Go back and make sure the books are still there.
All right, that's my turn.
Thalgar, 3 figures stand ready, one badly injured by the lightning energy that has exuded from your companion Mayron. What would you like to do?
Well, I guess we're doing this. I am going to move in. We'll get to there. And I'm going to use a maneuver. It's called Iron Tempest. It allows me to attack multiple creatures. Whenever I hit a creature with a weapon attack, it deals an extra 2d6. And in addition, I can make 3 more attacks, but each attack has to be against a different target. I'll just start with the guy that was just hit by the sorceress first. And this will be with a halberd.
With a 26, it's still reeling from the energy, the electric energy dancing across its bones. You dash across the room, brandishing your halberd, bringing it down in an overhand strike, and you're able to slam into the bones. It's battered split mail, pushing back some of your damage, but not all of it. Do you want to add anything to it?
A total of 18 on that, and then, I will add Hail Strike for another 6, and then it has to make a strength save of 15.
18 plus 6 is 24. The creature is near death. Strength save is a 22.
He's not knocked prone. Next attack, I will hit the one below me. The 17 hit.
17 definitely hits. These creatures less armored than this one that you attacked first.
It's 20 damage total.
The creature seems more robust than the original target, and it is now injured under your attack.
And then I will swing at the last one. It's 16 to hit.
16 hits.
24 damage. Yeah, those are good damage rolls.
It is also injured under your attack, but these creatures, some kind of historic elite knights, locked and posed here before you broke open the time barrier that kept him preserved. They reel under your attack, and they all glare and hold their weapons at the ready, looking your direction. Any bonus action or movement?
Bonus action, I will change my stance to the one that gives me advantage on deck saves.
Okay.
I will stay put.
As you look at this creature, these axes that it holds in its hands, actually, they don't appear to be holding it. They appear to be fused onto the end of its bones. As they're fused into its being, it moves forward and will make a multi-attack against you with its battle axe / hands.
That is scary.
That is a natural next attack, and the multi-attack is a 10. So you're able to dodge aside. I think the skeletal commander with the pennant will raise its pennant in the air, and this next creature will attempt to attack you with advantage, adding a d4 to its attack. That is a 18 plus d4. That is a 21 to hit.
Love it.
For 6 slashing damage. The next attack is, maybe it can hit you. About 15 to hit.
That'll miss.
As it misses, looking towards the pennant, it makes a bonus action attack. The skeletal commander, the thoughtful skeletal commander, is not very thoughtful. It will make a warlord strike, making a pike attack against Thalgar. That is a 13 to hit. That misses you. And then it will use its bonus action, and this creature below you will use its reaction to make an attack with its grafted battle axe arms. That is it's a d4, 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
For 4 slashing damage. Use its warlord's attack, and you take an additional 2 damage on top of that. And that ends its turn. Mayron.
I guess seeing the effectiveness of the last sorceress burst and looking at my more powerful spells that would not be quite as effective against these types of enemies, I will just attempt another sorceress wintry lightning bolt at the near dead. Not quite a natural 20 this time, but a natural 19.
19 will hit this creature.
6 lightning damage.
6 lightning damage. Describe to me how you defeat your devilish foe.
So the lightning kind of gathers as the wintry, icy air kind of chills even cooler, and almost like a cloud appears around his hand, swirling, and the lightning arcs out, and it goes, almost curves past Thalgar and strikes this skeleton. And as it arcs through, what you'd expect kind of the bones to maybe ignite from the lightning, no, they almost kind of freeze and grow even kind of more decrepit as it just kind of decomposes in a rapid rate and falls to the ground.
Nice. Any bonus action or movement?
5, 10, 15, and that's my turn.
I'll move into the room, and what do we got here? I will bonus action cast Hunter's Mark on the skeleton nearest to me here. Then I'll draw my bow and I'll take a shot at it. 14 hit or not?
As you draw your bow and you fire, these warriors appear to be some kind of barbarous warriors from ages past wearing no armor, and a 14 will hit.
Okay.
How long does the holy weapon last?
Magic weapon lasts 1 hour.
Okay, so you're still good. So that's 5, 6, 12, 13. Is that correct?
Yes.
As the creature is badly injured, as your arrow streaks across the room and strikes it in the back of its, well, where its back once have been, but it flies through, brittling bones and breaking them as they clatter to the ground.
Okay, second attack.
16 hits, or is that 17?
17? Yeah.
Yep. When you fire your second arrow, it strikes across, strikes it in its spine, The creature rears back and then it looks and turns its angry glare towards you. It is near death, but still standing.
Sorry. I run it back.
Currently, you can barely see a creature over Thalgar's shoulder.
I would. Okay. Yeah, I would step into the room first then. And then attack this one here.
The one here, nearest Eladan, but just below Thalgar, or just south of Thalgar, and you fire your produce flame, and that is 19 or 8 fire damage, and it doesn't appear to be immune to fire. It is still near death, but still standing.
All right. Now I will press the button.
Thalgar, 2 foes remain.
I am going to swap stances again. I'll go into my reckless stance with my bonus action, and then I will attack the one that's almost dead first.
24 hits.
10 slashing.
That is an 18, so it is still up.
Looking confused after I thought I killed it, I will swing extra hard at it again.
18 hits once more. For 14, it needs to roll a 19 on a con save. And this creature drops to the ground, its bones rattling on the floor. Floor is not dusty, but more pristine, still cracked with time and age.
I'll move down a little bit and kind of give a shoulder check into the other one. And end my turn. And you have advantage on attacks against me right now.
All right, great. Thank you. It will make a battle axe attack against you. That is a 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
For 9 slashing damage, it makes a second attack. That is a 14. I believe that misses. And it has undead savagery, where it can make a bonus action attack if it had advantage on any attack. And that is a 20 for 11 slashing, for a total of 20 slashing damage this turn.
I am going to use the rest of my maneuver points, all 4, for refusal to bleed. When I take damage, I can spend a maneuver point, roll 1d10 plus 5 to reduce damage. Total, I can spend 3 more additional points to reduce all damage from that creature by the same total until the start of my next turn. So minus 8 damage from the 2 hits that hit me. So I think the first one was 9, right?
Yep.
So 1 from that, and then what was the second hit?
11.
So a total of 4 damage.
Any other reactions or effects?
Nope, that's my reaction.
And if something does not seem to be broken, then why try to fix it? And I will Sorcerer's Burst the skeleton engaged with my friend. 21 to hit.
21 easily hits this unarmored creature.
For 7 points of lightning damage.
7 points of lightning. It is badly injured. Sure, lightning streaks across. Thalgar not being a conduit this time, but still streaks across. You see the bones jump and shake.
That's it.
I'll move down. Bonus action move Hunter's Mark onto the remaining skeleton and attack him. Not with that one.
What is the total?
It's only 11.
11 just misses.
Okay. Second attack. That's better.
12, 14, 20.
Yes.
Near death, but barely hanging on as you fire your arrow across the table. It slams in this creature. It drops to one knee, and the bones and sinew barely holding it together as this green aura exuding from the skull seems to reinvigorate it.
All right. See, sometimes when it's not broken, we still mix it up just for fun. So Ade is going to go ahead and 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Get in the mix. Bonus action Shillelagh and action and try to take a swing at this guy.
AC is 12, vulnerable to bludgeoning.
Yeah, boy. Hey, stick did it. 10 stick damage.
Which becomes 20 stick damage.
Yeah.
Which is 25. I can maybe make that. No, he can't do that because it was bludgeoning damage. Describe to me how you vanquish your most fearless foe.
Yeah. It is a very wild and ungainly and just war cry, just inspired by Thalgar's martial brilliance, and come in and take just a nice hard thwack straight down on the top of the skull, thinking I am also cool. I make eye contact with Thalgar like I am also a good warrior.
Hey, there you are. Thought you were checking on the books.
Now we'll leave that to the smart one who stays in the back.
Quietude of this space is only broken by the quiet rattling of the bones that exist within the aura that is protruding off the skeleton or skull that sits atop the sarcophagus. Each moment passes, the rattling of the bones grows louder and louder as if these creatures begin to reform themselves. Time, once stopped but interrupted by Thalgar breaking through the doors, seems moments in the past. But what do you do as these skeletons start piecing themselves back together?
We start clubbing them.
Start throwing them everywhere, pieces in different directions, away from the green thing.
As you move them away, the skull, precious stones, precious metals, precious glass, they continue to rattle and shake, being drawn back to the skull that almost cackles and mimics you across the room. I can get a DC 12 religion check or a DC 15 perception check and a DC 15 perception check and a DC 12 religion check from anybody in the room.
Both or either?
Ooh,
Both.
would be a 16 perception.
Oh,
and
damn,
a
2 nat
natural 20
20s.
for 21.
Wow, look at you guys. That's 3 nat 20s on this check, or these checks.
Tell us all your secrets.
So let's go with the first one, which is a religion check from Meron. This temple is dedicated to the patron deity Urgathoa, goddess or mistress of undeath. The perception check is to view that any creature within this room, now that it has been unsealed, would be reanimated by this skull that sits atop the bas relief that encases this sarcophagus and made of glass can be easily shattered.
Bring the remains out of this room immediately. Then I walk up to the glass sarcophagus and I cast Sorcerous Burst at it using thunder damage.
Describe how you obliterate this glass skull, emanating this sickly green energy.
I walk up to it and I'm just whispering in Sylvan, oneself, let alone others, and continuing the cycle of the seasons is abhorrent and will not be tolerated. As a servant of my queen, you cannot exist. And I just cast Sorcerous Burst.
The sickly light goes out as the remnants of glass skull shatter across the room. Everything appears quiet within the room, and as you shift through the wreckage of this necromancer's lair, your eyes catch a glimpse of a half-worn book, its pages singed and crumbling under your fingers. The remaining fragments are filled with cryptic symbols and dark invocations, but one entry stands out, barely legible amidst the damage. And it says, "In the shadow of the howling hills, where the dead kings lie, their power awaits the herald's call. The ritual nears completion. We rise in the dawnless night." As the words send a chill through you, the howling hills, a place shrouded in myth and fear, now seem linked to something far darker than mere legend. There, buried within the tombs of long-dead rulers, lies a necromantic power waiting to be unleashed. Though the details are lost to the flames, one thing is clear. If this ritual is completed, a force far more dangerous than anything you've faced so far will rise, bringing the dead with it. And there is a cutscene as you look around the room and the echoes of glass shattering. "Master, you're requested to be alerted should anyone breach the remnants of ladies at their stronghold." The servant stammers, his voice quivering with a mixture of fear and servility. The wretched hunchbacked figure of a man, resembling a grotesque toad more than a human, hobbles forward with labored steps. His disheveled appearance and the tattered remnants of his once functional attire paint a picture of neglect and decay. He moves with barely contained urgency, his rheumy eyes flickering nervously toward the imposing figure who stands by a grand window The regal figure, tall and commanding, remains motionless, gazing out through the ornate dust-laden panes of the massive window that offers a panoramic view of the desolate landscape beyond. The flickering light from the setting sun casts long shadows across the room, accentuating the sharp, angled features, and the opulence of his surroundings. Without turning to face his servant, the master raises a gloved hand with an imperious gesture, halting the toad-like man mid-sentence. That will be enough, Ackler. Your presence here is no longer required. Go and tend to the dogs. They must be fed. The tone of his voice is cool and dismissive, carrying an air of finality that brooks no argument. And Ackler's expression is a mix of relief and dejection as he bows deeply and shuffles towards the door. The door creaks open and then closes behind him with a slow, mournful groan, sealing off the damp chill of the corridor from the warmth of the grand room. Once alone, the master turns slowly, his movements deliberate and measured, surveys the room with a calculating gaze, the flicker of candlelight casting an eerie glow across his face. A thoughtful silence ensues as he contemplates. A thoughtful silence ensues as he contemplates the implications of the news. His eyes, sharp and intense, gleam with a hint of dark anticipation. Well, it seems we might have a new player on the board. He muses aloud, his voice carrying a chilling undertone of intrigue. The corners of his mouth curl into a faint, enigmatic smile. It is time to reconvene the Black Barrow Society once again. Summon the members. We have much to discuss and new strategies to devise. The finality in his voice suggests that the forthcoming meeting will be of great significance, and the machinations of the secret society are set into motion once more. And so after several days of uneasy silence, disturbing news begins to circulate among the townfolk. Travelers along the main road leading inland, a vital artery for trade and communication, have come under sudden and savage assault. The once safe route, now besieged by fearsome bugbear bandits, has turned treacherous and perilous. Reports emerge from the brutish marauders lying in wait amongst the dense foliage and rocky outcroppings that flank the road. Under the cover of darkness or during unsuspecting daylight, they've launched vicious attacks on caravans and lone travelers alike. Bandits known for their ferocity and cunning have plundered the provisions of the helpless travelers, leaving behind a trail of devastation. The news grows grimmer as it becomes clear that these bandits not only have stolen supplies, but have taken several of the city's residents captive. These unfortunate individuals, their fates uncertain, are now in the hands of their captors, rumored to have established a stronghold somewhere deep in the wilderness. Bandits' boldness striking in the heart of the main route underscores their growing audacity and the increasing threat they pose to the surrounding region. The once bustling road, now marked by the remnants of wrecked carts and discarded belongings, tells a story of chaos and fear. The air along the route is thick with unease as the reports of these attacks ripple through the community, stirring concern and anger amongst the townsfolk. A sense of urgency is palpable as the people grapple with the reality of their situation, knowing that the bugbear threat has escalated to a level that demands immediate action. The survivors have braved the perils of the bugbear-infested lands, returned to town, their faces etched with fear and exhaustion. Their accounts, though fragmented and strained, weave a disturbing tapestry of the dangers that lie beyond. They speak of the distant peaks of the hills, where dark omens and sinister forces have gathered in unsettling ways. Their tales describe towering fortresses, so formidable and imposing that they seem to defy the very essence of human ingenuity. And these structures are said to be nearly impenetrable, built with ancient stone, reinforced by dark enchantments that render them virtually unconquerable. The survivors recount the fortress's sheer size and the oppressive atmosphere that surrounds them, suggesting that these bastions of malevolence have been carefully crafted to withstand any siege and repel any intruder. The survivors also describe an unsettling presence in the distant hills, a massing of dark forces that seem to pulse with malevolent energy, shadows that coalesce into a fearsome army, gathering of warriors and creatures under a banner of dark intent. The air around these peaks crackle with palpable sense of dread, as if the very landscape itself is tainted by the presence of these sinister powers. The survivors' accounts paint a picture of an encroaching threat, one that looms ominous over the region, Their descriptions convey a sense of urgency and foreboding, as the dark forces amassing in the hills threaten not only the immediate safety of their world, but also the instability of Nuanthus. The gravity of their stories serves as a stark warning, signaling the forces at play are greater, more dangerous than previously imagined. And so, these stories have come in from the wilds as you've taken several days after your journey into the tower. Things were relatively quiet. After your trip to the Terran Point, then now into the Cove, and people are now entering Nuanthus in droves, talking about being assaulted on the main road, bugbears out of the haunted or hidden hills deep in the wilderness of the Antaran wilds. So if you haven't already, you can give yourself a long rest, and we find you in, let's say, the Wandering Lamp, a nice area in the Merchants District across from the Nuanthus Council House. What happens now?
We should find a buyer for these books. They're kind of heavy.
Oh, yes, totally forgot about those.
Yes, I'm sure there will be of interest to some dealer of such knowledge.
Is there a local library or study hall?
With the 7, yes, there is a local library that's just being built between the Temple District and the Merchants District. Kind of a place where they're just now starting to rebuild it as an area. There's a lot of architectural books, a lot of books on religion, a lot of books on infrastructure and things like that. So it is in this new emerging city an area where there is a gathered knowledge that's starting to grow.
Guess we would head to that location.
Nice. And so you make your way into the Southwestern Quarters Library. It's a semblance of the Norse temples that are growing, some of the architecture, and along with the more modern look of the merchants' quarters. And you find a female dwarf who's sitting behind a long wooden desk. She's wearing a simple violet red tunic with a sash across it. And she looks up to your group as you approach and says to you, "Hi, good day. Welcome to the Nuanthus Library. My name is Morana. How can I help you?"
We found some very large old books. Thought you might be interested.
Hi. Let us take a look. Let me see. What do you have there?
I plop one of them down.
Why? That is quite the large book. Let me see. One moment, please. And she gets off her stool and piles 3 or 4 crates together, climbs it almost as a set of steps, and puts herself on top of the long desk, and she starts flipping through the books. These are quite old, but carry some knowledge. Do you know what they're about?
I can't read them.
I list off the titles of the books that you gave the last session.
I don't understand what that language is. Perhaps you could expand more on what those titles are.
They are these. And then I explain what the titles. The chat's gone and I didn't copy them down.
But they are quite old and still well. I'm assuming you bring them here to donate to the Nuanthus Library?
We were hoping to get a little bit of coin.
Okay. What are you thinking?
I think you said 50 gold apiece.
Yes, I think so. And there were like 12 of them, right?
10.
10. One moment, please. And she comes back, and there's a older half-orc male that comes out. He's wearing very similar clothing. This is Argren. He is the bookkeeper here. He will evaluate your books for authenticity, and then should they be proved authentic, we will more than gladly take, 50 gold apiece per book.
That seems adequate.
He leans over, his underbite coming under his upper lip, and starts to peruse these books. You can feel the pages. Oh, the books are quite old. They're really well made. He, without a word, looks to you and studies your faces and looks back down to the book before he looks back towards Morana, nods, and leaves. Well, the bookkeeper said everything seems to be just fine. So that is 12 books times 50. That is 750 gold, 600 gold.
10 books.
10 books, 600 gold, 500 gold. How about 550 and we'll split the difference?
Oh, okay. You're good with math.
And she smiles. He will give you 550 gold for the 10 books. She walks along and piles them in different categories from what they were. A few books in gardening, a few books on history, a few books on warfare, etc. She piles them all together before the bookkeeper comes out and takes the books. And she nods. If there's anything else that you find, please come back and visit the New Anthus Library. My name is Morana, and I'll be happy to help you in the future.
Sure. Good luck rebuilding.
All right, thank you. She nods and goes back to reading a book that she seemed very interested in.
Can we see what the title is?
It is not Tusk Love.
Tusk Love 2, The Return.
It is. The book is entitled Wanadak's Tract of the Care of Pigs.
Not as interesting.
You kind of look at it like, what?
Interesting. Give her a wink.
She smiles, her cheeks blush a little red before she puts it back underneath the desk and makes herself busy, checking a ledger.
So we divide this by 3. We each get 183.33.
I believe our companion Ade is still here, although he is quiet. Divided by 3 seems appropriate, as you 3 should take it.
137.5 divided by 4. Wait, is that right? You said 550, right?
550, yes.
Yeah, 137.5.
The negotiations on your plane seem much different than my home. I believe that dwarf gave us more than she was required.
I think she was flustered.
But no, divided by 3. I'm indebted to you all, as it appears that you have spent quite a bit of coin on ensuring that my essence remains on this plane.
Very well. I think we got some other items too, right? That we might need to maybe get identified.
I believe so.
The only other thing I remember finding myself was the mage's hat, which I don't think was magical, but you never know.
Yes, I want to attune to it without knowing what it might be.
Does the mage's hat that I found off the dead body, is the material like worn, or does it look like it's strangely upheld its craft?
Remind me where you found this?
I think it was in like one of the second floor rooms that had sarcophagus or caskets on the ground.
The hat appears worn and a little tattered.
Just for looks.
Yep. Put on your robe and wizard's hat.
Shall we continue with the exchange of goods and wares, or do we feel that this bugbear issue might be something that should be dealt with?
I'm fine with visiting the bugbear. I just wanted to get rid of these really large books.
They looked quite heavy.
Yeah, they were more annoying.
She gave you 550 gold for the books for some reason. I updated the log. So what happens now?
I think we're going to inquire about the bugbears.
The bugbear clans of my home can be quite ferocious. They should be dealt with.
Can I get a persuasion check from the group?
Persuasion?
As this will represent you asking, going, unless you want to role play it, we can absolutely do that. Your silver-tongued satyr certainly starts discussing it from some of the people who are coming in and perhaps, leads them to the temple district, asking them questions and pointing in the right directions for people to get either healed or bandaged up, their wounds bandaged up, knowing to avoid the Temple of Helm, where the paper dog may have destroyed a sacred statue at one point in time. But you're able to discuss with a family that had come in, and they say that they were attacked on the main bend in the road. And you remember when you guys went up to the Antaran Point, there was quite a almost 90-degree turn as you went towards the Antaran Wilds, and then you took a left, and there was a bit of outcropping on the backside of Mount Antera that would denote the area of Switchback. There's somewhat a dense forest. You guys camped a little bit further inland, kind of to get out of the elements, but you recall that there was an area where that turned, where the forest butted up against the road. The couple describes to you that's where that they were attacked, and that their crops and all were stolen from them, and they were able to escape because these bandits or these bugbears were too busy on picking everything that they had with them. They said that they were bringing in 2 large cart loads of food and sundries to the city to sell.
Shall we retrace our steps?
Let's.
As you make your way out the east gates, heading back along the familiar road, it's well manicured and built. You find your way about almost a day's journey, good 8 to 10 hours. You find the same camping location that you had stayed at just maybe a week ago, and you see obvious signs of a struggle, fight. Looks like there had been carts and wagons that had been toppled and or broken and destroyed, and there are obvious footfalls that lead deeper into the forest. But it is at the end of the first day of travel. You can continue into the darker forest and into the Antarian wilds and find your way through the forest into the evening, or you can also find a place to camp.
Well, it looks like you guys want to camp, since I can't really see in the dark.
DM, what would my so are bugbears fey creatures in this campaign now?
So yes, they are from the Fey realm, and you have some understanding of what they are. Typically, they see really well in the dark. Obviously, they're very stealthy and sneaky, a little bit brutish, but somewhat crafty and smart. Definitely will be able to ambush you in the dark. Typically somewhat coordinated, and by all accounts that you're getting from the townsfolk or the people, their attacks have been quite coordinated. They're not murdering people, but they're taking wares and supplies, which is a little bit different from what you're used to.
Their objectives seem odd for me, as bugbear clans of my realm would take no prisoners and would take as much territory as they could. But I would not suggest that we enter the forest at night. We would be at their mercy and playing to their strengths. In fact, we should be extremely cautious, even staying the night so close to where they are operating.
Seems fair.
Shall we look for a place to camp? And I look to the group to see who wants to look for a place to camp.
I'll look
'Cause
for a
it ain't
place to
me.
camp.
All right. Anybody wants to look? Give me a survival check. If you're proficient, you can provide advantage.
Proficient +4. If you want advantage, you can have it.
Okay, roll it again. Much better.
Very nice. And so you make your way similar to the place that you stayed in before. It's a common camping place, but you find a place across the main road that is bereft of any kind of bugbear prints, butts up against the mountain that keep you out of any earshot, eye shot, and away from the elements, and it gives you a good viewpoint of the road and into the forest. So you find a nice area to camp.
I can take the later watches, as I do not require the same small deaths that you do to recover.
Yeah, I can take the first watch.
I don't really need to do much on watch, so I can sleep or watch, whatever you guys like. I'll just start eating, and then I'm assuming that you both are doing watch, so I'm going to go to bed.
Give me a perception check, Elden. Nice. And so you're sitting back and you're kind of out of the way. And as you're taking your watch, Mayron is trancing and Valgar's kind of slowly knocked out, spread out, light snoring, depending on how much he ate. And you hear what sounds like wood rolling across cobblestones.
Okay, I'll just keep listening.
The sound gets louder, and there is a large barrel keg rolls by. You have night vision, right? Dark vision.
Right. Yes.
And you see this in black and white, this large barrel roll by, and there's like 3 or 4 dwarves chasing it down the hill.
Well, there's something you don't see every day.
And it continues to roll, and you hear the pitter patter of the dwarven feet. And they're kind of hollering back and forth to each other in their own language. Do you speak dwarf?
No, I don't.
And so hear the sounds like almost rocks grinding together and the pitter pat of their feet as they chase this barrel that seems to be rolling down the road. As the barrel approaches, it grows louder, and then as it bypasses you, it grows quieter.
Yeah, if nothing else happens, I'll just kind of note it down in my diary as, Dear Diary, saw some elves chasing a barrel today.
And minutes go by and you don't hear it. Nothing happens. You wait. Nothing else happens. And your watch goes by without incident.
As I stir from my trance of icy winter in the castle of my home, I look over to Eladan. Anything of note on your watch?
Some dwarves were keg hunting.
Is that a tradition here in your plane, Duke?
Not really familiar with dwarves, so who knows? They seem to be having a good time, so I didn't want to interfere.
Perhaps when our situations are not so dire, we could inquire on how we might participate in one of these keg hunts.
I suppose it could have been a mimic just pretending to be a keg.
That would be problematic for dwarves. I can understand why they would want to hunt it, from what I understand of their propensity for ale. Well, if there were no dangers...
I'm off to sleep.
Miron, give me a perception check.
Not bad, not great, but not bad. 15.
15. As you sit there and in anticipation, as the night sky rolls by, you're expecting... When you camped here last, it was much busier, but you were also a summer ladron at some point during that trip, and you expect at some point dwarves to be chasing maybe a keg uphill or another keg downhill, but your watch goes by without incident. You guys wake the next morning and long rest. Is there anything you would like to do before you head out for the day?
Don't think so. Anyone else do anything?
I'm good.
Sure. I'm good with all my spells.
Valgar, is there anything you want to do in the morning? Like as you wake up, maybe Miron's preparing breakfast while he's preparing his spells. And
I think I wake up. What was that noise last night?
No, it's only when I gain level. Okay.
Heard some rumbling.
Our friend Eladan witnessed the dwarven rite of a keg hunt.
I just start laughing. Did you join?
No, it would have seemed rude to intrude.
Oh, you should have joined. Maybe we could have our own sometime.
That is what I told Eladan last night, that we should seek out to participate in one of these keg hunts once our more dangerous situations are at a rest.
Sounds like a good time. So how far off do you think we are from these bugbears?
They are excellent at hiding and can cover quite a bit of distance. If the clan that is here is used to the forest, then who knows? My guess is that they would be somewhat close by, as if they are continuing to assault travelers along the road, then they need to be at least sentries on lookout.
Should we play like we're clueless, or do you think we should move stealthily through the forest?
Stay stealthily.
I would say that if we can come up on them unawares, that would be preferable.
Do my best. I'm kind of large.
Does that make you in charge? Someone told me that once.
Is that a dwarven joke?
I do not believe they were dwarf.
Perhaps, how about this idea? I seem to be walking by myself down the road, and you guys are stealth covering me?
Are we going along the road, or do we wish to investigate the forest from which they're coming from? We do not have any goods that they would be it seems that they are wishing to take property, equipment. We are not equipped as such.
I could try and craft a barrel or a chest. We just need to gather some wood.
That might take a bit of time, would it not? They might be observing us even now.
I quickly look around. Do I see anyone observing us?
Give me a perception check. With the 22, doesn't appear to be anybody observing you, but you do see kind of tucked off across the road where the forest begins to grow in earnest, what looks like a wagon that has been disassembled in some manner. Looks like 3 wheels have been taken off the main part, and the bed of the wagon sits at an odd angle as the 4th wheel still holds it together. It's tucked back away against a rock underneath, maybe a large copse of trees. Difficult to see, particularly at night, but here early in the morning, you see it kind of just sitting there.
As I look around, I look back at the group and say, "Oh, I didn't see that last night. You guys see that broken down wagon?
I do.
Does it have any vegetation growing over it, or does it look like it's pretty fresh wreck?
It looks pretty fresh.
Perhaps the bugbears did this.
That would be my assumption.
Well, let's do your plan. Stealth through the woods."
So first, as you cross the road and you make your way to this copse, can I get a survival check? Or anybody's that proficient can provide advantage?
You say survival?
Yes.
Elidan and Thalgar.
So we both doing it, or?
Yeah, I guess I already rolled, and I rolled horribly.
20's pretty good. As you make your way, and Thalgar points out this wagon. The wagon is definitely fresh. There are markings across it. It looks like there are scuffs on the bed where it looks like large crates were pulled from it. And there are footprints that appear to be carrying something quite heavy, as the footprints are deep into the soil. And the footprints, as the LNN points them out, Mayron, are certainly bugbears. They're not booted, and it leads further into the wood. That's what you see from a survival check. And so if you want to move stealthily, y'all can give me a stealth check. Wow. I know. 29 for Elidan, 20 for Mayron, and 21 for Dalgar. You guys,
We are the wind. Shh.
following the satyr deeper into the undergrowth. I think the journey is fraught with anticipation and foreboding as you make your way across the forested and rugged terrain. The path narrows and winds through dense, ancient woods. Apart from the tracks that you continue to follow in this quiet manner, the trees here are very tall and gnarled, as they haven't been disturbed in some time. And their branches are twisted into menacing shapes that seem to grasp down at you as you walk below them, almost as if they're warding you off from a place that should not be disturbed. But you continue to follow these tracks, and they don't seem to grow any fresher. They don't seem to grow any fresher, but they don't seem to grow any older. And you continue to walk through, and as you guys make your way through this dark forest of the Antaran wilds, you walk for a good 6 to 8 miles, or 6 to 8 hours, 15 to 20 miles at some point, up and down ravines, or you come to a time of day where the light begins to fade from the canopy of trees, and day of travel has passed. And while the footfalls are still fresh, you guys can continue to press on or look for a place to...
I think we're lost.
We're not lost. We're in the forest.
As I said, they can cover great distances, and I would not suggest pushing on darkness.
Neither would I.
Well, we got to be getting close, so let's try and find some place that is pretty hidden.
Give me a survival check, or somebody with proficiency can provide advantage.
I'll give you advantage.
19, pretty good. As you creep along, you follow these tracks for maybe 15 to 20 minutes more, and you find a little depression in one of the valleys off to the left where you can still see the tracks as they wind around some of these trees. But in this area that you found, relatively hidden away around a corner, as if you were sitting back in this depression looking left, you could see somebody passing from you from your right to left, and they wouldn't have a good vantage point on you. So you felt you found a relatively good place to camp for the evening. Would you guys like to take a watch?
Yeah, do you guys want to do a 2-1 watch?
Yes, again, I do not require the same amount of time for my recovery, so later watches I do not mind.
Thinking that we're closer to danger, I'd probably stay up first watch, helping someone.
Anybody, whoever's doing first watch, you guys can roll separately or provide advantage.
Yeah, I'll take advantage.
Double 18s for 24. It's quiet out here. Quiet and dark. Had you not dark vision, Elidan, you could almost not see anything. I think without a fire, Valgar, you're kind of just staring out into this thick, dark forest with these gnarled trees that hang oppressively overhead. But you're listening to every crack, every call of the night birds, and there are quite a few, which lends some reassurance that there aren't predators nearby. But the first watch goes by without incident, and there's no dwarves chasing barrels down the road or wolves that stalk your camp or anything like that.
All right, I'd probably head to bed.
Okay. You head to bed and wake Marin. Marin, can you give me a perception check?
Yep. There it is. 7.
Sit there, Eladan and Dalgar both go to sleep. What do you think about that preoccupies your mind during the next 4 to 6 hours?
Probably the difference of this forest and the forest outside of where I grew up. Kind of the lushness of this forest, and contemplate the kind of changing of seasons.
And before you know it, the morning birds start to chirp and the sun starts to rise, or at least the sky starts to alight with a morning glow, and another day has passed. You guys wake the next morning without incident, preparing for your next journey or your next leg of your adventure. Is there anything you guys want to do in the morning?
I'm good.
I'd take a big poop.
The only one of the campaign.
Yep. Can I get a survival check advantage if somebody can provide advantage?
For my poop?
Just
That'd be
don't step in it.
Nope, it hurts.
I'm sorry. I was so distracted by the poop. What's the roll?
A survival check to continue following the tracks into the dense forest and see if anybody stepped in it.
Has somebody given me advantage?
Yeah, sure.
It's 26, natural 20. So this will take at least a day off of your travel. As you make your way, the undergrowth is thick with vines, and rustles softly with your steps. There's a constant whisper of your movement and the feeling of being watched. But the air is heavy with the earthy scent, no longer the scent of Dalgar's trailings that he left at your last camp. There's damp soil and decaying leaves, punctuated by sharp tang of pine and something more musky. And as you pointed out, Maron, you can smell the bugbears, and you know you're close. The forest canopy is dense, and it's allowing occasional shafts of light to pierce through it. And these beams remind you of turning to autumn, and they dance across this forest floor. But as you continue, the forest becomes increasingly steep, or at least the footing in the forest becomes increasingly steep and treacherous, and the ground shifts from solid rock to loose gravel to muddy patches, making footing difficult. Your heightened senses hearing the calls of the wild animals, and everybody's alert and their eyes are looking from place to place. But as you reach towards the afternoon, the dense foliage gives way to a rocky outcrop, and you can finally glimpse your destination as you crest over the final rise, and trees open up to reveal a stark silhouette, what looks like a palisade and a fortress on the horizon. It's a formidable structure, towering stone and wooden walls of the battlements that looms large and imposing in this desolate place. In its size, dark and foreboding clouds that hover almost behind it, and they cast a ominous shadow over the landscape. And from your vantage point, you can make out what look like two towers that rise above the ramparts. Each hold a menacing ballista and figures of bugbears, vigilant sentinels. Or this fortress almost appears to grow out of the very rock itself at the top of this little hill. And the stonework oddly blends seamlessly with the surrounding crags. And the scene's both almost uninspiring and intimidating. You know, it reminds you of the masonry of the new city and the towers and walls that were built in Maron, very different from the bugbears you knew of from where you were. It's as you spot this fort, it's almost a grim realization that there's what lies beyond these walls will test not only your courage but your skill. And the posing present is a stark testament to what awaits inside. But rising defiantly above the rugged stone ramparts, you see two imposing towers, weathered by time but standing resolute. And Each tower reaches pretty high into the air, 30, 35 feet. They cast long shadows, and stoneworks are intricately carved, as if this was some ancient fortress that existed at some point in time, recently renovated. Perched atop them are 4 humanoid figures within each structure. Their silhouettes defined against the backdrop of the sky. Their movements precise and deliberate, clad in dark armor that glints faintly in the shifting light as they survey the area. Their sharp and definite vision that you know bugbears to have, particularly in the darkness. Their eyes constantly scanning across the horizon. In each tower are massive ballistae that stand prominently, mounted firmly on sturdy wooden platforms and their opposing frames designed for long-range combat. Massive crossbows braced and ready. The tensions, they're loaded, and the tensions of the ropes reveal that they're primed for immediate use. The metal tips of the bolts gleam in the afternoon sunlight, suggesting that these towers are meant for not only observation, but for defense. And these figures that are there, they don't lounge against the walls. They don't sip or eat on something. Their countenance exudes readiness and alertness, as if this is what they were trained for their entire life. Whether they're ready for an imminent attack or some kind of distant threat, it's clear that they're well prepared to engage in combat at a moment's notice, and the atmosphere around the towers is thick with an air of vigilance, underscoring the importance of their strategic positions as you find yourself not only downwind, but down the hill, and the area around this fort has been cleared away from any trees, and the palisades at the tops, these sharpened logs and reinforced stone walls with 2 large towers that reach 30 to 35 feet into the air are ready for just about anything.
I would have cast mage armor as soon as I smelled the bugbears.
Okay.
Got a plan.
Charge the front gate.
Can any of you charm person?
I did not take charm person. I don't know if charm person would work on a bugbear.
It should. I think they're considered humanoid.
Yeah, I can charm person.
In the 2024 monster manual, they are fae.
Well, if I can get within 30 feet of one of them, I can try and pull them to us, and we can try and single them out.
Well, is our purpose just to slaughter them all, or are we trying to gain access to the fortress? What is our goal here?
Aren't they causing strife?
Indeed, but for the 3 of us, as Ade had quite a bit of hangover and had to stay at camp, the 3 of us attacking a fort such as this a stronghold, outright, does not seem advisable. Perhaps there's another way in.
Okay, if there is another way in, don't we risk just being surrounded by bugbears if things go sideways?
Are you going to attempt to do diplomacy?
You mean to politely ask if they would stop doing what they're doing?
I have a feeling that may not work.
Well, myself, I'm a hero, not a politician.
So, remind me again, this fortless stronghold is in the rock itself, or can we go, is there a way to kind of go around at different sides, or is it just like one main facing kind of wall and entrance?
I don't know if you can see.
Do I know patrol in the wall at all?
Yes, there appears to be 2 in each of the towers that exist here and here. There is a ballistae here and here, and then there appears to be 1 bugbear on each, near each of the towers, and they're walking in the direction, and then this one's walking in that direction at the moment. Did you just see me draw a little note or picture?
Yep.
Okay.
Do we notice any bugbears toward the back of the fortress, or?
You don't notice from your vantage point.
So I'm thinking if we sneak around the left and get one of the guys on patrol, we can try and pull him down, and then maybe do the other side, and then that would just leave us 4 to deal with. But who knows how many are in?
I can turn one of us invisible, but it would end once any hostile actions were taken.
I mean, if we end up fighting closer to the wall, it's going to be safer from the ballista.
Indeed.
Oh, yes.
If we can make it there without being seen, I can try and pull the patrolling guy down.
How are you doing that?
Oh, a little ability I have.
If I can obscure the sight, probably one of the towers, if we get close enough. Bugbears can see through darkness, but not all darkness, especially one that is conjured. But then we would not be able to see them either. How should we proceed?
Say we move up and to the left a little bit to see if we can get advantage on maybe the backside.
Sounds like a plan.
Guess we'll try and sneak to the side of this fortress. Out of the main shot.
Yeah, if you want, you can give me a stealth check with advantage as the topography of this hill. You're hidden behind, or you at least have partial cover from the vantage point by these hills and trees.
Odds for advantage.
Yay, I didn't blow it.
Which way would you like to move?
I guess just follow along that little ridge to see if we can see how far that guy patrols, and then if there's any other guards on the wall toward the back.
Okay. It is unpaused, and you can move if you would like. And if anything is supposed to happen or another check is supposed to happen, I'll pause you. Give me a perception check. Mayron, from your vantage point here, although it's kind of difficult to see from the trees, you don't see anybody walking along the side of this fort. But you do see this bugbear walking in your direction away from the tower.
There doesn't appear to be any patrols on the sides, no ballistas, but there is a bugbear. There's a bugbear walking towards us from the tower, coming to the corner.
Is there an opportunity where we could rush the wall?
You would have to climb up this embankment. It's about 10 foot. And then the wall is also 20 foot. And these towers are 30 to 35 feet up.
All right. I could assist helping the other two up because I'm pretty tall. And then I'm sure I can make it up pretty easily.
Can we try to wait?
Yeah, we'd need to wait for him to go back. And then we'd have to sprint to the wall. How far does he patrol?
You want to wait another minute or so?
Yeah, we'll
and see?
Wait. See what his full patrol is.
And as you wait, he walks, and the other one, although you can't see, you see him go all the way to the back, and it appears he meets with the other bugbear before he starts his patrol and heads back the same way. The topography of the map although you can't see it, there's a similar ridge that runs along this tree line all the way around to the back as well. It's about the same size. It looks like they have cleared most of the area of any trees, with the exception of this area here towards the back. The trees creep a little bit closer to the walls than the rest of the tree line. That's because these trees here in the back are much larger than the trees here off to the sides. So the likelihood is they couldn't cut them down because they were so damn big.
All right. So I'm thinking when that guy patrols gets to about there, we start booking it to the wall in that spot and just hide up against the wall until he's above us, and then I'll pull him down. Could go horribly bad, but that's my plan.
I don't think we have much other choice.
And then I think if that works and we're able to dispatch him quickly, we should rush to the back for the other guy that he's meeting, because he's probably going to worry or wonder where the other patrol went.
Do you think it'd be worth it to make you invisible?
I think we all need to rush up to the wall, unless you guys can attack from here.
Well, I can attack him from the tree line.
As could I, as long as he's within view.
Ideally, I'll pull him down.
See, if he's on the ground, though, that makes it harder for me to hit him.
So we're able to see them because they're up top here, right? But then if they're
Yes.
on like the ground, they're beyond our sight from the.
Correct. You can see the two guys in each of the towers on each side. You can see this guy here. You were able to see this other guy meet up with in the back. As he approached to meet with his person in the middle there, you saw his head kind of rise over. But other than that, you can't see him. I mean, they're pretty tall. Palisades obviously give them, the way it's built, the ability to look over the wall. but then also probably take cover if they need to and give themselves full cover. But it's not like they're, just barely, their heads are barely seen. It's like, they're half their bodies as they walk along this raised platform, give them the ability to look out.
Well, unless one of us thinks we could somehow enter it while being invisible, I think.
So what's our goal here? Are we just going to wipe them out, or are we going to try and talk to them?
And if we were to talk to them, what would we say?
I, for one, vote we take them out. They already seem to be a threat. If we talk to them and that fails, we're in a bad situation.
Yes, an application of extreme violence does play to our strengths.
So I guess once the bugbear turns around on his patrol, we make for the wall.
Sounds good.
I think Marin with that 23, this tree here.
Yep.
Those trees are so close because they're so big and they couldn't tear them down, or they couldn't cut them down. Their position is elevated higher than the walls. I'm not sure if I got that across in my last description. That's why they're so close, because the trees here are enormous, and they're like they probably tried to cut them down, but they're like, it's too damn big.
I point to those branches. Perhaps we can enter from above, make a leap.
Do we really want to enter, though? Because then it's like a, steel cage death match.
If we fail, are you prepared for a siege with the three of us against a ballista?
Ballista seems like it can only really fire towards the front of the fort.
Exactly, but if they are hunkered behind the walls and just lay in wait, they could outlast us very easily. There's no need for them to rush out to us. Purpose of building a stronghold is to stay within the stronghold.
We can potentially pull down the 2 patrols, and then that leaves 4 that we have to deal with. Maybe we can catch the wall on fire, or I can potentially pull down another one.
Potentially.
It is a DC check. Well, we never know. I think we should try it.
But pull one down? Well, I'm game.
All right, let's set the plan in motion.
So what, we're going to be outside the fort and grab him, and pull him over the wall? Okay.
I'll pull him right next to me, and then you guys can have your attacks ready.
Okay. Then I'm going to stow my bow and arrow and draw my short swords.
Well, I mean, you could still, whatever you're best with. You don't have to stand right next to me. You could stand.
Yeah, but if he's down on the ground, I'm still going to have a hard time hitting him with a bow.
I'll be grappling him.
I don't think that actually helps me at all.
Well, if you're standing like 10 feet away from me.
Perhaps if we can get more information.
Grappling just means he can't move.
Yeah, you can still use your bow.
A moment.
No, I was assuming if you pulled him over the wall that he'd be on his back on the ground.
As they're discussing this, Mayron makes his way towards that big tree.
So I will attempt to pull him down from the wall, and he will magically appear next to me grappled if it works.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to go scout from that tree real quick. Does this one also have a vantage point over the wall, or just this one?
Just the big trees in the back.
Perhaps if we had more information on what is inside the walls. And I go and face my age-old enemy, climbing a tree.
Climbing a tree. Day 1, session 1, Karen Thayer 21. The game is not paused if you would like to move over there. All right, Mayron. Give me an athletics check. The DC is 10, not too hard.
Except I have -1.
To your athletics?
14.
Although there were many handholds, the boughs of the tree are relatively large for your delicate fingers, but you're able to, through sheer will of force, climb up through these trees and peer over the walls. I'm just going to delete the walls since you can see everything now. So what you see is there are 3 tents, a stable area, and what looks like a blacksmith. Here to the left back, there is a stable area, and there appears to be several horses, 2 water troughs, and some hay and area where there's a big round tent here in the back. The opening is in your direction right here. You can give me a perception check.
I'm muted. 15.
You see a relatively large bugbear step outside of the tent, look towards the horses, and step back in. Over here to near the forge, there appears to be a large bugbear, larger than the others, wearing at least better armor. And next to him looks like somebody working the forge. There is a tent here. Outside the tent appears to be barrels and crates. And then there is a tent here. And outside of the tent, there appears to be stools, giving you the sense that this is someplace they sit and either shoot the shit or play your dice. Or so effectively, you have the stables, you have the chieftain's tent, you have a blacksmith area, you have the barracks, and you have a storage tent. And that's what you see from your perspective. What happens now?
Does it look like we can jump from the branches here? Does it seem?
Yes, the boughs reach pretty far. Depending on how well you do, there's a potential for you to land on the walkway that you see that the bugbears are patrolling. Depending on how poorly you do, you might hit the palisades and slide down the wall or overshoot your landing and drop 30 feet to the ground. But it doesn't seem like it'll be that difficult. The boughs of this tree this forested area and then Terran Wilds is ancient and old, and these trees are gnarled and grown. This particular tree you're in is extremely large, and so it's very easy to get to the very edge, but you just have to jump that last 5 feet. Shouldn't be a problem for somebody like Thalgar or Illidan.
Would I get a sense of how many bugbears this stronghold could accommodate? Like, or is currently hosting, given like the supplies, the size of the tents?
So from where you're at, you've seen the 6 guys, 2 on patrol, 2 men in each tower. You've seen a well-armored bugbear with somebody else working in the forge. So that's 8. You've seen the chieftain. That's 9. And there are at least 4 stools sitting outside the barracks tent. So that's 6, 8, 9, maybe
Usually.
10 to 15.
I'm going to quietly make my way back over to the group, and let them know what I've seen, and let them know about the chief, about the more well-armored one, that what would happen if your plan fails, Dalgar. What is our plan then?
We run.
And be hunted in the
There's
forest.
a lot of bugbears here.
There are.
Or we could poison their food supply, but I'm not really into that.
Does anyone have poisons?
I do not.
Huh. Look at that old adventuring bag. It seems to have a jar of these black eels.
Well, I vote we try and pull one down, see what happens. If it goes horrible, then we just run.
Well, that works for me because I'm really good at running.
I think hopping onto the wall and getting inside is probably a death sentence. You said you saw some horses?
From that tree. But I also see the ground over here.
Could use the horses for a distraction.
Yes.
Or just to cause confusion.
I could be perched on the tree there and still possibly, if you do not stray too far from the wall, I should be able to still.
I can try and pull the guy down when he gets to the corner.
He doesn't go all the way. He doesn't go all the way here, right? He goes just here?
No, he goes all the way around to the...
He goes all the way?
Yep, and they meet at the center in the back, and then they walk the other way.
Then we should pull him here.
Do you want to get in the tree? I guess you could. Then I'll pull him down when he's coming back around.
It would also force if they do foolishly leave the stronghold, it would force them to come around rather than being closer to the entrance.
And you could spook the horses, causing a commotion inside.
That was the plan.
Sounds good. Let's try it.
I'm going to go back to my perch and attempt to climb the tree again.
Make your way. Look at you. You've come a long way since session 1.
This guy's not even supposed to be good at it.
Just means you're not supposed to play rangers.
I'm going to hide as well.
Give me a stealth check with advantage. being in the tree like that?
19. As soon as Thalgar gives me the signal, I'm going to...
You're gonna have to help us kill this guy.
Yeah, I can still affect it. I was hoping to be like a little bit closer, if that's still within the tree cover. Once Thalgar gives me a symbol, I'm going to try to spook the horses. And then, or do we want to pull the guy, try to kill him quietly, and then do the other one?
Yeah. If we successfully kill this guy, then we'll try the other guy.
Yeah, if something goes wrong, then I'll spook the horses to try to create more commotion.
Are you casting visible spells from a tree?
Not right now.
All right. Well, let's see what happens. So we're gonna try and sneak up when that bugbear is back, starts getting toward us. We're gonna dash to the wall.
Okay. So just so we're completely clear, the other bugbear is also walking at the same pace because the meet in the middle. So I just want to be...
Yeah, so probably once the one on the right has his back turned and then is going away, so he's not looking towards our, So probably after this bugbear rounds his corner coming back is when we should do it.
Okay.
That makes
So what you're saying is they're going to come here, meet in the middle.
Uh-huh.
We should already be moving toward the wall.
Yeah, you should be in the wall, like going towards the wall now.
Okay.
And then pull him down once he turns the corner and comes back to like here.
As he moved to that section, come on, move. And this guy moved to this section. They turn, he spins, moving that way, and he starts moving away is when you guys start moving, correct?
Yeah. Is when they should the wall.
Gonna bother because they don't see you, so they're not gonna be able to because of the area that they're at. So you guys can set up however you need to set up.
So we would start moving to the wall when he starts to turn that corner.
Yeah, when the guy hits this corner and starts going away, I am going to cast Hunter's Mark on him.
Okay, they're moving away, and you guys move up to the wall. Is that the plan?
I'm not gonna move up. I'm just gonna stay where I am.
Gotcha, because you have a bow.
Because I'm gonna use because I have a bow.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and they turn, and Meron, you see this guy move away, back turn towards you, and this other one move towards the corner. So I'm going to move him to the corner.
I would use my ability to